Alright, should be good now. I'm always glad I did remember to do some quick checks to make sure everything was good before starting the stream, because I realized that my microphone had stopped working. And I'm hoping that's not an issue again, but considering it was yet another NVIDIA broadcast problem, and that crashed on me midstream the other day, I'm hoping that this isn't a recurring issue, but either way, the plan today is a little bit interesting. So I want to give a bit of explanation here for anybody who watches this VOD and didn't watch part 1. So, I am still maining Blood DK going into the next raid, right? That is still the plan. And honestly, as far as I'm aware, I don't even think I'm going to be playing my Druid at all. Not because Druid's bad, just because it's not one of the characters that we need for splits. So, if I'm not going to be playing my Druid at all next week, why am I working on my Druid right now? And the main reason is because after doing all the stuff that I discussed yesterday on stream, you missed the initial Blood DK Day 1 stream, I showcased a lot of gearing stuff. And I did that on my alts, and my Druid, let me see if I can find it, my Druid got these items, or this pair of gloves, and this chest. I forgot I was wearing the other item. So I have these things now, and they were actual upgrades. Both of them. Both the guaranteed champion piece from the vaults area and the item that I got from my Delver's Bounty. Now, that is quite lucky, so I'm glad that I got that. It is unlucky that it happened on a character that I don't really need. It would have been better if I'd gotten a slight upgrade on my Blood DK. The thing is, though, it doesn't matter all that much, especially in a tier slot, because I'm still going to be using, like, on my main, on my Blood DK, my 4-piece from the previous season for a good way into the new tier. My Blood DK got a necklace. It's whatever. I think it's a very minor upgrade, but it's not that impactful. The main thing is I'm going to be doing a ton of M+ on my Blood DK when that opens up next week, so the final item level of hero track items is not going to make that much of a difference. And I haven't done anything on my prop paladin yet. Now, if my prop paladin gets really crappy loot out of my Delver's Bounty and whatnot, I will be a little bit disappointed. But the big thing here, and the reason why it's beneficial for me that my Druid, at the very least, did not get unlucky, is my Druid, because it is an unimportant character, because it is something that I don't care about, what I am most likely going to do is basically sacrifice my Druid and use that to get the veteran discount so that I can basically slingshot my prop paladin, which is slightly behind, all the way up to 295. I would also be able to get my Blood DK, my main, up to 295, but since that character will be what I grind on next week anyway, it's not going to be as big of an increase. It will help me for farming M+, but the most important thing is that my other characters that I need for splits are basically all at a roughly equal level, which would be ideally around 293, 295. And if I can get my paladin up to that, then that is a big win. And I can't talk. A big win. So that's the goal. And I am doing M0s with my guildies in 30 minutes, I believe. So I'm going to do like a little bit of setup stuff here before we're ready to go. But the original plan was for me to do M0s on my Blood DK today, but instead I'm actually bringing my Druid to that. And I've gotten Baze, one of my guildies, who was going to bring his Demon Hunter to a future run. He's going to bring his Demon Hunter to the run today. That way we can potentially trade each other gear. What is... my raid leader's moving around to ranks and stuff. I guess there's obviously a lot of other stuff as far as my Druid's gearing strategy that I'll discuss. There is a lot of things that I did yesterday that I'm just going to need to do again on my Druid. It wasn't wasted time because I still benefit on my Blood DK, but it's just now that I can't do the discount trick on my Blood DK, I need to do it again and ideally get it on my Druid. One of the things, though, for this trick to work properly, I need to have at least like 2 to 3 champion items drop out of the M0s. More than that would be awesome, but if I don't get any champion items, like at all, that would be very bad, and that would kind of ruin my Druid's ability to utilize this trick. But the fact that I got 2 usable items from my Delver's Bounty and the open world thing puts me in an advantage, but it's still a little ways off. One of the other things I'm most likely going to do, but only if I absolutely need to, is because I don't care about this character, I am going to sacrifice my first craft with my sparks to fill some item levels. So for instance, right now my shoulders are one of my weakest slots. If, let's say, I don't get champion shoulders off any of the M0s, I will probably use my 2 Sparks of Tides to craft shoulders. Now, that is not a good idea if it was a character I planned on playing, so I'll stress this again whenever I do it, just so nobody makes that as a mistake, and they understand the full context. But if I basically don't care about this Druid at all, and there's no chance that we'll be bringing it for splits, which at the moment I'm pretty sure is the case, then I can basically just use all my resources right now on this character I don't care about to give myself an advantage on characters I do care about. With that said, let me check to see what Baze is doing. Done. DH, delve, stuff, yeah. I know he's on his warrior right now. But I think we could do M0s basically the moment everybody in my group is good to go. I'm just waiting to see when that would be. Oh, and I think it should be pinned in chat, but I did just put out a short video on my second channel about how to easily farm Valera XP. There is a new trick with the curiosities and, what's it called? The Dun Dun Curio. It lets you very quickly farm Grudge Pit. And I just made a quick, I believe it's like 6-minute long video. And it talks all about that, so if you're looking to level up your Valera, you can go check that out. I'm going to go to the Coiled Isle for now. The main priority I have now on my Druid is, since I need to farm all the Veteran Crests again, I just need to make sure that I don't miss anything. So, like, this has 5 days left. I can get that done before long. And that one too. But then, like, this chest, I need to make sure I do that sooner rather than later. And the same thing would apply to all of the other activities. For anybody who missed it, like I said, all of this is covered in my previous stream when I was gearing my Blood DK. But the big thing that makes gearing really, really broken, if you do this trick, and frankly, what makes this possible at all, is if you, what's it called? If you do weekly activities, so normally there's only a cap of 100 Veteran Crest right now, but if you do the boxes, or any of the boxes, I can't talk. If you do any of these activities that give the Pinnacle Caches, and you loot these and open them, you get 20 Veteran Crests, and that goes beyond the cap. So right now I have about 280 Veteran Crests on my Blood DK, because I've been going around and doing all of the different weekly activities. And even though you only get gear from the first 2 ones, you get crests from all of them. And there's quite a few of them at this point in time. Let's see. I'm also... I'm hoping Blizzard's going to fix the contract bug, because Wowhead's written a post about it by now. But we'll see. I guess I could do... It's a one-time reputation. Okay, yeah. Any of the ones that are only... They're down to 8 hours. I should probably do those. Just because they... who knows when Blizzard's actually going to fix the bug, so it's entirely possible that they end up patching it after this one expires, and I obviously don't want to lose the full XP value. So I'll just go ahead and knock that one out. And then this as well. I haven't actually tried this yet, so I don't know how this works at all. Why is somebody... Does the game automatically do this and just, like, throw main tank on everybody? I wonder if it's automatically doing that to anybody who is in tank spec. If so, that's, like, a really silly design choice, and I don't know why Blizzard's doing that. Okay, so it looks like we need to kill these enemies first before the boss becomes attackable. What is the fastest delve today to tier 11? There are two that are roughly equal. There is Calamitous. Obviously, Calamitous, can't ever go wrong with that. But this one, Sporosaur Special in Gulf of Memory, is also really good. It's hard to really say which one's faster. They both take about, like, 3 minutes, give or take. But it's definitely one of those two. Also, I need to swap my talents back. I just realized I never... Since my guild actually never bothered testing this in the PTR. I'm planning on making a tank guide for the entire raid, but I'll probably have to make a standalone video on Nimrissa Mythic after I've done that. Yeah, that'll actually be... I kind of wish I did manage to test it, but we couldn't really get a group together. The only thing is, I really want to have that video out by... I really wanted to have that video out by Tuesday, by the time the raid is actually out. And I would have to test, like, Heroic Nimrissa on live. So maybe I only do the Heroic bosses for all the ones in the actual, what's it called? In Coiled Altar. Or, not Coiled Altar, Venomous Deeps. And then I'll just do a standalone video only on Mythic. I guess I can make it like a Heroic and Mythic guide, right? As far as I know, I did skim. There aren't like that many changes. The boss doesn't look like it's going to be that particularly difficult. Holy shit. Bombs do a lot of damage. Is this... I wonder if that's what the Murlocs are. You don't kill the Murlocs, they turn into the evolved Murlocs. In that case, incursions seem very unforgiving. Are you trying to just do them in random groups? Or outside of, like, a raid, I mean. Like, with random people that you encounter. Because the incursions definitely are unforgiving if you have low people. They don't scale very well. So I actually had a shitload of trouble trying to do them on the PTR when there weren't that many people around. But if you join a group in, like, LFG and you have, 40 people, they're not too bad. We could probably just burn. And the real question is this still warbound? It drops loot? Dude. In a pug? It works like that even here? Why? That is... Okay, I did not realize that's how the loot worked. I mean, I'd imagine that's how it worked for the regular raids, but even in the World Boss version, that is incredibly toxic design. I guess it's a good thing that the loot from this is just completely garbage. But... don't like that. I did get the Zul'jin rep though, right? I got, yeah, 400 Zul'jin rep. Okay. Yeah, that's the main reason I wanted to do this. I don't really care about the rest. As a hunter, the mobs seem to ignore your pet's taunt. Yeah, some open world mobs can be buggy like that. Where? Oh, I was swimming in the wrong direction. I don't know if Baze responded. Give me a second. Need to get the curio that I showed off? Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard if you just do enough, like, any level generic delves, run the entire thing. Which, I guess that makes sense why you're just asking what the fastest ones to spam are. Then, yeah, you just do enough of them, and then you will be able to get it eventually. So, which one? There was one that was 8 hours. Yeah, I guess I should do this, and then I may as well do the 22-hour one, just because I still need to do the weekly. So, as well. Where is... Over here, I guess. Zulok said, hey man, thanks for the Valera XP guide. Already got her to 63. Nice. Yeah, I mentioned this in a comment. So, there were a bunch of comments in the video. Area for this is very small, apparently. I got a few comments saying, oh, Ring of Glory is faster. Now, I did test Ring of Glory. It's not bad. It's not as good as some people seem to think. Like, obviously, it's close enough to where, like, if people prefer Ring of Glory, I understand. And the point that people keep making is, oh, well, you can mount up in that delve. It's like, okay, yeah, but the delve is bigger. Right? So you can travel faster, but you're crossing a much larger area. So, duh. Yeah, that's the reason why it's able to even compete. The main thing that people are missing is, first off, if you have a Druid or a Rogue ult, you don't need to be geared to do the farm. You can just hop onto that ult after you unlock T11 on your main, and then just run through and get Valera XP, and it's account-wide. So... it is obviously better to farm Grudge Pit as a stealth class, and they have, like, generally lots of move speed. Druid obviously is better, but Rogue has decent move speed as well, and it has stealth, so it would be also pretty good for that. So that's one thing that I think a lot of people are missing, because it's like, yeah, if you don't have access to a stealth class, it might be bad, except this trick, if you only have one at level 90, or as long as you have one at 90, it works. So if you don't have any of them, then maybe you can consider this. But the other thing is, once you get really comfortable with doing the Grudge Pit farm, the spawns can be a little bit variable, but you can see where all of the curiosities spawn right after you enter the delve. So it's very easy to just, like, look in, see, like, oh, yeah, there's no curiosities on that side, and I'm just not going to go there. In the video, I still did the entire run-through in, like, I think 45 seconds or something like that. And I was pausing to say, oh, yeah, so I'm going to look around. Oh, look, there's a curiosity. And obviously, for the purposes of demonstration, I'm making a point of saying, ah, yeah, now I can see the thing. And then trying to explain to people how, like, what they should be thinking as they go through this. And, like, what my thought process is as I do this. But once it's, like, second nature, you can just go in, look around. All right, that's what it is. Pop, sprint, boom, boom, get the curiosities out in 30 seconds. And it's very, very, very fast. So once you get the hang of it, the levels just start to fly by. The only question, honestly, is just, is it even worth it? Which is, I would say, a little bit debatable. It will only be nice for the what's it called, for the Nemesis boss. And I'd imagine anybody who isn't super geared will want to have every advantage they can get. But, I mean, I already know that I can do it on the PTR, so I'm not too concerned. Want to trust the unwatched masses, you'd install Rested XP or Silo. I'm glad to hear that you just generally trust my guides. And yeah, actually, come to think of it, speaking of Voldemort, did they... Okay, they have actually added the quest lines at the last moment. They did add that. I was going to say it didn't look like they did an update, but they did push an update at the last second. Now, obviously, their update for the Coiled Isle campaign is still behind a paywall, and I'm still adding my new stuff for free, so, you know. I can't imagine who out there would be like, you know what I really want to do? I really want to pay, like, $60 to be able to do a campaign on the Voldemort add-on that I can just open up here and do for free, right? But I guess they're still updating it. They still think that their business model will actually survive until the end of the expansion. So, that's interesting. You're only doing it so you can do the Nemesis boss next week as a healer spec? Well, I don't know... I mean... If you're planning to do it as a healer spec, right, I'm guessing you're aware of the Nullius cheese from last season. I can tell you right now, though, that the nice thing about that cheese is that it's so brain-off that, like, you don't need a level 80 Valera to make it work. It'll be easier, of course, with a level 80 Valera, but it is just as strong for Aztec as it is for Nullius. You do need to understand the mechanics still, so, like, the fight itself is harder, but Valera's relative strength is just as good. What I'm going to do is, like, probably at some point over the weekends, after I've already done all the important stuff on live servers, I'm going to hop onto the PTR and showcase, like, an Aztec kill on every single roll. So I'll probably do, like, Blood DK, I will do Disc Priest, and then I will do, I don't know, I'll pick a DPS spec, maybe Windwalker. Just to show that, like, there is a viable way to get the boss done for whatever you're playing. And I expect, based on my testing, that healer is going to be the easiest. It's, I don't know, they haven't really fixed any of that stuff. Valera is still just as OP as she's always been. You're a healer main, you can't think. Understandable. People will pay for crazy things. Some people legit think that if it costs money, it must be better quality. Yeah. I mean, I do think that in a lot of areas, within reason, it is fair to say that, like, if you averaged out, like, most things in, like, fields that were like, oh, this one is paid, this one is free, usually the paid thing will at least have somewhat higher quality. Right? So I don't even necessarily think that that is a poor thought to have as a general rule of thumb. Because let's say somebody didn't know me, right? And they're like, okay, why is Harldan's add-on free? And this other one is like $60. What's the catch? Like, nobody in their right minds would just give away something for free when they could have it paid. And if that's all you knew, if that's all the information you had access to, it would be very easy to say something's not right. You know, there's no way, like, I mean, it's generally, if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. But there are exceptions, right? Why is my add-on free? Well, first off, add-ons are supposed to be free just in general. So it has more to do with just the fact that, you know, Rested XP and many other paid add-ons are just blatantly breaking the terms of service and Blizzard doesn't enforce it, right? So that is part of it. You know, one of them is allowed to be greedy because they are effectively breaking the rules, right? And the other one is, well, I definitely, there are a lot of add-ons out there that will charge for even, like, small things. They'll kind of skirt the rules a little bit. I am very deliberately trying to make sure, A, that everybody has access to the same information, because that's just like a principle of mine that I've always stuck by. So it's more of like, you know, an ethical thing for me. But also, and I will admit, this is a big one. I fucking despise paid add-ons just on a fundamental level, and I am doing this with a large intent to basically run them out of business, right? And that, I think, more is why I even did it in the first place. Why I basically have invested so much of my time into doing something that has given me very little, if any, financial return, right? I technically, I get some money off Patreon, and thank you to the Patreon people, but I'd be lying if I said that the level of efforts that I have had to put in over the last, like, 6 months to develop the add-on is even remotely close in terms of, like, how much I've made off it, compared to, like, even just YouTube videos. It's basically nothing. But I went into the development process knowing that full well, that like, all right, you know, how much do I care about this? How much am I willing to sacrifice my time and energy just to spite paid add-ons? And I eventually, I mean, it took me years, right? It took me years to finally say, all right, now's the time. And I definitely have considered it. But for Midnight, I just finally said, fuck it. Also, just because there were a few encounters I had, which I've talked about, that particularly pissed me off, like, over the last year or so. So that's why going into this expansion, I finally said, fuck this, enough is enough. I am just going to make sure that they can't run this business model anymore. And, you know, that's obviously a big part of it. Now, obviously, even then, somebody could still make the argument, oh, wouldn't it be better if it's paid, right? And the nice thing is, in that case, pretty much everybody who I've spoken to who's tried both has agreed that mine's better, which makes sense, right? I know the people who developed that add-on, and I know it's just made by clueless idiots who don't actually play the game. And, you know, obviously I'm me, so there's that. But as a general rule, I can understand why some people might think, like, oh, if something's paid, wouldn't it be higher quality? It just so happens that, yeah, in this particular case, especially if people do even a cursory level of research, it should be very obvious that one of them is a complete scam and the other one is free. So, what am I talking about here? I am talking about my add-on, Follow the Arrow, versus other paid add-ons that charge you, like, $50 to $60 for the exact same thing, but worse. That is what the conversation is about. Whenever you convert somebody to Follow the Arrow and the topic of price versus the paid guide comes up, you always say the creator runs the program out of spite. Yeah, exactly. That's how you know it's going to be good. You gotta say, Valera's carrying the shit out of you through early tier 11 delves. You were surprised to see how much damage she does. Yeah, Valera is... I think what a lot of people haven't realized, if they haven't done delves in a while, is, like, at a certain point when you start doing higher level delves, compared to, like, your power level, Valera is insane. There's also some weird scaling things at play. Like, if you have access to a healing spec that you know how to play, even at a basic level, it'll generally be the best way to do delves. Not just, like, the easiest, not the most chill, genuinely the fastest way, because Valera has, like, increased scaling if you're a healer spec, and she will just start one-shotting things randomly. It's kind of broken. So there's a lot of weird things with how Valera scales at the moment. Do I need a helmet? Because I don't have... Oh, no, because I have Rotmire helmet. I'll hold on to this, but I don't think it's actually necessary. Put that down there. Yourself and your friends run up so much spite in WoW. Yeah. I feel like that's just kind of how this game goes. Okay, we're going to be starting M0s very shortly. Here, have I... See if my group is already in disc. Oh, they are.
Yep. What up?
I am on my Druid. You can invite if you already have the group going.
I do. I'm also at the stone with Baze, so we can summon.
You said I looked at the chat. Alter first?
Yeah, yeah. Because I just assumed everyone was in the zone, so I thought it would be the easiest one to start with.
Makes sense.
Everyone got a summon.
Okay,
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
Oh, let me. Real quick. Okay, we're on Mythic. We're good.
I turned down my guild's Discord a little bit, just so they're not as
You
loud.
send cookies or something? I didn't get one.
Yeah. Click this, Devo.
Alright, put in the 10. Let's get ahead of everyone.
Yes, the add-on includes the current Littech questline.
Oh yeah, just while I have you all here, we're gonna I know Larry
Drop
knows
that
about
one.
this, but when we do, we're gonna be doing our cracked keystone together at the start of next week, and it's very important that only one of us loot a key. So do we want to decide now who's the key holder for our group, or we just want to wait until we're closer?
Well, we
Larry,
don't.
hold it.
I could. We don't have we don't have to do a tier 11 delve right at the start. Like we could just do tier 8 for the bounty, because at this point, the reason why at the start of Midnight Season 1 I recommended we do a tier 11 is because in War Within you got better rewards. That's no longer the case. So if we just do
But
tier 8 for bounty, that's more than fine.
Don't you want the cracked keystone and an actual keystone though, so we don't have to go do like an M0?
We don't need to do an M0. You can talk to the panda. She gives you a +2.
Oh, and she just gives you a +2. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then we can just do the whatever. Okay, I'll just defer to you on that front. As long as
Yeah.
I still would say we have one person loot, the one that we want to have the key, just in case if there's more changes. But then, yeah.
Yeah, if you want me to do that, I can. I have no issue.
Yeah. I just take the precaution, because we just don't want to screw all over our keys, because that'd be unfun.
I'm with you there. Let me just switching around talents. Be fine.
Make sure you whatever piece you got from your delve you've equipped at least, even if you're not wearing it.
It should automatically give you the discount.
Oh, the bonus. Okay.
Yeah. What is what's Blaze Demon wearing? How naked is this guy? Oh, you got a trinket. Interesting.
You get a Librum. Irrelevant, because you could trade trinkets anyways. How unfortunate.
What was your champion piece base?
I don't know. I have to look.
I'm buffing up.
I got shoulders. I already equipped them.
Did you upgrade them? The champion ones?
No, I haven't upgraded them. They're 292. Do they need it to be upgraded?
I don't have a champ piece.
No.
No, they need to be 292 so you can trade.
Yeah. Like they dropped 292.
Okay.
Technically, if you have a veteran item, like eventually, what you'll
Yeah.
want to do is get the veteran upgraded to 295 in that same slot, and then you just get the free discount. But there's no rush right now.
Of my hover macro.
You're also, I'll just let you rip loss whatever you want, Devo.
Okay.
Probably give bosses, I would presume.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Unless Larry has some, like, kooky pulls ready. We have hisses in the back. Someone kick his
I
hiss.
think we don't need to, for M0, do anything too
No.
insane.
Yeah, I think we just go for efficiency more than anything. Dying is so bad, such a waste of time. I click totem, you guys go.
The barrier is weakening.
So much FPS.
Shit. And the fact that he's committed to doing a PTR version, that means every PTR season is gonna be sweet. Not have to deal with the UI problems all the time. You got that click, Diva?
Oh, I'll think about it. I'm kidding. I got it.
Yeah, I know. I understand your sarcasm, you little shit. Huh? What?
Just a few more.
My UI makes you sad? Why does my UI make you sad? I have 0 issues with my UI.
This is.
Sorry.
Oh hell no!
What?
What?
What's
No,
it do?
the fucking the name frames or whatever, like they're like pretty much default frames from Hotline Miami
I'll
UI,
find
and I was like trying to find the high HP mob to Ray,
Ah.
and it wasn't like colored, and I ended up raying
Raying
a
some dog shit.
10% HP mob.
Nice. Bless.
Yeah.
So there is skip tech in King's Rest now.
So,
If you guys have seen it, you skip the golem, the solo golem on the bridge when you're going to the second area.
Yeah, that was like an old strategy. I think he's at enough percent so it's doable again.
how do you do it?
We'll have to jump down.
The tank has to like drag it, and then
It's not worth it.
you
It
can
friends
can
zeros.
meld. Like if you have meld. No,
Oh.
I'm not saying we have to do it here. I'm just saying you can meld it. There's like multiple ways you can do it.
I mean, this character is a night elf, so we could try, but not my other characters.
I was just sharing something we could like cook in our.
Yeah, I'd be down for it to try it on like a 2 or 3 whenever if we get one. But I'm zeros, especially because we have to do 12 today. I would say we just hold W and get them done.
Yup.
So that's my personal opinion.
What talent is Havoc playing? I don't know.
Did you update?
I did.
This trinket's good for some people, right? Does anybody need this?
Oh, I didn't
It's
loot.
very good. It's very good for me.
Yeah, take it then. Where are you? Mad the Pally.
But-
Why?
Oh, well, this is also an ult, so if it's better for D.Va, then D.Va can have it. But it is very good for Warlock, so...
Well, I gave it
You're
to
not gonna-
you. You now control the
Yeah,
fate
yeah.
of that.
I just hold on to it for a bit because I need to see like if it's actually good for Arcane or not. That's like the main thing I'm worried about.
Okay. Just let me know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's app and Des or app and
I
D.Va
don't-
Abyss, and then it
I don't
might
know
be
what
really
Havoc's
good in
playing,
Keys
though.
for Destro, 'cause you played
Because
Druid.
DH in my group is playing Devourer.
Arcane's a minute and a half, so it might be worth, might not. Like, it's a little weird, like somehow, because
And also
There's some
DH is in his
class-
main, so I don't know. Yes.
yeah, like some seasons it's like double on you, some seasons it's not.
Base, do you happen to know what Havoc's playing at the moment? Or like talents?
I'm pretty sure it's momentum still.
Yeah, no, hero talents.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
I didn't think so, but figured I'd check.
I think Adachi, from what I was hearing R and Thing talk about. Right now.
Gotcha. That's about the best answer I can give you.
Nice blink in place.
I'm not a
Because
Havoc
it's the
enjoyer.
default UI? Yeah, but like, I don't
Yeah,
know.
spec plays.
I don't know why people... You might not like the default UI yourself, personally, but... You might... the way it was
Much
worded,
moving.
my UI makes you sad. That's what I didn't understand.
We got a.
Then liking shaved versus hairy. That's a crazy
More damage for you, bud.
comparison.
Almost with your arcane.
You've always used
Use, like,
default?
low
Yeah,
key
same.
bosses, right? Can you get burst?
Yeah, I mean Frost is decent too. It's just I have CDs all the time for Frost. That's always the only thing.
I guess I should plot it.
there's no pull in. Oh, there is.
I think we can just burn, right?
He's gonna change anyway.
Wow, these are really low health.
He's assimilating.
You were being hyperbolic? Fair.
They're experimenting to create even more powerful foes. We
Well,
must
everything.
deal with this monster.
That's why we can't click on these at all until we kill everything.
Yeah.
We get a kick in the back.
Works maybe.
Don't have one up. I'll get the 4-1 over there. Or like break this one.
One of them evolves.
Someone needs to get that one, I think.
I can get it. Are you able to tag those guys in the stairs, man?
Yeah.
Monster's power far away. Do you think
I wish I had Sargeras beams shooting down.
That's me.
Oh, it's back here.
I know. I said I wish I had it.
Oh.
Warlocks get all the cool visuals.
Yeah, but at least
Might
but
be
but
dog
it's
shit
kind of
design,
boring. I'm not
but-
gonna lie. Yeah, it's not very good. Cool animation, dog shit, fucking ability. The whole tier set's based around it too. The tier set's kind of OP though. The 6%
Yeah,
flat damage
Saw Cal's
uptime.
video on it. It seemed pretty cool.
Yeah. Looked really bad to start, and then they fixed it from only working on itself to working with all damage. Basically, a fucking 6% aura buff. What's terrifying is Destro's gonna be good this tier, and I don't think they'll buff it, but there's like a small thing of people, and like they might rip a buff on it because it might just underperform in heroic without the tier.
I mean, they buffed Blood Decay when it was already #1, so anything's possible.
Yeah.
They buffed Unholy and Devour when they were insane at the start of the tier too.
Yeah. I mean, I have a feeling there's like a small part of Blizzard that were like, what do we want to be good this year? What's not been good in a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
So they buffed.
Oh,
things
it's also
around
Ray design that determines that as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's why people are saying what Priest, Astro, Boomkin's are gonna be crazy this tier, just because of
Yep.
the profile.
2 target cleave, baby.
Last 3 bosses, super good for those 3 specs. Warlock especially.
Yep. A lot of fights
That's
are
gonna be
really for arms because there's not. People are like anti-melee tier, but from the testing, there wasn't many things. The first boss is the only boss that really forced you off the boss at all the entire time. So I don't
Same
know where
stuff as
people were getting
PTR,
like,
by the way.
I don't know where people were getting like anti-melee tier. I feel like people
Well-
say that every tier.
Will talk about this later on, but he gave me his rundown of what he thinks Zul'jin's going to be, and I do think he has a solid idea of it. And it does look like it might be a little bit rough on melee, especially compared to ranged. Like, ranged are going to dominate that boss. Especially Destro and Shadow Priest, like Matt was saying.
Yeah. Yeah. Destro also has this weird thing where it's got like some funnel in it. We're stacking this. And then move.
From what I read in the book, I didn't see anything like super anti-melee.
Yeah, it's less anti-melee and more just like they will not be able to benefit as much as ranged will be able to. So ranged will probably just be significantly better on that fight. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see. Big juicer. Nothing.
What's the next one?
Then
Can port us to Silvermoon?
Trying to think. What is next to Din? Oh, Masera Caverns.
yes,
Gonna go
correct.
there.
A dagger.
Otherwise, you gotta fly so far compared to all the other dungeons.
Also, just YOLO
gotta-
wormhole.
yeah.
I guess
That's a
King's
cool
Rest is kind
dagger.
of far too, but
You want?
No, you keep.
Did we have King's Rest portals?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should.
BFA. A tall desire will be the portal.
I think you should have a straight King's Rest portal too.
Yeah, but I don't think we had portals back then.
They didn't. Mm-mm.
Yeah, we didn't. So we have a Tall Desire, yeah, like they said.
Portals came out Shadowlands season.
Yo, you're
Faded?
right. You're
Pretty sure it was
yeah,
Faded.
Yeah, Faded was the first season. And then they've stayed in since. No, wait, was it
Get
Faded
down.
raid portals?
The Raid Portals came out and Undermine, I think.
No, they
Maybe.
came out in
No,
Faded.
Dragonflight, actually.
They came out in season 4.
No, in Shadowlands, yeah.
Oh, was it?
That's why I thought dungeon portals were earlier than that. Because I thought raid portals weren't.
They
were
might
like
have
after
been.
dungeon portals.
It was you were right. It's
'Cause
Shadowlands for sure.
I thought dungeon portals was season 1 Shadowland.
Might have been.
At least.
That's no, yeah, because definitely it wasn't the last season of Shadowlands because we had
No.
the mega dungeon portals there,
Yeah.
and there was definitely a season where we had all just the regular Shadowlands portals. So
Oh,
yeah,
do
it
we
might
need
have been
some of
season
these?
1.
These two
Is
go.
that thing maybe?
Yeah, I need some.
There's some
Uh,
right here. There's a waste center here. To our right.
Base.
Can you summon off that?
No, you
Yeah.
can't.
What
No,
is he
you
I
talking
might
can't.
be actually cooked, bro. There's no
Yeah,
way.
you
There's
could.
no way. There's no way.
Unlucky. Game's rigged. They don't
You can
want
go, Larry. Me and Diva can do this.
All right.
And you and Base can go pull. Do stuff.
Get off my grass.
I can't believe Beta's starting with this bullshit this early, bro. It's crazy. we're in the second dungeon, bro.
You got a
But
cookies?
I've been up
I'm
since
glad.
I don't wanna hear it.
I
Yeah,
need
yeah.
base for content.
Great.
The best part was Larry actually walked away. Full faith. That's crazy.
I thought it was. It looks like the same thing.
I see what you're saying, but it's like, what the hell, bro?
Yeah.
All blue right now.
And to be
Yeah, we're
clear,
cooked.
I didn't believe Baze, but you know when somebody's doing something stupid, you know, you're the cameraman, you gotta point the camera at them.
Cameraman, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, it's
I
and
needed,
also
like,
sometimes-
Base
sometimes
walking
it's
up
about
to
the
it.
level of confidence.
Yeah.
Base has a lot of things with omega confidence, and sometimes it just gets you. You're like, really? He's so confident.
You gotta be confident all the time. Even when you look dumb.
Even when you look. Story of.
I respect it. We get the... okay, yeah. Just make sure we kill the Spirit of Hunger, then we can chain
Yeah, I'm focusing it.
the thing where it stops.
We need both fish or just the one fish? Forget.
Both.
I'll do the one in the back. Cookies does the one by the boss. Uh-oh, we got ping.
Yeah.
Ping-a-ling-a-ling.
We didn't fish back there, did we?
No, not yet. Oh, that's the real question. Do I need to have fishing? I don't.
No, you don't.
Thank God.
Wait, where's the other fishing spot?
It's right here.
Right here.
Oh, let's see it. Yeah. Come on, bite. Or the fishes.
Hell yeah.
Finally, holy.
What the heck? Guess there's a delay.
Yeah,
Are you able to?
Yeah. There we go, we got it.
there's a delay.
You took a break from
Yeah,
WoW.
this
Has
food
the
buff
new
off my
content
screen.
been? You keep
You know, we got
worrying.
some- just
You've
like
seen
second.
more borrowed power stuff. It's not. The borrowed power stuff is not that bad, although I will admit it's annoying. The nice thing about a lot of the borrowed power stuff is that they're not doing like the Shadowlands and BFA thing where it's like genuinely a massive slog to keep up with. So, and the other thing is a lot of it is account wide.
Slow down, bud.
So generally speaking, it's more of just like once you've done it, once you like actually set aside like at least an hour to go get it done for the week, you have it for all your alts, it's not too bad. Catch-up gearing is better than it's ever been. The main thing that annoys me is that they just do it at all, right? Because they did say they'd stop with that. What are you gonna do?
I mean, this is tradable, but I don't think either of you need this, right? You both have the 298 chest from
Yeah.
Days, you need those, right?
Bromlayer. I guess I give this to you,
Yeah,
Devo,
I mean,
because
I
you can
guess.
upgrade it
Technically, it's 3
past
items. 3 item
your
level.
Oh, true.
I mean, when you wouldn't be
Your
able to
current
trade it then
chest.
anyway.
Just fighting the cat.
Yeah.
Some weird...
yeah, Kata as well. Yep.
We got like Omega unlocked here, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, also there's the whole like Kata stuff this season again, so because getting your 4 pieces is really important. We might get fucked with cloth tier again, like we did this tier.
Bro, we actually got turbo fucked in cloth tier. It was
Yeah.
insane.
And with
It
double
was
priest
fucking
meta,
depressing, by the way.
we have double priest or double maybe triple priest meta, multiple warlock meta, multiple mage meta. Like it's gonna be so cooked, bro. There's actually gonna be like 9 people that want cloth tier. Or need cloth tier, depending on how you want to phrase it. How far are you going? Like here?
This is
Or
it.
this?
Usually I pull stuff for like percent and then plus here, but then realize we don't need it. Oh, why is that beating your fucking ass?
I was hitting it.
Diva was full pieing.
I
All
may
right,
have been in
bays,
the middle
bays. Okay.
Yeah.
So I was literally
What?
I queued my mic to say bays, so please follow me and don't just randomly pull stuff. And then before I could even finish the fucking sentence.
Just speak fast, Phil. Go.
Gotta
Alright.
speak fast.
All right, here. Bays
Trying to hug
is
your left. See, my route was OP. Look
Oh,
at
I'm
that.
sorry.
Oh,
I walked
it's
too
fine. It's fine.
close.
It's fine.
mad.
Yeah, see, but he did it by accident.
Yeah, so did I.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
On the left.
Fucking bullshit.
Did you get trapped at work yesterday, Cookies?
Yeah. Yeah, very trapped.
So in order to play the game, I had to make an ult and log on to the ult for 10 minutes, and then I was able to swap to this character account.
Wait, so
Like,
you didn't try
have,
logging
like,
into
a
any of the
trial
characters?
account?
I had to make a trial, yeah. That's so stupid.
That's what he means by alt. He doesn't mean like alt character. He means alt account, like a trial account.
That makes more sense. I was gonna say, like, you were
Yeah,
stuck
no,
out.
Yeah, no, I thought the exact same thing you did when he first said it, and I was like, huh?
Yeah, I had to make a trial under the same VNet. It's pretty stupid.
Yeah, that is such a silly bug.
It's a workaround though for now, so whatever.
Did you do that every time you log in?
Yep. It's very cringe.
Cookies, you gotta click.
How someone on EU figured it out, I have no clue.
There's a lot of people who multi-box, so I'd imagine if you're a multi-boxer, then you can use
They
one of
probably
your
had
normal
an
bugs.
accident. He probably just like logged
Yeah.
out and they're like, oh, I'm gonna.
Well, yeah, he probably had one bricked account, tried his other account. His other account worked, then went back to his main account eventually and saw that it worked.
I mean, something
Or
like that
maybe-
happened to me on midnight launch, so makes sense.
Yeah. I'm rooted.
I'm slippery.
See how good these bosses die so quick.
Fading Void Whisper finished. One spark down.
Oh, I
Nobody
forgot to
got
get
loot?
that.
Oh.
What? Oh, GG, bud.
Oh, I
Well,
didn't
you have
know
enough-
that either. Holy hell.
Just kidding. We still have like 8 keys to go. You're fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
You just have to pick up the trailing Zala path, right?
Yeah.
That's all?
Yeah, it don't. I mean, it finished in 2 keys for me, so I mean,
You
Also,
also,
I think-
finish it by like doing the open world stuff too. Like it's not.
It's your loot, by the way,
It's not
Devo, because nobody else got it.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
It's
go.
fine.
after
It'll
it.
get mailed to you. It'll get mailed. Any
I was
place
looking-
you could trade.
I,
at
I
this
was
point also-
thinking about like what the fuck we were talking about.
I mean,
There's-
either way, you can't trade it if it's like if it's wearable, you're the main in the run, and also like if you could trade it, it's probably irrelevant to both of us. I guess. So it's not that big a deal.
I can't kick that in the back.
10 seconds on my kick. This is kind of a crazy comp setup though. When you guys swap the double cloth or leather, you have like perfect buffs for caster comp.
might be the first year that Druid doesn't get played in Mythic Plus. We'll have to see.
Yeah, it's
Oh?
definitely gonna be close.
'Cause
Is
none of the
Boomkin not
Druid
good?
specs are- I mean, it's okay.
Uh,
but
it's
it's not,
good.
like, the best.
Yeah. But we'll see. I mean,
Interesting.
tuning's gonna put a lot of. I mean, meta for
Yeah,
M
they
plus.
put out the
like, there's
roadmap
like,
for tuning, so we're gonna get
Yeah.
it 18th, 25th, something else.
I mean, the tuning for M plus is also like realistically the 0.5 or 0.7 packs, right? Like, or like
Yeah.
that's like true meta. It's when. It
I mean,
gets,
that's when... I think it was 0.5 where Bear and Monk swap places.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a good chance that DK gets tuned down. Druid might get some single target assistance or whatever, or maybe
Arcane.
AoE.
Mage gets buffed. Yeah, all of this.
Yeah,
No,
Mage-
Arcane's
Fire
definitely
gets
not
buffed,
getting
Arcane gets shot.
The problem with fire is like cheat isn't really like a real offensive in keys, so that is gonna just blow.
True.
But I'm
There's-
sure like
there's
good,
still
good,
the
good
argument-
players can probably like make it work though. I don't know.
There's still that argument from people whether they say, oh, they'll,
Get in here.
what was I going to say?
Remember, this is me only, do not be in.
Yeah. I was trying to thought. I don't know. Oh no, I was gonna say there are people that still think DK has a chance to be played as DPS, even though you're playing Blood DK, because they're just that tanky, and like living is always the hardest thing to do.
I can see that.
All right,
Yeah, of course.
portal list,
Oh,
Evo,
yeah.
where we go,
Yeah.
Murder Row, sitting.
It's Murder Row.
Oh, I got a staff.
Murder Row.
You want Devo?
Nope.
Well, I give it to you either way, because like I said, it upgrades past, right? No, it doesn't. Wait, what did Cammy go to?
Technically it
Mary?
does, but... What?
It does. Okay, it does.
No, I mean like unironically, like I would just if I wanted a weapon, I would just farm it out in M plus next week. Like
Yeah.
of course.
That's what I mean, like, you're not going to spend any crest
Yeah, I guess
upgrade.
maybe we looked up instead of funnel mains, we funnel alts to make splits
Probably,
better.
yeah. Like if alts are
Like-
missing something,
Yeah,
it's not that
It might
bad of a
be like-
deal.
yeah. Kind of down for that.
I think
Like the,
stuff like trinkets and jewelry would matter for
Yeah.
mains, but most other slots, it's like kind of irrelevant.
Repeat time.
we got the nice easy
Uh,
one right at the front.
Also, there's.
Hmm?
Aha!
That's the other one. Wait, I should go get the quest actually.
Well,
Oh.
I shared it with you.
No, that was
Multiple
the quest for the rep.
Yeah, you need that. Well, if you plan on crafting.
What do you mean, base?
I want to craft the new health spots because I'm not paying $400 for rank 3.
Oh, well, Renown 5 is really easy.
Yeah, I'm at Renown 4. I need 200 more rep for the Renown 5.
This is very like.
Remember, we
fading
have
void
no
whisper.
healer right now.
Yeah, I need to summon.
Do you have Arcane Tina key?
Yeah, this one's in Silver
Oh.
Moon. It's like
Oh,
right
it's in
next to
Silver
the.
Moon? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're doing the Silver Moon dungeon.
Alright. Hurts then.
Big meta pool. Go big, go big.
Dolls that I am. He's a devil.
Guys, chill on the DPS. I'm ramping.
I didn't even have cooldown. What?
About to be my 3rd star.
I read it too much.
Oh, I got threat. Oh my god.
Sorry.
No, I died.
Yeah. It's like, oh my god, I had threat after you died. Oh god.
Stuff actually does damage. No.
I got a housing item from that dungeon.
Hey, what was your
Boom.
loot, Devo? What was the mail?
Yeah, Devo.
Oh hell yeah.
Bracers.
Ew.
Holy fuck. Disgusting.
Disgust.
Does everybody have crafted bracers? I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah.
I think everyone's going to. If they don't.
I mean, you currently have
That
the
or-
rest of versus one. What
No,
is that?
I know. I'm asking if like other like classes kind of did the same thing. So I did the same thing for all my characters.
Healer might be different.
Nope. Oh wait, this guy's already gone. Okay.
Yeah, Cookies is wearing normal bracers, non-crafted.
Where you going, bud?
Probably would have been good for him then.
Fun over there, base?
Huh? I'm just trying to keep my meta going. What's up?
Understandable.
What was that seducing? Ooh, it's Diva.
Yeah, I don't even know what talent set this is I'm on. Like, it's so weird. I don't know. Whatever.
I just installed the thing I used before, which was the talent loadouts.
No, I have that
EX.
too. Like, I didn't delete that stuff. It's like for some reason. Oh, I guess I know it's because they changed the mage talents. Oh, I'm not even taking the mage DR. Lamau.
Remember Lust after the guy dies?
Yeah.
I guess we didn't need
Of
less.
course. Well, I have good news for you, Base. Come here. Where are you?
He got kicked out because he didn't get the disguise.
Clock in. Ding ding, motherfucker.
Waiter. That's me, waiter. Waiter.
Who didn't
Couldn't
clock in?
Clock in. Clock in.
Waiter. Clock in. What am I doing?
Clean
I'm a
the broom. Hell
bounce.
yeah. It's the best one
Oh.
for Warlock.
I'm the bouncer. Get out of here, bitch. This is my house. Okay, kicked one person out. Oh, there's the new guy. Get out of here, bud. What do you think you're doing? Sure, the broom is the best. Hey, yo, get out.
Warlock can use Burning Rush while on the broom. It's actually perfect.
Let's see. There he is, Rowdy Patron. I like kicking the patrons, but it is the most work out of all of them.
Now the food one is the worst.
Yeah.
I don't mind that because you just have to run. That's I need to click 3 times while running. There you go. Okay. You pissed me off. W 5-star restaurant. This fight reminds me of Toldegor, where we had to destroy the barrels.
Yeah.
Five,
No, I'm not moving.
4,
I'll die.
2.
Don't forget to loot.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna forget this constantly.
Speakeasy Shroud. How long do you think we can go in this pool?
Did you really think it would be
With 3 casters?
We do a lot. I have income.
I stunned.
Decro me if you have a Devo.
Sorry, I forgot that was a thing.
Okay.
And then I forgot what bind it was on. Somehow.
Curse is on bays if you have it.
Yeah, no, I can see it now. I just forgot that was a thing. I was just watching.
You're cameramanning it up.
Yeah, I'm like still in fucking PoE overdose. It's gonna take me a little bit to lock in.
Strike them down. If they fall, I'll have your head.
Boss. I can drop that on the boss normally, right? No problem.
Yeah. That's ideal, I think.
Ring crit mastery. Ooh,
I assume you can't
That's-
trade, right?
I cannot trade that now. It's an actual upgrade too.
I mean, hey, now you can trade rings, though, so that's good.
Yeah.
With the needle here. Watch the stuff on the side.
The sound effect on that is so loud for some reason.
Why is that going through like the master volume?
Yeah, like is that just me? I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I play on like no sound at all, and that's still going through the master volume.
Yeah, like that's why I'm just like actually stun locked. Why is there like sound effects going through my headphones?
As long as Silvermoon has need of it, I'll give them the fell they desire.
It ends here, Lithio.
Wretch! You would deprive the city of the power it craves. Then taste mine! Feel the spell!
So Vale is next.
Yeah.
What is that one?
Believe it is. Oh, I'm drawing a blank. I think it's in the sound. It's the zone right below Silvermoon.
Which dungeon?
Blinding Bell.
Yeah, well, it's Harrandar.
Oh right, yeah, of course. I think yeah, it's by where the
I'll put a portal down. I don't know if there's like a better.
the delve we were doing. Evo.
Yeah. Fastest way
Pretty
is
sure.
just wormhole generator Harrandar.
Don't have that.
Not an egg.
Missing out.
Listen,
PoE ring. Unlucky.
listen. I walk the raid. I walk out of raid.
I mean, I haven't leveled up engineering, but you just need one skill point.
Yeah. Listen, you make
Yeah.
extremely valid points. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, alchemy is one of them, and then in this case, this was tailoring back in the day. It has not changed from tailoring. Actually, it might be engineering just because they use it for leveling or something.
I don't understand how Devo is so loves PoE so much, but doesn't do anything outside of raid for like crafting and stuff in this game.
Because
don't
it's
even
not,
need to
like,
do it
anywhere
for
close.
crafting.
Like, what
Not
are you
even
talking about? Like,
close to the same what? The one's monotonous, one is for
Okay, did you play
power.
back in Shadowlands, though?
Yeah.
In Devo, did you?
No.
Okay, well, that makes more sense. But, like, Mad, in Shadowlands, surely you use the wormhole generator.
Yeah, of course. But my
Okay.
main's always been an engineer. My main's always
Yeah.
been an alchemy engineer. Other than BFA where I had to go jewel crafting.
Okay. Fair, fair.
Hmm.
Then yeah, I think BFA my Warlock was dual crafting tailoring because crafting gear was like this, you know, from this too, and they were bound on pickups. You had to be the profession to self craft. And then since that went away, I've been engineered alchemy my Warlock.
Where's this
Wasn't
place at again?
there? Huh?
Where's this place at?
We can
Arrow.
summon.
Alright.
I think I was engineering blacksmithing because I played a paladin back in BFA. But there was also there was a BOE from NG, like the goggles, right?
Yeah, but for Warlock, you wanted the JC because it gave you a guaranteed socket. Then you could add an extra socket to it, I believe, if I remember correctly.
You know what?
And then
Yeah.
tailoring.
I think it
And then
was
tailoring
BOD.
had like 2 good cloth pieces you could wear like early season. I don't think they were bis, but they were good for like progression.
Yeah. Now that you mention that, I actually do think I swapped the jewel crafting for BOD.
Yeah.
If I was in a guild that wasn't tryhard like that, so like that sort of stuff would never be like something people would do.
Yeah.
Like we
Yep.
did like CE, but like we didn't like.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing, but I've basically the entire time I played this game, I've been like on the sweaty end of this game.
Yeah, I mean it was more like no one that I knew ever did raiding like that, so it was kind of like slowly make your way up and be like, oh, I kind of like this, I kind of don't like that, you know? Like
Yeah,
the-
no, I had the distinctive advantage of the first time I ever really did like any kind of raiding. I went in the same tier. I went from normal heroic to mythic, second to last boss to last boss mythic.
I got
Really
meta, you can
quickly.
go as big as you want.
My first ever mythic boss was Elisand. Hilary.
So, we started around the same time then. Because my first CE
Yeah.
was Kill Jaden, and my first real mythic raid was Emerald Nightmare.
Yeah, I got lucky and I had really good Destro legendaries. And a bunch of guys in the best guild on the server knew that I had them, and they're like, "Hey, you want to come play Destro and Elisand?" Because they had warlocks that didn't have the legendaries to play Destro. And I gapped, and then they're like, "Yeah, we'll play you for Gul'dan." So
That's so weird. My Esky just stopped working for some reason. Jesus, kind of freaked me out a bit.
Yep. So those were my 2 first, and then yeah, Tumas Garrus was one of my favorite tiers ever because it was like the first
Yes.
official tier I ever like rated, and and Warlock was really good that tier and really fun. So
Yeah, TOS is super underrated. It was really
Yeah.
fun.
Very
to run.
good. Well, everything other than
I mean, the only thing I can remember that was like really bad from that tier was the fact that Racer World Force killed the boss, and it was the first time they ever buffed a boss that Racer World Forces killed.
Which one was that?
The like serpent lady, like boss 4 or something, where she spawned all the ads, and the whole walls were like water. And they,
Oh, Sazine. I must have
Yeah,
forgotten
Sazine,
about
yeah.
that. I don't recall.
yeah, so they used a massive exploit with Blood DK, and they I think both of the like two guilds killed it with the Blood DK bug or exploit, whatever you want to call it. And they fixed the exploit, so on the reset, the boss was harder because you just couldn't use the exploit.
That's lame. I mean, they've technically done that before. I guess I'm thinking of Kel'Thuzad, which was after, but
Yeah.
they have sometimes done that in egregious cases, but I don't know what the Blood DK bug in that case was.
Yeah, it
must
was
have missed
I
that.
think you would drop a tank, you'd play 1 Blood DK, and then the Blood DK could solo tank, and as soon as you added a second tank, the fight was like 30 times harder.
Huh.
I don't remember the specifics because it was so long ago, and obviously I
Yeah.
wasn't a tank. But I mean, maybe Will played back then and knows. I don't know.
I think, I mean, he might, but also I'm pretty sure Will used the DPS back in the day. But on Legion, not sure. I haven't asked.
But yeah, I mean, there's also probably videos of them doing it because I assume there was a Racer World Force video posted where they did the Blood DK keys.
Yeah, I'm sure I could find info about it.
yeah.
It was also
I
one of
used
the
to
most
tank-
Oh damn!
Oh,
What?
It was also one of the most disgusting Warlock fights I've ever seen in my life.
I tanked pretty much all of BFA.
In BFA?
Yeah.
That's the worst expansion for tanking. Why would you
Well,
subject
yeah.
yourself to that?
I was playing Blood Decay.
Kite
God.
meta, bro. Oh, what a debt. Or that was Legion,
Well,
sorry. Kite
I
meta
don't
was
really do
Legion.
key, but it was mostly raid tanking. But,
Was it BFA that was kite meta? No, it was Legion that was kite
Nah.
meta, right? Or was it
No.
both?
Shadowlands mostly with Vengeance Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
no,
I-
Legion was like you drop D&D and you have aggro forever, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly.
Legion was the you drop a healer meta where you ran Blood DK with Leech
Yeah.
talent and 4 DPS.
Yeah. Well, that's also because no one had to tank the mobs, because you could be 4 screens away and do full DPS.
Yeah.
Never lose threat, if I remember correctly. Actually disgusting. I don't have cooldowns because we did boss to boss. That's kind of crazy.
We did another Eternal Palace tier. That was a banger.
God no. Why do you have the worst takes?
Yeah, no. I mean, there's just. I mean, Eternal Palace was a fine tier until you did the last boss, and then that is like one of the worst last bosses I've ever played in my entire existence of this game.
I loved all the fights.
Line of
Usually they're
sight,
all sick.
miserable. But like Orgazo was a good fight. Council was a good fight. Zakul was one of my favorite fights, but I also was one of like the 3 people that actually did the fight, and everyone else didn't because I was in every downstairs phase as a demo lock.
Sure.
do you have to equip these items or?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Oh, you had to trade? Yeah, I don't think so, but who knows? Alright, I could trade this cloak. Who needs a cloak?
Uh,
Is it
nobody
for
else
Devo?
needs it. I would take it.
I technically need a cloak. Depends on the stats, though.
What does base have?
Ace Mastery.
Oh, yeah, I can use that then.
Yeah. That's base.
Yeah, both my warlocks got cloak off their fucking delve map. Big
Nice.
sad.
So now 3 of us have cloaks. I guess it's just me and Devo that don't have it. And that's the easiest thing to funnel.
Yeah. Remember that? Are you sure you can do this whole platform? Are you positive?
He's feeling ballsy.
I don't know if I can handle it.
Yeah, I saw you also starting to stream with Cam. What made you decide to go Cam this season?
Done it every now and then. Just whenever I'm
Okay.
feeling like it.
He
Like
was
right
feeling
now, I'm
beautiful
not.
today.
Yeah, I have the
Valid,
base
bro.
confidence.
That's a terrifying amount of confidence, my friend. some may
You
say
don't
too
have the base
much.
confidence, so you start shirtless, bud.
Yeah,
Oh.
true. I mean, you don't
Is he
even
allowed to?
stream with a cam base.
Are you
I
allowed to
prefer
stream
not
with shirtless anymore? I know on Twitch
Yeah.
you're not, right? New
As
policy.
long as you start shirtless, you can stream
Wait,
shirtless.
really?
Uh-huh.
What? That does not sound right. No. There's no
It
There's
is
no
right.
way. That's
Yes.
right.
Weren't there
You
guy
have to
streamers
start
getting
shirtless, though.
suspended because they were shirtless or whatever?
There's a
And
lot of
they
WoW
said that
streamers
was
that stream shirtless.
they
Okay,
said that was
base.
like unfair to women or whatever because women can't do that.
Like Forrest, he's a Mythic Plus streamer. He streams shirtless all the time. But for whatever reason, you have to start shirtless.
That
Well,
It's
is.
like
that's
a
right, make the rules.
stupid ass
No,
rule.
that just does not sound right. I don't
Does
know.
anybody need this trinket, by the way?
What's the trigger?
Late Spire
I
Core.
don't. I'm gonna say no.
Can't even click on it.
yeah.
Can you trade
Oh,
trade
yep.
me? Let me see
Put
what
it
it
in
looks
party
like.
chat. I mean, if you like Mastery...
No, I'm saying I can't click on it. I can't see it.
Okay, where are you? And do you want it?
I'll
Like-
just take it, whatever.
Yeah.
Sure, whatever. Fake item level boost. I can just
Okay,
put it on
Baze,
the
though, I need you to prove this. So next
What?
stream, you're starting shirtless. Deal?
I'm good, bud.
First.
Oh,
first
so
split run.
you'll stream shirtless to the entire guild, but, Twitch? No.
I just don't feel like putting a cam on because the expectation is once you
Uh-huh.
put on a cam, people are like, oh, where's Cam? Where's Cam? I'm good.
Dude, yeah, you gotta be a high Gosu for life, bro. muted and no cam, just gameplay. That's my kind of streaming.
So true.
Yeah, I don't even have a chat blocker on my stream.
My chat blocker costs 120 bucks.
What?
He paid someone to do.
You get like a
custom
Fiverr
graphic
artist?
design.
That's fucking crazy, dude.
Nah, I paid Echo's VFX artist.
That's fucking insane. I'm sorry, brother, but that's insane.
It's worth
Yeah,
every penny.
the ROI on that just cannot be worth
Like,
it.
what are we talking about? How's that worth?
It's 100% worth. I've already made the money back that I spent on it.
How?
How?
I don't
How do you even
think-
quantify that, man.
That's
Which
not
one?
quantifiable in any way, shape, or form.
Twitch revenue? What?
Yeah, but then okay, you can't attribute all of your revenue to the chat blocker.
Because of a chat blocker.
I mean, sure.
They do accounting,
But
bro.
you
Holy
can't
hell,
not
man.
attribute it to it, you know?
You can just put a black box there with no cost.
Okay, no. People will be bored.
People would be bored. Oh,
They need
hell
something to see.
This
no.
is insanity. Please tell me you're streaming this logic right now,
They need
Larry. I
Sims.
Yes.
need this logic to be fucking out in the world. This is
Must
crazy.
Sim Max. This is TikTok world and we're living in it.
Dude,
I mean-
you know how there's girl math and then normal math? There's also Bayes math in this fucking world. Holy shit.
I like how no one gets that knockback. Fuck you guys.
See, here's the
Like
thing,
that.
Baze. I've seen your chat cover, and it's good. Like, I actually do think that's like $120 well spent. But you don't need to justify it as I've made it back. You can just be like, I think it's good art, and I'm glad that I have it. You don't need to do
there you go,
demonic
that's a
math.
banger.
He said the ROI on it can't be worth it. I
Dude,
didn't
that's
bring it
the-
up.
Dude, but that you said it after you fucking said that you already made the money back. Like, what are we talking about?
No, I did not
Yes?
say that.
Oh
I said
my-
I made the money back after you said that comment, by the way. Let's get the facts straight, bud.
Is he right or am I right?
He's just, he has to counter your misinformation with his own misinformation. That's how it works.
I said it's been $120. Matt then said that can't be worth the ROI, and then I said I've already made it back. Oh, what? That was exactly how it went.
Oh, maybe actually. You know what? I think you might be right on that one.
You might be right, but my statement still is valid. The answer should have been, who cares? I like what it looks like.
Yeah, what's the fun in that? That's a boring answer.
We're going, I already forget. Arena? Yeah, Arena. So,
Which one
Voidstorm.
is...
Wait, who took the
Voidstorm?
trinket, by the way?
Me?
The master one, I gave it to Baze to fight him for it.
Oh, I
If it's not like
Forgot.
really good for you, I kind of like to have it because it's actually like really good for Arcane. But it's not like the biggest deal. 'Cause I farm it out anyways.
True.
I mean, Paige is not gonna use it. You can just give it.
I don't know if it's good. Let me look at Wildhead. If it's not in any
Yeah,
tier
yeah, but
list,
that's his main, and
No,
your
no, it's
Blaze
fine, it's
Demon.
fine. I'll farm it out anyway.
I mean, Diva's argument, but he'll just get it in M's. In M's
I
well, you have
guess.
to remember, if anything, you want to have the ults the most.
Yeah,
before you
I,
speak.
that's fair, that's
Yeah,
fair, that's
that's a
fair.
fair argument too.
Let me look at
Arena?
the tier list of-
What's the
Yeah,
what's the-
Arena. I
Okay, this
forgot
is-
my Hearthstone is set to the new zone, so I'm waiting
This
on
trinket is
my
D
key.
tier, so you can just have it.
Oh, I'm gonna put a thing down.
Where you at, Diva?
I'll meet you at the dungeon. Is it not good for you?
Trade.
No, it's D tier. D tier.
It's A tier for Arcane. Oh, A for Arcane. The other one's Freight Runner Flask. That would be kind of sick.
Oh no, I took. The wrong port. It
We already
doesn't
did the
matter.
dungeon that drops Freight Runner for last, unfortunately.
What?
We did. It's Murder
What?
Row.
What? Did you hear him? What?
Get back in there.
Plus, I have a
What?
C tier trinket, Lost Idol. It's apparently a C tier, so I can choose that. It's a rogue, so.
Yeah, it looks like the Flask is gonna be best for Arcane.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the 90-second cooldown. They
I don't
nerfed
know
it by
what's better though, having a
40%.
C tier trinket from this expansion or having a A tier trinket from last expansion.
Yeah, and then I guess
last
Gebbles is
tier.
for everybody.
Correct. Yeah. If someone is not bonus rolling Gebos, it should be the person that loots Gebos over for first kill, and then the person that loots the Gebos over second kill. Like, those are the only like 2 people that could not roll Gebo bonus people rolling bonus rolling.
Well-
Looking like
I guess not tanks or healers. I'm just saying DPS in general.
Well, yeah, but even like in the case of, I'm
well,
pretty sure
second to last
Baze,
boss.
yeah, like Guillotine and
Looking like
Yeah,
even on
Heart
heroic, we're
users.
gonna want a bonus roll second to last boss.
You're not going to bonus roll.
You're not
It's looking
bonus
like
rolling
it's worth it
heroic
for the 4-week
It's-
period. I've talked to some
Well,
liquid
okay.
raiders.
Yeah, but they can split that phase. They can split that, and if they hit the perfect bonus roll, then they can run that character. We
Yeah, but
are.
think on it. All right, it's a 4-week tier, right? Let's just say it's 4 weeks. I'm gonna
Dear
hit
Lord.
it within the 4 weeks.
Baze, did you not see the entire like long discussion that I
No,
had
I'm
with?
not sitting there reading.
Okay,
There's
well,
also there's also the argument that the way Liquid is looking at it is they're looking at it as a 2-week tier or a 1-week tier,
yeah.
not a 4-week tier.
Yeah, their character hits a 1 out of 6 bis weapon. They don't care about the crest
Yeah.
cost too much.
You're now saying, oh, I have to bonus roll this boss 4 times. That means you're losing
I don't have to bonus roll 4 times.
240 crests.
Well, you have
You get
to.
the
Like,
quest
if,
to
if you
unlock the
commit
portal
one
to the
bonus
coiled
roll,
islet
you
and
have to
Spore.
keep going back.
I'm not
There's
actually sure.
one-
I've heard people mention it, but I have not gotten it
If
myself.
there's only one good item of that boss and you're bonus rolling it, you're
2,
actually delusional.
And then there's
Baze,
no.
so
Every item is good. Every item from here is good.
yeah, but no, on Hero Track, they're not worthwhile. Or rather, on Hero
Yeah,
Track,
they're-
they're still good. Yeah, sorry, I worded that poorly. On Hero Track, they
Oh,
are
yeah.
still good,
It's a shame.
and the Myth 1 out of 6 is not considerably better compared to just having it on Hero Track. The only exception is the weapon, but,
Yeah, but
you do not.
compare it to every other boss.
Yes, it's still better to have Myth 6 out of 6.
Yeah,
I mean,
you have to account for this 80 crest that you're losing.
If you didn't read the entire conversation that we had in guilds, then the end of
Right, I
that
don't
conversation
remember.
was Revolt agreed with me and said you're not bonus rolling heroic. That's true.
Bonus rolling heroic is so bad. Because also you gotta think about it. By week 4, Coiled Altar's dying, right? And if you're not using the bonus roll that you get on Coiled Altar week when it's dying, you're griefing.
Yes.
So there's also you're losing. So let's assume Coiled Altar dies on week 4. That means you're not bonus rolling that boss for the 4th week in a row. You're only bonus rolling it 3 times in a row. Because you were bonus rolling Coiled Altar every single time we kill that boss.
And also, Baze, keep in mind that you have multiple weeks in a row where the weapon can just theoretically show up in your vault. And I did talk about this as well, but we're probably going to want to try and engineer, like, re-clear rosters, so that anybody who needs the weapons off, like, Ulatek and Zul'jin, like, they sit as many re-clear bosses as possible, unless there's, like, obviously if they need, like, Gebos or something, then we want to make sure
But
they're
that
in for
doesn't work
tutorial time.
anymore. You can't do that anymore.
No, because it's not to remove things from the loot table. It's to make sure that you get 2 heroic raid slots instead of 2 mythic raid slots.
We're gonna be splitting
Oh, I
Mythic
see
the
what you're
first week
saying, I see what you're
anyway,
saying, I see
so
what you're
it's
Yeah, well, so that way, first week we all of us will have 2 heroic raid slots. But then on week 2, if you still don't have the weapon, then we can make it so, like, you're on the bench for Nexali and the robot guys. That way, your vault contains more chances at the 1 out of 6 myth weapons from Ulatek.
But wouldn't you just want more 6 out of 6 weapons or 6 out of 6 items from the vault / bonus rolls?
Potentially, but only if, like, I guess
your argument is if the weapon doesn't show up, you just take a bonus roll. But
Yeah.
I feel like you're still losing out on crest. So you're like, is it?
Well,
real
you wouldn't be
answer is to
losing
not.
crests, because the loot from our kill would go to somebody, right? So, presumably,
Well,
you
no,
would want to make
'cause
sure...
your bonus. You're still taking the item rather than a 6 out of 6 item.
Well, no. If specifically in the case of those cantrip weapons, for those classes, it would be worth it to take a guaranteed one of those weapons, in the vast majority of cases, over a generic 6 out of 6 item. Now, if it's like a good 6 out of 6 item, like 6 out of 6 Gebos versus the cantrip weapon, I mean, that is like maybe the toughest theoretical vault that you could decide between. But if it's even just like
I
a
think you always
mediocre
take
6 out of
Gebos.
6...
It's too shared.
Yeah. So, but that's where it gets tricky. But I think the vast majority of items you could get from your vault at 6 out of 6, taking a guaranteed 1 out of 6 weapon, like what Baze was saying, would be better. But it's not worth it, obviously, to bonus roll it.
well,
but
it's
that's
not just the
why...
weapon. It's also factoring in the 2-piece effect. which
Yes,
is-
but
I'm
you could
just saying
still
that's
get
what it's
Myth
like
Weapon,
on that front.
Hero, Trinket, and get the 2-piece.
You think
And the
it's ever
6 out of
worth
6 Hero is still good.
bonus rolling the hero last boss like right before we kill the last boss?
No.
No.
I mean, I guess in like some weird fucked up situation where your gear is terrible.
No, like,
But
okay,
no.
like let's say you have like a 6 out of 6 weapon, and you say, okay, I want that, because you won't be able to like re-clear, right? Like if we're on the last boss, we're extending pretty much, right? I assume. So
Probably, yeah.
So like how many bonus roll opportunities are you gonna have, right? Like for that week, like would it not make sense to come back later? Like you get what I'm saying?
I see. Well, in theory, that would mean you'd be having to sacrifice like that week's vault, right? So I guess
Correct,
if
yeah.
you get a bad
You're-
vault on that final week, and like none of the options are good, like it's your craft slot, it's crappy
Yeah.
trinkets, and you have absolutely nothing to take but a bonus roll, then maybe in that very
I also-
particular case.
I think you also have to look at it like, you know, like if you the more times if you're bonus rolling, you're basically delaying your crafted pieces longer and
Shoulders
longer,
again.
because your crafted pieces are the most expensive items to get, right?
Well, if you're bonus rolling, you're
So-
gonna bonus roll 6 out of 6, right? So you're not spending crest on.
Well,
the
this is
roll
the
items.
argument of like, are you bonus rolling heroic ever?
No,
and
no,
I just
no,
don't think you
the,
are.
The assumption is you don't bonus roll heroic early on because it's a
Yeah.
crest waste, right? Like that.
Yeah.
That is like a. In my argument, that's like the established fact. Okay. What I'm saying is, you've gone through, let's say like four weeks or whatever, and you've killed the second last boss, and you're pretty much going to be extending on the last boss, right? That week, like, you have like
Yeah,
nothing to grab.
doing second to last and last boss on heroic would be worth it for bonus rolling. Yes.
Yeah, but
If
that's
you're extending,
you would rather have a good
if you're
vault.
extending and yeah, ideally you're taking a vault rather than a bonus roll that week, right? That's the idea, right?
Yeah, correct. But like, there have been scenarios where you don't really get a good vault on even on the second.
It might
last boss.
be more optimal to take a socket at that point. Like take your second socket.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, that's a good point too.
Obviously, you'd have to do the weight, but sockets are what roughly. I mean, I don't with new numbers. I don't know, but let's say they're 800 to 1200 DPS. It's I think typically where sockets sit. Maybe a little less than that. Maybe like 600 to 1000, based on the class. So.
Something like that.
So.
You
You'd
found
have
it.
to
You need
just
to
weigh it
complete
out,
a hunt in the
like,
Coiled
how
Island
much
Nightmare,
is
so
the
we can't do
cantrip
it this
weapon?
week.
Like,
Gotcha.
I think that's why casters like. Another thing you gotta think about is if you do get the
Cantrip
weapon,
weapon
use-
alone is 18% from Sims.
Yeah, that's not casters. Different scenario.
No, I'm just sharing. At least for us, like it's 18%.
Yeah. Like for casters, like Gebos is a really interesting boss. Like Lost Explorers is a really interesting boss to bonus roll. But also, having some casters bonus roll the boss after gives you a 6 out of 6 staff that you can then wear. And then if you do get down the road the cantrip weapon and the offhand off the second boss, you can now full upgrade both for free.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah. I mean, obviously getting a bonus roll on a two-handed weapon, great if you're going to use it for a while, and then like maybe by like week 3 or week 4 you see the cantrip weapon, you're like, okay, now I can make the swap. You lose a little bit of crest. You lose the 60, right? Because you are technically now that two-handed staff bonus roll is wasted, but arguably not at the same time. But
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
know.
Geba just has really good value, right? Because you get a helmet,
you
the
get
shoulders,
you get-
or the trinket.
yeah, clothies or clothies get 2 tier slots and the trinket. 3
That's
bonus
like
rolls.
insane value. It's high
It's
budget.
insane
tier
value.
slots
It's
as well, yeah.
super insane value. And then the theory being on week 4, we're now killing Coiled Altar. So you fully bonus rolled Gebo. You have every slot off Gebo, and then your next bonus roll is going to go into
Oh, we got feared.
I'm going to pull this, by the way, because I got feared. Your week 4 bonus roll will go into Coiled Altar for the max eye level, 9
what is it devouring?
9 out of 6. This thing in front of it.
Yeah, I think plate as well. I don't know about Baze, but for me, it's not a horrible bonus roll. It's not
What is it?
amazing though. We get for Tortolin.
Gebos?
Lost
Yeah, well,
Explorers,
we have
yeah.
Gebos as an option. We have bracers and we have shoulder tier, which like the shoulders are
Depends.
solid, and Gebos would be at least a decent trinket. But the bracers are a bit
talking
of a miss.
Like compared to best, it's awful compared to the best trinket. But
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. I don't know for you specifically.
Well, the other argument is, like, depending on some specs, like, the Tide Collar trinket isn't that far behind.
Yeah.
And that's always attainable.
I mean, I think that's what split characters are going to be runners rolling, by the way, is tie collar.
it is also possible we get trinket tuning this week. So
Yeah.
They almost certainly
A
will.
lot of the Mythic Plus trinkets, there's no way they leave some of the Mythic Plus trinkets just
Oh
as
my
bad
God.
as they are.
Okay.
I don't even know what mob is fearing us. I'm not gonna lie to you.
There's a
This
shrew.
might be
What?
dead.
My nameplates are like fully stacked together. Like I have to fix that later. It's kind of bad.
I'll put Darkness down just to be safe.
No, I'm of the opinion that you're bonus rolling some mythic, something on mythic for optimal.
Right, yeah.
Correct
That's
save.
not really my argument. Yeah, I do agree. I don't believe in the heroic bonus roll. I feel like that's a pretty greedy play.
Yeah. It would have to be all 3 items would have to be significantly better, and the crests aren't like I don't know. I feel like if you do the math on the crest, it has to be close enough that it's just not worth it for the RNG.
Well, and that's especially assuming that you don't have the cantrip in the first place, which through splits everybody will on hero.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Outside of the weapon, you're never wearing the cantrip weapon over a mythic weapon, right?
Oh yeah, you are. With the two
depends.
pieces
Cantrip,
especially.
a cantrip, casters aren't. A cantrip,
Oh,
cantrip
Yeah.
heroic is never
go.
they're never wearing the cantrip.
I'm dumb. I ran into
Weapon.
that black hole.
And that's why, like, what Baze said is true, I'm pretty sure, that we actually would run the hero one, which is why having it on Myth would actually be a significant boost compared to just the... Like, the necklace is whatever on Myth compared to hero, but obviously weapon damage matters, and since the cantrip is such a large portion of the damage, or any
Yeah.
strength users, that's important, but you still wouldn't bonus roll it on heroic. You would just want to get it 1 out of 6 out of your vaults, and or you get 244 off Zul'jin.
Okay, I can't move. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, defensive? Did you health spot? Health style?
I was in, what's it called? I was in Blur.
Portalus.
I guess I had to dash out of that. I thought I could just outrun it, but...
We're going KR, so
Wait, isn't
I
a
don't think our
tank supposed
portals
to
are.
suck it?
Yeah,
Yes.
but I didn't feel like it.
Okay, there should be like the thing,
you're
right?
trolling. Where are we going?
The dude in
KR?
the middle to get to the areas.
Yeah. Yeah, the
I
pen.
didn't
You
hear
should
that.
be able to
Say
go
that
to.
again?
walk
Is
through
Gebo's the new
timeline.
must-have
KR.
trinket?
KR.
Gebo's is a
I'm trying
new...
to think how to get... Oh, the time way.
Well,
Yeah,
you
Good
could've- you could've
universal
told Czar,
trinket?
but I don't think we have our portals up because they don't reset.
yeah, it's all desire if you have your portal.
But they
up
don't?
still.
Oh, what the fuck?
They couldn't.
No,
it's not
'cause
in
it's Mythic
0.
Plus only.
Yeah.
I forgot about that rule.
Yeah, same.
But use your time waste. Oh, this
Yeah.
is an interesting
Oh.
spot to put us in.
Yeah, left right here.
Yeah, yeah. You fly into it till the Czar and it's at the back.
So Gebo's
Not
is
that
not
one,
like
cookies.
Gaze of the Alnseer, where it's
I'll bring it
basically
back. I need to
basically
get an energy
everybody.
drink or something. I'm gonna pass out.
I'm gonna pee real quick then while everybody gets here.
Yep.
Just gonna get that. I'm here.
This
I'm
is
here.
Gebo's bottomless bag. Basically, from what I've seen, most specs have better trinkets. I do think Gebo's is best for like some casters and like maybe healers. I also know that in M+, Gebo's is good for a lot of people because it's just flat stats, and there's a lot of good trinkets that, like, for single target and, like, 2 to 3 target cleave, so raid. In those cases, there's some specs that have better trinkets. Like, a great example is for pretty much all Agi strength users, Guillotine Technique is extremely good, but on high target, then it falls behind Gebo's. So I think a lot of people who use this in raid are probably going to use Gebo's for M+. But then also, I think Voracious Heart of Ulatek, from what I've seen, is the better trinket that, like, the vast majority of people want to use. And then there's also the World Boss trinket for casters. The casters in my guild have been saying they really like that. How many dungeons have we done? That was 4?
Oh no, that's 5.
5.
Yeah. So we have KR, RFP, and the last old one. Can't think of the name of it.
Dog shit Sethrulus.
Yeah, Temple, and then we go Group 3, and we do the first 4 again. So Altar, Den, Murder, Veil. So it should be pretty quick.
Yeah. I'm not in a rush,
I
I was
mean,
just curious.
Yeah. I mean, we're ahead of the schedule. I mean, with 3 more, we'll probably be like right on what I would assume. I was assuming this would take us till 10:30, and then the first floor will probably take us until like 11:30. So we'll be ending like right before normal raid time would end.
Getting crappy trinkets from this, which is a little bit disappointing.
Yeah.
Right back.
Welcome back. We ready?
Y'all.
Daze is still getting his energy drink, right?
We don't need
Well.
him per se.
Let
Clear
me
trash.
buff real quick.
Tomb of the first troll king. Wish I could be there to greet you myself.
Alright. I also pissed. I'm back.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, thanks for the update, bud. Really important.
I need to fix my. Anyone have a repair thing? I have this giant low durability on my screen.
Nope, not on this character.
I don't have it.
Just turn your UI off.
True.
Oh yeah, this is the most. Do we have MD?
Oh yeah, these fucking
Oh.
things.
You can just frost thing. What's it called? The circle frost.
Ringer
Ring of
Frost?
Yeah. You can also ring of frost them.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I don't have that talented, right? I don't know.
W.
Like, you think I just have infinite talent points to get everything?
Base is also
But
playing
Asuna-
a Blood Elf, and he could have Arcane Torrented it.
Asuna had it.
That's. I'm sure he was doing a fucking 27, bro.
No, we were doing a 19. Out of 27.
This temple is under Gahun's
Oh, hey,
What are we in right now, base? What's the number?
Like a mythic 10.
Dude, I
Yeah.
hope M10s are this fucking easy. Holy hell.
Heads up, they will not be.
Oh. Base has spoken. Base, Arcane Torrent those.
Yeah, surely I have that.
You're a Blood Elf, what do you mean?
I did. I used it. What do you mean?
Okay,
That was
alright.
Understand why you can arcane torrent them, but W.
You don't know how Arcane Torrent works?
Ooh, he just outed himself.
I don't know. I've never used a racial.
Huh?
It's never really that good to use.
What?
I've never used this racial on Warrior.
Oh, I thought you said I've never
Oh.
used a racial before. I'm
Yeah, I
like,
thought you said all radios. I was like, what the fuck are you on?
No, I've never used this racial.
Okay.
What? Wait, what race is your warrior?
What?
Isn't your warrior a panda?
Nope. Night elf.
Oh. Well, okay, but then, like...
And then apparently this tier sims are looking like it's gonna be an earthen tier, so that's gonna be fun.
Wait, the buff is that big?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Wait, what's mage?
Well,
What's mage?
You
Someone
get
look
to
it up.
eat your own. You get to eat your own secondary stat too and choose it. It's pretty strong.
You're going to assume it's Panda or it's going back to like Orc or whatever.
I hope
Or
it's
troll.
earthen. Earthen
I've been
mage
told
would
for
go
a long
here.
ass time. I think probably dwarf maybe for the crit bonus.
Doesn't Arcane love like haste? It's troll,
Yeah,
right?
But like like 3 minutes is just so long. Like it's just not
It's
worth
troll
it.
or Panda if these numbers are updated.
Troll or panda?
Yeah.
I don't think that's updated, because mine still says panda, so it's, I don't think they're updated.
What are you looking at it on? That's alright.
Blood Mallet.
Let's see.
Yeah, but I'm not updated for warrior. Maybe unless they have a warlock guy who's just insanely ahead of warrior.
Seeing how I wasn't looking at Warlock. Nope.
I'm saying unless they just did warlock and not warrior, that'd be crazy though.
Yeah, but I wasn't looking at Warlock.
Oh, wait, what do you? Oh, mage, whatever.
I'll just see what other mages are doing, and I'll copy that.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a pretty good. Is it Dark Iron Dwarf or Dwarf where you can meld the bleeds and stuff and all that?
To tell you the God honest truth,
for them, yeah.
it literally doesn't.
It doesn't, but I like doing it.
Well, it matters. Okay, it matters definitely for some fights. Like for example, Drakthir on Queen Antuek was disgustingly good.
Sure.
And then,
But he's not. Nowhere in this conversation was utility brought up. It was all pure damage.
Oh, I know. I was just saying, like, Rachel's do matter sometimes.
So if we're saying utility, you could just be dwarf or Drakthir on every single class.
Alright, base, how do I do this?
I think a lot of people are gonna go. You have to drag it to here.
Yeah, typically, think about it like Floodgate.
Oh, I think we're in combat, right?
Yeah, it's dragged to one side, we walk the other side.
Nope, I'm in combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't meld it. Oh well, it's fine. I'll send you a video. We'll figure it out together.
It's
Alright.
just Floodgate. That's all it is. It's just the Floodgate skip at the end of Floodgate.
I don't know if you ever did that one.
I watched a video of it. I never actually did it myself, though. But I know what he's referring to.
For the fun
Okay.
room.
Can't wait to get
Maybe.
jailed in meta. That's gonna be so fun. I'm looking forward to it. So apparently you can still do the brick your character thing
Yeah.
What?
by week
You have to
3.
get really, really
You have
lucky.
to- You can do it by week 3.
You have
can
to get
have all the
extraordinarily lucky on your ult. It's not common.
What are
discounts.
we
No,
talking
nothing
about
is
here?
possible.
Explain.
Bricking a
He's talking about
character, so
the
you turn all your
downgrading
myth
of
quests into heroic
quests.
quests.
Oh.
Well, Zortis was saying like early on he didn't think it was possible anymore, but it turns out some of the math it is definitely possible.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
but
have to get lucky.
Nobody's
Like,
gonna
you-
get that, yeah.
Like you would have to intentionally give like your ult 2 mythic pieces.
Well, we're definitely gonna get one because we're gonna just split mythic.
No, this is ignoring the bonus roll.
But base, the point of the splits is to get the mains in each split more gear.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you're gonna get it in volts, unless you don't kill 2 on your ult. Then maybe you won't. But
No, it
if
is.
you
This
get
is
1 on your ult
ignore.
and you bonus roll mythic, then you have 2 mythic.
Okay, so
pieces you
what
have
is
to
the math? If you get 2 6 out of 6
I
pieces
don't have
and
this, I don't
downgrade?
have the article on me, but it's like a massive thing.
It's also
I think it was
intensely
on
RNG.
Titles. It was on the bench. I think they did it.
I feel, yeah, but I mean, keep in mind, it was easier. Oh, dude, how? Am I actually gonna get 0 fucking loot off this entire run? That's really depressing.
I'm pretty sure the math works out base. You need 1 or 2 pieces besides the vault / bonus roll, and you would have to do insane amount of mythic zeros on that, or mythic plus on that character. Because you gotta get full M plus gear, and you have to have
Yeah,
no
you get through a lot of M+,
overlaps.
which to be fair is not that hard to get all heroic gear.
Yeah, but that means you're not doing M plus in your main, or you're doing twice as many. Like it's only
Oh, I'm
very
I'm
specific
jobless.
pieces.
I definitely have the time to
Yeah.
do it. If anyone
But you
does.
also need to, in all those mythic pieces you're
oh,
looting
look.
or getting, nothing can overlap. So if you bonus roll something, wait, you also, yeah, if you bonus roll something, because you only get 2 bonus rolls, right? If you bonus roll something or take the vault slot, they have to be different slots, which is obviously fairly
beginning to.
likely. But
Yeah, the first 3 weeks definitely likely. Obviously you can low roll, but it's very likely.
you can have 0, and I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure it's not just those 2 slots. I think you need a 3rd or 4th piece on to go with with those.
I can look at it after this and send you the thing.
In order to make it work, you also needed specifically either mythic pieces from splits last year, which obviously Liquid was able to do, or you needed to get basically all of the higher item level pieces from like Bellerin, Cosmos, etc. off Hero Track.
Yeah, I think it's similar. I think you need a mythic piece or one of the 2 last bosses on heroic pieces.
Yeah. It's
Like,
not
you need-
practical.
You need some combination of pieces off them. Now, obviously, it's nice even if you're not doing mythic splits because it is. I don't think it's like fully doable, because I think, but if you can do like Tidecaller, and you can just bonus roll the last boss twice, it's doable. Like bonus roll Tidecaller / loot Tidecaller, but then that means you have to do way more RNG, because if you have to bonus roll those bosses, you're now then up to the overlap mechanic. So it's way more variant when you're trying to do it at like with the least amount of mythic bosses killed.
Yeah.
But if we walk into splits and we can do 4 bosses.
Definitely depends on how many bosses. Yeah. That's
if we can do like 4 bosses, you could argue, oh hey, give every alt 1 piece of mythic gear so they can all do the crest discount. But,
I mean, Revolt's not going to do that because I was literally 1 piece off getting the discount last year, and he still didn't want to give my character the piece, so
Oh, that wasn't the boss? Fuck me.
I think that's going to be a
Three
tough
of them are
sell.
the boss.
Yeah.
3
never mind.
boxes.
I blanked out for a second. My energy drink's not strong enough.
And keep in mind, last year, even with it being easier, I'm pretty sure I was the only one who even got close in our guild, so...
Well, I
being
didn't
able
even
to do
know
the
about
discount.
it, so
Okay.
that's one thing. I wasn't even trying.
I mean, I had the Myth of the Dawn Drink crest or discount really early, but yeah, my heroic wasn't. I mean, I was done with the heroic in the sense of I had like all my.
It
Now,
definitely
like,
depends. It's
when we got
like-
to Mythic Cosmos, I was really close to getting the Hero Crest discount. I was like one
Well, we
item off.
also
Yeah,
didn't do
like-
mythics.
likewise.
Like, okay,
You can say we did Mythic Splits last year, but we didn't really.
We did not, no.
Oh,
That doesn't count.
So this maybe he would have given you the extra piece you needed if we did Mythic Splits.
I don't know.
It's an impossible what if situation. You have to really understand the math, and then I'm like 90% sure you're gonna have to get Revolt to buy in to give alts a piece of loot.
Yeah, you'd have to give him the numbies.
Do either of you need a weapon?
Wait, what is it for? Can I have it?
It's a,
It's a
in sword. So yeah, you could.
Sure.
Right?
I'll take it. Yeah.
It's up to you and Cookies. What's Cookies' opinion on this?
The cookies
A
need
dagger
to
and a wand from previous dungeons.
Okay.
W. One upgrade acquired. Very minimal, but W.
You want the staff upgrade, Cookies? I can trade it to you.
What is
You
the
got
stats
shoulders
on it?
base.
Haste
Gonna matter
first.
for this.
You could upgrade it
No, my-
higher than your crafted.
No, my one-handers are better.
Okay. Stand in that, please. Oh God.
I can't wait to spell like this add on a 20 and see how much damage it does.
Less than 2. We can
Oh my
list that.
word. That was pointed at me. I'm scared. This is much easier as range. I haven't got to do this as range shit.
Just
Get
wait,
the
here
vibe.
we come.
Putting that in a portal.
Alright, I'm gonna loot a chest, because that's one of the other slots I have.
Don't forget to loot Devo.
Oh, okay. No, but that's a different slot. So I've
There
looted...
you go.
Yeah,
Congrats.
that's another slot I already have. Just there.
Massive upgrade from the Rotmire.
Yeah, I've looted... How many duplicate items so far? This is starting to... starting to piss me off.
Oh. Yeah, you get a little pissy.
A little bit.
Dude, the Wordle yesterday was crazy.
The what?
The Wordle.
Oh.
It was like 4 different answers it could have been.
Which, the one today that you already did? Don't spoil
Wait,
it,
let me check.
because it's not midnight yet.
Was it? Well, people in here have already done it, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, you're keeping track?
That was a big spreadsheet. And Matt doesn't do it, and Diva doesn't care, so. Let's see.
Yeah, I stopped the world ever since I've been playing PoE.
Oh, it was Wimpy. Never mind. It's the wrong one. Hang on. What was the one before
I
that?
put this discard on ignore and just played PoE for 2 weeks.
W?
Oh, privy. Is that what you're talking about?
Let me check. It's loading.
I can't believe
Surely
you're spoiling
loads.
all these Wordles for me.
Oh, this is an
Crazy.
old Wordle.
You can't do this Wordle anyway.
What do you mean? There's websites out there that track all the history of Wordles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't care. Let's be real. Okay, no, not Wimpy. Where's the one before this? Oh, no. It was the one from... What day? Oh, here it is. 8/9, so 3 days ago.
Which
It
if you
was-
kata the helmet, it keeps the cantrip. That's interesting.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, it was... No, wait, it's not Wimpy. This is wrong. I gotta look at Wordle dates. This is
What are
pissing me off.
Do you just... What word was it that you're talking about?
I gotta look up the date, because it's not pulling it up for me. Let me see. Wordle of the
There you
day, 8/19.
Anybody got them out? No, nobody got them out.
Clunk.
Evil click.
That's what
Evil
it
click.
was.
Right. That's right.
Oh, yeah. Didn't I got that one on my second guess, right? I'm pretty
I
sure.
put Flunk, and then I put something else.
All right. Do you think I get to play mage the whole tier, or do I swap? What do you think? Over
Mage is
under.
good. Why would you not play Mage? Arcane is disgusting. Huh?
I think you're.
They broke the leave delve
over
macro?
under. Like, can I give you?
Oh,
like, a
no.
percentage of how
Um,
much if
Yeah,
you were to
yeah.
swap?
I've gotten that bug too. Just
For-
log
wait,
out and
how
log
much
back
of it's
in.
your like last boss swapping?
Yeah.
Like, do I?
I don't know
have to
why
swap
that
at
happens,
any
but
point?
sometimes it gets
No.
stuck.
Oh,
Use it.
100%.
If you log out, it fixes it.
100%. Holy fuck, dude.
I'm saying no, unless Arcane gets gutted, because you are technically, while people are hyping up Warrior, Arcane does technically better
Yeah, no problem.
damage at the end of the key, right? You're higher on the meter, so.
We're not
You'll probably
talking
get
about
nerfed.
key.
No, I know, but that's like the only data they have at the moment to look at.
Protecting the life pools from the primless. I pray
I think you're playing one mage on the last boss.
ensure
I'm
the
saying based off PTR, which was keys, the last like 3 weeks, the mage will probably get nerfed.
I think last boss is gonna be some combination of multiple warlocks, multiple boomkins,
Are we all
multiple
here?
shadow
Are we
priests.
waiting on something?
I'm just responding to a message real quick.
Oh, okay, I don't care. I was just asking. So I knew to tab in or tab out.
I think there is probably like a less than 10% chance Steve was on Meg for last boss.
The hell?
And that's
I
for
don't think that's very low. I think mage has insane burst right now.
and unless for some reason we're playing two mages because they get buffed.
I think Chi will be going to Boomkin because we don't have a Boomkin.
I think that would only occur if you're playing 3 warlocks on last boss. Because I think Merp would go to Boomkin before Q went to Boomkin.
Maybe they both go to Boomkin.
I
Depending
don't
on
think
the
you play
fight.
3. I don't think you play 3 Boomkins.
Because like based off the fight, there's a lot of spread cleave, right? So
Based on what Will said, no.
well, that's not how I read it on Mythic.
Oh, wait, which boss we're talking about?
The last boss. on
Last
Mythic.
boss.
Yeah.
I think if based on what Will said, I think you're leaning more towards Shadow Priest, more towards warlocks.
Yes, that's
Let's
correct.
see.
So I would predict Devo to be either a third warlock or Shadow Priest.
I mean, there will be periods of cleave on the ads. What they said is true, but I don't think, like, as long as you have, I don't know, like a boomkin or something to kill the ads in time,
That's what I
that
said,
won't be
but-
as important. Yeah, but like you're
Yeah,
not going to
that's what we're
stack
talking about.
boomkins. You're going to stack two
Oh, it's only
target cleave.
2. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think if you're playing 2 Boomkins, I think you're playing Merpshy. Or not,
Like,
you're playing Thought and Merp.
oh, I forgot Thada. I forgot about Thada. Yeah.
And then if you're playing
Alright.
Warlocks, you're playing Me, Fuzzy, Devo, I think would be third Warlock.
Thada wasn't here last week. That's why I forgot about him.
Yeah, and then Shadow Priest is Varia, Devo. So, I mean,
I think
that's
there's movement on Shadow Priest as well. How's Og looking? I guess that's
Awful.
Og's dead, but don't even think about
Awful.
Og anymore.
Yeah, I guess I forgot about Newman. So Newman might be Shadow Priest. So you might be Warlock or Mage.
No, Vario would be Shadow Priest, no?
Oh my goodness.
Holy moly, the conversation is just losing
I'm
its.
getting lost. Sorry, I'm locked in on my rotation. I'm getting lost.
I'm already counting the person that mains the spec as already in, and we're talking about
see.
the Who would play
Yeah,
the second, third copy of those classes?
You also, to be fair, Matt, you did even say Varia on Shadow Priest. You actually did say that.
Yeah,
He still
I
missed
did
it.
have
I
the
didn't hear that.
main.
I said I'm locked in on my rotation. I didn't hear that. I just heard him transition.
What's
into
your
saying,
rotation, Vase? Consume, consume, consume?
Well, it's not just that. I have to make sure like my Classic Star isn't hitting the low targets, right? So I'm focused on like the plater and shit.
The most copious excuse I've ever heard in my life.
What? It's not copium. My cast gets canceled, and I lose my entire Collapsing Star. How's that copium?
This guy just said, I need to make sure I'm targeting the right target, is what I just heard. It's insane. Fucking
So
literal
locked in.
over
Vase,
again.
lock in harder. You might be able to beat me on damage. Oh, you bait it.
Well,
Good job, Vase.
on melee, you don't have to worry about like changing targets in your CDs because they don't get canceled. Like, it's not the
Yeah,
same
but you
thing.
don't want to be targeting the target that's gonna die. That's inefficient. What?
What I'm saying is, there's prio targets, and then eventually that prio target's gonna die. So I'm making sure my Collapsing Star isn't gonna, the mob's not gonna die within like, oh, it's 5-second cast or whatever. So I'm constantly tab targeting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm done with this conversation.
Look, maybe as a caster comes first nature, you know, it's nice. As a melee player, we can just tab target it away. Without punish.
Yeah, you
I
can play
mean,
the-
that's
the-
not
You
true.
can play the Warlock variations of this spec where you have to target your entire rotation.
Yeah, I've played that before in Shadowlands. That's cringe.
I had to press my generator on every target to put Doom on every target. Yippee!
That was
That's why
fun,
Sow the
actually.
Seeds
I
was
like
best.
that mini
Bring
game
back
a
Sow
little
the
bit.
Seeds. Sow the Seeds was the best.
It was. I mean, you have to tab target with Sow the Seeds right now, Devo. Have you played Affliction yet?
No, I don't really play into
Actually,
it.
no, they fixed it. They fixed it. Actually, yeah. So back when Nightfall was your
Yeah, it was like
yeah,
that.
you
You,
had-
applied the UA.
Well, you could clip your seed if you got a Nightfall proc and you were spamming seed. You would cast 2 seeds in the air and the first one wouldn't pop because you would 2 flying at the same target. Because of how seed works. Because it's got to land on the target and then take damage and pop.
Matter.
So, bring.
I think I'm just gonna rip Destro.
I mean, you're good. Destro's the best by a lot.
Yeah. So
And its damage profile is insane in this raid.
correct.
Like,
Yeah. So I think like I'll just rip Destro the whole raid tier for
Yeah.
alt shit.
Uh-huh.
And obviously, if he tells me to swap, then I'll play whatever's best.
It'll be Destro. If you're playing Destro on last spot, or Warlock on last spots, it's because Destro. So, and Destro is, like we both said, pissy.
Yeah, I'm not really like worried about like how well I can play the class. It's more about
Yeah.
being in a position to not be dead weight type shit. I just hate fucking playing a class when I have no gear on it. That shit pisses me off.
Yeah. That's also why I don't think he'll put you on like Boomkin, because you don't even have it leveled, right? Like,
No.
like if he's gonna have to do multis. Like I think he has to prep Murph as a Boomkin and not as a Warlock because he doesn't have another. I mean, he has Chi, right? So you could do prep like make Chi swap, but then like I don't know. I feel like it's less optimal. I feel like you're more proven on alts than Chi is, but that might be a bad thing.
Is this just splits we're talking about, or like potential?
Oh, this is like end boss kill
Oh.
comp.
Also, depending on tuning of first bosses, you're definitely still gonna want to do a plus on your ult, depending on which ults or ult swinging in for those splits.
Well, yeah,
Hold on. Why would you want to do a plus on alts?
for the mythic splits.
We're doing mythic splits. Hey, where you
Yeah,
been, bud?
Baze isn't wrong, but I mean, it's
Yeah,
at
but
a certain point you will
you're
get diminishing
also-
returns.
Lust. You're also accounting that you have time, right? You have to do 50 M0 or M plus on your main to get every piece of gear you need. You're
Yeah,
now
it's a lot
very
easier after
limited
that,
by
right?
time.
Because once people are geared on their mains, then you can like class sec, right? Because you're like, okay, we just need to run leather on this guy.
No,
or
that's
whatever.
not how it works though. Because if everyone's geared on their mains, then everyone is on a rat ult, and you're starting at square one.
You could have everyone on right ult, I guess, but I was thinking of just like bringing in mains and you
Like
could give
the only
ult.
way you could really do it is if someone gets really far ahead, they're done before everyone else is. So then you plug in an ult to take all the fodder gear, like while someone else is hunting like their one trinket or whatever.
Sure.
But
That
that
would
would be the
definitely
only
be people
way.
done by like Thursday, Friday.
Depending on how lucky they get it split, yeah. But we're also not done with splits until Sunday, Monday.
Yeah, but if we're gonna do mythic splits, I'm trying to think when we'll have time. I guess I don't even know.
We don't have to do any like the PvP bullshit anymore, right? Because actually, how does the cattle charge work now?
Get to
Is
the
it any
spark
nerfs?
for the spark if that's what you're asking.
No, like for like the cattle charge.
You do not. That's
Yeah.
correct. You technically still can do PvP if you want to get the like the socketed crafted item or whatever, but it doesn't matter all that much.
Yeah, no, PvP is irrelevant because you can, to get the Cataclysm shard, go just do M+, because M+ releases the same time that you can unlock that Cataclysm shard. Or like this year, we have the heroic last boss again, where you just wait until you clear the heroic last boss and then get the Cataclysm shard.
Yeah.
I need a classic size that over here on the right.
There is well, I mean, everybody's going to want to make a 292 veteran crafted piece regardless, but
yeah,
why is it attacking you? I have threat, and it's just punching you.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you.
It goes where it pleases.
But there's like this is a bit sweatier, right? But if you get enough conquests, you can get like a belt or something, and then you can get a socket for that.
I guess we'll be able to start mythic on Sunday. Should be able to.
Are we even raiding Sunday first week?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely raid first week.
Assume so.
I don't think so.
Oh, really?
I think we're only doing 4 days the first week.
Oh, well, we're doing mythic, so I guess it's a question of when then. If we're only doing 4 days, then it'd be
Yeah,
whatever
so
Friday.
it would be. You would assume the goal would be like get, you know, everyone's what, like let's say 6 out of 8 heroic done plus Tidecaller.
I assume you need that base.
Yeah, that's a little upgrade over 298. I can get to 305. Need to.
Oh right, yeah, we forgot that's the leather Rotmire slot.
So like logically, right? You ideally get all of the heroics, like first 6 done. We'll say first 6 is doable. Then you do hopefully group 1 normal. That would be like a really clean day 1. Day 2 would be the next 2 normals, plus all of Tidecaller and on normal and heroic. And then
last one, Sethralis, yeah, Temple.
And then last 2 heroics would then you do Prague last 2 heroic on whatever group. And then the day 3 is all of the rest remaining of heroic, and then start Tidecaller splits, and then go into real mythic splits.
Yeah, we're gonna do really efficient to fit in all that.
That would be like that'd be your first 3 days, and then that's the only way you get true mythic splits by Monday.
Yeah. We're gonna have to be so clean to fit in the mythic splits. Like if we're actually doing 3, that's 12 bosses. It's
Yeah,
a lot.
I mean, I think the amount of content we are trying to do with true mythic splits is
We're not triple splitting mythic, right? We're only double splitting mythic.
He said 3. Unless he changed his mind somewhere.
He said 2. It's definitely
did he?
2. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, what about Tidecaller? You still only do 2? I feel like you do.
Oh,
you
no,
have to
well,
do 3 on
Tidecaller, I think we're doing multiple splits, yeah, but specifically for the Revolt's plan of mythic splits for the first 2 bosses of Venomous, we're only doing 2 splits for that.
Gotcha. Okay. Well then,
That's
yeah.
still
I mean, I
impossible.
still
It's still
think,
a lot.
yeah, I still think you have to try and get Tidecaller mythic done by Thursday.
You think
If you wanna fit that
Lost
one.
Explorers is killable week 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it has the
Well, by-
damage,
well-
which makes it
well,
pretty free.
So the
Unless
question is, by whom are you asking? Are you saying by
Oh no,
us or?
yeah. I mean us in
It's
this
third
context.
boss, right? Let me double check.
Well, I don't know. Like I don't know how it's structured. I just see like the list. It's third on the list.
It's 3rd or 4th.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not
So
sure if
it's
it'll
really
be which one it'll be, because Vashnik seems pretty easy too.
Yeah, and if you're going to Entomb, I think Entomb goes into Vashnik, right?
Yes.
So you're good. You might just for pathing reasons and efficiency, if Vashnik and let's say Tomb or Lost Explorer and Vashnik are similar in difficulty, you probably would just do Vashnik, then go, or it might be worth just to go get Lost Explorer based on time because you need to get those trinkets as much as possible. So
Where's Cookie?
kind of depends.
Where's that?
Oh, you're gonna have to go through.
It's
The
the
portal?
bronze time ways. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yerp, yerp,
No,
yerp.
we have to be extraordinarily fast on heroic, and if we're inting a heroic boss, you almost have to be like, all right, let's go do normal and come back when you have more gear on that group. Like, you really can't be wasting time in heroic if you're trying to do it in 4 days. If you add the 5th day, you have a lot more wiggle room.
I think obviously 5th day is better for Prague towards the end, but it's also pretty good for getting in.
I mean,
those
I assume
extra
we're probably
bosses.
like I think you said this right. Like we're probably doing 4-hour days.
Yeah, that's already said.
That
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
week, yeah.
Which
Oh,
isn't
hell.
bad,
Fucking putting in a shift, bro. Good lord.
but okay, but relax. You're gonna
Like
love
if you
it.
get to like the 5th or 6th boss of heroic and it's just not dying in that group, you need to just
We're
like
gonna
log
miss it.
off those characters and log into the next group, or go normal. Like it's like the only way to stay efficient.
I do think Scissorak on Heroic is the only one before Twin Fangs that feels like it'll be even remotely a challenge.
You
Like,
sure they nerfed the
Tortel and...
barrages?
I mean, you can't heroic on
They
PTR.
nerfed that, I
It was
think.
pretty free.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's going to be hard. I'm just saying, compared to the other ones, it can be fucked up, right?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the most valuable bosses are going to be the last 2 on heroic that we need
Yeah.
to, like, 100%.
Well, we're
Get
not
them.
gonna triple split the last 2. Like, there's no fucking shot we're triple splitting the last 2. It's gonna be a double split.
I mean, it depends
Maybe.
on tuning.
Depends how hard they're tuned. Right?
They're like I don't see a world where we triple split that.
I think there'll be an attempt, and then it'll very quickly
Yeah,
turn
I
into
get very
a
like
a
there's just
very
no
quick
way.
rotate. You'd have to get extraordinarily lucky where the group walks in, kills into like 10 pulls, and then you're kind of hard locked to do triple splits because you can't fuck the other 2 runs.
Maybe. We'll see. Depends how hard the raid's tuned, honestly.
I mean,
I mean,
even
expecting-
at its
expecting the
lightest,
last boss
I
not
don't
to be.
think. Yeah, like I generally don't
think about Lura. Lura was one of the hardest heroic bosses in history. Like,
Yeah. I'm just thinking of a world where it's like a Gallywix heroic. And even then,
Yeah,
we
but,
still
I mean-
struggled to kill that, so...
Gallywix Heroic was very easy.
Yeah, but even then, we still struggled. Splitting it, I mean.
Oh.
yeah, Sarkareth
Like, we had to
heroic. I
come
mean,
in the off time.
there are
and
worlds. There are worlds, right? But like, you're just. I
remember
just.
Starcraft
There's
heroic,
there's
but-
no like recent historical precedent to say this would be an easy fight.
That's true. Other last bosses have been getting much harder.
Yeah.
like heroic week 1. The last couple bosses has been
Ooh.
pretty rough for the last couple. Like I mean, I think
Another
even
week.
Gallywix week 1 was a little obnoxious to do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even for Gallywix, which is technically pretty easy, it's to split. We couldn't split it. We had to, like, all come in on mains or something.
Like, heroic week 1 is pretty rough.
What bear builds am I running?
I'm thinking we double split it at best,
missing.
but yeah, there's no way. We
So
can
I have not
split it,
really done, like, a
in
lot of
scenario.
research into...
Yeah. Especially
Optimal bear
because you're
builds,
also gonna run into
but
a
this is what
scenario
I'm
where
playing,
it's
Druid
to
of
keep
Claw.
on pace because you're gonna do mythic last anyway.
It's at the very least a
If you're doing
solid
heroic
build.
splits properly,
I can
you're
say
doing-
that
you're
much.
doing your heroic splits
I know
before
enough
you
about
hit the
Bear to
weekend.
just, like, I
So you're
threw this
doing the last
together
2 on a row
before
before you
jumping
hit the
into
weekend, meaning
M0.
You're giving way less time for M+, right? Now, you have the advantages where I think 90% of our guild is going to be off that week. But by Thursday, are you expecting people to have a ton of M+ gear?
Yeah.
Statistically, no. You would say no. If you said by Monday, which is when you would normally do the last 2 on Heroic, in a normal split week, if it was like a Heroic week, you'd have so much more gear across the board.
Yeah, I think if
So-
you're like double splitting, like, at least in this scale, you're pretty much gonna have to do 5 days comfortably. Otherwise, it's gonna be very sketchy.
I really need loot off one of the next 2 bosses if I
Because there's a
don't.
doomsday
Fucked.
scenario, right? Of
I'm
like,
so fucked if I don't
Doomsday.
get it.
well,
Reminds me of
yeah,
Marvel's Doomsday. Yeah, go ahead.
Like, if the third boss is
What?
killable...
Oh?
Okay, well,
I didn't aggro them before you. What?
I don't know. I was also distracted from your just such a base.
I got hit by melee. What
Yes,
am
I
supposed to
saw.
do there?
I don't know. Skill issue or something. Your base.
I blame Devo. He called Doomsday and they focused me. Jesus.
oh, you're so stupid,
So-
dude.
so-
It's crazy.
So what's the Doomsday, by the way, Devo? What's the Doomsday scenario?
If third boss is killable, but it's only killable by, like, everybody on their mains, which are in the splits, like, what do you do then? Because you can't
Well,
just, like...
Gotta bring in all the mains.
I mean,
Revolt's
I don't
already
think
said
about
that in that scenario we still do splits and it's fine. We get more loot overall.
Yeah. You don't really care about you're saying third boss is in like Gabo,
Yeah.
or you're saying Lost Explorers, I could say. Yeah, I don't think you care.
I don't think Gebo's gonna be that hard. Most council fights are not hard in terms of tuning. It's mostly just the mechanics. Like, are you doing the mechanics correctly, and is
Yeah,
everyone
but
living?
that still is, like, a problem. Like, you have, like, a finite number of time, right? Like, you can't just endlessly...
No, I agree.
pull
I'm just
off.
saying, like, most council fights aren't a damage check.
I would say
Right,
true,
that's
actual true Doomsday, and I think like worst concern is you get to Thursday and you're not done with heroic. If you get hit Thursday and you're not done with heroic, you are so fucked.
There's
You
no
still-
way we're done with heroic on Thursday. Like, I just genuinely don't see a scenario.
WM
Yeah.
stun.
End of Thursday or start of Thursday?
End of Thursday.
Okay, maybe then, yeah, we could maybe finish it.
You need to be end of Thursday, so that way you walk into Mythic on Monday, and you're doing either the two bosses plus a Tide Caller, or hopefully you can get a Tide Caller in on Thursday as well.
Well, there's one more
I mean,
boss.
the problem is, like, there's, like... a decent
My
amount
druid
of
has
people
gotten
who just don't
absolutely
lock in on trash.
generationally
It's gonna be the
fucked
main
by
factor.
RNG,
Like, it's not even
which
the
is
boss,
really
it's gonna be
depressing
trash.
because that's
I'm
going to make
reaching out to
this,
Will
I
and being
think,
like, Will,
impossible
we
to
need
do.
to be giga efficient on trash.
That's what's really gonna slow you down. Like, people fucking going AFK.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, I made a mistake.
Like the rule is like boss dies, walk towards the next boss and start going. Like there is no like dilly dallying or whatever.
It's
like
depressing, man.
one or two people
It's
taking
really
a piss
depressing.
is fine.
What's up, Pounding? How you doing, buddy?
Especially because I got good RNG off the Delve and stuff, and then
yourself
I
can
just
talk to your stream,
I
though.
needed a
Oh.
little bit, just a little bit here,
Are you publicizing my voice to the public? I didn't.
and what's it called?
Fuck.
Thinking
And
of
now I'm
on
just-
an,
I'm gonna get
party
nothing
recording state, so I don't
out of
think
this.
I need your consent, bud.
Ooh.
Which is fucking crazy.
I'm suing. Diva will be my lawyer.
I'm your lawyer, brother. I'm an accountant. The fuck?
Exactly. Close enough.
What?
A lawyer and a
You're also Canadians. You have no idea what the laws are. Close enough, bro. We can win. It's Bays, bro. It's fine.
Dude, I don't think you like. I'm an accountant. Like, what do you want me to do in a court of law? Like,
You're also fucking Canadian. Like what?
NDV says hello, Diva.
yo, what's up, MDB?
Said it to Devo. This little rat bitch.
We said hi to everyone.
I played Hots with that man. Diva wouldn't even play Hots with him.
Dude, Hots is a
I'm
dog
sure
shit game.
Diva
I'm sorry,
didn't
I'm
play
sorry, but
Hots. It
is
seems
so
like it was
fucking
kind of
bad.
game, I'm not gonna lie. What? There's PoE characters in there, bud. It's your kind of game.
What?
I mean,
What?
Diablo, not PoE.
Bates
Diablo.
couldn't even name a single PoE character. It's disgusting. Could you name a single
I did play
ability from
Diablo. I
PoE?
played PoE for like, yeah, I'm trying to think of it. It's barbarian, but I'm trying to. It's fuck. What's it called?
Yep.
It's like a. I'm trying to think of the ability.
This
He
motherfucker
spawns
said
like.
barbarian.
I assume you
I'm
can't
saying
trade, right, Diva?
It's a barbarian.
I can
class,
trade this one, yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It's
my
their version of
biz.
barbarian.
But I'm
It's like
also
where he
an alt.
spawns a totem type thing.
But if nobody else needs it, then I could use it. But if somebody
It's not a
is just
totem.
like on their
It's
main and
technically
needs it,
Warlock biz, but I also like don't care.
if that's like not a character you're actually gonna play, I don't know.
I mean, it's just a split character. That's all it is. My mirror split character.
Trying to think of what it's called. It's like an upheaval effect that the barbarian can do in that game, but I can't think of what it's called.
What are you
barbarian?
saying?
It's their version of barbarian, yeah.
Bro's actually just yapping. It's crazy.
Dude, the fact that he could have just started naming warrior abilities and he would have got a match is crazy, by the way.
Oh, I mean, I know they have whirlwind and stuff, but
No,
I'm
they
trying
do
to
not.
Somebody. Yeah, it's
I'm
like,
trying to think of the actual ability. I need a second.
There's an ability called Blade Storm. There's an
that's
ability
not
called
what I'm thinking
Sweeping
of.
Strikes.
No,
He's
there's
talking
one
about-
where you
he's
can
talking
like.
about Sunder. He's talking about Sunder.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
W.
he is trying about Thunder. Or Earthquake. Both of those fit what he was talking
Yeah, I remember
about.
the earthquake build. I forgot about that one though. Earthquake build is cool.
Bays when he just lies. Like,
No, I saw it when PoE 2 came out. Asmongold was playing it.
Earthquake
Bro,
isn't in
hold
PoE
up.
2.
Hold up, you watch Asmongold unironically?
No, I was streaming. I was looking through PoE streams and he was
Hold on.
streaming. I was just checking it out, seeing what it looked like. I don't watch him. I watched him when he streamed WoW and he wasn't weird, but now he just talks all fucking
Shooting kids.
politics slop. I can't stand people that just talk about politics all day. It pisses me off.
I can't believe you laughed while saying that, Diva, by the way. That's crazy.
I mean, then what else can you even do, bro, when someone says something stupid like that?
What?
The
You want
fuck?
politics? What the?
No, you missed it. It's fucking crazy.
What? You didn't like Asmo when he streamed WoW? Like back in the day?
No, not what we said either.
No,
I'm telling you, I'm not repeating what Diva said.
He was fine when he streamed WoW. Like, I'm not saying that.
I
that's
don't
what I'm
know,
saying.
man, dude. If you actually watch him play, he's so bad.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
you
but he was,
it's
his
like saying,
content was
yeah,
funny.
Queen
Yeah,
69, you're not watching him because he's like the most insane fucking god.
Queen used to
gamer
be
on earth.
really good at Diablo, by the way.
Yes,
You're not watching
I know,
S-Pain
but
because
in
he's the
general,
best gamer in the
yeah.
world. You're watching him because he's entertaining.
Yeah, like it was just entertaining.
And he's
Yeah,
a
that's all.
paladin.
I like to watch. I mean, I every now and then I'll look who messaged me.
And you don't watch Kalamazzi because he's the world's best warlock. Like Kalamazzi's...
I mean, I
Yo,
don't
Cal-
watch
Cal-
Kalamazzi at all.
Kalamazzi's my goat, but
No, Kalamazzi's
bro,
sick.
That guy,
bro's a little washed. Bro's a little washed.
yeah, that guy is
It's
not
up
very
to the
good.
big.
They changed his fight again, by the way. Hey, don't roast my friend too much, but relax.
I mean, I used to do PTR testing with Kalamazzi. I mean, you know, no flame to the guy. He does great things for the WoW community and everything, but yeah.
DHG, I don't know, warlocks are interesting players. They're part of the most degenerate player base.
What are
along
you
with
saying about me
warriors.
right now?
Warlocks like had the most degenerate players. One of them, THG.
I can't believe a fucking warrior man is saying this shit.
Yeah, like what are we even talking about?
What do you mean? THG is way
Also,
more.
how are we
degenerate than-
defining degenerate? Degenerate in like real life? Degenerate in the game? Like
Just in general.
such
Just
a vague term. Because you also have players like Zerwo, which is probably one of the most sophisticated pox guys ever.
Okay. That's an exception to the rule.
Have you seen what he looks like in Harldan
I've not
pox?
seen what it looks like now. I don't watch EU, honestly.
Oh my god, it's actually mind blowing.
The only one I watch is like EU Warriors, but outside
Crit
of
Cake
that,
is like
no.
kind of posh.
Crit Cake's a chill guy. He's not. I mean, he's degenerate though. He's definitely degenerate in terms of like this gaming. But yeah,
Yeah,
he's
but
chill.
I don't understand the terminology degenerate. Like, what does that mean?
Degenerate is something a normal person would not do.
That really narrows it down.
Oh my God,
Okay, I'm
dude.
trying to think of like a way to word it.
Holy fuck, dude! You are the most like stereotypical.
Like for
warrior, man.
example,
It's fucking
THD
crazy.
doesn't wash. I'll just give an example. THD doesn't wash his clothes.
You're gonna bring
He
up
said-
AoE cleaning.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, we're trolling.
We did it again. We did it again.
We got yeah.
Beerus or healer.
GG.
Oh wait, you could Beerus me because then I could Beerus the healer. I'm dumb. Try it's fucking not M+.
Sorry. Like, it's almost over. It's almost over, right?
Yeah, it's at 100%.
He uses to kill this defiler and then he can heal West next.
W. That's why we bring the bear.
The bear.
Oh, I got another hood.
All right.
Wait, it's a piece of gear.
No, I don't.
Do you want crit haste or do you want take crit versus your tank? I don't want crit. I don't want versus.
Thank
Oh, sorry,
you.
who won the ring? Who won the ring before I forget and log out?
Me.
Me or Larry, but it probably goes to Larry.
You get to Larry. All right, now we go what? Group 3 characters,
Yes, correct.
which is Mediki, I think. No,
That's
wait, I
awkward.
swapped. So wait, what do we do? Group 1.
What's awkward?
I may. Oh, has it equipped it? No, wait. What just happened?
So wait,
I tried to trade you, but I think you ported out.
Yeah. Oh shit. Sorry. I saw you drop the portal, so.
Oh, I guess it doesn't matter if I get on my warrior or DK because
need,
you're running plate both groups, so it doesn't matter.
Who needs shoulders between
I'll just run my warrior.
Cookies and
for this
Devo?
one.
I just got some.
Are you?
D-
We're the same
Devo?
faction. Okay.
Okay, that
Thank you,
scared the
too.
fuck out of me because it got me like the pop up of like equipable, and I didn't really read it. 'cause you-
Oh.
and
I'll
that-
get my
that
DK ready
actually
for
freaked me
tomorrow.
out.
But my warrior's ready, so I'll just do that one now.
You get your what?
So I'll have my DK ready for tomorrow, but I'll do
Oh.
warrior for the first 4 this time. Because either way, it doesn't change because we don't have any other plate. It's just you and me, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'll play warrior
It's the
then
same
too.
thing.
Fuck it.
Well, I did try and make mains. Make sure there was a main DPS in every run. So
It
you're
doesn't
playing your
change,
warrior
'cause
here.
Either way, you guys are on your lock and evoker for my.
I am. The screen
Thing.
is
That'll be
momentarily
your
black. By
DK,
the
so
way, I'm
that'll be a
swapping
full all
accounts.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this: what is the difference?
I would presume you're better at warrior than you. Okay.
Oh, or
Yeah,
you're
but
DK.
I'm. Like, I also can literally hard carry an entire dungeon on
I'll
DK
be-
right now.
I'm just
So
gonna
like,
get on my DK and Melee Plus. I'll
it
be right.
is-
Okay, that's fine.
it's
If,
not
yeah,
bad.
I guess if Larry's on DK main, then
Yeah, it evens out. It's a wash. I guess we're doing the same method as
Yeah.
last time for keys.
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Same order. So altar into.
It's also we gotta get both my
into-
sparks done. W.
So we do altar port to the to MC again. Do den and then do Mortar Row and then do Veil and be done for the night.
So, we're going to altar.
Altar, yeah.
Is there? Can someone summon there?
Yeah.
Yes.
When we get there.
'Cause I don't want to use my. I guess I can just fly there slowly.
Will summon. I'm already here outside the dungeon.
W.
We just need cookies on his main. You're coming on priest. You want to come priest or warlock?
I didn't do the hero and champ.
Oh, you didn't. Okay, you
on
didn't
my
do it on your
warlock.
warlock. Yeah, you
Oh.
do it on priest. Okay.
I invite my
Right,
warrior. He's singing.
I was mad.
I was humming, not singing.
No. You were humming, and then Bass started singing.
Yeah.
I was humming. You can't call mine singing and his humming.
Yeah,
Before
but
both
yours
humming.
had words.
Crazy. Who else is that? Do we have 2 people here or 1 person here?
Oh, you
So
know, I
can
could have
stay
been doing
outside.
poetry.
What?
What?
What does that mean?
What?
Poetry is music. W. Let's see.
Who's here? Who's here? Both of you. Oh, I'm in war mode because of the quest. Are either of you war mode? Or both of you non-war mode?
Non-war
Hey, not
motor.
Jade
We can
West?
walk in.
You
You
can
can walk in, right?
Yeah. But I think there's so many. But either way, yeah. If they need to walk in, we can decide. What were you saying? W2? Oh,
Said dead game, no content. So I replied W.
W. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
my
actually
my
now
open
really
PoE button is
curious.
primed.
Yes,
Where are we going first? I missed it.
Altar.
Where that at?
They should be summoning you, I believe.
We're doing something. Angie is here, looking at me.
Yes, I was responding to YouTube comments. It
Not
is
allowed, Larry.
surprising to me how many people don't understand the fundamentals of delves.
I watched
What
a
do you
video about what to do in 12.1.
Does that? By the way, who is Pia? They keep messaging me. It's how I went off the Algathar Academy.
Yeah, that's my friend who helped with the run.
Uh,
They were curious why you jumped off the cliff, and said they were gonna message you and ask.
okay. Oh yeah.
Well, why did you jump off the cliff?
I forgot that you can't take the air things while you're in combat.
That's unlucky. Who got PI? The tank? That'll be-
I mean, I'll probably do more damage
I'm
than
eating.
Daze, so, you know.
Give me 5 seconds. I'm
I'm
eating.
joking. I'll PI base.
You should have brought your warlocks. We had a priest in every run.
I'm eating real quick.
We have a PI.
Yeah,
in
but
every
you'd,
run.
you'd rather have a warlock for summon in every run, so.
They're called PIs.
True. Summon every run is better.
So I don't really know how much damage my priest does. I don't know anything about priest.
It's all good.
That's fine. We have double main in
Yeah.
this run, so that's hilarious. We're about to do the damage down buff. Massive haste for debuff. I'm so sad.
I can't move.
Can you clear this totem, Devo?
Yep.
I'll give you a gateway to the other side.
There's like loot there, and there's like a fucking puddle on top. Holy hell, it's fucking Vietnam.
Oh, it really is the bomber man's out there.
Alright, that was natural agony cleave. I don't know why that happened. I didn't think it was supposed to target things out of combat. I'll click the left totem, Devo. Pick one of these if you can.
Oh, I can't move.
Oh yeah. I forgot we have no lust in this group.
Oh, that's what was missing. Lusts.
I mean, all us boss, so I have drums.
No, it's not a big deal. I was just curious. I was like, this feels kind of slow for a first pull. Why does that have to hurt so much? Forcing me into bad stuff with the...
This is your main, right, Matt?
Yeah.
Is that the trinket off this good for you?
Yeah.
Did we get it?
But also, like, it's kind of the same thing as Devo, like, it don't really matter. This will be a dungeon I prioritize because it's got like 3 good pieces for me in M0 or M+.
That's fair, yeah.
I guess it depends how good it is for everyone else, but I would assume it's fairly good across the board, people.
What is it? Is it a 2-minute? Yes.
Holy shit, wait, yo, Devo P kinda cranking. Whoa.
Oh.
I just looted myself.
Hell yeah.
Yo, grabs.
Easy.
Nice. Nice trinkets.
Now I just need the flask off Murder Row, and then we're done with you're on this character from N0s. kick purple. Well, I can't kick it. I stun it. I love new app healing. I hope this spec gets buffed so I can play it in keys. I actually healed more than Anki in that last pull.
I hate how like you can't.
Steak panda, Rachel.
You have to fucking apply Shadow Word Pain separately. I should already swap the talents for M0s. Hold up.
Gateway's down. First cookies.
We could burn through it.
But we install it instantly break, right? Double warrior gateway.
I guess, yeah, I don't know if it's... I guess this is probably faster. There's like RP when it transitions, so if the boss is really low, it could sometimes be slower.
I'm back on my engineering character. Ludo rank for every boss. Never have to actually be in melee.
Nice.
I'll kick purple over here to move it in.
Swap talents after this. Oh, the dungeon. Stop in the middle.
I'm breaking this corner. I'll go grab your mobs from the top.
Accidentally hit tap target. Did not mean to.
Do you think Zul'jin knows what he has done to Zul'jin? I do not know.
The blade must die.
But he can still undo.
Priest who poisons the spell?
No. Disease?
Disease and that's it, right? Disease and
Yeah.
magic, obviously.
Yeah.
You're so quiet, cookies.
M0s have me dead inside.
Huh?
That M0s have me dead inside.
Oh. Does M plus also?
No, that's
Are you like
fine.
raid only, man?
No, I like M+. Just M0 is just...
Yeah, I mean, especially as healer, these are probably big snooze.
Yeah. Just pressing W pretty much.
Are you excited for this raid? Daly was saying it's really good.
Oh yeah, it's probably gonna be double stacked. So it's gonna be very good unless they just nerf it to the floor.
Nerf floor.
This is the best spec, baby.
Which I guess we'll find out tomorrow?
No,
Will
we
they do tuning on Friday?
No, they already announced when they were doing it. They released the
Yeah, but they're not gonna do it like the morning of. They're probably gonna announce
They're
it.
they're not doing. It's
Friday.
not.
It's just gonna
but
go
it's
into
not for this
effect
next
on the 18th.
Tuesday. It's for.
No, they are going to do a tuning pass on the 18th. Their wording was unclear.
they
That's what
are?
me and Deli were talking about. But they did say at one point.
Oh,
They just
Yeah.
they said it's going to be a tuning pass on all the other ones, and then they like did a different wording for the first week. But there is another line in the same blue post where they say our first tuning pass is on August 18th. So
okay.
Cookies
So
is
it's
probably
August 18th,
right.
August 25th. Okay. So that's when the Arcane Mage is getting Scott in arms. Okay.
Yeah, so they'll
Arcane
probably
Mage's
do it
not even that
tomorrow, and then
crazy.
it'll go into effect.
It doesn't
or
matter if
Tuesday.
it's crazy or not. It's community perception.
It doesn't matter if it's that crazy. It's the top damage on dogs so far. So
Bays, go Prot loot spec.
In M
Real quick.
zeros.
No, it's from
I can.
beta keys.
It's better for you. Dodge is a crappy trinket.
You're getting tuned based off beta keys, not
you
off.
want me to go part right now?
Yeah. Because I assume you don't need that trinket, so in theory, you don't want to get that in your pool.
Let's go prot. Let's find out. If I get dog shit, I'm blaming you.
See?
Portal to
I got
Mycero
pants.
Tavern.
What is this?
Portal to
Wild?
Cavern.
Oh shit, you got a warband of that trinket.
Wild Vile. Wild Vile.
You said Murder Row, right, man?
No.
No, he
Yeah.
said din.
So port to caverns and fly down.
Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna wormhole and snipe the entrance.
Pray?
Watch.
Yeah.
Maybe
feel
only
like
two people-
crazy-
maybe only 2 people should portal and summon because then we can portal somewhere else to other 2 people.
You could,
Sure,
yeah.
I'll AFK. You guys
I
portal.
feel like they wouldn't do it tuning Monday.
You're
Oh.
crazy if you think Arcane gets nerfed and like Devour, Destro.
Buff
Doesn't get
Buff
nerfed.
Arcane,
Wow.
Nerf
That
Frost,
was better
Nerf
now.
Fire, Nerf
Buff
Warlock.
Arcane.
Nerf
Can you just
Freeze.
ask why Destro would get nerfed?
Yeah.
That class is very strong.
In what terms? Because if you're using the data that they had at the end of beta, what would it be strong in?
It is going to be strong in the raid.
Oh wait, there's
I
a
promise.
cutscene I missed.
Yeah, it's going to be
Part of the
great in the
campaign.
raid, but they don't have any data on that, so why would they turn around that?
Because that they do that always. They had very little data on why Frostmage would be good in 2-target cleave, and said we are not comfortable with how good their 2-target cleave is.
Brother, you did not need a lot of data to understand how insanely broken 2-target crew for Frost is. What are we talking about?
Or Arcane.
Yeah, and you
Arcane-
don't need
Arcane
it for
does not have
Destro.
good.
Arcane does not
good-
have 2-target cleave.
Yeah,
it,
like
it
that's-
does not.
Yeah, that's stupid. No, but Frost
It-
2-target was actually disgusting. Like, disgusting.
They'll probably give
Yeah, I
everybody
wonder if
like the
Arcane
weekend
does,
to
sorry.
reroll.
Yeah.
If they nuke something to the ground.
I think the only thing I
we
would say
talking
is
about?
probably
they
guaranteed for
nerf
tuning
stuff?
is Devour fixing the bug.
I mean, there's gonna be tuning, right?
And
So,
probably
Oh, there's a
Subroutine.
tuning roadmap they posted. I see.
Save.
Tuning,
Huh?
tuning
yeah,
on the
but
18th.
it'll probably be
what-
tomorrow or Friday. So they
W
give
Zul'jin.
everybody the weekend to
Oh,
either reroll
yeah.
or whatever. They wouldn't do it Monday.
Typically, they release patch notes on Fridays or Mondays, so those are your options.
Monday would be crazy before like the raid. Considering you've been working on your character all weekend, probably.
damn, that's kind of fucked.
I guess,
Zul'jin's
but also this
getting
week
forced
doesn't
to do
matter
stuff
at all.
against his will. What the hell?
Really want to finish the raid by September 21st. Then.
Well, I got a tip for you, bud.
Oh, here we go.
Do a third mythic split, and you will.
Remember, I'm really afraid.
There's just no time for a third mythic split. What are
Yeah,
you
there's
Might
talking
no
shoot
time.
Warlock.
No,
Just
no,
add
no.
it. Tell her we'll add an extra raid day. Convince
I
him.
assume
That's
every single
fucking
pack
insane,
note
by the
line
way.
that
What
we
are you
see for
talking
Warlock
about?
is going to be a buff. I don't think a single thing for Warlock will get nerfed.
Alright, I'm here.
Hold on, hold
I
on.
don't think
Just
it's
I'm
kill
on
this,
the
and then I
website.
need to switch talents real fast.
I had to
I
watch
think-
the cutscenes so that I was updated on the lore master.
Oh, give us your
I
opinion,
think it's
Bays.
definitely on the list. Like it's
It's kind of
definitely
fucked.
within
This
the
Zul'jin's
top,
being
like,
held against his will
5.
now. That's
of
kind of
things that
crazy.
might get nerfed.
Actually, good writing. W Blizzard.
How's that good writing,
Guys,
bro?
what's the lore? I have no clue about this raid.
Zul'jin's now being held by Malacras against his will. Unlucky.
What is this big snake that we're killing up end?
Let's go, bud.
What the hell? I saw a cinematic and he willingly accepted his gift. What are we talking about?
Yes, but then
against his will?
he changed his mind and altered Fangs. And then Malacras said, fuck you, you're coming anyway.
Damn, I could have guessed that probably.
I just
but
don't-
okay.
You could
All,
not guess
all I'm
that.
gonna say, Needman, is I just don't see what logic they would have to nerf it. Because you're going
That's
based off
a
sheer power.
crazy thing to
Perception.
think that they use logic. That's a crazy thing to think that like all their
Fucking
thinking makes
insane
sense
interrupts.
and is
It
valid.
makes
I
sense
mean,
to
they're-
me.
Like, because the only thing you would say
Guys.
is, oh, the community thinks it's gonna be good in raid.
What did you go
Yeah,
grab
someone
them?
else will, I can't get up there.
I think you could use just as much logic of nerfing Frost to target to nerf Destro to target.
No, Frost isn't seen play on PTR.
What?
He's talking about this year.
Yes, it didn't see play on M+ and still got nerfed. Thanks for helping my point. Well done.
Baze is
You're
just saying random
I'm
shit.
that kind of guy to help you out.
He doesn't know what he's fighting for either
No,
way.
he
Complicated
thought Arcane
airflow,
has
man.
good 2 target, which it doesn't, but no.
No, I didn't. I said Frost has the best 2 targets. You're twisting my words.
No, he's
Good
being
call.
extra fucking retarded today. I would just not even bother engaging.
I mean,
Baze,
Better
if you use any form of what they typically do is they base it off of what was recently available. So Arcane Arms Devour would be up for risk of.
I mean, Devour and Rogue are giga bugged. If that doesn't get fixed, I will be astonished. To
That's
be
true.
fair, Devour would still be good even if it gets bug fixed. It's still like
The mage is also
How's
fun,
Og
you know?
looking? How's Og looking?
Awful.
its single target is insane potentially, but I just don't think that suits the raid. But also, Og is really hard to judge. all
wait,
the time.
explain to me why Og wouldn't just be at least decent by nature of buffing the specs that are good at 2-target cleave.
Because so there's potential that the old form of Og where you had like a fucking spreadsheet of breaking down who you would, because they're putting more power into prescience. Before, you never thought about it ever. You just pressed it. And so that might have value, but basically the like old version of Og where you could get the whole reason it was so good on paladins is if you spread your bombardments, you could get a ton of CDR, and they absolutely nuked your CDR. So you used to be able to breath like once a minute, I think, on that fight, if you had 2 to 3 targets, and that's basically dead as fuck. So the reason why it like potentially wouldn't be good is just if that nerf is too big and makes your, because like the issue is like there's only one single target boss, right? So I
Yeah,
could see you playing it on Scissorak.
but what I mean is like, so Og can be really good because it can buff people depending on when they're doing damage, right? So for Ulatek, which has like periods of really important 2-target, and then from what it seems in the journal, periods of really important spread cleave, it could buff like the Boomkins during spread cleave and the Shadow Priest during 2-target, and that would make it pretty good, you know?
Yeah, potentially. Like, yeah, it's so hard
That's
to
also
judge.
not how Og works, right? Og buffs
Well,
everyone.
No, but you could buff with prescience. But yes, because Ebon Might hits everyone now, your buffs are a lot like less concentrated.
Okay.
So basically, the only real syncing you can do is presciencing people, which like before was so irrelevant.
Inventory's full, hang on.
The only time you thought about it was going into Bellerin. It had to be the equivalent of a Bellerin egg amp to matter who you
Old
pick.
Tech has
And
one.
even then, it barely mattered. It mattered on our first and second kill, and after that point, you could pick anyone. Like, it mattered to hit the DPS check, basically.
Ulti has some damage.
Yeah. But, so, like, I think on damage amps, like, I know Scissorak has one, like, could be strong as well.
The scissor, probably problem with scissor is the amp timers. At least on
Yeah, it's
PTR,
really...
were fucking off.
We're dog shit.
I think Demo is like one of the only classes that I saw that was decent at it.
Yeah.
Nope.
Wait, that's the win boss, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even if it's during the amp, like you can't move, so it's like, or like you
Yeah,
can't
but yeah,
cast.
I'm sure you'll have to optimize around like some way to get more uptime. Like I
There's-
just,
There's no way.
there's no way they put an amp
Also-
and it's just fucking useless.
Also, the timers, are they percent based or timer based? That's also a big distinction you have to make.
Or
I
energy
think they're
based.
timer based. As far as I know, but I could be wrong. I guess I wasn't paying too much attention.
That
to,
changes
the
a lot.
percent
It's like
of the boss.
if it's percent based, you just hold until everyone has 2 minutes and then you.
Yeah.
Well,
Or to
isn't
do that word.
Mythic Scissorak also has that like mechanic where you can manually trigger the jump onto people when like a certain number of people are stacked in the soak mechanic. So you have some control over that.
Oh.
But I don't know when the
yeah.
amp what it's tied to, if it's tied to that or something
It's
else.
tied to the intermission,
Okay.
from my understanding. Yeah, when you're getting pushed around and you do the blow-ups of them, I'll call them mushrooms, but, you know, whatever you want to call them. That's when the damage is happening. And it's also only like 20%, I'm pretty sure. It's not like the most insane damage amp known to Ruinkind.
Surely Og gets buffed this week. Surely.
I would predict. My theory is I think you might see nerfs on the high-performing Mythic Plus specs, but 90% of this will be buffs. I don't think it'll be a lot of nerfs.
Really? I feel like aside from the
I think
top
Af
right-
gets buffed massively. I think Ret gets a lot of love. I think Og probably could see some love. I think Devastation could see some love.
I think Blood DK could use another
Yeah.
buff, just to be safe.
Yeah, true.
No, buff mage.
I could see Guardian
Nerf
Druid
is-
getting some help. I could see
I feel like Bear
Feral
is
getting some help.
fine. Most people are just not excited about Bear primarily because, like, if you're gonna bring a Druid buff, it's gonna be Boomkin.
Yeah. I mean, like, because what other, like, I know you say they're just making YOLO swing, like, maybe they were cooking something up and they never got it in time, so this is going to be their, you know, last, what would have been beta tuning, but I don't know. I just have a feeling this is, like, either solely based off the end of PTR, or just, let's help some classes out, bring them up a little bit.
Yeah, like if I had to place money on things, like if I was doing the Zorthus fucking tic-tac-toe thing, I think they bug fixed Devour and Sub-Rogue. They probably buff Ret. I think Ret's like actually really bad.
Yeah, Affliction would also be in that camp.
Oh, they definitely buff Sinrogue. Sinrogue is so bad, it's insane. That class actually sucks. Yeah, I could see them buffing Af. Af is pretty bad too.
Af single target is terrible. Worse in the game.
Yeah. What?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know about anyone else.
I mean, it's
No
definitely,
spoilers. I haven't seen the movie yet.
GG.
You just walked in and dropped a nuke.
I went into that movie not knowing she was in the movie, so that would be a big spoiler. Yeah.
I don't really hear what he said, but
Oh, okay, good. Never mind, you're chilling.
yep. I have Amar per muted because he's a fucking bozo.
Oh, that's
Why do I
why
feel
you
like you
guys were
did-
responding to somebody.
Yo,
Why
what
do I
is
feel like
wrong
you were
with
like nodding your head when you said bozo?
what is wrong with Frosty K?
How many words do you think he went through his head before he just landed on Bozo? That's the real question.
Yeah, he ran through the fucking dictionary.
Holy shit.
He's like, what do I say? What do I say? What do I say?
You have no idea.
Bozo.
You have no idea all the words that went through my head while in on that one.
It's like that woman who's doing the math in her head meme, but it's just words.
No,
Yeah.
no, you know, like the fucking slot machine when you hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. it's like
He
a
got
little
bozo. Oh, damn it.
Aw, damn. Let's
Blow
go
up.
gambling. Aw, dang it.
No, bro, just put me back on PoE. Get me out.
This guy is out here sprinting PoE down, and he still wants to go back. It's crazy.
Well,
You want to bring up the Warcraft again? Like, we can bring it up again.
it builds character.
It builds character. I think this guy wasted like a whole day of time. Literally 24 hours.
It was 3 or 4 days.
No, I'm saying like actual 24
Oh.
hours of you actively being on the game crafting that wand.
Yeah, true.
For what? That's the real question. For what?
For fun.
Or, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't think you had a lick of fun. I heard you. Like, the whole way through.
Eh.
This game's kind of dead. What are we supposed to do now?
Play PoE, bro.
Run
What do you mean?
M0s on the 4th and 5th.
Log into
character.
PoE.
I'm not buying it.
PoE 1
You
is
bought
free.
it. Can you believe you got baited to buy PoE 2 when it's gonna be free at the end of the year? Oh my god.
Back in here.
We didn't get pun back. What? Hello?
Yeah, you're right. What the heck?
We bugged the boss, no tanks on him? Sick.
Dude, my single target's fine, but I feel like I did no fucking damage on AoE.
I'm the reverse, dude. I do great AoE in my single
Maybe my
turret.
talents were fucked.
Dog
or
ass.
whatever.
Got another staff. Here you go, Diva.
Oh, what's
Probably need to,
next?
no, I got the same stuff. I'm good, bro.
Oh, okay.
Wait, let me get it?
You want the staff cookies?
Yeah.
I think it's a DM area for talents and shit, dude.
We're going to Murder Route.
I think.
I feel lied to. This is not a bear druid.
We finished the bear druid.
You guys
Yeah,
doing
but you're-
2 dungeon sets or?
Well, we got a little cocked by Baze yesterday, so we're doing a little makeup sesh.
Little makeup sesh.
Makeup sesh.
We love it.
Why are you on a priest? What are you doing? Why do you hate yourself?
Oh, you.
What do you mean?
Oh, wait, so who I think it is? We're going Murder. Is it
It's
who
a
I think it is that
prez.
you're helping? Oh, wait. Yeah. What's Ash playing? Yeah. What's Ash playing? Oh, I mean,
Base set loot spec to arms or fury.
Telling someone not to play rogue is crazy.
It's a
Surely that class will be good.
it's a prez tier. This tier MR lock in. Top damage healer.
Oh.
you did ask for Prez to be meta in keys. You got title right? You got
I'm
it.
going there.
Nice. It was what Kata, you Trojan, Ash, and who? Did he... Oh, like Kata and Trojan quit? Gotcha. Yeah. Makes sense. Interesting. Yeah, Gap is crazy. What was title cut off?
206.
I meant like Brazil 23s or most 23s 20 with a couple 22s. Like what was that? Oh, okay.
In our DMs. Oh. What was 1% up?
I'll get the snitch.
Help me.
Oh.
Ooh.
What would 1% end up being?
I think it was like 21s, right?
Yeah.
Like 21 Brazil.
Not
I know.
It was.
I know.
It was like 521s ish, or four to 521s.
I know Titles did a 6-hour stream trying to give people Brazil 21 Sky Reaching failed the entire time.
Dude, that shit jumped so much in the past, like, the last, like, 2 or 3 days. 1% went up, like, 25 points.
Who wants boosters? Oh, I can't read. Apparently, there's metrics out there where you're gonna track how much title went up by like sale runs and boosted runs, and it only went up like half a key level. Better than our last season. Holy.
Or the 1% amount went up like 25-30 points in the last 3 days of the season.
Yeah.
Fucking insane. I agree. They almost need to do like keys under 15 or Brazil. It's like what? Yeah, or like limited attempts at a Brazil key, like. Yeah. I don't know, they need to do something. This system is not it.
Running's third.
Yeah. What video?
Yeah, I forgot how the paladin's meta for keys right now, and that's you. Yeah, yeah.
Me too, man. I want to go back.
Did you really think it would be this simple?
Yeah.
We have no dispel, remember, so we'll just
I gotta figure out what DPS I'm playing for keys this season.
Ramen. And then what turns?
Finn. Come here, Finn.
what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
It's looking between like mage or just gotta learn how to play this new arcane.
It's gonna, you know what's gonna happen is arms and arcane are gonna get nerfed just enough, and it's gonna be a DK meta yet again.
Hell
If
yeah,
DK
brother.
is meta, I would highly suggest it, Deli.
I
Playing-
did level my DK just in case.
Playing, I mean,
Process
if you
easy,
are
yeah.
if you are just not able to think about your defensives and play the game, that sounds pretty chill to me.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll let somebody smarter than me figure out what it is. My girlfriend heals, so when I play with their group, I got a DPS. I think so, yeah. Nah, they're pretty.
Oh.
Yeah. Nah, we played last season. It was chill.
Yeah, but Kata does some crazy shit. Kata will do some absolute heinous shit just cause. Of course. Yeah. Yep. Oof.
Also, there's no way you said Arms was the star last year, by the way. DK and Devour were far higher. You'll never fizz comp without Arms. What?
That's not
I mean,
true.
without
You would
Warcraft,
fist-
just in general.
You,
So, like,
you would fist comp with Pra. You also wait. There's
I
been
don't
seasons
think
where you would definitely make like Feral Druid, Windwalker if those were like super broken. Rogue.
I promise you, if Arcane,
when was the
if
last time
Arcane is
Arms was
good
good in
again,
raid, though? Which is what they usually
Arcane
turn
mages
around.
will run down your keys.
Yeah,
If you
100%
thought
they
you
will.
thought you had to baby Og, trust me, there is absolutely nothing on
Yeah,
mage.
no.
Yeah.
Yes, because it
mean-
was the most skill-intensive defensive class in the game by like a massive margin, and now, yeah,
I
that's
mean,
basically the.
But the problem
But
is
that's
you
gonna be all
want
of it.
you want Warrior Mage to get nerfed because then it just becomes DK meta and you just get the tankiest class in the entire game.
Yeah, it would be like. I mean, Arms is like. Warrior
You
is
think about
still
raid, though. When
very
was the last time
tanky.
Arms was good in raid? Wild.
Why
Very
would
long
raid
time since
matter?
It was
Oh,
the
Arms
best in
has
raid.
that. I do think
Why would-
they
why would
they
raid
ca-
matter?
It was like
well
support
they
for the
care
first
way
ones.
more about raid right now because
Yeah, they always turn around
they
raid
will
for-
always M+ tune on the 0.5 patch. That's why like even if Arcane is meta at the beginning for M+, it does not matter. It will probably just get shot
no spec
later.
matters in the current meta.
Yeah, so it's like all you should really care about is raid.
Like what was meta at the start of this most recent season?
DK Devour.
DK Devour, Brewmaster, Resto Druid.
Warlock. I mean, Warlock was
is
up
pretty
there.
good. Warlock was playable in some keys, and
Yeah, and then he got
you could
shot
play
6
dog.
times in a row.
But we didn't know about that until like a couple of weeks in, right? Like I don't know. I feel like you don't really
Depends
know.
how
Yeah, the
far
first
you
like 2
consider the
weeks.
start,
Yeah,
but-
that's true. There's always some sleeper pick that ascends.
I think also like it's also really hard because like how often is the meta for what's in a good in raid is meta for keys? Like last season was an anomaly with Devour.
Yeah.
Boomkin?
Wouldn't
Press the
Feral
button.
be the same thing?
I guess Shadow
You can
Priest
kill
is
it.
the same though.
Kill it.
Shadow Priest is
Rolling.
worse though, honest in my opinion.
Well, I got no loot from that. Alright. Blinding Veil.
The void storm frightens the city for good reason.
Are you still on Holy Spec, Demo?
Oh my god, I'm so stupid, dude. I forgot to change it out. Yeah, you want this, Cookies?
Was it?
The healing trinket?
Oh no.
Sure.
It's okay, he's just rolling for mains.
I'm gonna do summon a Blinding Veil. I don't have my Hearthstone yet.
I'm just fucking my healer up, bro. I love healers. Let's freaking go. I play whatever's meta, bro. You know me.
I like to think they every now and then look at what hasn't been good in Raid in a while and then make those classes good.
I was gonna say, no, they don't, because Rogue exists.
They just don't have a rogue developer. Though.
I literally always say, if you want to play a meta DPS, play a triple DPS class, like Mage, Warlock, Hunter, except for Rogue, because that class is never fucking good in Raid. It's just, they refuse. They won't let it be.
They don't have a dev. How are they gonna make it good?
It is not allowed. No
The
fun.
problem with Arcane Mage and Keys, like having perma stagger on you is gonna be actually so obnoxious because it just eats into your barriers constantly. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
it's pretty annoying. Like, I get why it's a defensive and why it works, but like in practice, it just feels terrible. Like
What
having
is
a
that?
perma, it's a perma stagger on you, on Arcane Mage.
Where do you get that from?
Arcane,
It's made
just naturally
down.
have it now.
Arcane has stagger now.
It's
Yeah.
crazy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, like you're just permanently rotting.
They basically tried
Warlock
to make
style.
Frost even worse defensively, and then we got super pissed about it, and then they gave us a few more
It's
defenses.
like what ends up happening in practice is like, okay, like let's say like you pop a DR for a big damage event, right? But now like you're staggering part of that, and now your healer has to heal you for the rest of the time, while
Yeah.
like yeah, like oh, 100%. Like
Damn,
it's
that's
just,
almost like what they put that stagger on used to be a fucking, what was it, like 15% DR, which is literally perfect. Damn. No, the like we used to have mirror image, which was that. It was like a small defensive. And they showed it.
it's also like I think healers are also like not going to be used to it, like understanding that Arcane Mage has stagger now, and like I don't know, it's such a weird thing for a DPS to have.
Yeah, but in Raid there's so much more coverage.
Oh, 100. Like I'm not really talking about Raid specifically. I think Raid should probably be fine.
So that's crazy that Mage can get stagger, but Warrior can't get mirror image.
Brother, I literally told you why it's a fucking dog shit mechanic, and here you are
What?
just yapping, bro. It's crazy.
I mean,
Well,
Warrior
what
would be
I'm saying-
significantly better with that because they have a lot more self-healing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you have
I
no
think-
self-healing.
What I'm saying is Blizzard said they wouldn't make Blade Master, which is like from Warcraft 3 if you ever played that, like a hero talent because Mage already has mirror image and they didn't want to dip into other classes like niches or whatever, and then Mage gets stagger, which is from Monk. Like that's just so retarded, man.
Except stagger like is a unique part of Brewmaster, but it's also not a visual thing. But mirror image is very visual. So
Yeah, well, it's still a bad example.
I mean, like, presumably Arcane Mages aren't just drinking beer to get their stagger, right? It's different.
yeah. No, we don't.
So they couldn't just make a Warrior themed mirror image? I don't know. 'Cause that's what the Blade Master has, mirror image.
Why do you want mirror image if it like actually?
No, people
if it
wanted
didn't-
Blade Master for a hero talent.
Yeah, but
And, like if you were
but
gonna
why
give
is
Blade
that
Master,
like
you just
so
do mirror
pog?
image.
Like why is that like?
Oh,
Because
that'd be sick.
Stormers and Fire for
People
Warrior.
like Blade Master.
Yeah.
If you, ever
You don't
played
understand the
Warcraft
lore behind Blade Masters, okay?
Blade Master would be fucking sick for a hero talent.
Like, yeah, I think it'd be cool, and I obviously as a mage, I don't care if other classes have what I have, like a mirror. Like, I think that'd be sick. But also, you're talking about Warcraft.
Nah, fuck Demon Hunters. Give me back my meta form.
Well, Avatar is from Warcraft 3, which is what they used. Like a BlizzCon. What do you mean it's old as hell?
Avatar? What do you?
The Avatar is literally from Warcraft 3. Hello?
Yeah, you've had Avatar for forever. What does that matter? I'm saying that
No,
mirror images.
Mountain Thane is what I'm talking about. The Avatar from Warcraft 3.
Oh, I fucking missed my pick.
Oh.
The Avatar, not Avatar. So.
He's just unlocking me.
Yeah, mage can't listen and play at the same time on that game.
What class am I on? Retard?
Not on mage.
Have a look.
Okay,
I know
Shadow
you
Priest
have
can't think and talk at the same time, I bet.
Have a look. What class am I on?
Typical Shadow Priest.
Newsflash, not a mage.
Not a mage. Ding 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 ding. Not a mage.
Yeah, holy shit, dude.
You could be on a mage. You could just be white. There's white mages out there in the world.
What are you saying?
Crazy common.
Yeah, Final Fantasy, that's what I'm talking about. There's white wizards floating around.
I thought he was gonna go there eventually.
Oh,
Not him, someone
yeah.
else. It's only a matter of
Mar's
time.
one of them. There's no right of Mar. Yeah, okay. Coming from you is crazy.
You mean when it's not at all? It's disgusting to you? W.
Yep. You can hit Shadow Form and cancel it. Yep.
Bros never travel formed.
You just let it lie. Just let it lie. Don't ask the question. Just assume that he has no fucking idea. You just have to accept it. This is why bases isn't ignored, so you just don't have to think about the comments he makes.
Any Shadow Priest players in here?
Yeah. What you need?
Why is my Void Front giving me 4 stacks of this fucking thing now?
They reworked it.
Void Volley? It's fucking sick. So you used to get it like
sick.
You used to get it every like few seconds, you know, and it was like felt
Hey,
really like it was cramping your style. It's really low prio. It's below don't overcap. It's below cast Mindflay Insanity. The only thing it's not under is cast Natty Mindflay, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Like, do I want to expire? Or like, do I have
you want to use them?
No, don't. You want to use them.
It's your Void Form
same
button
one as Void
after
Form.
you go into Void Form.
And the crazy shit is, you better get used to that button, because with the tier set, Tentacle Slam gives you one. So you're just fucking ripping those every like 20 seconds. Yeah, you just
Alright, now we got the Devastation quick. I expect
can't go prod. I need the trinket from here.
What?
And
this
then
boss doesn't drop a trinket, right?
Where's the trinket from?
You get the
last
new
boss.
one. I don't remember the name of it, but I know it's Sean.
No, yeah, go probably
What
check
the
it.
fuck is it?
It's basically the exact same as Shadow Priest. It's really low prio. It's even below pressing oh my god, what is it called? Where you get like instant living flame. It's even below that.
Wow.
So it's basically only above the prio of just casting living flame by itself, like full hard casting it. And it guarantees to give you an essence. Yeah, it gives you an essence burst every time.
Oh.
So you can like cast 2 back to back and then keep blasting, and then it's pretty sick. It's kind of crazy how like those 2 classes.
Aren't you in Discord, Merc?
Extremely similar. I know.
Oh, you left the channel at some point.
Very fun.
I was gonna say, are you in the call and watching the stream?
Bring back fire.
That would be
No,
crazy.
I didn't want these. Damn it.
What do you mean you didn't want these? It was either that or a crappy weapon. You can actually use the pants.
Right now.
No, I want the trinket from last boss.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I see.
Harldan's better.
What trinket do you need?
The sap.
Okay. I mean, presumably nobody else needs it, right? So if somebody loots it, then they can trade.
Void Weaver, like Void Weaver's still fine, but
True.
it only sees potential in like very, very high keys.
A lot of presumings.
Wait, if I play Odd, what am I playing? Pure Talent Chrono or?
Good question. Chrono Warden is like, you could probably play skill. You could play either, but Chrono Warden is the most single target. Like you're just playing single target. But Chrono or Scale Commander's so much fucking worse than last year. Like that Kiritown got shot. Sadly.
Alright, I got a rally.
You guys didn't give me time to dot up all the mobs. What the fuck?
That's what I felt on Arcane.
Yeah, I haven't really been able to touch the mobs.
My touch the magic target just dies. Insta. Cringe.
That's why I didn't want to play Arcane. Like fucking Chi was in here yapping. Oh, why aren't you playing Arcane? It's gonna be good, brother.
You can stack these, by the way. That's
yeah, but also I was messing.
You went to bed because you're done with everything besides 1M0 swoop. Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I just play Spellslinger for us. That was fine.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Have you done your craft yet,
Get out of these M+, ASAP.
The 292?
Yeah. But like, I was blasting his Arcane, even though it like felt kind of bad. I was kind of smurfing. What do you mean? That button's goated.
Last boss trinket. Does it drop for prot?
Yeah, it drops for all of them. We want to go arms loot spec.
But yeah, arms has the least loot, so.
Yeah.
Yo, this boss gives a good trinket.
Make sure you go arms.
Alright,
I am arms.
For you, then. Bro still doesn't know what class I'm on, crazy.
Do you thank God my classes don't have to worry about min-maxing loot specs? God bless.
Yep, I just stay in disc for my healers. I love my healers.
I am not going disc. Fuck that.
Dude, imagine Devo has to play fucking Druid. He's supposed to be in the wrong spec all the time.
Yeah, Feral.
The Boomkin. The
Yeah,
Feral
play
Boomkin
Feral?
player.
Feral might be good. Could be good on Scissorak.
Yeah, the 1 foot yippee.
That's better than none, bro. When was the last time you played Feral?
Never.
Exactly.
Have you seen the spinning plate meme for Feral back in the day?
Yeah. It's not that
Iconic.
fucking with like Giga
Iconic.
snapshotting, sure, but
I have no idea how this spec plays. Never played it, never will. But that's every time someone brings up Feral, that's where my head goes. It goes to that fucking spinning plate meme of fucking Savage Roar and Rip and Rake and everything.
yeah.
Just peak iconic comedy right there.
Dude, watch Warrior get the Narrowbar Palace treatment.
That would be fun.
Just get slammed. That would be crazy.
The dev already promised us. That's not happening.
The dev promised you. That's fucking insane. Oh my
That's
god.
so funny.
Is he
Baze,
also killing
Baze-
stuff in your keys base?
if we log on and tuning pops up and we see a 5 to 10% nerf, I'm adding you instantly.
Oh no, there's gonna be like probably or nerf, but they're not gonna change the playstyle, which is what makes it strong. Like,
Like,
if
I
they-
don't think literally anyone
yo.
ever would have said they're gonna change the playstyle.
Like
Wow.
is
by
so
nerfing, like, so for example,
so
what
wait,
they
wait,
did last
wait,
year.
Would a 20%
nerf-
nerf be okay then?
20% aura? No.
Yeah.
Well, how would they do 20% aura though?
Well, you just said, but the playstyle would be fine though. That's what makes it good.
Are we
Of
done?
course, we got nothing. No, we got
Oh damn, Mad.
No,
Look
we
at
are
your
done.
item.
Yeah, suck it home.
Fancy.
Must be nice.
GG's.
Can we get a mage gate, Mr. Shadow Priest?
Holy fuck, dude. I've never wanted to. Yeah, you know what?
What?
Have a good night, guys.
Finish that thought.
I finished that
I've
thought so
never
I can
wanted
post you all
to.
over Reddit.
Time to log in a PoE.
Oh, wait, Venom Cursed Fragment. Combine 2 fragments to create a champion Venom Cursed item. Wait,
Did you not use that?
My God.
I just got it. I just got a third one.
When? From what?
Just now. Your spells and abilities have a chance to grant you 336 random stat. I mean, and 168 of a random tertiary. W.
Wait, when did you... Where did you get it from? You looted a bonus one, or you just forgot to turn it in?
Looted it just now.
I'm calling bullshit. I'm scrolling through.
But you have
go ahead,
3.
bud.
You could have, even if you just got it, it only takes 2 to use.
This
it.
has to just
Yeah, I
be
forgot
based on
about
this
that.
info, right?
Yeah.
I need to see where this is for
100%.
trinket tier lists. Where would I get a third one from? I haven't done anything.
You get... There's the Purging the Vaults weekly. That gives 1. There's
Yeah, I
the
did
Ancient
that.
Foe. That gives a 2nd.
Holy
And then there's
shit,
the
didn't you
one-time campaign quest. Gives a 3rd.
Oh, I did the campaign quest just now. Like, or sorry, during our run, so maybe that's what it's from.
Yes. But you still would have had the
Alter
2.
Fangs. Alter Fangs.
Yeah.
I need to look at trinkets. That's what I was looking at. I don't even see this on the trinket tier list. W.
There you
So
go.
that's probably not good.
New video.
Oh well. I mean, I don't know. 168 of a tertiary stat. What is that? 1%? No, that's more than 1. That's like 5%. My bad.
I mean, it could be good for healers, right? If you get
It's
Leech.
not bad though. I mean, free avoidance. Maybe if you eyeball.
I think that trinket is fucking ass.
I need a.
I mean, isn't it basically the same as
Hang on 1 second.
whatever it is, the light blinded one from Delves? I forget the name. Or like the drums of renewed vigor. That shit.
Yeah, I guess so.
Those ones are okay.
Yeah, the drums is good.
There's a Void Assault starting if anyone wants to yank that trinket real quick.
Oh, Stormarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm done, and I'm Eevee. So I guess it's early bedtime tonight.
Night Delhi.
Yeah,
GM.
gamers.
Okay. Let's see. By the way, the stream's
I'm
not
trying
over.
to talk to chat. I don't have a I don't like using push to talk, so I just mute myself. I should have a mute
good.
button though. Yeah, I just hate push to talk. Argentina keys up W. I'm gonna turn on my quest.
By the way,
I can
Baze,
turn on my. Where's my renown quest from? Is that my DK? I think has it.
which one?
The 1K rep. Oh, that was from Murder Row on our DH. I gotta turn that in.
Yeah,
So I
just
can
pick the
craft
right one.
The concentrated Silver Moon health potion. What were you gonna say though?
I was gonna ask, do you have a 4th character that you might want to do M0s on?
That I want to do M0s on?
Well, okay, I guess if you don't want to, but I don't know. I'm probably gonna do an extra run later this week.
I don't have a 4th character geared or anything. I mean, I technically do have an all geared, but
I mean,
don't
like,
know.
realistically speaking, there's very little that we can actually funnel. I think the only thing is, what I'm probably going to do is, since I brought, like, Warrior and Druid for some of these,
Oh, here it
instead of
is.
bringing
Alright.
Paladin to, like, our regular runs, I might try to set up, like, a plate stack, because then people with Rotmire loot can trade those slots to my Paladin, since it doesn't have it, and that would actually be an upgrade for me.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got a crit mastery finger just now from that
What track?
veteran.
Nice.
2 out of 6. And it has a socket. W.
There's like some stuff that you can do to get a little bit of extra gear on your characters if you're willing to get a few veteran crests. But like, I don't know how many people in the guild will actually want to do it. I'll probably like type a big explanation like tomorrow or something, but I figure most people are just gonna
The only
ignore it.
reason I would ever want to gear a 4th character is if it was going to be okay, 1, beneficial for splits, and then 2, like actually like I would bring the character like we were doing like 6 splits or something. But ideally I would like to have like 3 warriors and then like 3 other ults. That way I'm like learning classes at the same time. Is like then I also have the backup though. Like if those 3 classes are bad or if warrior's bad, then I have those 3 classes to rely on. But then I also have like 2 other warriors to rely on if I low roll my warriors. So I don't know. Six ults is probably like the ideal for what you want, but
yeah.
What can you do?
I mean, I don't know. I've debated gearing my second Blood DK just in case, but I don't know if it's worth it.
I'm going to delete all these Ascendant Void Cores. I have 56. What's up, JTP? Let's see. Well, I just got the rep, so I can go craft some health potions now. Oh.
I'm gonna hop out, GG's. Okay, back to... Oh, right, it's, Druid time. So... basically plans, by the way. So, obviously, just did a bunch of M0s with my guilds. That was a run and a half. So, all of my Druids runs are done. Now, the original plan, my split characters, do not include my Druid. So, I need to do my Blood DK runs, that'll be tomorrow. I need to do the remaining 4 Prot Warrior runs, that'll also be tomorrow. And then at some point this week, I need to do all of my Prot Hellies M0s. Now, like I was kind of explaining to Baze before, what I'm trying to do is do my Prot Heli last and see if I can get a few traders. Because I'd imagine there's, like, 1 or 2 people out there who have, like, in my guild, who have, like, extra alts that they could potentially help funnel with. And since my Prot Heli is, I think, the lowest geared character out of any of our guild, like, split characters, because I was asked to swap to it, like, literally last week. It wasn't until very, very late when we decided that that would be helpful. So I want to make sure that it's as geared as it can possibly be in preparation for our splits. But that also means that I need to put the most work into it later this week. And that's why I'm doing the Druid stuff. I explained this at the start of the stream, but now what I need to figure out is my Druid fucked or not? And the way to do that, to check that at least, is I have this ring, I have these gloves. Obviously this breaks tier. I'm not going to wear this long term, but for the purposes of just testing. And then I already have this equipped. Okay, so my Druid is now 293. Where are we at? As far as other stuff is concerned. This I also don't need. And then do that. I'll check this over here. So, we are going to do something special here. Let me bring up... I'll do this again, but this time I'm actually going to see if I can screen share. If I can figure it out. Aha! Alright. We have our calculator. So, if I can move this here, and then... Why is this not working? No, it's being dumb. Why is this being dumb? Now is it working? No. I'm trying to pull up MS Paint, but for some reason, OBS really does not want to comply here. I might need to do program capture? How do I add this? Add. Let's see. No. This is just being very dumb. Alright. I got it working. And then where is... Just hide that for now. All right. So, let me figure out how to do this properly. All right, so here is the deal with my Druid. I need to get this character to 295, which means, realistically, I need this 295 in every single slot. That is the only way for me to really make this work. Now, it's a little bit problematic because, unfortunately, I have these shoulders. I never managed to get better shoulders than this, and I have bracers. Now, bracers are a little bit weird because, in theory, I can get these Zul'jin's Forces bracers, but I'm likely not going to be able to do that until next weekly reset. I don't necessarily know if it's going to be worthwhile to wait until the weekly reset to actually get this done. I have to see. So, do I want to play around having this as an option, or do I want to try and get this done now? I don't know. The problem is, if I don't have bracers at all, this makes the situation even more challenging to figure out. So, I unfortunately got a little bit shafted on this Druid. I think if it was theoretically possible to get Renown 9 with Zul'jin's Forces, then this trick might work. Hey, Terry. But as it stands, I think I just might be shit out of luck. My Prot Warrior actually might have a better chance at this. The thing is, I can do something a little bit degenerate on my Druid that I can't do on my Prot Warrior. It is really unfortunate that I needed, like, just okay, decent, average RNG on this character, and I did not get that. I got completely abysmal RNG, which is unfortunate. What does... Actually, I'm curious. What does Veteran or Adventure fully upgraded go to? Goes to 282, which is, like, kind of trash. You think the hacking game is bugged? It's not giving you access to South Rails? Oh yeah, if you're talking about for leveling, in the patch they accidentally broke the weekly stuff for leveling. They made it so it's inaccessible. It's just one of those things. They did the spaghetti code shit the bed thing as per usual. That's just Blizzard. Yeah, I'm definitely kicking myself for not having gotten bracers. There's no option to get it from PvP, right? Yeah, that wouldn't be possible. Yeah, right now, you can still level alts, it's just, obviously, that aspect of it is fucked. I really needed one of these to drop as champion, shoulders or bracers. The fact that neither of them did, so I might need to rely on bracers being dropped. But okay, so what is the total that I need? So basically what I'm trying to do, get up to 295 in every single slot. That means that in total, the item level, or the amount of veteran crests required to upgrade every single slot, it's 20 per upgrade. So I have here. I'll write this down. This is what the MS Paint is for. You were literally mid-run falling by 80 to 90 out, and it bricked your Hope in the Darkest Corners quest and disallowed you getting the South Earls weekly. Yeah, I mean, that is a bummer, but I will say the one nice thing is, you know, you can, in the meantime, the fact that it fucks Hope of the Darkest Corners that's annoying. Actually, I haven't had people tell me that portion of it, but I believe it. If they fucked up all weeklies, that makes sense. But you can keep using Fall the Arrow. That is one of the reasons why, when I updated Fall the Arrow, I deliberately tried to leave as much of the original alt route from, like, the launch of Midnight untouched, and I built the rest of the stuff around it, so that if, for whatever reason, you're not able to use any of the new stuff, you can just use the original route, which, I mean, original route is still really good, I'd like to think, and it's slightly slower, but keep in mind, I got a 2-hour, 17-minute time with that original route without any of the buffs. And the biggest buffs are to the delves. The weekly quests are all fine. Like the South Row weekly, I actually don't even do in a lot of my recent speedruns, so you don't even need to do that one. And I've started skipping Abundance. It does really suck that you can't do Legends of the Heronir and obviously Hope in the Darkest Corners, but it doesn't affect that much else. It's just more annoying that, like, how does Blizzard fuck this up, right? But okay, so, what do I have access to? So, the one nice thing is that because of Rotmire loot, a lot of my stuff is covered already. So, I'm going to try really, really hard to not to draw this correctly. I guess I could do text, right? How do I... Helmet, 298. And I just... Oh, I could do this the entire way down. Maybe I didn't need to do MS Paint. I don't know. We'll do this anyway. Helmet, 298. Neck, 298. And then... for... shoulders, 276. Here, can I... If I put this on my second monitor, does it mess up OBS? It does kind of. Alright, good enough. Good enough. Wait. Okay, well, let's try this again. And... Helmet, 298. Neck, 298. Shoulders, 276. Cape, 289. Chest, 305. I have a hero piece. That was my Delver's Bounty. Bracers, 276. Weapon. Gloves. Belt. Pants are 289. And boots. How does this... Yeah, that shows up correctly in OBS. So, now, I'm just gonna... Okay, I can draw correctly. Can I zoom this in? Sure, that better. New delve boss is fun. Took you 7 minutes 36 seconds. Nice. Yeah, the new delve boss is all right. I don't like the question mark one. It's a little bit of a pain in the ass, but it's definitely better than Nullius. Low bar, but it is decent. So this is okay. That's maybe 0, 0, 0. I know my artistic skills are amazing. Okay, so this is the amount of upgrades that I need for getting these items from Veteran 4 out of 6 to Veteran 6 out of 6. Minus, obviously, the shoulders and the bracers. The problem with shoulders and bracers is, in theory, I could... what I can do is I can use my Spark of Tides. I can basically sack my Sparks to craft one of those slots, if needed. And that will get it up to beyond 295. So that'll at least have me covered there. So let's just, for shoulders, put in Spark. My art is going to be amazing. Alright. Big ass K. And then bracers... I don't fucking know. I don't know what I'm going to do for that yet. But in total, 2, 4, 6, 8. 8. 8 upgrades is what I need. So, if I open up my calculator, then 8 times 20 is 160 crests at this point to get, unless, and let me just make sure, let me double check my work. Yes. Yeah, that seems correct. 160 crests. That's doable. Now, if I wanted to wait for Zul'jara's forces bracers, then this is very easily doable, actually. Because right now, if we look at my Druid's crests, I have only 90 Veteran Mist crests, but I haven't even hit cap, and there's a lot of weeklies I can do to get the crests that I need. So it's not that bad. I could definitely get there in time. And what could I theoretically upgrade Veteran to? It's possible, it should in theory be possible to farm Ancient Foes to eventually get a pair of 285 bracers. And if I'm getting 285 bracers and upgrading from there, and I don't want to wait for Zul'jara's, then in theory I would get what's it called? I believe that's 3 upgrades, right? Because that would be Veteran 3 out of 6. 79, 82, 85 is 3 out of 6. So that would be 3 more upgrades, so 11. Also, let's just do, for my calculator, 160. And then, obviously, that would be another 60, so I would need in total 220. 220 veteran crests. I have about 280 on my DK, so we know that that's doable. So, you know, another thing that I could actually always do, this is really greedy, but I could downgrade champion crests on my druid. But yeah, having the ring makes this a lot more achievable. Okay. Having the spark coverage is also really, really good. I'm trying to think, like, why... What did I do the math on? I think I did the math and it was, like, around... Yeah, because I said, assuming, let's say, I didn't have these remaining items covered, the hero track piece helps a lot. That would be another 40 in theory. Then... having this would be like another 40 here. I can't remember the math that I did the other day, but I'm pretty sure I got it to be somewhere in like the 300 crest range, 300 veteran crests or so would have been required at a baseline, and then I would have needed multiple champion pieces or the Delver's Bounty, and I whiffed on all of that on my Death Knight. But in this case, because I managed to cover multiple slots, and if, in theory, like, if I wasn't able to cover the shoulders, then it might actually be out of reach, even with the 3 items I've gotten. So being able to just craft an item really, really helps. So it looks like, napkin math, I guess I need to get around 220 crests. But then the other thing that I need to check is I actually need to have a veteran item in those slots. So I need veteran boots. I have veteran boots. I'll put it in here just to categorize it all. Veteran boots, I need a veteran cloak. And I'm going to put this back on. Just before I forget. Yeah, that's good. I don't think I have really any veteran pieces on this character outside of the boots. So boots I'm covered. Pants I still need. Gloves, I have the champion gloves. So, hold on, let me go back here. This stuff I'm covered, so this is champ. And then I have the veteran boots. Veteran. Okay. So it's cloak, bracers, and pants I need on veteran. Those are the 3 items that I need to get. Now, bracers, I ideally would like to get at 285 from the Ancient Foe. That way, it will save me crests. And that's what my math is assuming. Now, I know that I can get up to 280 crests, so in theory, if I manage to do all of the farming, I could also get what I need here. And actually, I just realized, just occurred to me, that we can go do Stormarian Assaults. I'll what's this up? Go do Stormarian Assault while I wait. And is there anything else that I can get from the reputation rewards? I don't think so, right? Because rep is helmet, belt, trinket, and necklace. And I don't need any of those. none of those would actually be an upgrade for me. So out of, like, guaranteed veteran item sources, what is, I mean, I get something out of this, but that would be 279. And at any time, just park myself here. So I do think there's no other way that I could get guaranteed bracers, because the ones that you get off rep, I did put them somewhere. Oh no, they're I haven't actually gotten them yet. It's this, right? Yeah, you only get 279 bracers. So I have a guaranteed if I add 40 crests. So if I add 40 crests to the 220, 260 is barely doable. I could theoretically do that. But I would rather not have to. And the one nice thing is, in theory, I can always upgrade an Adventurer track piece, Adventurer bracers, up to 282. And that would mean that I would only need to spend an additional 20 veteran crests at the absolute worst, if needed. So, on the low end, it would be 220. On the high end, it would be 240, I think. Which is, in either case, doable. The raid drops... let's see. It's just boots. Raid drops boots that I could use. But I don't actually need that. So... I probably am going to have to do invasion points to target farm a veteran piece. Irv! Why are you outing me, Irv? What the hell? One of my guildies just screenshotted my Microsoft Paint and posted it in the guild Discord. Oh, God. Okay, so... Alright. I have a plan, though. D. Sully said, I'm doing the Valyr farm now. What are the good curios this season for the normal Delve stuff? Honestly, most Delve curios are kind of trash. It's like the Blister Spear is the only one that's like half decent for the damage curio. And the Dun one is honestly your best option, just in general. Because all of the utility curios are just kind of whatever. The Dun doesn't do much damage, but it's something. So I think I missed... you got the Spear one? Nice, nice. None of them are amazing, though. Like, there's nothing that's even remotely close to Mandate. The nice thing, though, is because our corrosive powers work in Delves, we effectively have, like, 4 mediocre curios, and Ophidian Maw is pretty good. So, I don't even think... Mandate was, like, the most broken curio ever added, but if you take into account, like, Ophidian Maw, plus, eventually we're gonna get our second corrosive gift, plus the Blistering Spear, plus the Dun one, all of those combined is probably similar power level to, like, Hattering or something in Delve Season 3, or, like, Delve Season 1 of War Within had, like, some mediocre curios. You missed the Pacifist Rig? I kind of miss Pacifist Rig. That was the second most powerful one. The one thing I don't miss is they never fixed the bug where half the time it would just disconnect your character and then you would die. And that was really fucking annoying. But whenever that didn't happen, it was very fun to use, yeah. Okay, so... I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can do in the meantime. I think my best bet, I should farm the Ancient Foe. That way, I might just, like, let's say I kill the Ancient Foe a few times and I get pants. And it might not be the veteran item I wanted, but then at the very least, I have to farm considerably less, what's it called? Considerably less field accolades. Do I even have... I think I spent all my field accolades on my Druid. Or I might have... I don't know if I even bothered farming in this character. I don't think I did. I think... Oh yeah, I did. I did a bit of farming on my Prot Warrior. I actually never ran my Druid through the invasion point. So I'll go and do that. And I should be able to very easily get at least one guaranteed veteran piece. So with any luck, I farm 2 veteran items out of the Vault of Atalu Tech. Then I just have to go around, do enough weeklies to hit, what was the number? To hit 220 veteran crests. Then I craft, well, I get my second spark, I craft a pair of shoulders. And I suppose in theory, if I get a pair of veteran shoulders, then I can also just craft bracers and upgrade the shoulders. So that is kind of interchangeable. But the ones that I definitely want to get... I need veteran boots, and I need veteran... Or I need veteran pants, and I need veteran cloak. For sure. That's the really important thing. So... whatever I don't manage to get from farming vaults, I will do the weekly quests on invasion points and buy the rest. And then if I still am short on veteran items, I could just grind invasion points until I get it. But I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I'll see what the other rewards are. I don't even know if I've done my second weekly, so I might get a... let me see. I might get a veteran item out of this as well. But... no, I think... I'm pretty sure I've gotten... yeah, because I've gotten, like, a helmet. I got, like... oh, that was off the bosses, though. But I think I got 2 helmets. So I'm pretty sure I have gotten my weekly boxes for this stuff, at least. Are you supposed to do Sparks of War Nightall? As far as I'm aware, Sparks of War Nightall is bugged, and it doesn't work. I tried to do it, and I couldn't get it to work, and I googled it, and everything that people were saying worked for it was not working for me, so... wait, you've actually managed to get it done? Interesting. I didn't even know there were any sources that were still working. It's definitely bugged, though. What I suspect happened is when Blizzard changed... Blizzard, like, updated the loot tables for, like, the world quests and rare mobs for the new season. They probably forgot to add Sparks of War to it. I suspect that's what happened. You had to kill lions? Okay, yeah. Don't bother with it, in my opinion, then. Because I've heard Sparks of War Voidstorm is still working, and that gives the second spark. Okay, let me... also, we don't need the calculator anymore. They might be fixing it with patch? Yeah, that would be nice. My latest video said farming Grudge Pit for Curios was faster for leveling Valeera. What makes it better than Ring of Glory? It's just faster. I mean, you can stopwatch it yourself. There are a lot of people, like, I got a lot of comments from people saying that they think Ring of Glory is faster, and, like, some people are like, well, maybe it's because I'm not a druid. Like, obviously, I can't speak to that, but I am able to consistently clear out the entirety of Grudge Pit in 30 seconds or less. And sometimes if I look in, like, I'm 20 seconds in, I just boop, 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 I can see, okay, I've gotten all the curiosities, and then I just hit the button, leave the delve. Like, it's really fast. Now, obviously, I have, like, a pretty efficient setup on my Druid. I have really good move speed talents, and, you know, it's not that difficult to do. If you don't have that, and also the fact that I'm in stealth means that I can very easily leave. There's also, I'm a Night Elf Druid, right? So I can Shadow Meld drop. I still think, personally, that it's better than Ring of Glory, but, like, I can't speak to each person's individual preferences, right? Like, if somebody has found that Ring of Glory is good for them, then, like, sure. But, I mean, enough people have at least mentioned in the comments that if somebody wants to try it out, they can. But I did test it. I can say I at least did test Ring of Glory. And for me, it was not faster. You love the add-on? Awesome. Glad to hear it. Damn, there's actually a lot of new comments on the video. Questing is the thing you hate most in this game, and it made it super quick to level alts. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people just really can't stand questing, but I enjoy optimizing it. I also, some people have pointed out, by the way, because I just saw a comment, that, what's it called? The, Ring of Glory, the current variant is apparently pretty good for it. Nice thing about Grudge Pit is all variants are equal for that. So, I believe Ring of Glory on other variants would be significantly slower. It's entirely possible that if you're not a Druid, Ring of Glory, specifically this variant, which is fairly open, would be easier. And then one thing that people seem to be confused about, and I have heard this, and it seems to be the case, sometimes Grudge Pit only spawns like half the curiosities. But what a lot of people don't seem to get is like, okay, yeah, sure, so if Ring of Glory, let's say, is spawning 10 curiosities every single time, and Grudge Pit usually spawns like 3 to 6 on average. I have even sometimes on the low end, there was one run I got only 2 curiosities. Here's the thing though, you can walk in, quickly scan, should only take you 5 seconds, look around, see, alright, which ones are up? There, grab it. So if there's half the curios, but if an entire run-through of Ring of Glory takes over a minute, and you can consistently, in 20 to 30 seconds, clear out the entirety of Grudge Pit, like, how is that not faster? I don't know. All I can say is I tested it. At the very least, I think, like, if you want to do Ring of Glory, it seems like some people really are convinced that Ring of Glory is faster. And if they want to do it, like, at the very least, I think most people seem to agree they are very comparable. But I don't know. At this point, I'm kind of washing my hands of it. Like, if people want to, you know, pick at, like, this one for me is, like, ever so slightly faster, I will admit, this is not the type of thing where I am going to go in there, like, set up, well, also I can't, right, because I can't, like, retest on this account. In theory, what I could do, right, is I could go on my European account, which my Valyra is still at level 60, I could, like, stopwatch it for 5 levels, and try and get, like, the perfect route on one versus the perfect route on another, and then see which one's slightly faster. Here's the thing, it doesn't fucking matter. This isn't the kind of thing that will matter outside of, like, you do it once at the start of the season, and then you're done. If it was for, like, leveling speedruns, where every single person's going to need to do this multiple times while leveling alts, like, that's the kind of thing for leveling speedruns. I absolutely do stopwatch that stuff. But in this case, like, it seems so trivial that I'm just like, alright, whatever. It seems pointless. Okay, let's... you got a mount in the first delve chest you opened? Is it a guaranteed drop? It's a mech. Mount in the first delve... What delve chest? I don't even know that you can get mounts from delve chests. What mount is it? The Gnarldor Isle chest. Like, from the Delve Gnarldor Island? I mean, maybe it's a new thing. Maybe a new delve, or a new drop specifically from Gnarldor Island? The chest in the dungeon, not the end chest. Oh, like one of the curiosity things, like the little boxes around there? If it's one of those, like, strong box things, then those all give fixed rewards that do not change. I haven't looked into it, because they're always cosmetic items, so it's never something I really care about. The sturdy chest. I mean, I can go check it myself right now. Oh, Zul'jin.
Our warriors need to be fed, but the ingredients we have are strange. See what you can cook up, huh?
The bear is back. Well, I have bad news for you. The bear is being fattened up to be slaughtered. The moment that the bear hits 295 item level, the bear is getting shot in the head so that it can power up all of my other splits. Unfortunately. Also, Pia, you missed it. Earlier during M0's base was like, who's that Pia person? She kept messaging me, asking me about the dungeons that we were running. So I just told him that you had mentioned to me that you were going to ask him about why he jumped off the cliff. Dog didn't even recognize me? What do you mean? Oh, yeah. From the screenshot you sent. Right. I mean, I guess, in fairness, though, your character was not named Pia, right? So it makes sense that he wouldn't notice. Because, what was your character named? I think you were on some Ahsoka variant. He kept messaging him. You could, I'm sure if you go back through the recording, it was right as we were about to enter Altar of Fangs. I forget if it was the first or second Altar of Fangs we ran, but I remember it was around that dungeon. So if you go back and you find that, you'll be able to see. So where are these? Where are the boxes? It's not on handy notes yet. Ban that guy for getting lucky. Oh, here's one. I got the Voidlight Marl. This one seems like it's going to be particularly difficult to find all of them. You know, I could just wowhead the areas that they're located, but I feel like it would be more fun to actually do the exploring myself. The old-fashioned way. Evoker Hisova is still in Warsong Battalion? Didn't they, like, fully disband the guilds? I thought Himanshu blew it up after he quit the game. I mean, I'm guessing based on that, I must not have. But that was the story I heard back in the day, at least. Can I jump down here? Because it didn't seem like I could access it. It's beyond dead, but somehow the guild still exists. I mean, I guess if you invite, like, multiple guilds full of 1,000 people, then they'll just keep it alive. Can I jump down here? I'm assuming if I go too far, it's gonna say, like, Mist Surger. Oh, yep, exactly that. Okay. Also, have they fixed, Nope, this is still bugged. Fun. You were on earlier today, and it was you and one other person online. God damn. I mean, are there still, like, 999 people in the guilds? Or at least close to it? And they're just all offline? I will say, it's taking me longer to find these things than I thought it would. This is not a efficient use of my time. Fuck it, whatever. Some sort of giant number of offline for 15 months? Damn. I mean, I guess it hasn't been active since Legion, right? So probably a lot of people who joined back then and then just haven't played since. I feel like there would be one in there. I'm not seeing it. There's only 3 discoveries in every single delve, right? Oh, apparently I've already... Oh, no, that's Ring of Glory. Gnarldor Islands. Yeah, there are 3. I just need to find... The other 2 are... I'd imagine 1 is probably going to be closer to the ends. I know a lot of them are in, like, hard-to-reach locations, historically at least. Feel like this tree stump feels like a prime candidate. I'm guessing that that is out of bounds. I don't want to, like, go there and then be teleported back to the entrance. Kind of seems like the thing I should be on a Demon Hunter for, but... That'll be it. Once you say that conversation happened, if you scroll through, because you're on YouTube, so you can just go, like, scroll through the progress bar, and when you see Altar of Fangs, the new dungeon that got added, it was right around when we were entering one of those. It was either the first or second run. That's all I remember, but I don't know, like, how many hours ago. It was like, I mean, I've only been streaming for 4 hours, so it was probably 2-3 hours ago. But I don't remember. It's kind of like, you know, time starts to blur when you do 12 dungeon runs back to back. Aha! Here's another one. That did not give me amounts. So I'm guessing it's the last one. Wherever that might be. What's wrong with Ring of Glory? You keep fighting and rescuing animals, but it's not counting on the Delve objective? Ring of Glory? Are you on Europe? If you're on Europe, then you might have a variant that I've never seen. So, in that case, I don't know. I have not tested that one yet. I've tested 2 out of 3 of the Ring of Glory variants. The current one on North America, the one that was up on Tuesday, the other day. But if there's a new variant on Europe, which actually, yeah, it should have just been, yeah, that explains it. Now, it would not surprise me, though, if it's bugged. Because there have been a lot of Delve bugs so far. It's pretty broken. I tested out a bunch of variants on the PTR, and the reason why I haven't finished testing all the Delves is just because I gave up. Like, half the variants I tested were literally broken and would crash my game, and eventually I just said, alright, fuck this. I don't want to waste my time. You got a new variant 30 minutes ago? Yeah, that makes sense. At some point later this week, I'm going to have to play some of my European characters. I want to at least get vaults on them and, like, do delves and stuff, just so that I can get a socket. And I'm going to start collecting bonus rolls on my European characters, so that when I play them later in the season, they'll be good to go. Okay, I think I give up. I'm going to wowhead the remaining location. Gnarl, Thor, Isle Discoveries. Okay, yeah, you get the Delver's Arcane Golem. That's the one I just picked up. 52, 41. That's the one I got before as well. Okay, so it's this last one. 60.43. Okay. I guess I missed that. Is that the collapsed house? I thought I checked that. Maybe I have to go in from the roof or something. Yeah, it is the collapsed house. I'm glad my instincts were correct, because that did seem like an obvious spot. But it did not occur to me to check... Oh, it's... Okay, on the backside. Alright. There you go, yeah. So, fun little science experiment. Just to confirm that, yeah, that's how those discovery things work. Only 4 hours? What do you... I streamed for like 10.5 hours yesterday. We're still... And I should note, gonna be a while still. I'm at least planning to stream until we're done gearing the Druid. I will probably go up until that point, right? So, however long it takes me to get my Druid fattened up and shot in the head, that is how long I stream. But I suspect it'll take quite a few more hours. Also, I forgot to put the chat cover back. There we go. Okay. So, next thing is... I think the most important thing I can do now is just farm the vaults. And just do that over and over. Let's see, can I find... Apparently, there's a curse surge in 1 minute. I should go do that on my Death Knight, because I still need it. Or no, oh, my Death Knight's on my other account. I can actually just... I could do both. Is there no... There's no, like, incursion group? Okay. I kind of thought there'd be more groups running incursions. Wait for the 30-hour Mythic Prog streams. You know, Mythic Prog isn't all in one sitting. But yes, I have a nice little cushion on my chair, so my spine's doing all right, thankfully. How's the new patch? It's all right. I mean, it is a typical new WoW patch. Okay, so did the curse surge already end? Did I actually just miss it? Do these things get, like, blasted in? Or are some servers just bugged? I guess it just got blasted at 1 minute. Alright. Well, I guess I'll log off my Death Knight then. So much for that. Okay, so at 1:15, they end pretty quick. Yeah, I'm used to having to solo them on the PTR, and in that case, they're definitely not fast, but I can see how pretty quick here. What I find baffling is, like, are people posting this in a different area now? Like, questing, maybe? Oh, yeah, actually, you know what? That makes sense. Oh, no, from whence it came. That's the one I need. Did they just kill it? Damn, I barely missed it. But I'll see. Is this, I hope this isn't a bugged server. Because it says 00, but that might just be a visual glitch. Frame rate is really bad right now. It is kind of wild that, one of the main open world features is just unplayable. They ran 2 tests for this, by the way. So they actually had 2 Play with the Blues events to test this entire thing. And yet they still allowed it to release in a state where it just gets soft-locked. Just because they never do enough testing. I mean, that is just embarrassing. But yeah, it looks like this is a bugged server, unfortunately. So I'll look for a server that isn't bugged. I can't tell if this is the one I just joined. Okay. It is the one I joined, but at least there's a strike here, but there might be... Check that. Through the curse steps. Maybe there's a group here now. Oh, there's another group for Temple. Oh, Temple Strikes and Incursions. Here to attack the underbelly. I'm guessing, okay, it looks like they just finished an incursion. If they're in that area. But then it theoretically should have spawned an ancient foe. Join this group. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any ancient foe ones up. In general, the amount of bugs is crazy bad this season. Yeah, it's pretty unacceptable. And I posted, at least as far as Delves, I had a post on the forums talking about all the bugs with Delves. And obviously nothing was addressed there. It's, I don't know. It's one of the reasons that I try to do, like, as minimal PTR testing as possible these days. And I especially try to wait until the last second. Just because their PTRs have been just absolutely horrible in recent years. And I've been doing PTR testing since Shadowlands, and for all its faults, you know, they actually did have somewhat playable PTRs. But I do think, like, Shadowlands, obviously, it was not a good expansion. But I can't really remember much about Shadowlands where it felt as buggy on a day-to-day basis to play compared to now. Which, I guess, does come from only releasing, like, a patch every year, pretty much. But at the same time, it did feel nice to not have to worry about, like, alright, what's going to be broken this time? Okay, so that should clear any second. So I'll try to tag a mob. Oh, I got credit, W. Since I was gonna see if I can join a trinket, I do not need that. Not a terrible trinket, though. I want to see if I can get an incursion into Ancient Foe. This one, at the very least, seems like it is on that cycle. So it will get there in, like, a little bit. But I want to be either joining groups that have pending, like, incursions, active incursions, obviously would be better. Or, do I have XA1000s? That doesn't seem like I do. Or Ancient Foe is ideal. Oh, I can aquatic form in the Venom. Nice. I'm gonna... At some point, I do need to start food. Normally, when I stream, I'm like... You know, I figure, oh, I'll make food after the stream, but that's one of the things about, you know, I'm trying to stream much more regularly. I am already anticipating that it's gonna be a longer stream. So I'm gonna have to take a break at some point to at least eat. So what I can do is... I'm out of coffee regardless. So I've cleared out all these mobs. Potion of Venomous Return to TP back. Huh. Actually, I have no idea where to get that. That's cool. I'll have to look into that. I definitely want to be here for the incursion, but I'm gonna quickly grab coffee and then start my food. And by the time... Yeah, it should only take me about a minute or two to get that ready, and then the incursion should activate. And I've already killed a few mobs, so I've gotten credit for this particular... what's it called? Strike at BRB. Alright. I made it in time. Which one is it? This one. Okay, actually, this one's really easy. I'm actually in the perfect position. So this gives me... These are capped crests, but I do still need to get some capped crests until I, well, reach the cap. One thing that I was kind of curious about going into the patch, because I wasn't really able to test them in the PTR, is I know that there are multiple ancient foes, because the Wowhead guide at least says that there's different types of ancient foes that can spawn. I only saw one on the PTR. I mean, obviously I had a sample size of one. So I just assumed, oh, it must alternate, and then I get to see more. But at this point I've done quite a few of them on live servers, and it's always been the Kulatech guy. The big ghost dude here. So I'm guessing that there's just only one each week and it rotates. Which I don't like. That kind of feels lame. I feel like it would be more interesting if every single time you finish the event chain, like a different boss spawns. Spice it up a little bit. As it stands, it's just very basic. Because I actually think that, like, at a fundamental level, while I don't necessarily think that the Vaults of Atalu Tech is, like, amazing world content, I will at least say that it's a little bit more involved than a lot of the stuff they've done recently. The fact that it has, like, a clear progression to it does remind me to an extent of, like, Guild Wars 2 meta events. Then there's different types of events that can happen. So there's, like, multiple different strikes, there's multiple different incursions. So every single experience can be a little bit different each time. Which, while not exactly the same as Guild Wars 2, there are some events, I'm sure, that are like that I just can't think of. But it does remind me in Guild Wars 2, there's usually... Each meta has multiple lanes that you have to do. And depending on which part of the map you're fighting in, you'll have a different series of events that you can do. So, everybody can be doing the same event, but they have, like, a different experience doing the event. And then... you always converge for the big final boss at the end. All groups, like the lanes, will reach the ends. That's usually how a Guild Wars 2 event works. So, and I think that is a solid core loop. So I don't think Blizzard has done a bad job with that. But the fact that there's always only one boss is a little bit disappointing. I think, especially considering it's basically just a glorified loot pinata. If it was a little bit more interesting, then obviously it would make sense. But I don't know. Yeah, we got the Kudalak. Alright, so, we are hoping. We're hoping for, specifically, bracers or shoulders. One of the two. Right? Let me refer back to my Google Paints. Yes. Bracers or shoulders, and then if I get pants or cloak, that would not be perfect, but that would be decent. Now, I can farm this, right? So, obviously, if I don't get the item I need, it's not the end of the world, but I would like to be efficient with my time, so if I can just get it first try, then, you know, that would be nice. I would enjoy that. You get loot from this boss every day. You can infinitely farm this boss for veteran pieces. The champion thing, you only get one piece of loot every single week. So there's a once per week reward, and then there's just an every time you kill it reward. But as far as I know, there's nothing particularly special you get by killing it daily. Streamer luck go? Look, if I have to cash in streamer luck, I would use it on things that are much more important than this. But if that's how the streamer luck works, then I guess so be it. responding to comments. I will be honest, that second channel video is doing quite well. I am surprised. There's almost like a part of me that's like, I am like bitter at the fact that the second channel video, like, to give you an idea of how long it took me to record this. Last night, like at the end of yesterday's stream, I had the idea for that. Like, once I saw how the dun-dun thing worked, I was like, oh, I wonder if we can do this. And then I was gonna test it, and then I was too tired, so I was like, ah, fuck it, I'll try this tomorrow. Okay, I got a trinket, yeah, so... garbage. But, like I said... also, oh, it looks like I am capped on champion crests. Okay. Oh! Okay, the base Zul'jin shard just has an incursion active. So I could do this, and then that'll lead straight into another ancient foe. I will at least do a check real quick to see if there's an active ancient foe right now. I'm not seeing one, yeah. I mean, I guess I'll check to see this. If it's... no. But that, I did just check that shard, and it said, like, 1 minute until the next incursion. So, in theory, I can do this, I can get the ancient foe afterwards, and then I just join that group, and they should be on their ancient foe by the time all is said and done, so that should work out. I gotta go find... I think I muted my mic fast enough. I suddenly, like, all out of nowhere, I had to just, like, sneeze really loudly. But I'm pretty sure I hit the mute button fast enough. Why can't I cancel this? There we go. But yeah, so I was tired last night, didn't feel like doing the test. I woke up, one of the first things I did after I woke up is I hopped on, I tested the thing for delves. I farmed up to, as you see in the video, I got to level 65, and then I was like, alright, yeah, this works. Right, I did enough testing to basically say. I also then, I did go over to what's it called? Ring of Glory. Because I saw a few people saying, in like a Reddit post, that Ring of Glory was good. And I tested Ring of Glory and it was slower. So that's when I was like, alright, I'll record the video. And I don't know if you can, like, tell easily by that. But if you watch that video, that is a single take. That I am a little bit proud of. Because usually I'll have to, like, pause and I'll be like, let me re-record that. That I hit record, I banged that entire thing out in one take, and I mean, I think it overall turned out well. And then I threw together a thumbnail. It took me, like, 45 minutes to get the thumbnail ready. But, mostly just because editing the, like, getting the right screenshot of the Valera, thing was annoying. And having that positioned correctly. But then, I do that, I throw it up on YouTube, boom, done. From start to finish, you know, the time that I started testing it to the time that I recorded the video, uploaded the video, got the thumbnail, and posted it, maybe 2.5 hours. And that video is performing better than the speedrun, which took me a month and a half to set up, and the day one video for patch 12.1, which took me, like, at least a week and a half of PTR testing, and then script writing time, editing time, and then I'm just like, yeah, I see why people put, like, no effort into their videos, because, like, obviously I didn't make that video with the intent to be like, oh yeah, let me just put in, like, a low-effort video. It's just a topic that isn't that involved. It was something that I could just bang out, like, a quick recording. But it becomes really difficult to justify working on, like, the super involved videos. But I'm like, yeah, but, like, also I could just do the quick ones and then they just do better. Now, it is RNG at the end of the day, but it is, not a fun feeling. It's better than nothing, I guess. So. But it's, you know, still a little bit exhausting. That's just kind of how the YouTube algorithm works sometimes. It just encourages you to make, like, videos like that. But that is, I guess that is part of the whole thing where I did say before that I'm moving from a pure just quality over quantity approach of I only upload like one video a month, but I try to make it really good, into I'm just going to start firing out like a bunch of smaller, more niche uploads. Because, again, I didn't expect that video to do well. I thought it was going to be like usually on my second channel, it's like it peaks at like 1K views or something like that. All right, at least a few people got use out of it. But then it's already at like 6K views. So that's inherently how the YouTube algorithm goes, right? Like, you never know. And it doesn't mean I'm going to throw away projects like, frankly, the speedruns, which require shitloads of work. But I do think that I need to focus more, instead of working on, like, niche projects that require a lot of time. If I'm going to focus on a niche thing, I'm going to fire out a video and make sure it's at least watchable. That way I can keep doing other stuff. We'll see, though. I also think, like, one of the... I talked about this, like, the other day a little bit, but one of the things that I was thinking about that, like, I've kind of underutilized is, obviously, I play this game a lot. And by and large, I do a lot of stuff at endgame that I historically haven't really made videos covering. Like, I'll make, every now and then, like, an endgame guide, like Delves especially, I've covered more often than not. But primarily, it's like, I will make mostly leveling videos, every now and then an endgame video, but it also leads to this impression where, like, so many people are like, wait, you do mythic raiding? And it's like, yeah, I've been getting cutting edge for, like, 10 years now. That's the main thing I play the game for. It's just not really what I make videos on. And partially that's because I've always been like, yeah, you know, it's a smaller audience, less people are going to be interested in that. But then, if I at least, like, spend a fraction of the time that I do min-maxing my in-game rating and trying to, like, get, you know, good parses and good prog and whatever the fuck, if I take a tiny fraction of that time and just make, like, a bare-bones, like, you know, unscripted video explaining what it is that I'm doing at endgame, even if it applies to, like, a very small audience, in theory, that would be, like, beneficial as far as the YouTube algorithm's concerned. It's better than nothing. So, that's at least what I'm going to try doing. So, for instance, this extremely degenerate strategy that I'm doing of, like, basically fattening up my Druid and then, like, sacrificing my Druid for a crest discount, veteran crest discount, to get 2 additional item levels in all my split characters. It is such a greedy thing that nobody else, like, nobody in my guild is even doing this. But the vast majority, 99% of the player base, will not want to do this. But I still think it'll be interesting to make a video covering this and basically say, hey, look, most of the stuff I talk about here, you're probably not going to want to do. But, okay, gloves. I don't need gloves, right? Oh, wait, I don't need gloves, but I actually do. So, hold on, let me make sure I at least join that group first. Okay, and they're gone now. But in theory, there should be another group that is... another server that right now is close. So if I quickly hop... It was this group. Right? Yes! Okay. I might even be able to get credit for the incursion if I'm fast enough. Actually, yeah, I should be able to. But what I'm hoping is that the gearing video that I talked about, which, like, that's why a few people are like, oh, you know, why are you waiting until after the patch goes live to make that gearing video? Like, why not mention that stuff? It's because a lot of the ideas that I had, which turned out to work, are extremely degenerate. And I don't want to be like, here's this extremely degenerate plan that I have that I think might work, and most people are like, that doesn't even sound practical, and then, like, let's say, you know, live servers hit, and the thing that I'm thinking of doing doesn't even work. In this case, it does, thankfully. But now, what I can effectively do is say, this is what I've done, but there's probably a few lessons in here to be learned. Like, yeah, you might not do the entire sacrificial lamb strategy, but some of the stuff that I've done to both gear up my druid and get gear for my blood DK could theoretically apply to other players as well. And boom. Now we get another Temple Strike. Or, Ancient Foe. I guess as long as you have enough servers to hop to, it should be pretty easy to farm this. But obviously it's pretty late at night right now, so my options are limited. But if you tried to do this during the day, I'd imagine you could, in theory, chain, at the very least, back-to-back incursions, unless you got extremely unlucky and there was no active shard that had an incursion going. Oh yeah, and what I was going to say earlier, I got distracted, right? Let me double check my MS Paint drawing, just to make sure I didn't miss anything. I did, actually, yes. So, I was saying before that I have a champion item, therefore I don't need a veteran in this slot. But what I misremembered is that, ideally, I want to upgrade a veteran item to 292, and then upgrade a veteran item from 292 to 295. So even though I have this champion piece, I can't just upgrade this to 295. I actually need a veteran item in that slot as well. Now, the two champion slots I have are ring and gloves. Now, thankfully, I got a pair of gloves, but I would ideally need a ring. Now, there is a case to be made of, since I'm already, like, sacrificing this character, I don't really care about my champion crests. So I could just upgrade this ring with champion crests, and, like, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference. But, I don't know. I'm a little bit torn. The more I think about it, the more I think it might actually be a good idea to craft bracers, because while I am wasting my first spark, like, that is not a great idea. If I, let's say, want to play my druid later on in the season, crafting a pair of bracers, even if I'm wasting it, partially, I can always recraft it later on, and the sparks are not completely lost. Whereas crafting a pair of shoulders is kind of a complete waste. Now, I'll see if I get a pair of, like, veteran bracers and I do a bit more farming and I still can't get shoulders, then I'd rather just cut my losses on my druid, hit the 295 breakpoint, and then just start working on my other characters, because I do still have a lot of work to do on my paladin especially, and I only have a limited amount of time, and then, like, you know, it is only the second day of the week, but I have to make videos later this week, and I would also like to get at least bi-weeklies done on my European characters, so lots to do. The earlier I can get this complete, the better. We got another garbage trinket that I do not care about. This server has an incursion spawning soon. From whence it came, a lot of words. Yeah, I think that was same shard that I was just on, or they listed that and then forgot to change it. I have no fucking clue what that person is doing, but I'll apply to the grouping. Anyways. Also check custom. Temple Strike's working. Okay. This one's bugged. Temple incursion starting now. Alright. Let me just make sure there's no... That was the one from before. They are big fat liars. That is not an incursion starting now. Curse Surge is in... Curse Surge is about to happen. So I'm going to log on to my Death Knight as I sit here and look. Let's see. I don't think I've joined this one. Of course, the group just delisted. Okay. I'm gonna join a Curse Surge group on my Blood DK. Let's turn back the Surge. Okay, yeah, people form like 40-man raids for this shit in preparation. And I guess, do they already know what location it's spawning in? Hey, Harldan, I just saw that there's an Altar of Corrosion thing available at the beginning of Delves. Would you happen to know if it makes a difference, and if so, would be the best one to get? Yes, but it's very bugged at the moment, unfortunately. But if you can get it to work, Ophidian Maw is... They'll leave the raid and do it again? Oh, fuck me, that works? Oh, shit. That's really smart. But yeah, Ophidian Maw is the strongest thing that you can get. But unfortunately, a lot of them are just broken at the moment. This... I don't know why this group still doesn't have an active incursion. I should just wait on my regular shard. I'm gonna stop trying to join that one to hop, because they're just, like, doing fuck all. Let me see if this one's active. Okay, this one also seems to have complete a strike to begin an incursion. But it's being completed faster. They do the 3 curse quest within 5 minutes, 40-man reign, owned server, second group that was slow. Makes sense. Yeah, I hadn't even considered doing that. That's good tech. Here, while I wait for this incursion to proc for my Druid. There we go. I'm on my Blood TK in my second account. It kind of works out well because, like, the 4 characters that I'm playing at the moment, my Paladin and my Druid are on account 2, my Blood DK and my Prot Warrior are on account 1. Now, actually, in theory, yeah, I've distributed my tanks cleanly. I'm not really actively playing my Monk or my Demon Hunter at the moment, but the Monk that I played last season is my second account Monk, and my main Demon Hunter is still on account 1. So I've actually gotten my tanks split up 50-50 between the 2 accounts, which makes it easier to multi-box. Ophidian Ma, gotcha, thanks. You don't know if it's happening to everybody, but when you check the Great Vault, it says none of the delves you've done are giving you credit. It's probably just a visual bug. Because they should be giving you credit. But I will check to confirm. Yeah. So you can see you should be getting credit. It's likely just not displayed correctly. Okay, so it spawns within 1 minute, right? And, okay, the incursion just activated for my Druid. Jesus. What the hell? Does this do damage? No, it just knocks you around. Yeah, that's kind of fun. So the incursion just activated my Druid. Dude, this is so fucked. Why is it coded like this, man? You can tell that they did absolutely zero stress testing on these. And did not realize what would actually happen. Shit. My Druid is... I guess I don't really need to get credit for the initial event, right? As long as I hit the boss, that's all that matters. It looks like you're supposed to stack. That sounds like bait. I don't know. Alright, my Druid has gotten credit for the incursion. No problem, mostly fish. at least... Okay, I got a tag. So, I don't know if I need to get credit for this part, but I have, either way. Oh, apparently the bug where the shield doesn't drop is still a thing. That's lovely. I encountered that one in the PTR. Yet another bug that didn't get fixed. Dude, this is such, like... Really, really goes to show they did, like, absolutely zero testing with more than, like, 2 people. Because all parts of this are just, like, very clearly... I mean, the fact that spawning a million things, the fact that there's... They clearly thought, like, oh, this is taking, like, a reasonable amount of time when they did it with, like, 3 testers. And then didn't realize that if there's a million people here, you're just sitting around waiting with no ability to progress the bar. This is... fucking awful. The vaults of a taller tech, they're okay. They are, as I said before, a step up a little bit from what Blizzard usually puts out. But this is kind of slop. Okay, nice. Whatever the shield bug that somebody was talking about did not happen, thankfully. And then, I guess, I leave party and I server hop. It's not hopping. Okay. My druid's getting the incursion. Okay, well, I get a second one. This is nice because I do need one more Curse Surge completion for the weekly quest. I didn't finish that on my Blunt EK. And the Ancient Foe has just spawned. Here, let's... Back to Druid. My Druid is capped crests. Do I have max of everything, including champ? Yeah. Obviously, veteran. Veteran, I can still do the boxes. After the Curse Surge, I'm going to quickly check to see if there's any more active Ancient Foes, and if I can't find anything really quickly, I'll go grab my food. It should be done by now. Looks like the Curse Surge is about to finish, though. This one's at 98%. Is the altar progression account-wide? Yes. It should be. Right now, the altar of, like, the Corrosive Gifts thing, that is bugged, and it's just, like, if you try to open it after using it on one of your characters, like, the UI just bugs out. It's like a placeholder thing. I don't know, they just, like, broke something. But it's supposed to be account-wide. Okay. I've gotten the Curse Surge quest done on my Death Knight. Let me quickly Second now. Lots of lag. I'm killing the world boss. Well, not the world boss, but the ancient foe, yes. What? Am I crazy, or was it at like 20% health and I just died? I might have just not been paying attention. But it looks like something just Oh, duh, Ophidian Maw. I got bracers! Oh, shit, okay. Alright, that is one of the things I needed. Now, I also needed shoulders. But I'll actually just directly equip that. That is one of the slots I wanted, so I did say I'd rather get shoulders so that I don't have to completely brick my character, but at least we've gotten the hard part done. Okay, I'm going to quickly group hop to see. Server's bugged. Let's see, purging the vaults, if they convert to a raid. Strike. Seeing other groups. Oh, there we go. Are they on the server? Okay. Well, this one doesn't have an incursion in the chamber. Yeah, I'm gonna sit in stealth, that way if I do spawn directly underneath something. I would like this one to invite me. Yeah, those I joined. Okay. Well, and if these groups don't invite, then looks like I've looked at all my options. Let's... How do you do it? I mean, you can pretty much see the general thing that I'm doing. I'm hopping between servers. The simple answer is you just kill it a second time, right? There's no trick to it. It's just you can kill the ancient foe multiple times. And it's not on a timer. It's just whenever the event chain completes, which is a variable amount of time. So you just keep server hopping until you find a server that's about to finish the event chain. And then you just complete it. And then you find a new server. Okay, so this should... That was supposed to give me a second Spark of Tides, but I guess it must be bugged and it only gives it from a PvP thing. My guildies have told me that they tried and they were able to get a Spark from the Sparks of Warquest. So I'll have to do that at some point. But I needed to do this anyway for Zul'jin's Forces rep. What am I at now? I got 20 veteran crests from that. So now I'm at 280 W. They still haven't fixed the contract. And I'm up to here. Yeah, so I need to do all the side quests still. All the side quests will put me at the very least 7.5, maybe 8. And then the weekly quests on Tuesday will get me Renown 9. My Druid got invited to some group. They're bugged. Okay. My Blood Decay is good for now. Back to Druid. Let's see. I'm gonna quickly hop between some groups, see what they're at. Okay, this group's bugged. This group's bugged. The unfortunate thing about this strategy is that there's so many servers right now that are just completely bricked that it makes it really annoying. Okay, this one is on an incursion. We found a winner. You just saw my video about maxing Valera? Nice. Yeah, that one has been doing quite well. Can't complain, I guess. Is the Ancient Foe the world? Yeah, I guess if you want to like visually call it a world boss, if that makes it easier to explain, then yeah. That is what I'm referring to. It's the big like ghost guy right over there. The Kudalak. That's the Ancient Foe. There's supposed to be multiple types of Ancient Foes, but I don't... Like, I've only ever seen Kudalak on the PTR, and so far on live servers, I've also only ever seen Kudalak, so... I don't know. In theory, according to Wowhead, there's supposed to be multiple. But I only get Kudalak. But you can kill him multiple times. I have also read that you can kill the actual world boss multiple times, apparently. But... I have not tested that, because... Frankly, I don't need any of the items from it, so it's kind of worthless. But for casters who want that trinket, it might be worthwhile. And the casters in my guild were saying that's a good trinket for them. No, yeah, there are different... there is an actual world boss. So that's the reason why I didn't... Like, I was taking issue with the usage of world boss as a term, because world boss is something that means something, right? Like, it is an actual term. It refers to this, Nimrus a Wavecaller. That is a world boss. And the world boss is, yeah, like you said, the Tidebound Grotto. But the Tidebound Grotto only gives, on world tier, 279 veteran. The Ancient Foe is a, like, air quotes, world boss. Really, it's more just like an event elite that spawns at the end of this chain. So, if you're unfamiliar with how the vaults work, basically there is a sequence. So a bunch of temple strikes will appear throughout the vaults. Every so often, like every, I don't know if it's like 15 minutes, 30 minutes, since the last incursion, a thing at the top here will say, the next incursion will spawn in however long. And then, if there is an active strike when that timer reaches 0, it changes to the next temple strike will proc an incursion, or some, like it'll say, will activate an incursion. I don't know the exact wording. And then, when you complete an incursion, which that thing I just did is an incursion. There's multiple types of incursions. There's like a pot down here, throw a bunch of stuff in the pot, escort the caravan, defend the flags over here. Is it just those 3? I feel like there's one more that I'm forgetting. But I don't know. Those are like the 3 incursions that I can remember. And then after you complete the incursion successfully, then it spawns the Ancient Foe. You can see here. That's why I've been calling it that, because that's the name of the event. Ancient Foe, Kudalak. Kudalak always spawns over here. So that is the order. But because it's not on a timer, right? Like, it's not like, oh, every 30 minutes the Ancient Foe spawns. It's whenever a sequence of events has been completed, which can take a varying amount of time. So, in theory, different servers will have different events at varying progress levels. So if you just hop between groups that happen to be on, like, the Incursion or the Ancient Foe, you can just quickly get the rewards from this and move on to a different server that's already at that stage of the event chain. And then, you know, rinse, repeat. So you can see what I'm doing here is, if I keep hopping between servers until I see an active incursion. Obviously, if I see Kudalak up, that would be better. But if there's an active incursion, then I know, okay, they finished this, Kudalak spawns. So it's like 5 minutes to get Kudalak. And then if I've searched of all of the active groups, then I'll try to keep track of like which ones have the text that says the next strike will turn into an incursion. Because that does mean that I'll have to sit through an entire incursion, but at least it's guaranteed to give a Kudalak in like 10 or so minutes. So if you do this, you can pretty reliably, I've been averaging, I don't know, like 1 Kudalak per 10 minutes-ish. Not too shabby. So you know you got into the right server when that timer is up, yeah. Yeah, so I'll quickly demonstrate after Kudalak dies again. If you just joined, I'll show you what I've been doing. You did Wave Caller on your first ult, she offered loot, and you got 3 more Corrosive Souls. Nice. Yeah, I knew the loot was repeatable. Like, it's not once per account. But I have heard that you can repeat it on the same character. But I have not actually tested that to confirm it. I did read it. But it also could just be somebody spreading misinfo, which, you know. That's why I take that with a grain of salt. The fact that Kudalak is repeatable, though, and, like, Kudalak gives 285 veteran gear, Nimrissa gives 279 veteran gear. So if Kudalak is repeatable, then, like, it doesn't seem that far-fetched to me that the world boss would be repeatable, but, again, I have not actually confirmed. Feathered Bell, okay, I mean, that does... Dogshit trinket. But I'd imagine there's probably so many trinkets diluting the loot pool. Yeah, so you can see here, right? So I left that group. My home server, Zul'jin, right now has this thing of complete the current strike to begin an incursion. The problem is, where this gets tricky is a lot of servers are bugged at the moment. And specifically this one, Cursed Depths, will get stuck at a 0 timer, and then that server is permanently fucked. It will never progress beyond that. But the thing is, a lot of people will not understand that, right? Oh, shit! Alright, so that is quite lucky. This is the first time I've just found a group that's on Kudalak. Let's see, what do I get? I got another crappy trinket. I'm slowly collecting every single crappy trinket. See, I'm back to the same server. And let's try again. So, we have... I'm just going to quickly check. The one to look out for, like, the reason that that group caught my eye is From Whence You Came is the name of the quest that asks you to kill an ancient foe. So if you see a group that says From Whence They Came, there's a good chance it's somebody on that boss. Now, that being said, I have seen people just list... They will press the button, because the way that you list a quest, right, is see this thing, turn back the surge. So I could list a group right now, start a group, turn back the surge, and I'm sitting in this area. So it technically doesn't mean anything. I have seen groups that will just, like, have their group named after a quest. So, like, yeah, this server's bugged, you can see. The timer's stuck at 0. But unfortunately, like, this group has been in LFG for quite a while. Because presumably these people don't realize that their server is broken. So they just keep it listed there. I need to start keeping track of, like, who the group leaders of these ones are. Let me see. So, there's an active strike, and we have the text here. Complete the current strike to begin an incursion. But I can't see the progress of the strike, so I can't tell if it's bugged. Usually the one that's bugged is Cursed Depths, but I have actually seen this one and the one up north be bugged much more rarely. Is it... Is it bugged? It does appear to be bugged. Yeah. I think this one's bugged. Okay. Yeah, this one, another server, completely different server, with the exact same bugged objective. Oh, Blizzard really needs to fix this shit. Okay, there's not any groups there. Floor is lava. This platformer is not for beginners. You will rage trying to complete it. State-of-the-art lava will melt you down with every mistake made. Interesting. Okay. I'm not finding any groups, so I'm gonna go grab my food really quick. Would group leaders show in recent allies? Good question. I mean, possibly, but it looks like it's just... Yeah, it's also... These are some crazy names. Ow, my balls and hot gay furry. Holy shit. And slut mogs for good measure. Alright, those are my recent allies, apparently. But yeah, I don't think any of those were the group leaders. I'm pretty sure I would have recognized it if they were. Oh, goodness. Okay, I think I don't recognize this group, so I will check this one. And it looks like this one's bugged too. Man! Lots of bugged servers. Unfortunately. That group I've definitely joined. Alright, I'm gonna go grab my food, because it's definitely finished by now. And then, hopefully, in the 2 or so minutes it takes, another group will pop up. Alright. Yeah, it's really unfortunate because obviously as time goes on, more and more servers are eventually going to get the bug and then just be completely fucked. Let's see. Oh, from whence it came? Maybe, perhaps. On the off chance that that's like a real posting. I'll hit him with the invite per chance, question mark. Nobody can say no to invite per chance. It says auto accept, so in theory if I... Come on, man! Why is it not working? The guy's not converting to a raid group. Come on, brother. Convert to raid! Everything here shares credit in a raid. I mean, considering my logic here, right? If it's somebody who doesn't understand the game well enough to know that you can, like, convert to a raid for that quest, they probably also listed it under the wrong thing. So I doubt it was actually... Is this the group I just joined? It is. Okay, who's the group leader? So I know not to keep rejoining this group. Kraken Noah. Yeah, so that group. I mean, I could try and join this one, turn back the surge. And then I was correct that, yeah, there's somebody else here. So they're on this server. But it looks like they are probably doing the same thing that I'm doing. Is this one bugged? This looks like one of the servers I was on before. Yeah, it's this one, but it's just not activating. Oh, shit! Okay. Apparently I just got dropped onto some Zul'jin shard that has an active incursion. That works. Oh, Baze, you still think his affix in my time walking run was more like a buff for him? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I need to be absolutely clear. Baze had no idea of anything that I was planning. Obviously, the other people kind of knew that the intent was to make the run slow, but I actually never even explained that to Baze. Because you can even say, like, in the run, Baze was saying, you know, oh, we should have been in comms for this. It would have made it faster. Because I didn't explain any of that to him, of, like, I want the thing to be intentionally chaotic. Partially because, like, the nature of the Baze affix is that you just need to let Baze loose and see what random shit he does. So I figured the less he knew, the better. The more chance that we would just get an authentic Baze moment. And it was definitely the correct play because we got multiple authentic Baze moments. So I am quite happy with how that turned out. Like, I'm a little bit in the moment disappointed that, like, the speedrun didn't do as well as it, you know, I was hoping it would. The nice thing about speedruns is, more so than any other video, those ones tend to collect views over time. Like, I have had speedruns in the past where, like, they do kind of underperform early on, and then they will just, like, slowly ramp up, and then I'm like, I check them, you know, months later, I'm like, wait, when did that video hit, like, 100K? So, the vast majority of videos, like, guides and stuff that I make, like, tend to kind of flatline after a little while. It's just the nature of, like, the seasonal content in WoW. But those tend to be evergreen to an extent. Usually after the expansion that they're present in ends, they fall off a little bit. But, like, as an example, right, the sub-3-hour War Within run, which was, like, a year and a half ago at this point, it still gets, like, decent views. Nothing crazy, but, like, 100 views a day. Which, considering it's very, very old at this point, and not even current expansion, it's, like, not terrible. So I've been leaving that one up. I tend to, like, every now and then check the performance of, like, the older speedruns, and the moment they've, like, passed beyond like, a certain threshold, which is, like, you know, 20, 15 views-ish a day, then I'll just unlist them. Because at that point, like, the amount of views that they're actually generating is, probably taking away from, like, potential impressions that the newer speedruns could be getting. But I am still, I mean, that sub-3-hour War Within speedrun is definitely one of the best runs I've done. So, can't say I'm upset. What am I trying to do? I am... oh yeah, Free said, what's the benefit? And Wombo asked, basically at the same time. So, what I'm doing, effectively, is the way that the events work. You do strikes, you proc an incursion, this thing that I just completed. You complete an incursion, it procs an ancient foe, which we will see 3, 2, 1. There we go. Slay Kudalak. Procs Kudalak. So you can kill Kudalak. If you kill Kudalak, you get one of these bad boys. 285, a veteran, 3 out of 6. Now, I don't really need the veteran gear per se, but what I am trying to do is I'm trying to get as many veteran pieces as possible. Specifically right now, I'm trying to get a ring, pants, and shoulders. Because then I can spend my veteran crests on this character to upgrade those items to 295. And then if I get full 295 on this character, I unlock the veteran discounts for all of my alts. And then all of my alts can get their veteran crests spent more efficiently. So then some of my characters that basically like don't have Rotmire gear, for instance, will be able to just easily get 295 just by efficiently spending veteran crests. But in order to do that, I first need to make sure I get the discount on my Druid. Is Crown is your favorite character in your story slipping after keeps messaging me? I mean, that's just Vase, though. That is honestly just the way Vase always talks. Yeah, no problem, Freeze. Night Knock said you enjoyed the leveling speedrun. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, I mean, most people who watched it, frankly, the comments on that were largely positive. Everybody who watched it, minus like 1 or 2 people who don't understand time walking. But you're gonna get like comments like that on every single video. So relative to the amount of like, oh, you know, this is why I don't play retail type of comments, which I get on literally every YouTube video ever. Relative to a normal video, overall, people seem to like it. Which I'm glad, because I actually was really worried that there'd be a larger, like, negative reception of, oh, how dare you use groups. But I guess, more so I should say, specifically, I was pleasantly surprised that way more people than I expected thought the whole, like, group thing was fun, and they liked the idea. And especially the whole, like, I tried to make it fun, right? Which, I figured the idea of having to use a group for the run, the entire reason why I structured it like that, is I was hoping that people would at least appreciate the entertainment value of doing, like, the whole, like, group affixes and whatever. And if I hadn't done that, there'd probably be more complaints about, like, aren't you just, like, making things easier for yourself? But I didn't really see any of those complaints, actually. Usually it's just the usual, like, annoying comments. Frankly, it's just, for reasons beyond my understanding, the YouTube algorithm just, like, fucking gunned me down on that video. But it happens. Like, that is how it goes. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure I had veteran boots already. And game, let me say it louder. I have veteran boots already! Thank you, game. Thank you. You don't need to give me yet another pair of veteran boots. I'm good on that slot. I could use something else. Let's do some server hopping. See if we can... Aha! Immediately into a new temple incursion. Makes you wonder how fast the run could be if you didn't kneecap the time-walking section with affixes. Yeah, I mean, it certainly would have been faster. So one of the main reasons why I wasn't too concerned about that is, one, you know, for the reason I just described, I think it would make the video more interesting. And ultimately, that is my larger concern. But, while absolutely I could have tried to optimize it, the reality is, if I am going to spend the time trying to optimize the dungeon process, which I did, like, I left a little, like, thread at the end of the whole PowerPoint presentation. I did say, hey, if people want to see that, let me know. And so far, there's been 1 or 2 comments saying that, like, they don't really care if I do pre-made dungeons. They think it, you know, it's on the table, right? You're already doing all this crazy optimization shit. You may as well. So if I get the sense that more people would rather see the dungeons optimized as well, I'm not opposed to doing it, but only if it's necessary. Only still under conditions where I do not think that... Well, one of two things. Either dungeons are just the only viable way to level, a la Legion Remix, in which case, you know, I did explain that in the PowerPoint, separate story. But that is something, like, we've already crossed that bridge in the past. But for runs that are supposed to be solo speedruns, I would only ever do it for things where I feel like it is just impossible to get an efficient run done if you don't do dungeons. Which, to my knowledge, is really only the case for Turbulent Timeways, but if I decide to do another Turbulent Timeway speedrun, it does seem like most people think that's fine. But if I am going to set that as a goal, right, of, okay, this time, let's try and really optimize it, then I'm gonna, like, I want to do the full optimization process. I don't want to, like, just make it slightly less messy. Because at that point, like, you know, kind of all or nothing, right? Either I just accept the fact that, like, I'm getting a group, but I'm going to, like, have fun with it, and we're just going to have people fuck around with the affixes, in which case it doesn't really matter how fast it is, just that I'm actually able to do it, which is what I went with this time, or I try to get the most optimal set of dungeon groups and runs possible for the purposes of the speedrun. But on such short notice, there was absolutely zero way I was going to get even remotely close to, like, a perfect optimized group comp. Like, that's the kind of thing where, to give you an idea of, like, how long the Legion Remix runs and stuff took to plan, well, Pia, you know that, because I told you the story. And I know, like, you know, Pixelina here was part of the runs. So there are a few people who, like, were there. But for anybody else, it took me, like, an entire month of, like, non-stop planning, testing, and, like, looking for people who were able to cover certain spots just to be able to get that run off the ground. Like, it is a lot of work to get the perfect comp set up. And I made multiple posts, like, saying, you know, looking for a specific spec for this run. I tried really hard to recruit, and even then it took a while to find all the people I needed for a run like that. So it is a lot of effort to get one of those set up. So that's the kind of thing where if I was going to do it, I would need to make sure I had, like, well in advance made that decision and started preparing for it. And that, I had, like, 3 days to set up and do that speedrun. So nowhere near enough to get a perfect run off the ground. You were expecting him to pop out a video after time walking ended on a speedrun with no affixes? What, Baze? Or Baze or me? Like, you thought I was gonna do it again, but with, like, a perfect run? God, no, no, no. If Baze did that, that would be hilarious. But no, Baze... Baze did put a warrior guide. His warrior guide's been doing very well. You're there for Shadowlands Remix? Awesome. Oh, me. No, 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 no. Yeah, I don't care enough for that, right? Like, Legion... So, Legion Remix was different, right? Legion Remix, two things. One, the big thing for Legion Remix is that is like a once-in-a-lifetime event. You know, we're not going to get another Legion Remix, at least not for a very long time. So, you know, like, in theory, I'm not saying I'm never going to do another 80 to 90 run, but I have ample time, like, throughout this expansion to set up and do another run. And honestly, I think that it would be even faster if I just wait until later in the expansion and do it with, presumably we're going to get Winds of Mysterious Fortune again. And whenever that rolls back around, I think just having 20% flat XP will be better than 30% conditional XP. Because the time walking dungeons, they're slow. They do slow you down a lot. And I honestly do think that the 10% extra that you would get would not be worth the amount of time it takes to do those dungeons. Now, obviously, compared to nothing, 30% is a lot. But going from 20% flat to 30% that takes like 30 minutes to get set up, yeah, it's a little bit scuffed. And I'm hoping that we also get some other minor buffs later in the expansion to make it faster. So, considering, like, most of my fastest leveling times are usually done, like, towards the latter half, like, the 2/3 mark of an expansion, it wouldn't really make sense for me to go, like, absolutely fucking crazy trying to get, like, the ultimate run, when I'm pretty sure I'll be able to just beat whatever time I get later on, regardless. That and Legion Remix was obviously different. Like, I explained this to you at the time, Pixelina, because, I was not joking when I said, at the start of Remix, that, you know, I'm just going to do one run and that's it. My original plan was I got the 7-minute run and I was done with that. It was specifically because RAOV challenged me directly and was mocking me on multiple social media platforms, like, at that point, it's like, all right, you poked the bear, motherfucker. Like, I guess I'll do another run. So it was very much personal. Like, that was just a grudge match, like, 100%. But well, to a certain extent, right, there was also the element of, I had, like, the perfect vision for the route, and because of some, like, random hiccups that I couldn't control, we couldn't get it done in the first run. Now, I would have been okay with that. Like, I had made my peace with that fact, because I had at least proven to myself that my perfect route worked. It was just unavoidable mistakes. So I was like, I was okay with it. I'm like, you know what? At least I know my strategy worked. The issue that more so that I ran into is because I was happy that my strategy worked, and if I ended up with the fastest time, then effectively I would have proven to other people that yes, my strategy was effective. But because RAOV went out there and shit-talked me and made a key point of saying that my strategy was garbage and that their, like, dragon spam strategy was better, because they attacked the strategy that I made, which I was very proud of, at that point, I was basically forced to show, no, you're a fucking idiot. My strategy is better than yours. It was just obviously scuffed due to factors out of our control. So then at that point, I'm basically forced to set up an actual perfect run where the strategy goes according to plan to show that they're dog shit and I'm better. So that's exactly what I did for Legion Remix. But in this case, right, like, functionally, there wasn't anything different that I would have done for a new speedrun here. Like, my solo strategy, actually, I think overall, I am very happy with how the 10 to 80 section worked out. Especially because while I scuffed the math a little bit for getting exactly level 70, it wasn't really a mistake on my part. It's like I said, I had to just do some napkin math and hope my napkin math was correct. And I got pretty damn close. And then I'm very pleased with how I managed to adapt. Like that, in hindsight, that quick, like, on-the-fly, grabbing, like, the Hogger quest and doing that last second to, like, barely scrape into level 70, considering my original plan failed, the fact that I managed to pull that one off and barely still get sub 2 hours, I'm quite pleased with that. So that is, in my opinion, really good. I am still a little bit annoyed with myself for fucking up Twilight Crypts, but overall, the rest of my 80 to 90 strategy went perfectly fine. So the run itself, I think, went well. The only thing is just that, like, yeah, you know, it was not perfectly optimized with the dungeons, but, you know, that was also very much by design. So I'm not too concerned. And like I said, if I'm gonna perfectly optimize it, I would do like a different run where that was the intent from the beginning. But there's simply not enough time, right? Like, even the Legion Remix thing, I mean, you were there. We spent, like, multiple weeks doing nothing but planning that. And also, there was nothing else I had to cover, right? Like, I had no other videos to make at the time. That was all my singular focus was on the Legion Remix thing. Right now, new patch around the corner, you know, I'm in a raiding guild. I have way too much shit to do. I don't have time to plan a new run, unfortunately. But, again, that's, you know, that's the plan for, from later on in the expansion. Eventually... oh, did they just kill it? That's a bummer. Maybe that might have... okay, yeah, it looks like I just missed another Kudalak. I'm sitting here yapping and I missed a kill. Is this one working? There's a lot of people in here. This might be the same bugged server. Well, it doesn't have the incursion that's about to spawn anyway, so kind of a moot point. I can't tell. So this is Crimpy. Is this the same group? Okay, well this one is literally moments away from triggering an incursion, so I'll just sit in this one. You would absolutely prepare and practice for a run like that next remix or another time walking section? Yeah, I guess... I'll give it some thought, but like I said, considering most people seem to be positive about it, I will probably keep that in mind. You also, I mean, you do need to keep in mind, like, it's a lot of work. Hindsight's 20/20, of course. What am I doing? I am farming incursions and ancient foes in Vaults of Tolutec. Hindsight's 2020. When I set out to do that run, I obviously didn't think it was going to be as much of a headache as it ended up being. I kind of, well, it initially was conceptually just a solo speedrun. And I figured, okay, I get my plan put together and then I'm good to go. It really wasn't until I started doing practice runs in preparation for the TBC version when I'm just like, wait, this just doesn't fucking work. They fucked the scaling. So it was pretty much like the last week of the season when I sat down to actually start preparing for the run when I realized, like, this might actually be scuffed. And then by the time I realized, it was, again, like, yeah, too late to do anything about it. But at that point, I did end up spending, like, a considerable amount of time having to prepare for it because I needed to, like, adapt. But I initially didn't want to set anything up. Like, it is a lot of work getting a group speedrun prepared. So it always depends on how busy I am. But I'll see. If definitely remix at this point, I guess it's a tradition. I'll at least say, like, I don't know if I'm going to try and get, like, you know, another super duper world record. Like, if somebody else challenges me, I don't know if I'm really going to, like, sit there until the very end of the event, like, min-maxing the fuck out of it. Because I've had to do that twice now, and it's been a lot of work both times. But I will at least say that I'm probably going to do some sort of group speedrun for Remix, because, yeah, it's, you know, now we've done it twice, it's tradition. So I guess whenever the next Remix rolls around, if you're interested in helping with that, I will probably put out a post, and you could just shoot me a DM at that time. And as for time-walking speedruns, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, I guess. If I get, if there's another Turbulent Timeways later this expansion, and I want to do a run, I'll see if I feel like setting up a group, but I'm not opposed to it. We'll see. Unavoidable mistakes, Lightforged. Shush, we don't talk about the Lightforged. Yeah. That, man. I'm so glad that I can, like, laugh at it. But I could not fucking believe. So, I will say, though, I talked about this in the video, right? The Lightforged mistake actually did really not make that much of a difference in the end, because the reality of the way the original run was structured is that the mobs that we were killing were not demons, so I was not really getting any considerable amount of XP. It would have saved, like, 20 to 30 seconds, which, like, sure, 20 to 30 seconds seems like a lot, but then when you realize that the optimized version of the run cut it down from 7 minutes to sub 2 minutes, you realize that there were far bigger time saves on the table. And then I ended up basically having a lot of overflow XP from the bosses at the end anyway, so any additional XP I may have gotten from the demon boss kills would not have actually made a dent in the overall. Now, Lightforge was very important in the final strategy, because we utilized demons much more heavily in the sub 2 minute run, so it did actually make a difference there. But the one silver lining is that for that initial run, it actually didn't matter all that much. I felt like a fucking idiot. The thing that really baffled me is, like, I was thinking about this, I'm like, nobody's gonna fucking believe me, right? Like, when I edit this in the video, everybody's gonna think I'm just, like, doing this for a bit. Like, genuinely, we finished the run early December. I think it was, like, December 5th. And then 2 weeks later, when I'm doing, like, the final, like, I've gotten all my footage, I've gotten my script done, and I sit down to actually edit the footage, and I'm looking through my footage to find the clip of me creating the Lightforged Draenei, and it dawned on me 2 weeks later during the video editing process that I had played the wrong fucking race for the speedrun. Like, that's the part that I think I felt dumber about. You know, it would be one thing if, like, a day later, I'm like, oh my god, guys, I cannot believe, like, while I was so stressed out, I forgot. But the fact that, like, I made it 2 weeks and nobody else fucking noticed? Nobody told me that happened? Like, that was the part where I'm just like, how the fuck am I that fucking clueless that I just missed it? And it feels like, in hindsight, unbelievable. Like, how can somebody who sets up this speedrun to such extreme detail miss such a crucial detail? And the real answer to why I missed it is actually, like, I mean, it's just very human, right? before those speedruns start, I'm really the only one organizing that stuff. So I have like 20 different people who need to be in specific spots. I'm on 3 different accounts at once, tabbing between my accounts, checking to make sure everybody's in their correct position. In many cases, checking to make sure somebody's on time because they're usually running late. And like, so I'm messaging somebody like, ETA, 5 minutes, okay. And I'm just juggling so many different things at once. And the other issue that we run into with runs like that is in order to make sure that everybody had their jobs done perfectly, I created and ran tests of the character creation process and like the first minute or two of the run multiple times before we started. So I would create a character with the same name, which was like Harldan WR or something like that. And then we would run through like the first intro, the summoning process, just to make sure everybody had their macros and stuff correct. Delete the character, do it again. Delete the character, do it again. And I did that multiple times. So I had just gotten done making multiple versions of that character and blitzing through it. And then, by some fucking miracle, the perfect act of sabotage by Blizzard, I open the character creation thing, and it picks a random race, right? When you open character creation. So normally, if I open the character creation and it's on a Tauren, right? I see Tauren, my brain registers Lightforged Draenei. I select Lightforged, we're good. It picked Draenei as a random race. And there was like some synapse in my brain didn't fire, and thought, oh, okay, I've clicked Draenei, or Lightforged Draenei. And because I see a Draenei there, my brain doesn't process the distinction of this is not a Lightforged Draenei, and I just hit create character. And then that was the one that we ended up using for the run. And it's like, I mean, so many things need to go wrong, but there's a YouTube channel I really like to watch called Mentor Pilot, which, it's really interesting learning about, I've knew fucking nothing about like airplanes or whatever, and just aviation as an industry. And they have a lot of really well-made like documentaries about like plane crashes and like how it happens, and it's really interesting hearing like the pilot, like super well-trained, experienced pilot, will make like the dumbest fucking mistake, and it's just like, how can this happen? But then, when you can be like the most well-trained pilot on the planet, and if a million different things are going wrong, you have a million like alarms blaring at you, you'll just make the tiniest little mistake. And then, in many cases, it leads to disastrous plane crashes. And that's basically, that's how it felt on the day of, it's doing all the perfect speedrun prep, and then I forget to pick the correct race, right? The one little detail that, that's the thing that, like, my brain decides to skip over. So, I'm not, like, too upset about that specifically. Frankly, I'm more embarrassed about the fact that it took me 2 weeks to even notice my mistake. That one was rough. The stream is buffering for you. I'm not getting any errors on OBS, so I'm guessing it must have just been like on YouTube's end. But usually OBS will tell me if something went wrong. Hey, Empress Christie. Nautix Sand said, hi, I'm playing for the first time. What are the most interesting campaigns and maybe best for leveling besides the World of Draenei? Almost completing this one and you're joining. I'm guessing you're talking about Warlords of Draenor. So, I have, if you go to my YouTube channel, I have leveling guides that tell you, like, the best stuff. WoD, which I assume you're talking about WoD, is one of the fastest ways to level, just in general. There are faster routes, though, and if you watch my video guides, it'll explain it. Generally, I wouldn't necessarily say there's any interesting leveling campaigns, right? Like, leveling, unfortunately, in this game is more of a chore. It's, like, something that you just kind of get through. Admittedly, I've done all of them years ago, right? A lot of people, like, Legion can be fun, but the problem is Legion is a fundamentally, like, broken experience these days. So while I think Legion can be, it's one of the best, like, questing experiences that they've made, playing through it now as a low-level character, you're just going to get, like, a really crappy, disjointed experience. So, like, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. I think that if you want to play through the old quest lines and really experience it, ironically, WoW leveling is probably not the way to go. I think you just get your character to max level, you go back there and just blow through it at low level, and it's a little bit unfortunate because obviously you're going to be one-shotting everything, but if all you care about is like going through the storyline the way it's meant to be done, that is a much better way to go about it, because the leveling process is just very janky. And then it's going to kind of ruin the process because, like, you're going to get your teeth kicked in multiple times because the scaling will just not be working correctly. That's just kind of the unfortunate way that World of Warcraft leveling is currently structured. Um, let's see. No problem. Dude, come on. How many pairs of boots do I need to get? I got another weapon. I already have that too. I mean, I can't complain too much. I have gotten... Ooh, nice. My server is already on another incursion, so we should be able to chain this pretty quickly. I will at least check to see, right? Are there any... there's a group from whence it came. But they are big, fat, filthy liars. Oh, come on, man. Oh! Alright, well, at least there is a group up. Wait, no, this is a different server, because the one that I was on the final barricade. Yeah. Okay, alright, so let me find the group. This group from... Which one? This one is so close to being done, it may as well be active. I'm gonna take the guaranteed Kuda lock. But then I do know that now there is another group on the same escort further down the track. So the moment Kuda lock dies, I can go check that. You were showing your brother the PowerPoint, and when it got to the slide of was it really that bad, he thought it was so hilarious. I'm glad. I tried, like, I don't know, I tried to make the PowerPoint a little bit more entertaining. There definitely was a certain amount of, like, just word, like, dump I had to do. I tried to make the explanations more interesting, right? But I wanted to make sure I included at least one slide like that. To where, you know, I had a limited amount of time to throw together that PowerPoint. But I figured I was like, you know, that'll be a good way to, like, give people the vibe of what I'm trying to go for here. Like, I'm not having, like, a super serious, you know, like I said, you know, like a class presentation type of PowerPoint. I'm more just going to be, like, venting about, you know, what I've had to deal with setting up this run, and make it clear that this is more meant to be, like, a fun type of PowerPoint. I think going forward, I'm going to try for a lot of the PowerPoints. Like, I am working on another one that'll hopefully be out, like, tomorrow or Friday, where, like I said, I'm going to go through all of the different stuff that I'm doing as preparation for my Hall of Fame guilds. Basically talk about, like, what it's like to be raiding at a Hall of Fame guild, the stuff that I'm doing, and maybe some stuff that other people can consider doing as well. And I'm going to try to give, like, more visual examples there to make it, like, more engaging to watch. That one will probably be a lot more information-dense, but that's why, you know, I think, considering it's probably going to be harder to follow along with compared to the speedrun one, I definitely want to make sure that it's a pretty PowerPoint. A good example, you aren't familiar with this one, Pia, but like a few months ago I made a PowerPoint for the introduction section, so the whole, like, the Sunwell intro. I made an 8-hour video with a PowerPoint of the Sunwell intro. And that one had, like, a lot of accompanying visuals, links, and stuff like that, to make it, like, more engaging to follow, because, you know, 8 hours, like, at that point. I didn't set out to make an 8-hour PowerPoint, but I made a very big PowerPoint with visuals, with, like, time-stamped video links to give as demonstration footage. And one thing that I did that I thought was fun, it was a way to make the PowerPoint actually work correctly, is I put, like, a bunch of images on the slide, and I, like, dragged them around the PowerPoint slide. So instead of having to, like, do a keyframe animation in Premiere, I basically just dragged the images around to simulate what I was talking about. I saw your last 80 to 90 guide. Will there be an update? Is that the current fastest way? Yeah, nothing has changed. The only thing that's changed is Turbulent Timeways is gone, but that video, if you watch it, is structured around the idea that, like, the route is still the fastest. All you do is get that's done, or 4 time walking dungeons done to get the 30% buff, and then you do the route. So, like, if you go to follow the arrow, which obviously making an updated video guide. I might make an updated one later in the expansion if anything significant has changed. But a video guide is a lot harder to make. Follow the Arrow I can make quick adjustments to. But if you look at Follow the Arrow, right, like, the actual stuff that I've done in my speedruns, you know, I do all this stuff, I do all the delves, blah, 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 I go to Eversong Woods, I do, like, the first part of Eversong, but then a lot of later sections of Eversong, which are still fast, and I, like, all this stuff, I still did a lot of this stuff in my, my early expansion speedruns, like, before Turbulent Timeways, before the delve buffs, and, like, Zul'jin, the entire Zul'jin campaign is in here, as an example, because it's pretty fast. Then I have, like, you go down here, you go to Amanizar Village, and then, like, all of the side quests around here, obviously in this case, because I've already done it on this character, they're already complete here. But all that stuff is still in Follow the Arrow, and that is still fast. So you can still use that to this day. You don't need to have, Nice! Directly into a second Kudalak. You don't need to have Turbulent Timeways to follow... Well, to use Follow the Arrow. Pixelina said, Harldan also has the add-on that can help you. Yeah, the only reason I didn't mention is because they were specifically saying, okay, yeah, it looks like Ophidian Mod does work on Kudalak, which is kind of crazy. They mentioned they were doing, like, interesting leveling campaigns, so I took that to mean they're doing Chromie Time, which, obviously, I have my video guides, but currently Follow the Arrow doesn't support 10 to 80, right? So I didn't want to recommend that to them, and then they, like, download it, and they're like, what do you mean? Like, it doesn't work. Okay, this one's on the 3rd barricade. This group leader is Senior Chodo. And from whence it came... So that's that group. This might have been the group I just joined. Yeah, so that was the group I just joined. And that one was... Spell Shadowne. I'm gonna quickly check the other ones, just to see. Okay, so this one has an incursion soon. Okay, I'm gonna lock my place in here. Just because I don't want to be in a position where this is... I mean, because this is literally about to finish. So, if I ended up outside of the group and unable to server hop here in like a minute or two, I would have felt really bad about trying to greet it. Odds are I'm not going to find like another Kudalak that is up right now. And if there is, well, yeah, whatever. Okay, also, I haven't opened my rewards from the previous ones. To clear my bags a little bit. Let's... belts, okay. I don't have a belt, but I don't need one. I got another crappy trinket. You'll give it a try tomorrow? Awesome. Yeah, I will give you a warning, though. A lot of people have been telling me that apparently the new patch broke a lot of the quests. So specifically, the steps... this thing, Shadow Puppets, apparently this questline is bugged. You can't complete it. And apparently certain sections of the Eversong campaign are also bugged. Now, here's the thing. If you get to this quest, it's bugged, and, like, by bugged, I mean Blizzard broke it, like, in the game. My add-on handles it fine. It's just that they broke something that prevents the quest from being completed. And I've seen a few people freaking out, like, oh no, I can't use Follow the Arrow. Anytime you get to a situation like that, if something's not working, the way I've designed Follow the Arrow, you can always just hit next, right? Just skip. Always just do that. So, the add-on was fundamentally designed to be unbreakable from individual errors. Every single step is self-contained. you know, you don't need to do one step to access the next. You can always just manual override. Now, obviously, certain quests have prerequisites. So, for instance, Shadow Puppets, the quest chain here, leads into Strung Along. So you can't pick up the quests on this step if you haven't done the stuff in Shadow Puppets. But in this particular case, like, the step will still work. Like, the code will still function. The code for every single step is self-contained. So if there's an issue on Blizzard's end in one area, or sometimes, I mean, rarely, when it gets reported, I usually fix it really quickly. But, like, I'll make mistakes. I'll sometimes fuck up. I'll forget a comma or something. And then, like, a certain step will be bugged. But in that case, it's usually just, like, there's one issue, and then somebody can just manually skip it. And then I always try to push out an update, if an issue like that is ever encountered. So just keep that in mind. You might need to skip some of the quests just because, obviously, new patch. Blizzard has no quality assurance anymore, so there's just always bugs that make it to live. Is what it is. Oh, yeah, also the weekly quests. So there's a few weekly quests that it'll recommend that you do. Blizzard accidentally fucked it up and made the level requirement 90 for those quests, so... even though they're made to be done while leveling, you can't pick them up while leveling. So... they're gonna fix all of that at some point, but considering how incredibly buggy this patch is, there's a lot of bugs that Blizzard needs to address, so... it's gonna take some time for them to get through all that. I got gloves, okay. I think I already have... I got gloves earlier, yeah. You're pissed about Time Ways. You went and got the buff on 4 characters as you came back and then proceeded to lose it on patch day. You've always kept buffs before. So the buffs like that are very much case-by-case basis. The reason they changed that, and I saw... the unfortunate reality is it used to work like that. It used to work like you thought, a Rescue Panda. And so I've seen a lot of people spreading misinformation, unfortunately, on like social media, saying that, oh yeah, the buff persists outside of the event. And I knew that it didn't. The reason why they changed that is because at the end of the last Turbulent Timeways, which was like towards the end of War Within, a lot of sneaky people out there, Race to World First players, decided they were going to prep a bunch of characters with the buff and then log out. And then not log back in until the launch of Midnight, so that they could keep the 30% buff on for Midnight launch and try and get like a faster World First level 90. And then now the Method Tank, right? That now made a big thing on Twitter calling out some people for doing that and asking Blizzard to fix it, and so they did. And so now the buff expires outside of the events, because before it didn't, so people were basically holding on to it until the launch of the expansion. And obviously that would have been an unavoidable advantage for people. So make it go away on new X-Packs? Yeah. I'm not saying it's a good change, don't get me wrong. I think it's incredibly stupid. Another example of something they did, a lot of people were stockpiling Delve quests from War Within and using them as pre-quests, and they were very strong. So I was actually one of the people who was advocating that Blizzard should nerf the experience of Delve quests at max level, or rather at level 90. Okay, first barricade. So what's this group leader? Nemi War has an active incursion. In the vaults. This is just a temple strike. Well, I'll finish my my yap session in a moment. Another generic temple strike. And I don't remember this one. Oh, these people are just on my server, okay. So the group is not up, but Nemi War, whenever the Nemi War group is up. This person's also on my server. I'll just have to keep an eye on that. Presumably the next time the Nemi War group gets relisted, I will be able to join in for a Kudalak. Assuming it does. So let's hope it does. And there's no other groups. Yeah. So I was saying that Blizzard should nerf the experience values for level 80 players with delves. So what did Blizzard do? They just cut all of the just raw flat values of XP granted from delve quests and War Within by like 90% across all levels. So in the process of nerfing delve pre-quest stacking, they completely murdered delve leveling as an actual method for War Within 70 to 80, and they have since never fixed it. It's still like that. The only reason why that doesn't matter that much is because 70 to 80 is so fucked as a level range, and War Within crafting is still just as good, so you can just bypass it with crafting, and you don't need to worry about doing delves at all. But it is still really insulting that they did such a sloppy change and then just didn't really bother to implement it correctly. That kind of pissed me off. But they do that all the time. They do the most heavy-handed changes possible. It's just unfortunate. You may or may not have decided to level an alt. Is there any new tech? The only new tech is to download Follow the Arrow and to use it to level your characters. For 10 to 80, there's no new tech. 10 to 80 is pretty much exactly as it's been for quite a while. Corrosive Coin Farm. I mean, presumably this group is in the vaults, right? So if I join, there's a chance that they just, like, hop me to a... Frostborn. Okay. It did server hop me, but obviously different, The server is working currently. That is good news. The boss keeps dropping gear? No, you can farm it. So the champion item is once per week. You can only get one champion piece. The veteran items, you can farm. Key distinction there. So if you watched my video and you heard me say once per week, that was specifically for the champion item. Which, frankly, the veteran stuff is not that important, especially for geared characters. The champion one is. The main reason I'm doing this is specifically I need a bunch of different veteran pieces. And it's either this or farm invasion points. Okay, the server's working, but they're not inviting. What gives? I'm gonna hop here. Maybe somebody's in the vaults. Maybe I get a free hop off this group. Doesn't look like it. That's a new group. It's the Temple Strike. Man. Unfortunately, any moment now, that other server is going to end up reaching the end of their chain, and I have not seen that group again. So, such is life. I tried to greed. Such is the punishment for greed. Invasion points? Yeah, unfortunately, invasion points are also a good way to farm gear. Let me read, chat. Please tell me that I'm not the only one who just heard that horrible dial-up noise. What dial-up noise? That I don't know if that was from my stream, unless other people heard it too, in which case I have no idea, because I didn't hear anything. You started Follow the Arrow yesterday, and the one quest where you have to subdue mobs and right-click the mobs didn't work? Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. That's the one where I said that, unfortunately, ever since the patch, Blizzard broke it. But you, like I said, you can just hit next. If you just hit next, skip the step, you're good to go. You don't need to do every single step. You can skip ahead if something breaks. Did I open my last bag? I did not. Another pair of boots, dude. Oh, why? Pain. That's probably gonna fill. Yeah. Well, I happen to find a server that's on this one. This is what turned back the surge. I really hope I can find that other server, though. Nazazarat is the one with the active incursion. At least it looks like I'm still on this server. It didn't phase me out. So if needed, I could farm this one. Alright, while I sit here and wait, I've actually had my food sitting here getting cold, and I kind of forgot. So let me mute my mic for a little bit. So you can get fully geared by just killing this boss. Is the gear good? Depends on your definition of good. You can get full 285 veteran gear by killing this boss. Now, if you have not played last season, this is good. Honestly, very good catch-up gear. Considering max item level, like for reference, my character's 293. Max item level last season was 289, and then like a few 298 pieces. So, if you are just returning to the game now, this is very, very good catch-up gear. If you already have gear, it's dubious. It's not necessarily extremely fast. The main reason I'm doing this is for some weird funnel tech that I'm trying to set up. It's a kind of a complicated strategy. This is coming in clutch. Glad to hear it. I'm glad that this trick is helping you out. All right, I'm muting my mic again. I'm gonna finish my food. You're setting up your interest tunes. I guess tunes that you're interested in playing. Yeah, definitely for getting like undergeared alts set up, it's really good. For sure, for sure. apparently I got lead of this group. What I'm going to do is edit. Can I change the name? Okay. I guess you can't change the name. It has to be the name of the quest. What I was hoping to do is I was going to leave like a little, basically like kind of a marker on the group name. But you know what I could do? You know what? I can change. Big W group. I'll do that. Ah, haha. So now, after I kill Kutalak, and I leave this group and pass lead to somebody else, when it stays in the Finder, I'll be able to see that note and be like, aha, that was the one that I just left. And I won't accidentally join it thinking that it's somebody else. Alright, let's see, what do I got? Where's my mouse cursor? Shoulders! Yes! Oh, fuck yes. Okay. Alright, I have everything I need. Well, almost everything I need. There are... No! Did I just miss another Kutalak kill? I just barely missed another Kutalak kill. No. Is that this server? No, they named the group wrong. Aww, misery. Well, that's how it goes. Let's see. Or any other... I'm not seeing anything. Let me think about it. Let me give it like a minute or two. And then I'll see if I want to do more. Getting shoulders was the big thing I needed. I could, in theory, now go do invasion points instead. But just one moment. That's funny. Just randomly, J.B is in this group. Almost done with my food. If I finish my food and I still can't find another group, then I'm going to go do invasion points instead. Alright. My food is all done. I was about to say, another group. I'm not even seeing any groups up now. Just this one, which I already checked. Yeah. Alright. So all of the groups are done. But I have shoulders now. Let's see, what was the... Yeah, it's either shoulders or chest, so I will... Like, that's kind of why it doesn't really matter. A lot of this min-maxing I'm doing for this trick won't actually matter for my main character. Just because I have to use 4-piece anyway. But my main characters also, or one of my mains, are the most well-suited to actually pull this off, because, like, you can see I'm already 294 in bags with all this stuff. So we're very close now. I'm going to do invasion points, because what I need, if I... Let's pull back up the... Why is, there we go. Pull back up the MS Paint. So, I have now... Do I have, let's see... Vets. I need vet ring still. I have not gotten... I've not gotten pants. So, still need that. I have veteran gloves now. I have vet bracers. I do not have a cape. And I have vet shoulders. Okay. So I need a veteran track ring. I need a veteran track pants. And I need veteran track cloak. So, does this show up on OBS still? Yes. This is what we need. Cape. Ring. And pants. So, if I do my I do my invasion point weekly, I should have enough to get one of those. The thing is, I don't necessarily want to buy it right out of the gate. Because if I buy it immediately, then I'm going to be effectively losing out on a potential, like, drop that I could get. You know, I might buy, let's say, a ring, and then I loot a ring from another incursion or something, or, Kutulak. So I want to make sure that now I farm the currency that I need to actually get another piece. But then once I have the currency done, I'm like, all right, now I go and do the other stuff. Have I... Yeah, I can do this. I'm probably not going to bother with Void Assaults, but maybe. I'm pretty sure if I'm at a point where I've done all my quests and I still need more accolades, then the better option would be to just spam, what's it called? Can't really get much value out of that. The better option would be to spam... do this, just because this will make it... fuck it, I'll deal with the... It'll take my muscle memory a bit to adjust. Are there any rares up? No. The world boss gives a lot of accolades, so I should probably find a group for that. I saw a few up in LFG. Hello? Oh, yeah. Fuck me, because I'm using the wrong keybinds. Okay. Alright. Warm up. Oh, there we go. This is... Okay, that one's going to expire soon. Okay, actually, I should do that first. Let's do this. Save a little bit of travel time. You don't need no pants. Unfortunately, my druid is not a fan of indecent exposure, and therefore must wear pants in the battle, so I need to make sure they are fully upgraded. Let's do... I'm going to do this world quest before it expires, just because this one I happen to know is pretty easy. And if I'm fast, I can also tag this Technomedic that somebody else has spawned. The one nice thing about invasion points is, I know everybody hates invasion points. Nightall, once you know Nightall, I maintain, it's actually not that bad. Nightall, I mean, it's definitely not amazing. But Vol is the one that is just absolutely fucking ass. I cannot stand Vol. But this zone is kind of a vibe, once you understand how to do the mushrooms. I'd imagine it's going to be a little bit more painful now that there's less people doing it, but probably fine. Hey, there's another bear here. Now, I need to do the world boss because it gives 200 accolades. Rare mobs are usually a pretty good way to get more. Like, this world quest takes an annoying amount of time to do, or bonus objective or whatever, for the amount that it gives. But like this one, you're just killing a bunch of mobs, 30 accolades, gives you progress towards the objective. Like, that's pretty good. And what are the other ones? That one's really annoying. I don't like doing that one. That one's pretty fast. And those are always very fast. So there's 2 other really fast bonus objectives up that I can do, aside from the world boss. So that's a decent amount of accolades. Might be enough to actually finish the quest outright. I'm gonna need 2 here. And then what I'll probably do is once I've finished the initial quest here, the showdown on Nightall, and I can pick up the bonus quest, I'll get the one where it's like do activities in the zone, and it asks me to do additional world quests. And any efficient... Okay, cool. Any efficient world quests that I see in the map, I'll do them, and then I'll go back to spamming Ancient Foes. And that way, by the time I've done a few more Ancient Foes, I should have a good set of world quests back up in Nightall that I can run. And I should be able to complete that to get more field accolades so that I can get the veteran items. If I'm going to do World Boss now, then I can use Gun Shoes, and it should be back up when I need it. Go here this way. Oh shit, somebody's just fighting it. I don't even need to join a group for it. Alright. It's a good thing I decided to check it. Here, in that case, I'll taunt this just to make it easier. Now, there is also a separate quest for doing the world boss. So, I forgot to pick that up, actually. Shut up, to get out of combat. Oh, shit. Forgot to pop dash. I think this gives a few accolades. Yeah, 75. Okay. So good thing I didn't forget that. Responding to some new comments on the video. Are the ritual sites not worth interacting with? Ritual sites, if you need to farm extra of these, are fine. But in terms of time efficiency, doing the weekly quest here is a much better way to get field accolades. Now, if we're talking about like grinding just the raw invasion point activities, like farming rare mobs, farming the elite enemies, versus spamming ritual sites, at that point, ritual sites are probably a better way to get the currency. But the one-time quests each week give you a lot for invasion points. And also, the main selling point of invasion or ritual sites used to be that they also gave you a lot of crests. As far as crests are concerned, ritual sites are no longer good. The only thing they're good for now is the accolades. Okay, so that rare mob's up. The new world quest is good. This one expires shortly. So I will do... What the heck? Picked me up. hold on, I need to actually make sure I don't fuck this quest up, because it's actually really annoying. Did I destroy the cannon? It should be dead. This one, okay. This world quest is so annoying if you have to do it a second time. So I really did not want to have to wait for all the roleplay to start up again. The timer on the rare mob should be up soon.
Mushrooms are boosting the potency of the arcane energies they are tapping into. Disrupt their logging operation to slow them down.
Nice. Made it. Okay, let's see here. That I probably don't want to do. I don't really care about it. That I want to do, but it just spawned, so it's probably going to be up. The Vine Grab is good. I'll have to see how much the rare mob gives me. Yeah, no problem, Average Siege. Okay, I only need 6% more. So if I find a way to get the remaining 6% without doing any of these bonus objectives, then can I hitch a ride? Hitch. Come on. Guess I wasn't at the right angle for that to work. Damn. Where's the nearest mushroom here? Oh. Another mushroom. Okay, game. What I would like to do, I guess the best way to get more, I could actually check LFG. There might just be rare mobs up. Night Elf farming. War mode on. That's. I'll join Night Elf farming. Where are we? Buddy. Oh, he might be on the same exact server as I am. Alright, it's fine. If I have to wait a little bit to finish this, just so that I can instantly complete the next one by banking all of the, world quests, that's okay. Damn, the Wordle bot is late today. I only just got pinged by the Wordle bot at 3 a.m. It's supposed to happen at midnight. Let's see. Really, what I would love to see, obviously a rare mob just spawned, so we're not going to be able to get that. But if one of the little mini-bosses activates, a lot of times you'll see the mini-bosses activate in this area, like a wave of them will pop out here. So if I kill that wave, that'll give me more than 5%, and then I can turn that in and do the world quests. But it's just kind of a crapshoot as to whether they spawn. It's crazy to do the Corrosive Codex isn't account-wide. It is account-wide, it's just bugged at the moment. It is supposed to be account-wide. Oh shit, as I say that, one of them just spawned. Maybe I can kill... hey, with Thomas, good to see you. Oh, that's already enough. Damn, 1 elite. I want to tag this because that's accolades if I can get there in time. Oh yeah, still has a ton of health. Let's see. I don't need to fight these mobs. I mean, they give dark particles, right? Which I can convert into accolades, so somebody already pulled them. But I want to get out of here before they drag more mobs. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else up right now. But alright, so, total haul so far. I started with no field accolades. I've already gotten 365. I turned this in. That was the quest for killing the world boss. We're up to 440. Now, I open these boxes. Now, keep in mind, look at... this is something a lot of people haven't realized. Look at how I have 2 quests. Showdown on Nightall and Showdown on Nightall Heroic. So I'm on Heroic World Tier for Nightall. But if you first go to Normal Mode Nightall and get that weekly quest for Normal Mode and the one for Heroic, you can do both of them at the same time in Heroic Mode. You get credit for each of them. And then you can turn both of them in and get both of the rewards. So... yeah, I was gonna say, I have some crap here. Don't actually need that. This is... I'm guessing that was the world boss loot that I got. Let's move that into my reagent bag. So, I have... this is the normal one. So the normal box gives, 75 field accolades. And then the heroic box gives 100. So I'm up to 615. 615 is not enough yet to get a full hero piece in a slot of my choice. You can buy random, or not hero pieces, a veteran piece. You can buy random veteran pieces for 500 accolades. Or you can buy a specific slot for... what's it called? I already have the veteran thing here, right? So I don't need that. A specific slot for 750. You're always going to buy a specific slot. Because this is the thing that you should do to target replace any slots that you don't have anything in. So, as I showed in my, what's it called? On my Microsoft Paint thing. Which, let's refer back to the MS Paint drawing. Right now, I need a cape, ring, and pants. Now, I'm probably going to be able to farm enough here. Definitely, we're already very close to one of these items. But I should be able to get enough accolades to get 2 of those items. But before I actually buy them, I'm going to do a little bit more farming in the Vaults of Atalu Tech. And then whichever of those 3 I get first, let's say I get a pair of pants, well then I use my accolades to buy a ring and a cloak. and that'll decide what I spend it on. Now, I'm going to do this, Disruptions Continue. And because I left all these world quests active, I can just blast through them really quickly. And that'll allow me to finish this bonus objective. You have 40k accolades and no idea what to do with all of them? At that point, yeah, I mean, you have more than enough to buy all of the cosmetics you could possibly want, and you could buy a full set of veteran gear for your character. One of the nice things, so I showed this on my Blood DK. My Blood DK doesn't need to buy, like, a bunch of different veteran items, and I had, like, 6k accolades. So on my Blood, I actually bought, like, 6... I was about to say 6 or the number after 7. Or, fuck. Number after 6. And then I caught myself momentarily. And then accidentally said it anyway. But I bought around 6 boxes of bracers. And I opened all of them up. And now on my Blood DK, I have a pair of socketed leech bracers. Because I just dumped all of them into that. Because eventually, those boxes you open up can roll tertiaries and sockets. Obviously, only the slots that can normally roll sockets, which is bracers, helm, belt. But by opening up all those, now, instead of just going for, like, a generic veteran item in all those slots, I have managed to get a really good pair of bracers that I can use for quite some time. Shadow melds, so that they will fuck off. And... ooh, okay. Actually, almost did it all first try. But the fastest way to do these world quests is to not actually even use the slingshot. It's to just do it manually. Like so. Now we teleport back. Okay, I could get a quick kill on this one. Somebody's pulled a bunch of... yeah. Oh, that is tragic. I don't even know what fucking slept me there. I would have barely tagged that, and then I randomly got slept. At the very least, there's a bunch of rares, or, not rares, elites here. And the elites at least give decent accolades, so... quickly cleave these guys down. I don't know if I want to do these, but I'll need to do one of them. Yeah, because I don't want to do salt caps. I could do this one because it's fast, and then I can do these two because they give slightly more. Main thing I want to get is at least 1,500. If I get 1,500 accolades, and I get enough to buy 2 pieces, then I could reasonably, if I farm enough Vaults of Atalu tech, I could get enough. Actually, oh shit, okay, that spawned. I'll do what I said I was going to do earlier, and I'll only do the efficient world quest, the one that's, like, really easy to complete. And then I'll kill this rare mob since it just spawned. But then, after I'm done with the efficient world quest, then I'll go and do more Vaults of Atalu tech, and then I'll come back here, and presumably at that point, some more world quests that are faster to do will have popped up, and we can finish that weekly quest. Shit, I overshot that. Nice. I think mounting is slightly faster at this point. Actually, unless... Is there... Actually, I don't think there's any mushrooms I could even slingshot onto. So that's... Yeah. Yeah, I'll run at this point. It's faster. I wish I had... I was about to say, I wish I had XA1000s. That's the beauty of the auction house mounts. Anything is possible. What do I want? 29... Choose... 1040... What? Plus. Is laggy. Should be, yeah, I'm here just in time. It's about to become active. Somebody in the guild Discord just posted a screenshot of, like, you know how when you die in Delves, there's the gravestone. So they posted a screenshot of a Grave of Blaze DK, which is one of Blaze's, or Base's alts. Oh, boy. Honestly, I already probably have a bunch of Graves in the new Delves, because I was multi-boxing a bunch of my Delves earlier. And I was dragging my Druid along. I did them on my Warrior, while my Druid was sitting there. But my Druid kept getting killed while I was AFK at the entrance. Because a lot of, like, the new Nemesis pack affixes will just target you from, like, halfway across the delve. So, my Druid got sniped a few times. Does anything else reset? Nothing else so far. So yeah, I'm going to kill this. We'll still have 60% to go. But then I'll go do vaults. And then all I need is 2 more world quests back up in time. What am I farming in this place? I am farming field accolades. So if you get field accolades, you can buy veteran items. And I am 3 veteran pieces away from being able to upgrade all of my gear up to 295. To unlock the Veteran Crest discount for my account, which then will allow me to upgrade a bunch of gear really cheaply on all of my alts that I plan to use for split runs. And then I'll have a bunch of Veteran Crests left over that I can use to craft embellished items. But in order to make sure I can do that, it's very important that I sacrifice one of my characters. And this Druid, this is the sacrificial lamb. Alright, let's see. Let's fly. I'll fly into the entrance over there. It's probably faster. But now, so... I want to get 1,500 accolades, but I've exhausted most of the good sources that are currently up. So I'm gonna go back to farming Vaults of Atal-Lutek, and then when I return to the invasion point in like 30 minutes or so, there'll be a bunch of new world quests, and hopefully a few more rare mobs will have spawned. Is there a cap on how many veteran crests you can get? Yes, with an asterisk. So, the cap is supposed to be 100. You may notice, I have 160. That is beyond the cap. So, all of the weekly boxes that you can get. So the like the Curse Surge box, these things, the special assignment. So I've done the Curse Surge, I've done the special assignment on the Coiled Isle. Those give 20 veteran crests that go beyond the cap. That applies to every single one of those weekly boxes. So this special assignment, beyond the cap. The Abundance quest that you pick up over here, like by Dun Dun, beyond the cap. South Royal Soiree, beyond the cap. This one, beyond the cap. The one from Verisa and Silvermoon, that also goes beyond the cap. Oh, my game just froze. Is it my game or my stream? Okay, the game just crashed. Blizzard's trying to silence me. I'm exposing their secrets. Oh no. It does look like I'm not noticing any issues on my stream, so I think it's not an issue with my computer, just World of Warcraft shitting the bed. And apparently there's an update, so just gotta wait here. The King's Rest World Quest rewards at 292 ring? Oh, man. They fucked that up before. That's funny. They fucked that up with Seed of the Triumvirate. Now, when that happened with Seed of the Triumvirate, they did fix it, so they might patch that. They probably will. But that's good catch. That's funny that they fucked it up again. When I get back in, I'll take a look. But yeah, so you have the 3 special assignments, the 2 in the regular zones, the 1 in Coiled Isle. You have the Curse Surge weekly. You have the Vaults of Atalu Tech weekly. Verisa weekly. There's, then, like I said, Abundance, South World Soiree, and Legends of the Harroneer, Stormarian Assault. I think that's it. I might be missing one. But I believe I have done all of the extra Veteran Crest sources on my Blood DK, and my Blood DK currently has 280 Veteran Crests. So there are, I guess, what would that be? 180 crests over the cap, right? And then each one gives you 20. So that would be, what, 9 sources? So if I think I just listed off all 9 of them. There might be another one that I've missed, but I think that's everything. And now, 280 crests, that's a decent amount of upgrades that you can get. So normally, with just 100 crests, you'd only be able to upgrade a few items. But if you're doing, like, what I'm doing right now on my Druid, if you get most of your gear set up properly, and by set up properly, I mean, like, you know, a lot of stuff up to 289 and whatnot, and then you only use the Veteran Crest to upgrade from 289 to 295, you could very easily get full 295 and get the discount. And then if you do that, then suddenly, on all of your alts, you now have access to 280 crests that are discounted, which is 28 upgrades. So even if you don't have all of your gear perfectly optimized at 289 item level, on an alt, you now no longer need to have it perfectly optimized. You can upgrade stuff from 285. And guess how you get 285 gear? Well, you can farm that repeatedly from this. And so let's bust out our friends, the calculator. So 285 is a veteran 3 out of 6. Veteran 3 out of 6 in would be 3 upgrades, so that would be 30 crests. So if you have the discount, then getting full 295 would require you to spend 30 crests in each slot, not counting any champion or Delver's Bounty items that you managed to get on that character. And in total, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 slots times 30 is 450. So if you were upgrading every single one of your items with Veteran Crests from 285 item level, then you would need 450 Veteran Crests to get all of them up to 295. Now that is not enough, right? I said I believe 280 is the most that you can get, but it's not that high. And keep in mind that if you get a 292 champion piece from M0s or from the, what's it called? Where's this thing? No. I must not have the excess one on this character. But the Venom Curse Fragment, you know what I'm talking about. I talked about it in my video. So the Venom Curse Fragment gives you a guaranteed champion piece. You could also get, presumably, more champion from M0s and a hero item in at least one slot. So, bare minimum, if we now cut off, no matter, assuming you don't get duplicates, right? So if you get a hero track pair of boots and a champion pair of boots, obviously that would be very unlucky. But let's say you got at least 2 unique slots with your Delver's Bounty and your guaranteed champion piece. We're cutting 60 crests off this amount. We're now down to 390. Or actually, rather, okay, I lied. It would be technically plus 10. Because you'd only be cutting off 20 crests from one of the upgrades. So, 400 veteran crests. Now, one thing that should be clear, right, is if you... what's it called? If you get the weekly resets worth of crests on the Tuesday, then any items that you're missing, you could very quickly pump them up to 295. Now, whether or not that's worthwhile, like worth the time to farm, is debatable, because at that point you could just jump into M+. So the advantage of doing this is that you could just immediately spring into M+ next week and with as much gear as you can possibly get, and then your farming will be a little bit faster. So that's why you'd want to do this. But if you get decently lucky from M0s, then every single piece of M0 gear that you get cuts 20 off here. And then how many would you need? So let's add 20. It would be 120 crests would be the gap between this. So in theory, you would need God, I'm fucking dead. 6 drops from M0, and you could get full 295 from nothing. Now, that is extremely unlikely, right? You're probably not going to do that. But in the case of my Paladin actually already has 2 slots at 289, and also, in practical terms, right, I don't need to get every single slot fully upgraded on my Paladin. I only need to make sure that all slots that are not 4-piece are fully upgraded. So there's a few slots that I don't need to worry about at all because I'm going to be running 4-piece for early split runs, even though it is slightly lower item level. So as long as I get all of my... and trinkets as well, right? Like, trinkets you don't really care about. Like, I have a good trinket from last season that I'll probably still be using. But my Paladin is, like, in the 270s. So I should, in theory, be able to get enough gear on my Paladin now that I have the discount. So despite the fact that I fell behind, I will probably get my brand new Paladin up to 295 item level in time for splits. Whereas a lot of people in my guilds who aren't doing this trick, but who did spend a lot of time farming M+ at the end of last season, their characters are going to be at like 292, 293. So that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. The other thing to consider is I would have geared up my Paladin if I knew. The original plan was for me to play Blood DK as my main, Druid for Split 2, and Prot Warrior for Split 3, which is why my Druid is, like, extremely geared. My Prot Warrior is also geared. But then, like, literally last week, my raid leader decided that it would be better if I also played Paladin for one of the splits. But I had not been working on my Paladin, which is not the plan. And, like, to be clear, he gave me a pass. He was like, you know, you don't need to get your character geared up last second. Like, you know, I'm not going to make you do that. But... well, obviously I was very busy last week, so I didn't have time to do runs. One of the reasons I wasn't too stressed is because I knew I was going to do this degen shit anyway. And then it wouldn't even matter in the end. So... let's do a bit of checking. Time until the next incursion. Oh, okay. I ended up, just in an incursion layer. Cool. Okay, so this one's gonna spawn, Kulatek soon. So what I'm really hoping is any item of... Yeah, so obviously if I do a bit of farming here and I manage to get 2 different pieces that I need, so I need pants, ring, cloak. If I happen to get really lucky and I get some of those off Kulatak, then I'll just get the remaining accolades I need and buy whatever slot I didn't get. But I would like to get at least one of them, because farming 1,500 accolades, that wouldn't be too bad. Farming 20 to 50 would be considerably more annoying, because then I would have at that point exhausted all of the good one-time sources each week. So I would like to get a better option from Kulatak. Oh, right, yeah, a good call. King's Rest quests. I might not be able to see it on this character. Okay, I do have world quests on here, so... I do not see it. No. It might be Horde only. So I will... My warrior's on my other accounts. I played my warrior back in BFA and it's Horde, so I'll open up my warrior on my other account and I will check. Go, that's the incursion. Oh, lag. Ring area is insane for getting Delve tiers. If you set your Valeera to tank and pull the entire arena and AoE down as Arcane Mage. The ring is in, like, Ring of Glory. Some people in my guild said they really liked it. It's not bad. First off, I do not recommend running tank Valeera. Like, if you run DPS Valeera, she'll do more damage, and you can still, presumably, just keep kiting as Arcane Mage. So, like, I mean, to each their own, right? But a good example is, like, right now, today, unless, I don't know, if maybe you're on Europe or something, but if you're on North America, Calamitous is just better. If you know how to speedrun Calamitous, this one is just one of the fastest Delve variants. It's extremely good. The Delve on the right, yeah, the Ring of Glory in that case, yeah. Sporosaur Special is also... which one? This one's also really good. It's active today. This one is fast, but it's a little bit trickier to speedrun if you're not familiar with it. And you have to kill more mobs. So I think, while this one has a theoretically, like, really fast time, in practice it can be a little bit annoying. The final boss is also a pain in the ass. But Calamitous is really, really, really easy to do. Oh, you're on Europe. Okay, yeah, so then you have a different set of delves. In fact... yeah, so whatever, the one that you currently have, I will admit, I've never done it, so maybe it is fast. I guess I'll have to check. I'll check that later. Well, actually, I guess, Europe, North America always gets Europe's delves on their daily reset, so presumably whatever you have, I'll be able to test it later today. But I can hop on my European account in a second and tell you if there's a faster variant. Because, I guess, how fast are you clearing that delve? Like, how much do you consider to be fast? Because I've seen a lot of people say, oh, this is so fast, I can do it in 5 minutes, and then I'm like, oh, well, the fastest delve variants could be done in 2 or 3. Like, Calamitous, once you know how to speedrun Calamitous, you can get Calamitous done pretty consistently in 3 minutes. But obviously, you're on Europe, so you don't have Calamitous active. But there might be a better version. I'll let you know. How am I jumping around, by the way? Like, what am I looking for to do this? Like, jumping around as in the groups, like, group hopping? Or jumping around as in, like, the feathers that I'm grabbing to, like, quite literally jump throughout the vault? Let me log onto my warrior real fast. About 5, it's fine. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, that sounds solid, for sure. And I believe you that it's perfectly fast. I'm just, I am now curious for what Europe has. And also the nice thing is, if I check what the fastest European delves are right now, then tomorrow, every single day, well, rather like yesterday and today, my guildies have been asking me what the fastest delves are. So if I check on Europe ahead of time, then I'll already know... Another garbage trinket. I'll already know what I can tell them tomorrow. Alright, let me... So, one thing that I'm looking for is just any group that's active that's on, like, these events. So, the main thing that I'm trying to find is one of two things. An ancient foe or an incursion. Ancient foe is... it's the boss I just killed, Kulatek. Now, because that is obviously only active for 3 minutes, it's at the end of the event chain, I have found a singular group that already... Oh, come on. Dude, this is annoying. Yeah, somebody placed that one first. I found a single group that just happened to already be at Kulatek. You don't often get that lucky, but I joined this random group. I'm looking for... I guess, oh yeah, that's probably... helpful info. So, what am I looking for in terms of group names? Purging the Vaults. Trying to think of the other names. I can show Purging the Vaults, Relentless Strikes, anything, basically any of the names of the quests that people do in the Vaults of Ulatek. Because the what's it called? The people listing these groups aren't, like, wording it temple incursion farming. Sometimes you see that. But a lot of times what they're doing is they're just, like, there's an eye icon over here by some of your quests. And if you press the eye icon, then it will allow you to just list that group in LFG. And it goes by that name. So if I just look for any group that has a name based on one of the quests, I can be reasonably sure that that person is forming a group. Okay. I don't know if I get credit. It doesn't matter if I get credit for this one. I only want the, I still do get credit. Okay, cool. That's nice. But yeah, any of those quests, I know that they're in this area. So, the main thing I'm looking for is I want to find a group on Kulatek. But like I said, that rarely happens. But then the other thing that I'm looking for is a group like this that's on the incursions. And... sometimes I'll join a random group, and it just so happens that, like, the group that I joined isn't doing the active incursion, but the server that they're on, that I get phased to, happens to be there. So I'm just joining any random group. If they happen to say they're doing the event, perfect, but they might just be doing something unrelated, but then their server's Vaults of Italutek has this event active, and then I can go and kill it. As long as I'm phased onto their server, that's all that matters. You get adventure gear off breathing in the new zone, so just do that. Well, I mean, why settle for adventure gear when you could just farm veteran? It's even better. You're doing mining and herbalism inside, so that's taking up some of your time. Gotcha. For a fresh 90, what is your fastest gearing option? Do you buy up AH and crack on? So right now... things are a little bit weird just because a lot of the things that I would normally recommend you start off with aren't available because you're in the preseason week. But definitely, the first thing you should do is get the endgame campaign unlocked. So if you download my add-on Follow the Arrow, and you go to Midnight Endgame, patch 12.1 campaign, it'll direct you at the very start on where to go. You should have a quest that directs you to speak to Orwena in Silvermoon, and you just follow all this. It'll eventually... it's... around... where's the quest? This is the start of Chapter 2. Midway through this quest, when you get to What Lies Beyond the Fog, this will unlock the island that I'm on right now, the Coiled Isle, and all of its... well, a lot of its associated stuff. Now, most of these, like, world quests and whatnot, in order to get them unlocked, you need to do the rest of the campaign. And then at the very end of that, you get world quests, you get some of the additional weekly quests. The entire campaign takes like about an hour or two. It's really not that long. And then you get to start doing these activities that I'm doing. So I have a video on my channel that talks about a lot of the really important weekly activities. Let me grab that. So this is a link. 6 minutes, not very long. But that is all the really important stuff that you want to focus on. Now, stuff like this boss, I kind of skim over in that video because, well, I'm testing this now so that I can make another video talking about, like, the optimized gearing methods. This is one of them. There's some other stuff that I've been doing in invasion points. The thing about this, though, is I am approaching this as a player who is, like, you know, a Gigam and Maxer and trying to squeeze out every last drop of item level. A lot of the stuff that you do as a brand new player right now actually doesn't matter all that much, just because the season's about to start, right? And the moment the season starts, you're going to have access to so much new gear. And, like, in my case, you know, my guild is a Hall of Fame guild. We're trying to, like, really optimize and push as high as we can, so every little bit of advantage I can get in the preseason week counts. But if you're new, just get a feel for the game. That's really the most important thing. Get, like, a baseline item level that you feel is enough to comfortably play the game. And then when the season starts in full next week, then at that point you can start diving into dungeons and prey and delves. Most importantly, delves are a fantastic way to get catch-up gearing. Unfortunately, at this moment, delves aren't really working because the season isn't officially started. So that's why I said a lot of the normal recommendations I would give currently are not accessible. Last time you played was Dragonflight? If you've played at least as recently as Dragonflight, then a lot of the core gameplay loop won't be too unfamiliar to you at the very least. There is a lot of stuff that has changed since then, but it compared to, like, somebody who hasn't played since, like, Wrath of the Lich King, which every now and then somebody will be like, I haven't played this game for like 15 years and it's completely different. Like, yeah, things have changed quite a lot. But Dragonflight, thankfully, a lot of the core gameplay loops are kind of similar. Okay, let me see. I'm tapping over to my warrior real quick to just check the King's Rest thing. Last time you played was Shadowlands Season 1? Yeah, like, similar in that case. Not too much has changed since, like, Shadowlands, Dragonflight. Definitely, Shadowlands was around the start of the time when they started doing bigger changes. Dragonflight kind of established the fundamental gameplay loop that we have now. Mechanically, the game will play similar from Shadowlands, but a lot of, like, the open world activities and, like, the general gearing progression path was kind of established roughly in Dragonflight, but gearing has fundamentally been the same since the start of the War Within. They haven't really changed that much. They're now kind of experimenting with, like, bonus rolls and stuff like that, which at the higher ends of endgame gearing is making it different. But the early catch-up process of, like, do delves, etc., do open world content, that hasn't changed quite that much. Yeah, there's no King's Rest quest. I just realized. HM Hildo, I don't know if that's how you say your name. Are you on Europe? Because obviously Europe has a completely different set of world quests. So if you're on Europe, then it might be that EU has those, and North America doesn't. But I cannot see it on either Alliance or Horde for me. Oh, okay, you're on Europe. Well, that at least explains it. Nice. Oh, I got into an incursion literally right at the end, right at the finish line. Perfect. Love to see it. See, as, like, earlier, a person who was asking, like, what are you looking for in these groups? Nothing in particular, but I just hopped between a bunch of groups, and then this one, I just I join. Oh, hey, they're on the final step of an incursion. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Boom. And I found a group that I need. I think I might be able to get credit for the incursion. Oh yeah, there should be enough time for me to tag a mob. But I don't really care about this event, it's just the one that comes after. You got finished King's Rest and got the ring 292, nice. When you say with a socket, like with the guaranteed socket that all rings have, or like double socketed? Because if it's double socketed, then that's like kind of fucking crazy. Let me hop on my European account. I don't think I've actually unlocked, because I've only started playing on Europe recently. So I'm pretty sure my European account doesn't have any BFA stuff unlocked. I'll check. Is the order Strike, Incursion, Ancient Foe? Yes. Yeah, the patrols are irrelevant. You don't need to worry about the patrols at all. Well, the strikes will cycle, right? So the strikes kind of cycle on their own, and every now and then a strike will upgrade into an incursion. But then the incursion always leads to an Ancient Foe. So it's technically Strike, Incursion, Ancient Foe. In practice, it's more like Strike, 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 Incursion, Ancient Foe. That's how it kind of plays out. I never opened this. Another weapon. Yay. No bonus rolls first week of the season, so is there any point in doing heroic raids for gear? Heroic raids? Okay, you misunderstood the point. So this season you can't get a bonus roll, right? You should still get a vault, by the way, because you can get a socket. You can't get a bonus roll, but you can get a socket, which is still good, right? Having a guaranteed free socket week 1 is not a bad thing. I believe you can also get tier, but most people aren't going to want to take a champion track piece of tier when they can take a socket. At least in my guild, we're not going to do that, because we can do splits for normal and heroic to get our tier anyway. But from next week's vault, you can still get a bonus roll from that vault. Now, obviously, you won't have a bonus roll, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, obviously, if you have the ability to run Heroic Raid, yeah, Heroic Raid's going to be really good. And, like, don't misunderstand the guides, right? Obviously, and this is why BIS lists can be misleading. You're going to see BIS lists that have, like, your best in slot as the myth track stuff from Ulatek and Zul'jin. Here's the thing. The reason why that stuff is your BIS is because of the cantrip effect on it, not because of the fact that it's myth. It should go without saying that, yeah, you would want it to be at the highest possible item level it can be. But those items are still incredibly powerful for you on Hero Track, right? So if you have the ability to run the Hero Track, if you have the ability to run the Heroic Raid and just get the item on Hero Track, it doesn't matter that it's not myth, it's still BIS. The vast majority of my guild is probably going to be killing Mythic Ulatek with all of those items only on Hero Track, because we're not going to be using our bonus rolls on Mythic. We're going to do split runs, we're going to get all of those special cantrip items on Hero Track. They're still absurdly powerful, even on Hero Track, because the effect is where a lot of the power is. And as long as you have it, that's all that really matters. Now, as the season progresses, yes, eventually you would love to get all of those special effects on the Myth Track version, because that would be even more powerful, and then you'll have more Mythic Crests. You can upgrade those to the max Mythic item level, which, I don't know what it is, it's like 339 or something like that. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth it to do it on, to do the hero raids, to just get it on Hero Track out of baseline. That's still worthwhile, obviously. Is there a specific route that you should do on the Altar of Corrosion? The Altar is kind of whatever. I skimmed over this in my video. There's just not a lot worth covering. I think in my video I basically said the movement speed ones are nice, otherwise they're just kind of whatever. The corrosive gifts, you can do the corrosive gifts in any order, but I would say do Ophidian Maw first, because it's by far the strongest. And then your second option you can't get until you have 64 total corrosive souls. Or rather, you need to have gotten 64 corrosive souls and spent it to unlock additional powers. And then once you've unlocked a certain number of powers, then you can equip 2 at once. But all of the secondary powers that you can get, they're all kind of like whatever. What the heck? Vault boss? Just apply for 3 out of 6? Idiots. What the fuck is that? What a strange group name. Let me quickly check. I'm just going to see if there's any... I'm going to check all the groups to see if any of them are on the final boss or close to it. And if none of them are on the final boss, then I will quickly go back to my altar and show you the different options and which ones are good, which ones are bad. I believe Temple plus Strikes, it was... This is the one that I didn't get invited to. So I'll reapply to that. No idea why that guy's listed for that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Let me hop on my European character real quick while I wait. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything, and the server I'm on will proc an incursion very soon anyways, so I guess I may as well stay here, if nothing else. But I'll fly back. What do we get here? Oh, is this group is on my server, so no change, I guess. I finished my coffee. Alright, check. Yeah, I can't see World Quest on my European account. Can't skip the intro on alt. You can, kind of. You talk to Orwena, and you can skip the initial quest, and it unlocks everything on the Coiled Isle. You can't actually skip, like, the quests. Like, that doesn't work, but you don't need to. You can just go straight to the Coiled Isle and do all of that. Alright, so right now, this is what I was talking about, the Corrosive Codex, like, they bugged it out. This is supposed to be account-wide. So, for instance, like, read all of this stuff. Right now, on my main, on my Blood DK, I unlocked Ophidian Maw. Notice how Ophidian Maw is not on this list. Because it's unlocked, but the UI is completely broken. So, unfortunately, Blizzard has to fix that bug. As for the Altar of Corrosion, most of the stuff here doesn't matter. Obviously, this is the first one that you take. This gives you reduced damage from Venom Pits. Whoop-de-doo. Completely useless. This gives you some mobs that'll help you fight. Also basically useless. More mobs help you fight. Useless. Temporary area of safety. It's like, it summons a little bubble that prevents mobs from attacking you. You get, like, stealth. Completely worthless. This is also completely worthless. This is okay. So those feathers that, like, let you jump into the air, you find more of them. Nice. Then those gusts that let you jump, like, a far distance, you find more of them. It's a choice note here. Both of these are fine. You need to... I forget how you get the Mummified Lynx's Paw, but you need to, like, get a special drop from a mob in the vaults to unlock this one. It doesn't really matter all that much, though, because if you've noticed, like, I've been able to find more than enough feathers. They have consistent spawn points, so I know where all the feathers are, and I can very easily get around, right? So this is not bad, but it's also not that important. There's, like, some sort of cosmetic progression system by taking this one, so you may as well take this. And then, this is the only one that I think is, like, really noteworthy. You get... Why is my mouse is being annoying? Hold on. Mouse, please stay still. So, you get additional flight points. Specifically, the flight points you get are one directly outside of the raid, and this one over here to the underbelly. So that is really, really, really nice. The one to the raid, obviously, if you come down here every single week and you want to get to the Venomous Abyss faster, you take the flight point. Saves a little bit of time. And the one that takes you to the underbelly, right now, as we're farming all this stuff, one of the strikes is there, and it can be annoying to get there. So having a flight point that takes you directly there, cool. Then, this ability here, in fact, I can probably get another upgrade. right? I've gotten a bunch of corrosive coins. So this, I guess, it's fine, just more damage, but it's obviously only in the open world. This is like whatever. Venom wards that protect allies, they're kind of completely worthless. This decreases the damage that empowered mobs deal to you. This does, it's like a cheat death, okay, whatever. Decrepit keys give you treasures, I guess. Like, this one's okay, but, like, it doesn't really do anything. This is specifically if you're doing gathering in the area, then, like, this one's nice. But does it really matter that much? Like, I don't really think it matters all too much. So, like, I'll go down this tree just so that I can get the bonus keys, and it gives me, like, a bit more currency, but, like, as you can see, none of this stuff matters. It's, like, completely worthless. The only one that's even remotely good is the extra flight points. So, once you have that, you don't need any of the other stuff. I'm gonna just fly to the raid from here. Yeah, one of the... I forget which mob gives. I got the special item from doing some of the strikes. But yeah, you get like a feather or something like that. Whatever the item was, I forget which one. I brought it to, it was like this thing. This little, like, a wooden post sticking out of the wall. Right here. I jumped over here into this nest. Right now, obviously, you can see it's one of the feathers. It turned into this after I completed the thing. But it was in that area. So if you get, I forget what the item is, but if you hover over it, it'll tell you if you don't have it unlocked. You bring that over there, and then you get the talent point. Breaches. Legs! Yes! Yes! Yes, 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 yes. Okay. That is one of the items I need. Fuck yes. Okay. Hold on. Not the calculator. MS Paint. Alright. Pants have been acquired. Now, I only need... Well, I technically don't need any more, because I only really needed to get one of those. But I would like to get one more. If I get one more off farming this, then I don't need to do all of the accolades and stuff. And I could get like the, however many I'm missing, like 25, and then I'm all done. I'm good to go. Do you think you should look for big, small, or medium guilds? I don't think that's a valuable metric in terms of looking for guilds. You should judge a guild by their progression, first and foremost, and, like, how... their progression in their environment, right? Like, obviously at a higher end, if you're joining guilds, you're looking for guilds that are, like, well-progressed, etc. But if you're just getting into raiding, then obviously, you know, you don't really... I guess beggars can't be choosers in that case. So what you should be trying to do is find a guild that accepts beginners and is willing to, like, give you a chance to learn. That would be the most important thing. And then, obviously, you would want a guild that's, like, a welcoming environment. Because there's a lot of guilds that'll say they welcome beginners, but they don't actually try to, like, help you learn. So it could be a brand new guild just starting out with, like, a really experienced player who's trying to, like, build their first raid team. Like, I'll be honest, I used to do that. Way back in the day... before I did YouTube, I ran my own guild. Usually it was like me and my friends from high school and college. I would like run the raid team. And I was always taking chances on like brand new players who were just getting in. I'm like, hey, if you are willing to learn, I will fucking teach you. Because at that point I had already gotten cutting edge a few tiers. Now this was like young Harldan, right? You know, not the Hall of Fame raider I am today. I still like to think I was good enough at the game at that point to like teach people. And I did help a lot of people get into Mythic raiding from scratch. But, like, that was something that I deliberately wanted to do. You know, I enjoyed helping newer players get in... oh, shit. Somebody already planted the staff. But I was willing to take the time to help new players learn. A lot of guilds that you'll find aren't. But that is what you should be looking for. People who are welcoming to new players. And whether the guild is large or small, that is... really not important. As long as they're big enough to field a raid team, that's all you should really care about. How's the grind going? Pretty good. We are nearing the end of the Druid grinds. It has gone decently well. Let me check. While I wait, let me check European delves. Okay, Europe has a few good delves today. So, the fastest delve that I can see right now, by far, on Europe, because we were talking earlier, like, what is a good one to spam? The current delve for Collegiate Calamity is incredibly fast. It's among the fastest. That one is, like, consistently 2 to 3 minutes. So if you're looking to increase your delve tier on Europe right now, Collegiate Calamity. And then, I mean, I will try out the Gnarldor, or the Ring of Glory one. So, I forget who was saying that earlier. I think Marco, you were saying that? I'm guessing that is Ring of Glory Adoptathon. That one I have not tested yet, but I will try that at some point and see. And I will take your word for it that it's at least a solid variant. Gulf of Memory is also pretty fast, but I think Collegiate Calamity, this variant, is just so good that it's hard not to want to run it. And then Sunkiller Sanctum is also pretty good. Shadow Enclave is also pretty good. New Ring of Glory seems fast, but the end boss takes longer than the other bosses. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I will take people's word for it that it's pretty good. But, like, compared to the other options that I'm seeing right now on Europe, like, there's... Collegiate Calamity is just so fast, right? Academy Under Siege is lightning fast if you know how to run it. So, I cannot imagine it's better than that. If it's at least, like... For instance, on Europe right now, Trader's Due for Shadow Enclave, Gravitational Effect for Sunkiller Sanctum, Almoth Munchies for Gulf of Memory. Those are all, like, solid. I would call them, like, solidly above average variants, but they're not, like, among the top 10. Academy Under Siege Collegiate Calamity is, like, very much a top 10 delve. Possibly even top 5. But I would say, if it is, it's, like, number 4 or 5. But I would be very surprised if it's faster than that, because that variant is really, really good. But if it's better than, like, Trader's Due, or at least on par with Trader's Due, I could see that. Trader's Due, Gravitational Effects, those are all, like, decent, but not, like, amazing. Solid, go to the center of the room, pull everything. Unfortunately, the speed is mostly limited by roleplay, so you don't think it's doable in 4 or less? Gotcha. Yeah, I will test it tomorrow. I'll probably test it on stream. Well, I theoretically could do it on Europe. The problem is I haven't done the unlock quest on Europe, so I'd have to do a solid, like, hour or 2 of questing before I could test it right now there. And I think I'm going to leave my European stuff until the weekend. I will get all the unlock stuff done on my European account, and I will at least collect vaults on a few of my alts. So I'm going to put in the bare minimum work on my European account, just so that when I pick it up later this season, I'm not already behind. But I'm going to wait until the weekend to do that. I want to make sure all my stuff is done on North America before I worry about Europe at all, because that is ultimately a secondary thing. You can use a lot of traps around there to nuke mobs. The banners are very easy to avoid or focus. It's in no way faster than Collegiate Calamity. Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't really understand the context of what that means, like the traps and banners, because I haven't seen it, right? So I have no like mental image to go off of, but I will bookmark that, and I will keep that in mind when I run it tomorrow. What does server time mean? You see a lot of guilds saying server time. Is that standard EU time? The funny thing is, I actually have no fucking clue, and I have the exact same question. On North America, nobody does that. That is a European thing. On North America, all guilds post their raid times in terms of time zones, like 9 Eastern or 9 Pacific, stuff like that. So it's very easy to just punch that in and see the time. For whatever reason, it is like standard practice in European guild advertising to use server time, which means fucking nothing to me as somebody who's only been playing on European servers for like a month or two. So, from what I know, I do think that there is like a standardized like Europe time for like their servers, and I'm guessing that to experienced European players, it's like such common knowledge that like every single guild advertises with that. But the funny thing is, I'm right there with you. I started looking at like European guild recruitment things because I'm planning on like doing a challenge on there later on healers next season. So I wanted to see like, you know, what is guild recruitment like on Europe, and I was totally fucking confused at how their times are posted because it is not like that on North America. Hover over the time above your map. Yeah, but like, okay, so for instance, I know what you mean. There's the time here. That is a little bit buggy, so I can't get it to show up. But like on North America, for instance, we have so many different time zones for our servers. There are servers in every single like United States time zone. Well, I sound like a stupid American saying that, but you get what I mean. Like there's like Pacific time, there's Mountain time, there's Central time, and there's Eastern time. And the North American servers have ones on all of those time servers. Are there Mountain time servers? I know there's definitely Pacific, Central, and Eastern. I actually don't know if there's any servers on Mountain time. But either way, we have like so many different server time zones that it means fucking nothing, right? Nobody advertises server time on North America. That's just not a thing. You will not see any guild doing that. So that's what I mean when like there must be something on Europe where like European times must be like somewhat standardized. But it means fucking nothing on North America, which is why it's so confusing to somebody who's not used to that. Oh shit. Very lucky. Cool attack at sub 20%, which means not a single person here has Ophidian Maw. Very lucky. Oh shit! Apparently you can just loot extra corrosive souls? That's news to me. Ah, fuck. Purging the vaults. Let me check this one. Okay, this one's also bugged. I can't. Oh, from whence it came. Is that the server I was just on? That might have been the cool attack I just killed. I just came to the server you were on? Nice. Well, this one's not inviting me. I don't think I've joined that one. This one is... I don't know. That one I've joined, that one I've... well, turn back the surge I haven't checked, but this... Maybe I layer here. There might be somebody just sitting in the vaults. Does not look like it. Okay, I see some birds. I definitely joined this group before, but it was a while ago. So... what are they on? Is this an incursion? No. Oh, I guess they must have just finished a strike and a new one was spawning. Okay. That one I haven't joined. Let's see. Okay. Well, this strike's about to finish, but it doesn't really mean much, because it's not about to spawn an incursion. I really wish this group would accept. I have to imagine if this was actually the boss, then, they're on it now? You just got in? Oh, shit. Chance. I will ask politely for an invite. Oh, another one just popped for once it came. They declined me? Oh, motherfucker. Okay, but yeah, this one is not. They actually went out of their way to reject me from joining the group. That's rude. Why even post the group then? I don't understand. Okay, so this one, who's this group leader? Saye. This one is going to be on an incursion soon. So I'll try to remember to double check for that later. From whence it came... this one is... yeah, this is the one that's bugged. I did join this one. And that was... let me just double check. Purging the Vaults was Cerberus. So Cerberus is on the bugged server. Saye has an incursion soon. Party is full, but just come down. Everything in here can be done in a raid. 28 and 2 stick, 2 5. Okay, so it looks like they just don't realize that you can do raid groups for this. Yes! Alright, everybody else who got into this group, you're welcome, because I explained to him in whispers that he could invite more people. I'll stop attacking. Not that my damage is gonna make... Oh! We got an Ophidian Mop Rock. Careful here. So that group should be on an incursion very soon. Cerberus, that's the bugged server. Might have somebody who can server hop me in this group. In fact, they are. But the server's not good. Temple strikes, incursions, temple plus strikes. I can't remember. I joined this one a while ago, but I don't think I joined this one recently. So I'll check again. That's the one to look for. Fuck it. Okay, I'll check this server real quick. Let's see. Might take a minute to phase me. I have been, like, aggressively server hopping. Oh, no, this person's in the group. Okay, so it is actually just the same server. Okay. And then... I'm just gonna... Since this group will be on the correct... Like, they might be mid-incursion right now. Last I checked. So, I just want to be in here before it fills up. I have 3 bags I haven't opened. Let's see, what do I get? Crappy trinket. Already had one, but this is slightly better. Helmet. I don't need a helmet. I didn't have it on, though, so... I'll throw it over here. And... another crappy trinket. Okay, yeah, so I didn't get what I needed. Hey, Nesh. How am I doing tonight? I'm doing good. I had an absolutely deranged min-max strategy for this druid, and it is all coming together. We are, like, within an hour of my magnum opus of degeneracy. Probably just London time. Raid starts at 5 o'clock somewhere time. Oh, I missed a few messages earlier, sorry. George Ezekson earlier said, how is Guardian in the season? Guardian is not bad in the season, but Guardian is not going to be meta, because Guardian's definitely not the strongest tank. But it's, I would say right now, Guardian and Prot Warrior fall into a very similar category of, like, they're both solid. They're both good tanks, solid damage, they're very tanky, they're still, like, you know, very hard to kill. So if you, like, really enjoy Bear, if you really enjoy Prot Warrior, you will be able to find groups for both dungeons and raids, no problem. The main issue is, in both raid and M+ meta, they're gonna struggle to fill a niche. In raids, Arms Warrior is gonna be fucking crazy, so you're not going to, like, need Warrior buff. Boomkin will also be crazy, so you're not gonna need Druid buff. In dungeons right now, the main issue is just that there's other tanks that look better, primarily Blood DK. I actually think Bear probably has a better chance of being back in the M+ meta, more so than, like, Prot Warrior, but Arms and Furi also look like they're going to be pretty good for dungeons, so Prot Warrior probably won't be good in that case. But Bear's fine. Like, if you really want to push dungeons as Bear, I'm sure it's going to be a perfectly valid option, specifically for M+. Raids, it's definitely going to be a little bit harder to swing it if you are, like, a Bear one-trick, but, I mean, most serious tanks aren't one-tricks, other than Blood TKs, which, this is the season to be a Blood TK one-trick. Let's see. There's a Central Time in Europe, and there's European countries that are over the time and under it, and the game time is just the same as Central. Okay, so basically, instead of the way it works on European on North American servers, there are a lot of different time zones, but servers will go by different time zones. But you're saying that every single European WoW server is on European Central Time? Is that, am I understanding that correctly? And that's why all the guilds use that as a reference? That would make sense. How am I gearing this week? I thought outside of M0s there isn't much. There isn't much if you are a normal functioning human who doesn't think of degenerate ideas. So basically what I'm doing is I am sacrificing all my crests and sparks on my druid to get this character up to 295. And then I'm going to get the veteran crest discount on my other characters so that I can craft 292 embellishments and upgrade remaining slots. So let's say I craft a 292 embellished cloak and bracers, then I can get 295 boots and 295 in whatever, like, one of my, what's it called? One of my off pieces for, so I still want to run 4-piece at 289, but that way I can maximize my item level on those characters. You could also get a 295 ring, assuming, like, you don't want Eye of Midnight or another specific, like, ring. If all you want is, like, raw stats, then a veteran 295 ring would work well for you. You could also, if you have champion items, right, if you happen to get any champion items from your M0s, well, then you could get a veteran item upgraded to 295, so you don't have to waste any champion pieces, and then just give the champion item one free upgrade to 295. That way it's, still good, but you don't have to actually waste any of those crests. Okay, so I was correct in understanding what you meant. That's good to know. Thank you, Jorzezik. But yeah, so that is the main thing that you want to do. If you min-max everything, you'll probably be around like 296 by the end of this week. Most people probably won't even bother doing that. There's also a few other things you can do. Like, you can get, if you need it, some specs will want to get Crucible of Erratic Energies upgraded. And then also, that goes up to 295, but admittedly, trinkets, if you played last season, everybody should have 298 trinkets. So that you can already get up to 295 for free. But then, in the case of Delver's Bounty, that gives you a hero track piece. If you, most people by this point have heard about that, but if you didn't, then by doing the weekly quest, you can get that. And then, in addition to that Delver's Bounty, you can get one extra champion piece outside of M0's by doing that same quest and then killing the Ancient Foe. So this event chain that I'm currently doing, after this, we spawn Kudalak. And that's the guy that I've been farming. But the first kill of Kudalak that you get every single week, you get a champion item. Or rather, you get 1/2 of a champion item. You combine that with the thing that you get from the Delver's Bounty quest, and that gives you a champion piece. But the reason I'm farming Kudalak is because he drops repeatable 285 veteran gear. But the champion item is only one time per week. It is only one map per week, yes. Yeah, so once you finish one of those quests, you'll notice that the quest rewards of the other one update and the Delver's Bounty vanishes. So you can do either one, but the moment you get your one map, that's it. There is still the limit. Nightox said, I was wondering about that as well. The Renown unlocks him to drop one each day, but you got 2 from it so far. You thought it was an all thing with getting 1 from each character, the Corrosive Souls? Is that? Oh, was that an upgrade? I know, because at Renown 4 is your first Curse Surge boss, but Kudalak isn't a Curse Surge boss. Kudalak is just like a Vault of Atalo tech boss. So, I don't think that this upgrade applies to Kudalak. I think that Kudalak just, apparently, as we found out, just sometimes rarely drops a bonus Corrosive Soul, which, like, yeah, cool. Yet another reason to do Kudalak. You got a trinket with your map? Depending on the trinket, it might not be bad. But yeah, that is definitely one of the weaker options to get. If it's any consolation, I got like a generic necklace on my main, so, you know, not much better. The main reason, by the way, that I chose my Druid to be my sacrificial lamb is my Druid actually did get a pretty good piece from the Delver's Bounty. Now, I would have loved to have gotten this on my main, but since I happen to already have decent gear in this character from last season, and I'm not planning on playing it in the upcoming season, and I got lucky from the Delver's Bounty, that plus the fact that I got a guaranteed champion piece off my, the thing I said where you kill Kudalak and you get the weekly quest, and I got 1 piece of gear. One of my guildies managed to trade me a ring from the M0s we did. That was the only item I got from M0s, which was kind of depressing. But thankfully, if they hadn't traded me that piece, this would have been a lot harder to reach. But now I have just barely enough currency to be able to reach the Veteran Crest discount on this character. You got a cloak. It's not the best nor worst to get week 1. Yeah, honestly, anything, like, the worst items that you can get with Delver's Bounty is, like, trinkets that you don't need. And, honestly, necklace is probably one of the worst, which is what I got on Blood DK. Just because if you get value out of Rotmire Sporeheart, which, like, I get decent value on Blood DK out of this, that's bad. It's also, it would be bad to get it in a slot that you plan on doing embellishment. Like, getting bracers is not amazing. The nice thing, like, so bracers are a prime embellishment slot. Cloak would definitely be on the weaker ends, but it's still fine. Like, this is definitely the week that you would want to get a cloak. because that just means that you get crafted bracers and boots early on. Weapon would be pretty decent. Weapon would be honestly one of the better options to get. Belts would honestly be probably the worst because, well, if you get a Rotmire belt, anybody who has a Rotmire belt from last season, I mean, if you're like me, you probably have 298 socketed. 305 belt would be an extremely marginal upgrade, so that would be one of the worst things I could get. Boots would be pretty good, and, like, in this case on my Druid, if this was, like, my main, I wouldn't be upset with this. If I guess you want a hero track piece that is not on your Rotmire tier piece. So in the case of, like, leather, your Rotmire tier piece is your helmet, 298. If I got a chest piece on plate, I would have been upset, because the plate one is Rotmire chest. So as long as it's a non-Rotmire tier piece, that could also be good, because then you just run your other 4 pieces, and you let that be your off piece. But there's, like, a lot of options that you can get. There's not many things that are bad. And I will say, like, you know, if you got a bad trinket and you feel bad about it, don't worry too much. The reality is, getting, like, 1 hero piece right now, it's not going to make that much of a difference. You're going to replace it all with M+ eventually. And the difference... Oh, nice. Immediately into a new incursion. The difference in power between having 1 decent hero piece and none is, like... it barely noticeable. Why do I say sacrificial? Yes, I'm effectively going to be wasting a lot of crests on this character. So, if I did not have... if I planned on playing this character next season, I would not be doing some of the stuff that I am about to do at the end here. And I say sacrificial because, like, I don't care about the fact that I am going to waste it. And the main reason that I'm doing all of this is because I'm doing this to gain an advantage on my other characters. So I sacrifice the bear to make sure that my other split run characters have slightly more item level. But those are the characters that I actually care about. Those are the ones that I need to be higher item level. Oh, that was clean. I beat that person. Not that it matters, you know, we both get credit. But I saw that person racing me, and I'm like, alright, it's a fucking challenge then. Hey, I got another pair of shoulders. Now, I already have shoulders, but it was one of the slots I wanted. Cloak? Yes! Okay. Alright, we are set. That's it. That's it. The final piece of the puzzle has just arrived. Okay. Let me bring up MS Paint. Cloak has been obtained. So now, all I need is 1 more veteran. I mean, I'll kill Kudalak here, because, like, fuck it. You know, I'm already here, he's active. May as well. But now, I only need 1 more veteran piece, and I farmed all these accolades earlier. So I can go back, I can finish that quest that I was, like, about to finish. And we get the remaining accolades, we buy the ring, and we're good to go. You were lucky on your DK and you got a weapon from your first M0, but you get endless gear from that end boss. You get endless veteran gear. So M0 gear is still good because it's champion, right? So you want to hold on to all of your champion crests right now. Do not spend your champion crests at all. Do not waste them. But in theory, it's better to have champion gear already, because if you get unlucky and you don't manage to get a hero item early on from M+ next week, if you're sitting on a champion piece, then in theory, you might be able to upgrade that a bit, as a last resort. Whereas Veteran caps out at 295. So Veteran will only be useful going into next week to make early M+ farming a bit easier, and Kudalak is nice for that. So the main advantage of doing stuff like this is if you have like alts that you didn't play next season, but you want to start playing now, because like maybe your spec is really good, you want to do like a last-second emergency reroll. It's very easy to get an alt caught up to last season's raid item level by farming this boss and doing all the other stuff I've discussed. But you're going to get fairly low value out of doing stuff like this if you already have all the gear from last season, if you have Routmire loot, etc. I'm mostly doing all this because I have a Paladin that I want to get caught up, but I do still get a slight advantage on my Blood DK, as I will show. A Speedster, yeah. Your biggest worry, which isn't huge, is to try and hit 302 by next Thursday. If you grind a lot of M+ early, that should be doable. What's the reasoning for 302 specifically? Like, why that number? Why is that the goal? Okay, I was gonna say, if I got a ring off that, it would have been crazy. But we are done. We are good with Vaults of Atalu Tech. Back to incursions or invasions real quick. Do I play Classic Era or TBC, or am I only grinding retail nowadays? You saw my MOP leveling guide back in the day when it came out. These days, I'm quite busy with retail, so I haven't... Classic Era, I generally don't play, right? Like, I mean, I played Hardcore, which I guess is technically on Classic Era. But I'm generally not much of a Classic Era person. I have played, like, Classic Anniversary, like, when it came out. I played 2019 Classic, but I don't really think Classic Era is fun, right? It's the kind of thing of, like, when a new version of it comes out and you're, like, leveling with your friends and doing that stuff, sure. But, like, Era is basically just a bunch of people in, like, full bisque gear farming Naxxramas GDKPs. Like, I don't find that to be interesting. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to play TBC. TBC came out right around the same time as Midnight. So I had initially wanted to play TBC Classic, but I had to pick. I could either play TBC Classic or I could develop Fall of the Arrow. And so I spent like the month or so that TBC Classic came out working on Fall of the Arrow so that it was ready in time for Midnight launch. And yeah, I mean, in hindsight, obviously that was the correct decision. Fall of the Arrow has blown up far beyond what I could have ever possibly expected it to, so I'm glad. But yeah, unfortunately, I didn't have time to play TBC, and at this point, I've just been too busy throughout Midnight to bother. Especially TBC is one of those, like, it's really hard to get caught up if you're not there from the very beginning. So I've decided, it's not really worth it. I will, whenever Sunwell comes around, I might, like, come back and play Sunwell a little bit. And then also, I mean, I really enjoyed Wrath Classic, so, the first time around, so I might play Wrath again. I'll think about it, though. It really depends on what else is going on, right? And, yeah, I definitely won't be starting TBC anytime soon. We'll see, though. I won't even consider it until Prague is done for this season. Obviously, that takes priority at the moment. After my guild kills Ulatek, if I have free time, I'll think about it. Not opposed to it, but it very much, like, at this point, I would need to have a bunch of time where I'm like, there's nothing else I can do. But then also keep in mind, we're probably getting Classic Plus later this year, so, you know, if we're gonna get Classic Plus, like, let's say they announce Classic Plus is coming out, like, November or something like that, they might even release it with BlizzCon. If Blizzard's smart, they will announce it at BlizzCon and release it, like, 3 days later. Or at least, like, a month later, kind of like what they did with SOD. That was actually a masterful marketing move, what they did with SOD. Announce it at BlizzCon, release it, like, a month later in December. So I suspect they're going to do the same thing with Classic Plus. It's probably going to be released this year at some point. So, we'll see. You got an ad? Okay. I'll wait to answer your question until the ad is finished. Twitch loves to drop ads on people at the most inopportune times. Bro, who wants the quest for 200 hours? Was that in regards to Classic? I mean, I enjoy Classic, right? The main thing for Classic with me, right, is if I'm, you know, it's not that I don't enjoy it, it's that if I'm gonna play it, I need to set aside a lot of time. Like, there's really no such thing as, like, casually playing TBC Classic. Like, could I right now download TBC, like, you know, spend an afternoon? Well, right now, obviously, I'm busy with retail. But, like, in theory, could you download TBC, spend an afternoon leveling up? Like, okay, sure. And while there are some people who enjoy playing it that way, I have already played every version of Classic at this point. So if I'm going to play TBC Classic for the second time, it would be so that I can do the raids again and play, like, a different class. Like, I played Bear Tank the first time I did TBC Classic. So if I played it again, I'd probably play a Paladin. And if I am going to spend time doing that, I wouldn't just, like, get halfway through leveling a character and, like, fuck around a bit. I'd want to really sink my teeth into it, which means that in order to justify playing it, I would need to have enough free time to get, like, all the stuff done that I want to get done. And if I know that I'm not going to have that free time, then I'm just not going to start it at all. And I will take on, like, more bite-sized projects or hobbies that I know I can finish in a reasonable amount of time. Okay, that one's really easy. That one's easy, but it's about to be reset, so... DKs are very good in TPC. I'd imagine the pre-patch, they're probably fantastic. As long as you can farm your hero pieces, you want to say you're doing fine despite being the lowest item level in your raid team for stopping early after Mythic Illyria. Our group wants to be getting AOTC week 1 if possible to start Mythic by week 2, despite only planning to get like 45 bosses for the tier. You have tons of people that go super, super hard, super fast, and end a tier by the end of the 3rd month, the latest. So just to make sure I'm understanding this, so your guild usually kills 45 Mythic bosses by the end of the tier? Or... Or you're saying you only want, like, you only care about that, but, like, you have other people who try to finish the tier by month 3. I'm not sure I'm understanding, correctly. Shit. But that makes sense, I guess, yeah. 302 item level if you're trying to get AOTC week 1. That seems like a reasonable goal, I think. As long as you have time to grind M+. You played mage or just AoE farmed? Yeah, I always play tanks, right? So I don't have that luxury of leveling as a mage. Although I guess Paladin can usually AoE farm. But historically, I haven't really tried Paladin in, like, Classic or TBC. The earliest I ever played Paladin was Wrath of the Lich King Classic. That's what I mained. And it was fun. I liked it. You don't have Rotmire loot, but most of your alts are like 285 to 290. Yeah, so you would still benefit at least a little bit from this. But at that point, you already have pretty solid gear. Mushroom. Okay, I'm gonna do this bonus objective, and I'll see what this one turns into. If it turns into, like, a really easy objective, then I'll just do that. Otherwise, I'll do the Spore Shroom one. Brilliant add-on, congrats on that. I'm glad to hear you guys like it. Used it on the X-Pack launch, and it was nice to have. Glad to hear it. We usually go around 2/3 of the tier before people get bored or move on. Yeah, that's fair. I know a lot of people get burnt out, like, midway through Mythic Prog. I overshot that a little bit. So close. Hold on. Oh, clean. What did it turn into? Oh yeah, that one's really easy, okay.
Arcane charged spores appear to be coming from these mushrooms. Collect them before the ethereals find a way to weaponize them.
make? Can I reach? Nice. I wasn't sure if I'd make that. Where do I want to go? I think, okay, I know what I can do. Then... boom.
Now that should balance the scales. Good work.
Yeah, that one's really fast. And then, if I go back here, I can turn in this quest.
I didn't seek this life.
And then this should be... yeah, this should be more than enough accolades to buy the ring that I need. Alright, cool. How can you tell if Temple Strike is bugged? The most obvious is if the timer is ever just sitting at 0 seconds, 0, 0, 0, that means it's bugged. Sometimes I've seen it bug in like a more subtle way, like it'll just show up on the map, but the timer won't even appear. Usually you can kind of tell if you go close to where the Temple Strike is and nothing ever pops up, but you see the icon on the map, then it's usually bugged. But the 0, 0, 0 is a very easy indicator of like, oh yeah, this one's broken. Okay, let me see what Faraz said earlier. You can't wrap your head around retail. You have no idea what to do there. It's way too much. Oh shit, 1 second. There's a bug. You have no idea what to do there. It's way too much and you can never play it. You've only played Classic Era, Cataclassic, Hardcore Classic, and no TBC. How would I explain retail to you? Because you have no idea what to even do there except for people doing, like, World Firsts. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be World Firsts, right? It definitely, retail is much more endgame focused. But it's not all about World Firsts, per se. The real difference between, like, Classic and Retail, the simplest explanation I can give, is that Classic is about the journey, Retail is about the destination. So Retail has, like, a bunch of really challenging, like, endgame goals that you can accomplish. Like, getting Cutting Edge doesn't need to be a World First guild. Just an average Mythic guild getting Cutting Edge, for a lot of people, is a very significant challenge. Like, Lura, last season, was just a hard boss. So... if you enjoy difficult boss fights, which, like, I do, World of Warcraft raiding scratches an itch that really no other MMO, except, like, maybe Final Fantasy at the absolute highest end, can scratch at the moment. So, that is what most people, I would say, play this game for. The really difficult raids, really difficult dungeons and stuff, pushing M+. That's really what most people do. And it definitely caters to, like, a smaller section of players than, like, I would say Classic does. But it's, the nice thing about, like, World of Warcraft's design in that regard is that there are a lot of difficulty levels. So there's a lot of people who just enjoy, like, doing raids, hanging out with friends, but they still want, like, fights that are involved. Because Classic, let's face it, Classic is, by and large, a little bit too simplistic for many people. It can get kind of boring. Like, usually when I play Classic, it's not necessarily because of the boss fights, right? It's because I enjoy just, like, the old, slow style of gameplay. It can be fun to go back to every now and then. And also, it's really fun for me to see, like, how tanks played back in the day. Because, you know, I enjoy tanking. I obviously main tank in Retail. And seeing how, like, you know, Paladin plays in Wrath of the Lich King or something like that is kind of cool. So that is what I enjoy in Classic. But in Retail, it's all about just, like, you know, optimizing, getting, like, the highest end content done, at least for most people. There is casual content in Retail, so there are some people that play this as, like, a casual MMO for, like, mount collecting, pet collecting. The reality is, those people just don't realize that there's better games out there. Frankly, Guild Wars 2 is better for those types of players in every possible way, but a lot of people who have been playing World of Warcraft for years might just not really want to take the chance on trying a new MMO. This is the game they know. This is the game they've been playing. They might have a lot of friends who are still playing. So the vast majority of casual players in this game either just don't realize there are better options out there, or they are just grounded to this game due to emotional attachment or like social groups, which I guess is another form of emotional attachment. But in terms of like actual relevant, well-designed casual gameplay, there isn't much World of Warcraft has to offer at this point. The primary reason why people like actively play this game and choose it over other games is the fun, challenging endgame content, which is why I continue to play this game. Despite the fact that I also play Guild Wars 2, and I really like Guild Wars 2. But both games are good at different things. But yeah, it definitely a very different vibe than Classic, for sure. My throat is my throat's starting to give out. Jesus. It's already been almost 9 hours. Holy. At the very least. We are basically done here. So I go here. I'm gonna buy rings. Okay, sure. Honestly, decent stats. The stats don't really matter though. And now we open back up the MS Paint dock. Alright, so I've gotten all of the items that I actually need, as you can see, but I need 220 crests. Right now, I have only 160. So, I still need to go and farm. Why did I get pinged? Oh, yeah. I need to go and do the remaining activities. So, I'm pretty sure I did Stormarian Assault earlier. I need to do Southril's Soiree. The Curse Surge one I'll probably skip just because that one will take me a little bit longer. But Southril's Soiree, I think I did Harrandar. I'm not sure, but I need to do this special assignment, this special assignment. And then I haven't done Abundance yet. And I think if I'm at 160, that's probably enough. That should be enough to get 220. So I do all that stuff and then we're good to go. Oh, dude, really? The game crashed again? Blizzard, man. I gotta be honest, the game is getting worse and worse with every patch. The quality of like the game code. I mean, it's no secret that like they are doing the bare minimum quality assurance, but everybody has consistently said every single new patch is the worst that the game's stability has been. But I mean, this is like 2 crashes within a few hours. Like, this is just kind of embarrassing. You've been here since 2005, even though you, I call you a casual, you do a lot of raiding in M+, but never the highest level. Well, but I wouldn't call you a casual, though. If you engage in raiding in M+ at any level, I would not necessarily call you a casual. You might be like by the standards of a raider, like a casual raider, but when I say casual, I mean somebody who like literally logs on, collects mounts and pets, like does the new storyline, and then logs out. Like, that is when I am saying that WoW has really nothing of substance to offer those players. That is what I am defining as a casual. By definition, you do raiding and M+, you are less casual than a large chunk of the player base, who does not engage with that at all. And that's fine, right? Like, honestly, even casual M+, like, if you are interested in dungeon content at all, WoW's M+ system is frankly still the best dungeon system in any MMO, at least that I am aware of. And, like, so even you know, Final Fantasy has solid raids. I still don't think it keeps up with WoW's raids, but I know a lot of people who do really enjoy it. From what I've heard, and I did play it a little bit, it's definitely the closest out of any MMO that I am aware of. And like Guild Wars 2 at least has decent raids. Not amazing, decent. Maybe, like, I guess Guild Wars 2 Fractals could kind of be considered something like that, but Fractals are different. I don't know, Fractals are, like, at least a solid dungeon system, but they're very different than how M+ works. Something akin to WoW's M+ system, I don't really think any other MMO that I'm aware of has something remotely that good. So even if you are a casual M+er, that is enough of a reason why like World of Warcraft already would be for you. So when I say casuals, you know, would be better suited in a different game, I mean casuals who like literally don't engage with that content at all. You collect a lot of shit? Yeah, and to be clear, right? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with collectors. I know a lot of people who I've raided with who are also big collectors. If you're actively playing the game, right? Like, you know, if you're enjoying other aspects of the game. I'm not a big collector myself, but I do like collecting transmog every now and then, because if I'm gonna play the game, I may as well have an outfit that looks good. So I will collect since I'm already playing. But a lot of people who don't do any other content will just, like, mount farm. Like, I am aware of some people who only play this game for, like, mount farming, at which point it's like, I mean, that's basically just a collection simulator, and there are better games that are just collection simulators. Have I tried Fellowship? I have not. I've heard good things about Fellowship, but Fellowship's not an MMO. So I wouldn't really count. I guess you could argue, right? Because I was saying I don't know of any other MMOs that's okay, so this world quest it's bugged and it's in the wrong spot. It's not supposed to be here. I'm pretty sure that one is actually on the Coiled Isle. I guess if the argument is that there is that like Fellowship is something akin to WoW M+ in another game, that is a fair argument. I more so meant that out of other games that are similar to World of Warcraft, MMOs, none of them have something to that degree. And Fellowship is basically just a standalone M+ simulator, but like that I guess is a fair point, that like for somebody who does just enjoy M+, that would apply to them as well. That's valid. But as for have I tried Fellowship, not personally. I have... So, you know, obvious, like, disclaimer, right? Like, you know, if you watch me for long enough, you know, I'm not the biggest M+er. I don't dislike M+, but it's also, like, I do not play this game for M+. I play this game for raiding. And while I have to do a lot of M+ as part of gearing for raid, and I don't dislike it, right? You know, I've been doing the 0 to Hero challenges, and, you know, I enjoy it enough. It's, the part of, like, those 0 to Hero challenges that I enjoy is learning new specs. And then M+ is just an environment in which to learn those new specs. I'm not doing it for the sake of the M+ dungeons. And generally speaking, in the rare cases where I do push M+, it's because I happen to be playing a spec that I really enjoy. So, for instance, since I really like Blood DK, it's what I'm maining, and Blood DK looks really good in M+ this season, I'm, like, considering pushing a little bit this season. But then, almost certainly, I'm going to hit a point where I'm just like, yeah, I'm kind of bored, and I'll probably do something else. But I'll think about it. So, one of the really nice things about an MMO is that it has a lot of stuff to offer. So I can play this game for raiding, but I can still enjoy the M+ aspect of it. But for somebody who is a pure M+ player, it is fair to say that, like, Fellowship might be good for them. In my case, I have not been, like, drawn to Fellowship as a result, because I, you know, like I said, not really the main thing I play WoW for, but I have heard good things. So, I am not opposed to trying Fellowship at some point, but I think, like, my kind of personal, like, plan, I guess, as far as Fellowship is concerned, is I'm going to keep an eye on it, And if it's one of those games where like people are now saying, "Oh my god, it's amazing now. You absolutely need to try it." I'm willing to give it a shot. But I do not think I've seen enough from it that it has convinced me that it's something I would personally enjoy, though I have at least heard enough people say they think it is a good game. I will believe that for M+ players, it is a perfectly good game. I've heard enough to convince me of that at least. But as somebody who has not usually been interested in M+, I'm not convinced that I would fully enjoy it. But I am open to, at some point in the future, maybe being proven wrong on that. Fellowship lacks rating, yeah. But I did actually, somebody told me, and I know nothing about this, but I did hear one of my friends say, like, months ago, that Fellowship is planning to add raids. So I have no idea if they're, like, full of shit. Like, maybe a developer said that in, like, a random interview, and it's not actually something that they're even close to getting done. Who knows? But I do remember hearing that, and I think what I said to that is, like, well, if they do, then maybe I would try it. So that's what I mean when I say, like, I will keep my eye on it. And if they add stuff that looks interesting, I'm not opposed to trying it. But I have no idea how true that is. If it's, like, they're going to add it soon, or if that's just, like, as I said, a random developer interview thing that's a very long time away from being included. Performance has been getting... Well, performance has been getting bad since Dragonflight, I think. Dragonflight was the first expansion where I distinctly remember it being really bad. For anybody who remembers my speedruns back in the day, any time that I passed through Valdrakken, there was a memory leak that would completely brick my entire game, and I had to force restart. So a lot of times, when I was speedrunning, I had to deliberately avoid entering into Valdrakken so that I didn't get the memory leak that would fuck my entire game. And it was really annoying because it only happened on, like, certain computers. So, like, when I eventually got a new computer midway through Dragonflight, and the problem went away. But because it was not a universal issue, and only some people were encountering it, Blizzard never fixed it. So I had to deal with that for most of the expansion until finally I got my new computer. But that was really bad. And ever since Dragonflight, they've just been slowly falling behind. And now, I think Midnight more so... It started getting, I think, especially noticeable in War Within. But it's gotten really bad in Midnight so far. I mean, we've had multiple patches now where it's just, like, unacceptable level of release quality. They absolutely need to slow down. Everybody knows they need to slow down. And they just refuse to do it. And they're going to keep doing this until something really, really, really fucking broken happens. That is like... I can't even imagine what it would be. But something catastrophic is eventually going to happen as a result of their negligence. And, like, most likely some extremely egregious exploit will happen. There'll probably be, like, a bunch of Kotaku or whatever articles about, like, you know, World of Warcraft's new patch was a disaster. And they'll get, like, a bunch of bad press. And then, until that day happens, they're going to keep seeing how far they can push it. How little QA they can do while still reaching their deadlines for patches. And hopefully, whenever that comes, they'll eventually realize, okay, we need to slow the fuck down and actually spend time making sure our stuff is polished. But that day is, as far as I know, not today. What about the gold makers? There are two types of gold makers in this game. There are people who are really, 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 really good at making gold, like genuinely, unironically good at making gold. And for those people, like, a lot of them will lie to you and say that they're not selling gold, and they are. And in that case, they are probably literally doing it as a job. So for those people, they're not really playing a game. They are just using World of Warcraft as a way to make money. The best gold sellers, the best gold makers, are also gold sellers. And at that point, again, not a game. And then there's a different type of person who thinks they are that guy. They think that they are the really good gold maker. In reality, they're just some dumbass who is copying strats that another person is figuring out. They're making a fraction of the actual golds. And then we get to a further subset of players. Some of those people just enjoy the process of farming. You know, some people enjoy doing crafting professions. That's fine, right? If you're having fun, if you enjoy the farming process and you enjoy like crafting and you happen to be making gold while doing it, and that's fun for you, you know, more power to you. That's totally cool. But some people do it because like the biggest like class of players in World of Warcraft that I think are just total fucking morons is the I pay for my own sub with gold crowd. And again, some people genuinely are making gold hand over fist and are probably selling some of that gold. And yeah, they play for free, most likely, and they probably make a profit to boot. But then there is a large subsection of players who thinks that they're like hot shit because they spend so much time in game making what is effectively like minimum wage just so that they could say, I pay for my own sub. And it's like, okay, congratulations, you have just completely wasted your time. And if you are not actually enjoying that process, if you're not enjoying the process of farming gold, then you are worse than a casual player who, at least, like, a casual player, in theory, they are presumably having fun, right? Now, I could say that I think, like, a game like Guild Wars 2 might be better for them. But you have to imagine that the casual player, you know, they are happy in their ignorance, right? As far as they know, like, they don't know shit about Guild Wars 2. They think that this casual content they're playing is fun, and if you... It's kind of like, you know, if you don't know that there's a shinier toy out there, then you're going to be satisfied with the toy that you have. So those casual players, they're probably content, right? I would never recommend that somebody play World of Warcraft as a casual. I don't think it would be worth your time, because at that point, like, now I have the benefit of being able to inform you that Guild Wars 2 exists, if you are just interested in casual content. But if somebody doesn't know that, and they just go into World of Warcraft blind, and they happen to enjoy that content, then yeah, they may have fun. The gold makers will do the most monotonous, awful shit possible, just so that they can say that they have basically earned enough gold to have, like, basically gotten minimum wage, in many cases less than minimum wage, and that's, like, that is a flex. It's like... It's the kind of shit that, like, when the WoW token came out and I was in high school, I used to think the idea of being able to pay for my sub was really cool, because I did not make money when I was in high school. I got no fucking money ever, because I didn't have a job. So back then, when I was, like, 16 years old, the idea of being able to pay for my own World of Warcraft sub, like, that seemed really fucking cool. And nowadays, I can make one video and make multiple World of Warcraft monthly subscriptions in the time it takes me to make one video. So, like, why the fuck would I bother? And obviously, that, like, in this case, you know, YouTube is a weird form of a job, right? But especially the amount of time that you'd have to spend to make a month's worth of gold is, like, it is the biggest fucking bait in this entire game. So, yeah, I think the idea of gold making is just, it's scuffed. Because the reality, just like in real life, the people who are truly making all of the gold, they are the people making, like, a large chunk of the gold. And the vast majority of people who think that they are gold makers are just, like, picking at the crumbs and watching, like, dog shit gold guides on YouTube. And this is something I have said for the longest time. If you are watching a gold guide on YouTube, you are wasting your time. Because the real people making all of the gold, they are not fucking sharing their strategies. They're not going to make a video telling you what to do. By the time that video is on YouTube, everybody else already has access to that information. The way that you make the most amount of gold possible in this game, and well, really in anything, is by doing one of two things. Either doing something that nobody else can do, i.e., like, how do I make my gold? My guild sells Mythic Lura. Obviously, double selling Mythic Lura, yeah, that's not something that many guilds out there can do. So we're able to make a lot of gold off that because it's just a very difficult thing. So that's one way. Or you have access to a key bit of information that nobody else has, and you exploit the fuck out of that to make as much gold as possible, by filling a gap in the market. But the moment that you share that information with other people, that gap in the market vanishes. You no longer have an advantage. So if you are using information in a public YouTube video as a basis for farming gold, that is, like, the dumbest shit you could possibly do. But, like, I mean, people will do that. There are massive gold-making channels on YouTube, and those videos get tons of views, because people are just like, oh, you know, I need to make gold, I need to make gold. And it's like, Jesus. absolute bait. YouTube gold making videos are literally a bait by the yeah, okay, yeah, I just read the message. Almost word for word what I just said. We're on the same mental wavelength there. How many crests am I up to now? I am at 200. So I need to do the a new world quest should have just popped up. This one. Arcana gathered. Alright, I guess I'll do that. For you, it's the combat and Guild Wars. You're always hyper-focused into stacking due to the whole aura stuff, and that makes designing fun in-game content really hard, but you also don't play Guild Wars competitively. Yeah, I have heard that it can get, like, a little bit annoying for that, with all, like, the big bubbles. I am curious to see, because, like, one of the things that's really exciting about, like, the upcoming Guild Wars 3 is the Guild Wars 2 team has put out, like, a lot of blog posts saying that they're revisiting a lot of, like, long-standing frustrations within Guild Wars 2, and because they're not like actually releasing an expansion for the next 18 months because they're working on Guild Wars 3, they're basically just going to do like core fixes to the game that have been too difficult to include in an individual expansion. So I think one thing they said they're looking at is like some of these story boss fights like Zaitan. They're going to try to improve like dungeons. The Guild Wars 2 dungeon system is like very antiquated, because nowadays it's like all fractals, and then the original dungeons are just kind of like, they don't have a place anymore. So stuff like that will be like revamped to fit modern standards. So I would imagine one thing that could help with that, because I have heard that complaint a lot of like the bubble slop, right? You know, every single world boss, everybody just drops like all the different auras, and you're just stacking it to get all your buffs and get all your different stacks of like, what is it, alacrity, might, etc. Yeah, so that, I don't disagree. I do think, like, you don't need to play around that. I would imagine it's a little bit harder to design stuff, like you said. I think that's fair. But I don't really think that takes away from a lot of the encounters, right? Like, a lot of the more interesting bosses have stuff that, like, forces you to move around. So, like, you still have to do the mechanics, and then, like, once the burn phase comes around, like, yeah, everybody, you know, stacks up and stuff like that. But frankly, I mean, you could argue in World of Warcraft, to a certain extent, you do that as well. You know, a lot of times there are, like, less so for damage buffs, right? But, you know, you want to stack an AMZ, you want to stack it like Spirit Link. So in some of the hardest fights in World of Warcraft, you will be told to, like, have everybody tightly stack. So it's not like that is unheard of for difficult encounter design. I think that a lot of the open world bosses, right, the fact that there are some of, like, the older boss designs in Guild Wars 2, where if it's, like, with power creep, basically, at this point in time, you can basically just continually, like, break the boss's Defiance bar non-stop, and then just basically keep it constantly in a burn phase, stacked up, doing no mechanics, because when they originally designed the boss, like, 10 years ago, they didn't design it around, like, current abilities, stuff like that. But, like, I've done some of the more recent meta events, and I think they feel pretty fun. Might be a stupid question, but is the permanent rune item for 100k out yet? No. Yeah, it's usually the final season. So next patch will probably get it. It is not out yet. You're super hyped for Guild Wars 3. Literally anything but the combat in Guild Wars is peak. See, here's the thing. I actually still enjoy Guild Wars 2 combat. I know that I definitely have heard people say, like, they're on the fence about. Now, I still think World of Warcraft combat is, like, better, but I think Guild Wars 2 is fun. The other thing is, like, Guild Wars 2's kind of, like, dynamic combat. Like, so I mostly play my Ranger, and ranged combat in Guild Wars 2, I think, is really cool. Like, the fact that I have to actually, like, aim my skill shots and stuff is pretty fun. So I think that's interesting. But I can understand, like, you know, not for everybody. And the fact that a lot of times having to properly aim and position your abilities while also stacking everybody's, like, auras and whatnot and dodging boss mechanics can be difficult. But then also one of the other cool things that I like about Guild Wars 2 is the dodge roll. So if I get really good at, like, dodge rolling through a boss's abilities, I can stay alive through basically anything. And that is very fun for me. But yeah, definitely one of the biggest selling points so far with their marketing for Guild Wars 3 is apparently they're going, like, really all out on redesigning the combat, and they're going to have, like, they said they want abilities to feel like they have weight to them. Like, it's going to be, I think they described it like Monster Hunter, which I have never played Monster Hunter, but I've, like, seen people play it, and it definitely seems like it has an interesting style of combat. So I don't know of any MMO that feels like what I would imagine Monster Hunter feels like to play. At least I haven't seen anything that looks like it. So if they manage to pull that off in a satisfying way, that could be really interesting. It sounds unique. So I'm very much excited for it. I was about to read through your messages, George Ezekson, but I saw you said, see you later. So just, I'll read through and I'll respond. But either way, if you have to hop out, if you want to, like, watch my response to the VOD later, either way, hope your gearing goes well. I'll see you later. But we'll scroll up and see. You're a rich man in WoW if you only had all that gold in real life. Yeah, I feel that. I need to do... I'll do this special assignment. If I do this one, I should be good. I did do Sturmerian Assaults. I can't remember, did I do Harrandar? Oh, I have not done Legends of the Heronir, so I'll do that. Actually, yeah, I can do that instead of Zul'jin. I don't think I'll need the crests, because I think I'm already at 220. Legends of the Heronir takes, like, 2 minutes, so I'll just knock that out real quick. And then I should be able to do the final trick. The patches are getting worse after that 8-week rush, yeah, for sure. Gold is easy to make, but you don't sell anything other than the AH, yeah. Why did I... Okay, I am stupid. I mean, I'll just start Cantina Key. I don't know why I pressed Zul'jin. I meant to press Harrandar. God, my brain is fried. You know some that can turn 500 gold to 500k in 2 weeks? Those mad lads exist? Yeah. Some people are really good at making gold. Like, ridiculously good. So for those people, like, yeah, I mean, that is maybe an endgame. The problem is, like I said, there is a lot of people who think they're them, and they are not them. They are not him, right? They are just, like, copying what other people tell them to do and making pennies on the dollar compared to, like, the real gold makers. And those people, I feel like, they're just kind of wasting their time at that point. And to be clear, like, I'm also not saying that I am that, just in case, like, anybody sees this out of context, right? I'm not really good at making gold. I don't have... The only times that I'm ever good at making gold is, 1, if I can do sales, and 2, if, like, optimizing professions, like, and I made a lot of Gil in Final Fantasy XIV because I really enjoyed that profession system. And I really enjoyed optimizing crafting. So I made a lot of golds off Final Fantasy crafting. But I do not enjoy World of Warcraft crafting, especially the Dragonflight crafting system. It's just absolute dog shit. So I've tried a few times now, and I can never get into crafting. I just get too bored. It's so fucking miserable now. Else. This. You like doing professions you're used to until the latest changes and more within a midnight? That's a little bit too much? Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of what they've been doing, the professions. That's honestly, that's one of the biggest issues with professions, is it plays into exactly what I said. Professions make it so those, like, super high investment people... Like, I have some friends who have, like, multiple, like, max profession alts for every single profession in the game. And they have, like, multiple concentration crafters and whatnot. And they will, like, do their daily concentration crafts or whatever to make shitloads of gold every single day. They basically just print money. And, like, for those people, yeah, it's, you know, really profitable. but it's the new profession redesign has made it so it's only profitable for people like that. Yeah, you're guilty of doing that. Fair enough. I mean, if that's what people enjoy doing, then fair play. But the unfortunate thing is, because people are able to do that, it means that anybody trying to casually engage with the system is shit out of luck. Which was not a problem with the old profession system. That is entirely a product of the new Dragonflight profession system. The old profession system had ample opportunities for casual players to participate. You like it, but it's a lot of work? Yeah. For you to not be in minimum wage territory, you need to be making around 450k per hour. Yeah, which is... That is, like, an absolutely absurd amount. That's exactly what I mean, right? It's usually... It's not even remotely close to that. Like, I don't know what, like, numbers people throw around nowadays is, like, what's considered to be a good farm. Like, to give you an idea, the last time I've ever gone out of my way to farm gold is Miss Pandaria Classic launch. I farmed Hose and Peace Pipes. And Hose and Peace Pipes, I was making, on average, like, about, I guess, what would it translate to? It kind of varied. I was probably getting about 1 Hose and Peace Pipe per hour, give or take. I was making, early on, I was making a lot. I sold some Peace Pipes for, like, 25 to 50k, anywhere in that range. I would randomly get a crazy sale early on. By the end, I was consistently selling Peace Pipes for 20 to 25k. And to give you an idea, at that point in time, a WoW token was going for 2k gold. 2k. On Mop Classic. So, effectively, like, translate that, I made an absurd amount of gold. What is the Mop Classic token even up to nowadays? Mop Classic token. Okay, it's up by a lot now. Yeah. It crashed. When was it? All available. Okay, it wasn't 2k. It was a little bit lower. My memory's slightly off. Yeah, no. Okay. Alright, I exaggerated a little bit. I'm looking at the numbers. I was thinking... Like, my order of magnitude is off. So it was 10k, but I think I was selling the Peace Pipes for, like, 50k? Or something like that? I forget the exact number. Either way, I was making multiple tokens per sale. It was like 2 to 3 tokens per sale is what I remember it translated to. So, effectively... I was, give or take, at that point in time, farming 2 to 3 tokens per hour when I was doing that farm. You can maybe round down a little bit less, because by the end of the farm, when I was like doing it, the price started dropping. But, I mean, that was insane, right? that was really, really, really cracked. And even then, like, you could argue that is, like, still kind of close to minimum wage. Now, the reason I was doing the Hose and Peace Pipe farm is, first off, I wanted to have a Hose and Peace Pipe, and what's it called? I wanted to farm reputation. I ended up getting Pandaren Ambassador. I think I mentioned that before. But then, once I got my setup for Hose and Peace Pipe farming going, 2 things happened. One, I just started enjoying it. Like, it was really easy to do, because also, what I was effectively doing is I was multi-boxing, right? So all of the multi-box accounts that I use for Remix and stuff, I still had those running, so I used a mop boost on them, and I just had them parked there, farming Hose and Peace Pipes, while I did stuff on my main character. So he was very passive. But then, at some point, early on in Mop Classic, you remember when I was talking about in Discord, you were tempted to do it yourself? Yeah, I would not have recommended it. It just so happens that because of my unique situation of I was playing on a dead roleplay server, so it was very easy to farm. I have a lot of random alts because of my alt account, so I was able to farm it passively while doing other stuff on my main. And because of like the way that my accounts are set up, I was able to very easily shuffle those peace pipes over to like larger servers. It's the kind of thing, like, I already had the infrastructure set up to get like the perfect farm for that because of all of my different accounts that I use for like testing leveling, and like I think that was coming off of Mop Remix somewhat recently. But I had all of that ready to go already, so I was like, all right, fuck it, may as well. And it was also like, I found it enjoyable. It was a really fun thing to farm. But then, once the price started going down, I was like, all right, I'm no longer making like super efficient gold. And then people started to swoop in and contest me. And there was this one like real asshole guy who started like shit-talking me every single time he like sniped a peace pipe off of me. So then I made it my fucking mission to make sure that he never got another peace pipe. And then it was a fucking gang war, man. He started bringing in like other accounts of his as well. So we had like a multi-boxer war for horse and peace pipes. And every single time like I would get it, I would walk up to his character and I'd like spam Lincoln and /say. And then he did the same thing. And then it got really crazy where I eventually, I got a... Because he was also using, like, undergeared level 80 characters, because he just used boosted characters. So I bought an alliance boost on one of my alt accounts as a hunter, specifically so I could spec marksmanship and try and snipe his characters out of the sky. And then I went and, like, farmed, whatever the fuck that thing was, like Salt Hardened Shell, that lets you knock people out of the air. And every time he would like hover in an obvious spot, like above the ground, I would swap to my alliance alt, drop down, shell him out of the sky, and cause him to die of fall damage. And a lot of times I tried to line it up so that like it would be within the spawn period, the early spawn period when the peace pipe was about to like spawn, or the rare. So that way he was AFK, but then if he got a ping that the rare mob would be up, he might go back to his computer, but then he'd be dead from fall damage. So then I would be able to get a free kill. So I did some diabolical shit. Also, at one point, somebody else, another Alliance player, came around, and I told them that if they promised to kill that the other ganker, or rather the other farmer on site, if they promised to gank his characters every single time they saw him, then I would give them the next peace pipe I farmed for free. And they never took me up on that offer, but they did kill him a few times. So I guess they must have thought it was amusing enough to where they agreed to not murder my alts, and they sometimes killed him, but they never actually asked me for a peace pipe. So, I don't know. I should note, they never responded. I think they put like a smiley face or something in response, but didn't actually address me. But I did see them every now and then killing that guy. But that made it personal. So pretty much like I would have stopped doing that farm a week early, but then it basically just turned into a gang war, and I had to defend my turf. So I got like kind of involved in that. And then I made like, I don't know, a few extra 100,000 gold in Mop Classic as a result of that extra week. But I was getting like massive diminishing returns. I was mostly doing that because it was really fun. And on that note, now I'm leaving. Okay, well, I appreciate you stopping by, George Easikson. But what else did you say that I missed? I think I read most of the messages. How's the gear going? Where am I at? I have gotten all of the pieces of Exodia. I'm catching up on chat before I reach the final stage of the gearing process, because I want to showcase that entire process in one sitting. This is a lot of min-maxing, though. Is it necessary? Necessary? No. But is it something that I enjoy doing? Absolutely. Legendaries and Shadowlands were fun. Yeah, I know a lot of people made gold off that. You love Monster Hunter. It's a very fun game. There was even a Monster Hunter MMO in the East, but it never made its way to the West. Lost Ark also had content that's pretty close to Monster Hunter. It was very fun. I mean, you dropped out once you got to the pay-to-play part. Yeah, so I've never played Lost Ark. I've heard people talk about it. A few people tried to get me to play it, and the moment I saw the monetization for it, I just said, no fucking shot. I'm not playing that. And, I don't know. It's, for me, the problem that I have with stuff like that is, like, I have played gacha games, right? Like, I played Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero quite a bit. And those games are monetized way more aggressively than something like Lost Ark. Here's the thing, though. Zenless Zone Zero is not meant to be a competitive game. Honkai Star Rail is not meant to be a competitive game. Like, they have endgame modes, sure, but it's basically just like, yeah, some of those endgame modes, if you have, like, more advanced paid characters, you can complete the endgame modes. But effectively, it's just like a paid currency farm. So really, it's just, if you pay money to get the fancy characters, you can do this endgame challenge to get a bit of paid currency back. So it's like a little bit of a return on what you've already spent. But really, most of the fun content in those games is actually, like, doesn't require characters. Like, they'll give you free characters to play with for those special modes. And, like, the stuff I enjoyed the most is, like, the roguelikes in that. Like, Simulated Universe in Honkai Star Rail was what I always had the most fun with. And generally speaking, they give you, like, trial characters, and they scale your characters up to, like, the max level with, like, max items and whatnot. So, the main reason that people dump shitloads of money in gacha games, and, I spent a decent amount in Honkai Star Rail, but I didn't do it because I'm like, oh, I want to have, like, the most powerful teams. I'm just like, oh, that character looks cool. I want to play around with that. And, you know, people like collecting that stuff. Now, I'm not, like, defending gachas. It is what it is. Like, you know, I think most people should probably avoid it. But the reason why I think one is fine is because the vast majority of the content doesn't require you to pay to progress the content. You pay to have access to, like, the characters that you can play in, like, other modes just for fun. And then all of the actual content in the game is completely free to access and usually has, like, no power required. The problem that I had looking at Lost Ark is I'm like, literally, the game is structured around forcing you to, like, effectively pay for gear upgrades. And the game markets itself as a competitive game, but really, if you just swipe your card, you're going to win. So, if the entire way that you're advertising yourself is as a competitive game, but the microtransactions are built around negating all of the difficult farming process and getting you the best item levels so that you can clear the hardest content, that game has no competitive integrity. That is not a game that I ever have any interest in playing. So that's why I was never, ever interested in Lost Ark. It's just like the worst possible combination for a Western audience. And I would imagine that's why, like, for a Korean game, I think it's Korean. I hope I'm not being, you know, talking out of my ass here. But I'm pretty sure it's by a Korean studio. For a game like that, and there's a lot of them, I think it did better here than something, you know, like Black Desert Online, Throne and Liberty, which, like, kind of were, you know, briefly got talked about and then immediately died out. But, I mean, I do think that most people I know are not big fans of Lost Ark for that exact reason. And most people I know who played it basically said, yeah, I like the combat, right? But like, I don't think any of my friends who played it, like, ever spent any remotely, like, most of them I think were free to play. I have no idea, like, some of them I never asked if they spent money, but at least I'm pretty sure they didn't spend much at all, because they were, like, fairly casual. And the thing is, like, there are some people who can play games like that, but, like, if you can't already tell by the way that I play World of Warcraft, generally speaking, I'm, like, I don't like to half-ass stuff. Like, if I'm gonna play a game, I want to play, like, the entire game. Or at least all the stuff that I'm interested in. So I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I'll play this thing casually, but, like, I'm basically priced out of the ability to play the more interesting content. That just sounds fucking miserable. At that point, I'm just not going to play the game at all, and I'm just, you know, like, it's the reason I haven't played Lost Ark. So while some people may say, oh yeah, Lost Ark combat is fun, and, like, I enjoy playing it casually, I would never just, like, play that game casually and then basically be like, you know, well, I guess I can't do this other stuff because there's, like, a massive fucking paywall. Now, sometimes I'll play a game casually, if it's, like, you know, a game that's free, that's, like, you know, well-made, and not heavily monetized, and I might just, like, play it for fun, and then be like, yeah, you know, I don't feel like doing that other stuff. But the option to do the endgame content was still there for me. Like, PoE is probably a good example that I can think of. Like, I played PoE 2 a decent bit, when it came out. And, like, I still have friends who talk about it. And I got a decent bit into PoE too, but, like, the pinnacle bosses at the end, I think is what they were called. Like, the super hard endgame bosses, I never got around to doing. They seemed cool. I've, like, thought about playing a bit more to try and get to them, but then I was just like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna go back to WoW and do some more stuff in WoW. But it, like, I have no bad feelings about that. I don't feel bad, because that was my choice, right? I was just like, you know, if I want to, I could spend the time to get there. It wasn't like PoE was forcing me to, like, pay shitloads of money to get to those bosses. It's just I didn't feel like allocating that time versus doing something else. But it's not, you know, I have to choose to buy a bunch of microtransactions to be able to access the final boss. Like, that's what I thought was always really dumb. You had no idea what you were getting into when you started Lost Ark? Yeah, that's fair. I guess if you weren't aware of it up front. Hello, cat. Are you here to beg for food? Are you here to beg for treats? Or are you just bored? He's just staring at me. He hasn't started meowing at me yet. Which usually, whenever he's like just, you know, begging me for treats, he'll just sit in there and just look at me and go meow, meow, over and over. So I think he just wants attention right now. Let's see. Your Valera is level 70 and you're wondering if it's normal? I was gonna say, I just... Like, I thought I saw a message just like that in Twitch when I glanced over. Okay, you sent your message in Twitch and YouTube. Your Valera's 70 now, and you're wondering if it's normal that if you go into Valera's healer abilities, the Uncrowned Alchemical Codex always says rank 59? It might be bugged, actually. I'm not sure about that. But it would not surprise me. There have been a lot of bugs this patch. But I have not checked. I mean, the reality with Valera is, like, Valera... So, like, obviously, I put out the video about leveling Valera. It's extremely minimal. Like, yes, her stats are, like, slightly increased every time she levels up, but her overall damage has always been, like... Well, it's one of two things. On very high target AoE, her abilities actually scale pretty well. Like, Phantom Knives and the Caltrops will shred large groups of mobs. But single target, like, for Nemesis bosses, she's always been pretty poor as far as scaling's concerned. So, the whole, like, Valera leveling trick, it's nice. It's like, you may as well do it now while it's there. Nothing else to do, really, this week, for most people. But, I wouldn't be too concerned if Valera, like, is bugged and doing slightly less damage, because it's a drop in the bucket. You're not really going to notice it. The gameplay was super fun, but the gear upgrades, holy shit, it's like having a 30% chance for a 3 item level upgrade on a single piece. Yeah. Yeah, that thing seemed crazy to me, which, the whole, like, upgrade failed system is something that I know a lot of, like, Korean games have, and I've never liked that system. I've always thought that was silly. Like, even to give an example, right? Like, Hoyoverse games, which are generally, like, the gachas I played, Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, they're grindy, for sure. And obviously less competitive, right? So you're grinding for something that's really more of just, like, to say that you've done it, not necessarily for any competitive thing. But, like, you know, I like min-maxing, so considering you don't spend money for it, you do your dailies, right? And you get, like, upgrade stuff. But all of it is just, like, deterministic. You know, I could choose to upgrade my gear. There's, like, some RNG on, like, the stats that you get, but that's, like, super min-maxy. Like, people will optimize the stats to have, like, a little bit more damage. And mostly just so that you can compare, like, how high of a score could you get and, like, what is effectively, like, the target dummy in the endgame. Which, you know, some people like that. A few times I actually just tried to see if I could get a high score in that for fun. Just because, you know, obviously I like min-maxing. But all of that is, like, free, right? You're upgrading your gear. But it is, by and large, deterministic. Like, you can't brick an item. And one of the nice things that I always liked, at least in those games, is if you get an item that, like, upgrades to the stats you don't want, you can basically reuse, like, recycle that item for, like, more efficient upgrades on a new piece. So I never felt like it was a waste of time to, like, send my upgrades on, like, lower level items in Honkai Star Rail, because I could always, like, later on, if I wanted to, like, really go for min-maxing, I could just use all the crappy gear that I upgraded early on, which at the very least, you know, it's kind of like in World of Warcraft, right? Where you may not have the perfect secondaries on an item, but raw item level is usually good enough. So I would always just get like a high level upgraded item, and then later on when I try to like min-max and get the perfect stats in that upgraded item, I could just recycle my earlier stuff. But the big thing that I do remember hearing about games like Lost Ark is that the fact that if like the upgrade fails or whatever, your currency is just lost. It's just gone, completely wasted. So you're effectively just gambling to see if you get upgrades. Whereas, like, it's different if it's deterministic progression and then very minor differences. Which even in, you know, gacha games, which I'd consider to be usually fairly predatory, I didn't think it was nearly as bad as that. Anyways, okay, I have, now that I've caught up in chat, let's go through the final act. I'll take a drink of water. So, my Druid is now 294 in bags. If I equip my highest item level pieces, they are, would be the shoulders, this ring, these gloves. I believe that's it, right? Because I'm wearing the bracers. Yeah, so now I'm 294. Now I need to get to 295. I need to get all these slots to 295. So, first things first, everything that I can upgrade for free, I'm going to do that now. Okay, yeah, so that's not for free. This one's for free. This one's for free. And then this one is up to here, 292 for free. Alright. So my next priority is my champion pieces. So my champion pieces are my gloves and my ring. I want to upgrade the veteran item once. So I'm only spending 20 veteran crests. I only have to do that once. And then I get the champion upgrade for free. If you have any veteran crests this week, and this applies to anybody, you know, even if you're not doing the degen shit that I'm doing right now, the most important thing that you can spend your veteran crests on is getting the upgrade from 292 to 295. So, this. I have seen some people say, oh, veteran crests don't matter, you can just spend your crests. If anybody tells you that spending veteran crests is nilly-willy, it doesn't matter, they are a fucking liar, or they're clueless. There are, as you will see here, very valuable things that you can do if you use your veteran crest properly. Now, are they min-maxy valuable things? Yes. But there are people who are like, oh, it's just veteran crest, it doesn't matter. Those people are idiots. But this is one of those, like, the safest possible thing that you could ever spend your veteran crests on is this. 292 to 295. If you are able to do this upgrade, specifically 5 out of 6 to 6 out of 6, is by far the most efficient use of veteran crests. Because then it also gives you a free discount on your champion piece. So that is always worth doing. Now, I have a few items that are 289. And I have here my bracers and my shoulders that are 285. So in this case, I'm going to have to get... Oh, okay, I just realized I am missing one piece of Exodia. I forgot about that. But I guess we've shown the early process, right? So now I need to upgrade, I guess I can upgrade this stuff because this I'm just going to do naturally. So like pants here. Pants I'm going to upgrade to 295. My boots here, I'm going to upgrade to 295. And cloak. These ones I'm going to spend the 40 crests on, no matter what. In fact, actually, I'm already now 295 in bags, and I'm pretty sure I can actually, yeah, I can do that now. And, oh yeah, ring as well. Oh no, a ring I already did. Right. I can upgrade my crucible for free. I don't think I'm going to bother using that right now. I should put the crucible in here, just so it's more organized. Now, I'm still, in the meantime, because now I have to do 1 or 2 more things. So I'm 295 equipped now. So that's cool. But I still have some 285 pieces, because I'm 285 average, but that is only because I am being dragged up by my Rotmire loot. Which also, you'll notice my Rotmire loot says Spore-Fused Myth twice, because I catalyzed it. But I can use that cloak. I don't want to use this, because that would break my 4-piece. But in the meantime, I'm going to put on 4-piece, and I'll put on Eye of Midnight. So I'm still 293 equipped, but you'll notice I do have some upgrades here. So that's good now. Now I have remaining 40 veteran crests. So, in order to fully upgrade these bracers, I would need to spend 60 crests. I would need, in total, if I wanted to fully upgrade my shoulders and my bracers, 120 crests. And I only have 80. Now, I believe I had, 240? I believe I actually might have enough. Because I have, right now, on my Blood DK, 280 veteran crests. I got up to 240 on this character, which means that there are 40 more crests that I could farm. So if I got 120 veteran crests, I could spend all of them on getting, what's it called? On getting this upgraded. Just at a baseline. But I don't think I need to do that, and also I'm actually thinking at this point it would be faster to farm my second spark than it would be to do the remaining 2 weekly quests. And since I now have shoulders that I got, I am going to upgrade my shoulders, veteran shoulders, to 295, and I'm going to craft a pair of bracers. Now, I want to be very clear here. I do not recommend using your spark right now, unless you are 1000% certain that you know what you should be using your Sparkcraft on this week. I am deliberately, wasting my spark, air quotes, wasting my spark, because I do not care about this character, and I just want to use my spark item to cover the item level in 1 slot. Cat, no digging through garbage. No. Upstanding members of society do not go digging through garbage. As an upstanding cat, you should not be doing that. Saw your entire weekly progress going to waste when the upgrade fails, and even if you pay, your chance doesn't to succeed doesn't reach 100%. Yeah, that sounds really bad then. Okay, so to get my second spark, I need to do Sparks of War of Voidstorm. Is, from what I've heard, the fastest way to do it. And that is the last piece of Exodia that I need. Do previous season tier set matter? Yes. Yes, it does. The only cases where it won't matter is if your previous season tier set is, basically worthless. Like, for instance, the Brewmaster tier set from Season 1. Now, you should not be playing Brewmaster right now. Brewmaster is really bad at the moment. But, the current Brewmaster tier set is, really, really, really bad. Or Season 1 tier set is really bad. So, in that case, just because, I think it's, a 1% upgrade for Brew. It's one of the worst tier sets they've ever had. Yeah, raw item level might be better. But if your tier set is even a, I don't know, a 5% damage increase around there from Season 1, it's better than raw item level. And a lot of specs get more than 5% from their Season 1 tier. So yeah, you're almost certainly going to. The only exception to that is, let's say... I forgot to turn on War Mode. Let's say you have, you don't have myth track tier pieces. So if you have, only 260 item level tier pieces from Season 1, at that point, if you're talking about, a 40 item level difference in pieces, then yeah, it might not be worth it. But I'm, operating under the assumption that you have, proper tier pieces from the last season. If you have, my character, My shoulders, admittedly, like you can see here, I did not keep up with my shoulders. But admittedly, this is a character that I knew that I was not going to play for splits. I was initially planning on farming a pair of Mythtrack shoulders for my Druid, but then, obviously, last week my raid leader said that we wouldn't need my Druid for splits, and I'd be playing Paladin instead. So I didn't bother replacing this. I should have, because it would have made it easier to do this trick, but I didn't think about this until, well, yesterday. So, hindsight's 2020. But you can see I mostly have, like, I have Rotmire loots, I have 289, 289. So if you have 289 tier pieces, and especially if you have a Rotmire tier piece, then it's definitely worth using for 4-piece. Oh, there's a war supply crate. Well, if Alliance wins that, then that would be an easy way to get this. Yeah, I think what you're saying, Shards of Stone, there are some, like, items that you can get around Vaults of Atalu Tech that give you, like, upgrades to the Altar of Corrosion. It's, like, not really that important. They're just, like, utility stuff in the zone. Pretty meaningless. Wait, is this really just an uncontested crate? There's nobody here? What the hell? Nobody else is doing the Sparks of War quest right now? I mean, okay, sure. I won't complain.
Here, the very fabric of reality is chaotic and malformed. We could use your help studying the residue.
You got your full tier for Havoc DH with some Rotmire Kata. You got your hands hero piece from Delves. You got a bunch of 295 vet piece. Just not sure what to switch out. Oh, okay, so you got a hand hero piece from Delves. Well, in that case, so just so I'm understanding correctly, because so you're Havoc Demon Hunter, so you have 298 helmet. So obviously you want to use your 298 Rotmire helmet. And then if you have 289 in all the other slots, and then you got if you got a hero track pair of gloves from Delves, then that's actually pretty solid, because in that case you that like guarantees that you know what you're gonna run. You're just gonna equip your Delver's Bounty item in gloves. And then in your other 4 slots, that's where you run your tier. Now, I'm pretty sure Havoc runs 4-piece. Midnight, Season 1, tier set, damage, increase. Yeah, I mean, it might be hard to, I found the link to the Ulria sheet from Season 1. I don't know if this is up to date. Yeah, okay, this is the Season 1 tier piece. Okay, so I found it. Now, this might have changed, but the Ulria sheet is really good. And for Havoc DH, it looks like your 4-piece is worth about, as of Midnight Season 1, 7% for Felsguard, 5% for Eldrachi. And notably, 3% for 2-piece, right? That's another thing to keep in mind, right? At a certain point, if you get like a bunch of really high item level hero pieces, or even like Mythtrack pieces later on, you might eventually want to drop your 2 of your pieces, but for many specs, their 2-piece is still a considerable damage gain. Like, let's look at Druid, for instance. Maul and Ravage damage increased by 10%. Moonfire damage increased by 10%. That's really good. This is still a very strong 2-piece. Now, obviously, in the case of Guardian, for Druid of the Claw, the 4-piece is actually really good as well. I believe Alun's Chosen gets very little value, pretty much none, out of the 4-piece. It might get some value now, because I know there were people running builds back in M+, before they changed the way that Lunation worked this patch. And they were never getting any value out of the 4-piece, so I know a lot of people were dropping it. But that being said, now that Lunation has been changed, I'm pretty sure you would at least sometimes get value with the new builds, but the Druid of the Claw gets like shitloads of value out of this 4-piece. But no matter how you slice it, this is a very strong 2-piece. Now I'm just using Druid as an example, yeah. But you would still want to keep, for instance, like your Rotmire helmet and then your best possible Season 1 tier piece all the way up until you get the new 4-piece. Obviously, once you have the new 4-piece, that's good, but it's very easy to get 2-piece, for instance. So pretty early on in the season, you're probably going to get your new tier 2-piece. Now, some specs, like for instance, in the case of Bear, because Druid of the Claw gets so much value out of this Season 1 4-piece, most likely Guardian Druids are not going to replace their Season 1 tier until they get the fully new 4-piece. Which, actually, I don't even remember what it is. Oh yeah, the new 4-piece is like the... You get like the thorns. You embed thorns and it like extends Incarnate. It's solid. I think, honestly, this is a very strong tier set. So you are probably going to only replace this once you get like a higher item level version of the new 4-piece, but eventually item level will win. But yeah, you can get quite a lot of mileage out of this stuff. Historically speaking, there have been some specs that keep on their previous tier. Sometimes that is literally better than like full myth track items of the next tier, if your 2-set bonus is strong enough. In the vast majority of cases where that happens, Blizzard will end up nerfing that tier set bonus so that people put on their new stuff. So keep that in mind, right? There is a chance. But I mostly say that just to showcase that there are times, there are situations where if a bonus is strong enough, it is worth running over like 40 item level upgrades. Bonuses, a lot of people don't realize just how strong they are. I can say that from experience, considering I made the video about like how to get optimized 289 pieces, and like half the fucking comments in that video are like, this doesn't matter, you're just gonna replace this next season. Like, no? No? Like, do you play this game at all, person leaving this comment? Like, do you understand that like you absolutely run your 4-piece until you replace it? But so many people, I have to imagine like casual players who just like only push M+ and don't actually understand anything about like how to optimize their characters in this game and just like blindly listen to guides. Because like no guide writer that you read on like Wowhead or whatnot is going to say your best in slot is previous season tier. But that might be true for the first few weeks of the season. Early on in the season, before you get your new gear, it might very well be true that your old 4-piece bonus is better than any marginal upgrades you get. But the vast majority of guides are written with, like, end game, like, final, mythic item level bis in mind. And by that point, yes, usually you drop your old season tier. But because so many people just, like, don't do any thinking for themselves, and they will just, like, blindly listen to guides, if you try to suggest to them that, like, no, you should be running your old 4-piece for, like, the first few weeks of the season, they'll just, like, their brains will fucking break, because, like, but that's not what the Wowhead guide said. It's just, I will admit, until I made that video last week, I did not realize it was that bad, the level of brain rot that some people have. Man, are all these players Horde? Do we just not share tags at all from this? I'm gonna have to be really fast about moonfiring these mobs then, if tags are that competitive. Try to keep an eye out. Fuck me. Okay, I never stood a chance for those. You have your full tier for Havoc? Oh, I read that already. Solid, okay. Not bad at all? Yeah. I'm hoping that they spawn in this area. Like, I know that there's some that spawn, like, around this side of the pipe. If they spawn there, I should be, like, the first one to reach them. Oh, there's a mob over there. I don't want this mob to leash. One second. I just saw your message, Night Nox. It looks like an involved question, so I want to make sure I give it the proper answer it deserves. Unfortunately, I don't want to, like, take my eyes away right now and potentially get ganked if I'm not paying attention. Let's see, I could probably just murder these guys. Just third party the fuck out of them. Nice. Yeah, and I get a World Quest credit for that. I like how nobody's even bothering to try and kill me. They see the bear and they're just like, yeah, fucking bears. Not even worth the effort. They see a squishy demon hunter, and it's blood in the water. So there's a war supply crate over there. In theory, this might be enough if Alliance wins it. I can't tell. That's Horde. I'm seeing a lot of Horde players. God damn. I guess they're still dominant in world PvP, I guess. It's one thing to comment if you know a creator is genuinely misinformed, but if somebody got all their opinions after being unsure, no clue. Yeah, I mean, Dunning-Kruger. Literally Dunning-Kruger. A lot of people will just blindly regurgitate that. I mean, that's something that, like, I've been dealing with for the longest time ever. The one example that I always love to give, which was kind of my first experience dealing with that, is back in Legion when I started playing Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I was getting rank 1 parses on Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I was answering questions in the Vengeance Demon Hunter Discord about, like, how I got rank 1s and, like, what I was playing for certain mythic boss fights. And I had people, random fucking idiots in the Discord, telling me that I was wrong because I was running a different build than was recommended in the Wowhead guide. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. That's why I got rank 1, you fucking idiot. I'm trying to explain to you why I'm doing something different than the Wowhead guide and why it works. And I got actually so fucking tilted at that I've just really, that experience has completely put me off, like, not like the idea of class discords. Like, the class discords themselves are good. But, like, at this point, I've actually, over the years, met a lot of the people who will make the guides for class discords. Like, even, you know, my friend Baze, right? Who you know, I tease in my M+ dungeons. He's one of the warrior theory crafters in the warrior discord. But, you know, the thing is, Baze is probably perfectly suited for dealing with people in the class discords because he's just so unserious all the time that he could probably read messages like that and just be like, yeah, sure, but, you know, I know better than you. But, like, I read shit like that, it just really pisses me off. So I got so tilted in the Demon Hunter Discord that I've just never engaged with class discords ever since then. So it's just, yeah, people just don't really know how to think for themselves so often. Well, a certain subset of people just don't know how to think for themselves and only know how to blindly copy. Hopefully I don't get jumped killing this guy, but it's going to be a little bit more involved to kill him. So in theory, there is a chance... Okay, no, this boss is actually melting. Bear OP. 4 Sparks of War. Okay, so, like, I can loot literally any chest, and I'm good to go. That's just the nature of being a creator. Yeah, and I mean, back in Legion, I wasn't even a content creator. Like, I only started making videos in Shadowlands pre-patch. So, especially, like, back when I was, like, in college, just playing the game purely for fun, like, yeah, I started posting class discords, and then I had to deal with people like that, and at that time, again, I didn't make videos. I was only doing it to help teach people, because I'm like, hey, I figured out this cool thing, I want to share it with other people. And I just very quickly realized, not fucking worth the effort, fuck that. So, you know, nowadays, yeah, you are right that kind of it is part of being a content creator, that these days I do have to, a lot of times, deal with somebody who is confidently wrong, and I will at least I will make an effort to try to explain to them why they are wrong. And hopefully, and every now and then I will say I'm pleasantly surprised. Sometimes somebody will leave a comment and they like confidently explain why I'm wrong, and then I explain to them like, nope. And every now and then you get a response of like, yeah, shit, sorry. Appreciate that. And, you know, I try to leave like nice responses, like, you know, I'm glad that you were able to understand, and then hopefully usually like hopefully the guide works out for you, something like that. Like one comment that I deal with a lot that's always amusing is just like people doubting the effectiveness of my leveling guides, and they're like, I don't believe that you did it this quickly. It's like, well, I have news for you. I post all of my speedruns in full. You don't have to trust me. You can just watch it. But you'd be surprised, like, in every single one of my guides, I also say that. I'm like, hey, if you don't believe me, I post the speedruns, but somehow people will still find my guides, say, I don't believe that you did it this quickly, and then, like, write a long, angry rant in the comments about, like, there's no way that you got a run of blah, 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 blah time. And then I'm just like, hey, in the time it took you to write this comment, you could have looked at the video description and seen the multiple links to my full speedruns, and then I usually just link them one of them. But those ones, at least, are very easy to disprove. There's not even, like, any subjective opinion there. It's just, objective fact. This is the time that I cut in my speedrun. I don't trust this, brother. You're looking at the proof? Yeah, exactly. You love my videos and streams? Appreciate it. Can I briefly explain what you have done today to get to 295? Yes, I will. Well, so two things. One, I will be making a video. I'm going to try to have that out by tomorrow. Like, after I end stream today, I'm going to try to get all of that information in a video, and then I will have it hopefully posted by tomorrow. But I will try to give a quick summary after I'm all done, which we're almost done with the last piece of the process. And then I will try to give a quick run-through of everything I've done. But then, hopefully, the edited video also will do a good job explaining it. Alright, yep. So, Spark of Tides. I got my second one. And that is the final piece of Exodia right there. I can also turn off war mode before I forget. Let me see. Nightknock said, may I ask for some gearing advice on bonus rolls? You're a little conflicted on how to use the early bonus rolls. Some people suggest going for late heroic bosses for Bisgear, and others recommend going for early myth bosses to save Crest, playing a Warlock on a chill CE guild, no splits. You're leaning towards the item level since that'll be more useful for prog, or are the Ulitech items actually that good? You do 10s less season, you're gonna yeah, exactly. So the biggest issue with bonus roll advice is that, and see, you gave me a lot of really good information there, because the problem with answering questions like that is it is so heavily dependent on the type of content you're doing, your situation, what guild you're in, also your spec, of course, and there is basically no universal answer. So a lot of people are recommending bonus rolling the final two bosses, like you said, and that is actually just incorrect for a large subset of the player base. But I've seen a lot of guide writers trying to give that as a general rule of thumb, or rather, like, one thing that's annoyed me is Larius. Larius generally makes really good guides. And so I saw a lot of people saying, Larius says that you have to bonus roll the last two bosses. And so I click on Larius's guide, and Larius has, like, 50 million disclaimers of, like, hey, fucking idiot reading this guide, do not take this as gospel, and make sure that you meet all of these conditions if you do this. And so Larius, by the way, that's a good thing, right? Doing his due diligence and making sure that all of the proper disclaimers are there, that, like, this is a very complicated system. And then I've still seen people say, Larius guide says you have to bonus roll last two bosses, because they don't understand any fucking nuance. So it's just really fucking annoying. The short answer is that there is no solution. There's no, like, surefire answer there. I think for a large portion of the player base, the safest bet early on is to bonus roll the last two bosses, or one of the two, depending on which one gives better gear. I think, generally speaking, more melee DPS want Zul'jin, more casters want Ulitech. And the obvious answer is, if you are never entering a mythic raid in your life, you are a heroic raid only or like M plus only player, in that case, yes, you bonus roll the last 2 bosses, because that is the only way that you will ever get them on Myth Track, right? Outside of pulling it from your vault. But in that particular case, those players are inherently more casual. If you're a heroic only player, or if you were an M plus only player. In the case of heroic only player, honestly, it's not even really worth discussing, right? Like, those people are really more just playing for fun than anything. But I would say a more realistic category is like a Mythic Plus player who really likes to push M plus, but doesn't really like Mythic rating, you know, doesn't really want to adhere to a strict schedule, but they still want to get as good gear as possible to push M plus. Well, generally speaking, M plus players are not, or should not be concerned about early season score, because it's fucking meaningless, because eventually it's just going to be invalidated the more gear you get. So, as an M plus only player, your entire gearing method should be long-term value. What items am I going to need to have by the end of the season if I want to push the highest keys? And for those players, if you are never going to kill Mythic Zul'jin or Mythic Ulatek, then a lot of those items are still your bis. Obviously, you're going to want to bonus roll those bosses on Heroic so that you can get them at Myth 1 out of 6 and eventually upgrade them. So, the reality is, that is a very sizable portion of the player base. There are a lot of people who will never kill Mythic Zul'jin or Mythic Ulatek. There's not, like, the amount of people who actually get, like, cutting edge relative to the average player is fairly low. So, the reason why so many guides are giving that as a blanket statement is because for the vast majority of the people who are just, like, asking that in a class Discord and stuff, that does apply to them, right? They are probably never going to kill those bosses on Mythic, and if they aren't, that is the correct answer. You bonus roll the last 2 bosses. But, if, and I guess I should note, right, if you are in a giga casual Mythic guild, if you are in a non-cutting edge Mythic guild, where you still care about Mythic prog, and you might kill, like, you know, you might kill Nexali. Where's the, you might kill Nexali and Tomb Sentinels, like, maybe you're in a guild that generally gets, like, midway through Mythic, like, up to Scissorak Twin Fangs or something like that, and then your guild tends to burn out. Somebody earlier was saying that they were in a guild like that. If that's your situation, then you probably still want to bonus roll these last 2 bosses, because if you're never going to kill them on Mythic, they're likely still your best items, and, what's it called? You will want to have them, and also, if you're in a guild like that, frankly, prog is inherently not that competitive. A lot of guilds like that, even by the time they get to, like, Coil Altar, if at all, they are basically already fully Myth Track. It's, like, late in the season, and the wall for guilds like that is never going to be a damage check. It's never going to be like, we don't have the gear to kill this boss. It might just be, like, a skill issue, like, you have some people in your raid team, you have to fill the 20 slots, you bring along, like, you know, Joe Schmo, who's really fun, really nice guy, but, like, has no idea how to press his buttons and just refuses to use the 1-button rotation for some reason. So you're always going to have somebody like that in those types of guilds. And at that point, gearing is not the issue. So if you are a player who is in one of those guilds, and you still like doing Mythic prog to an extent, but you're mostly, like, you know, endgame, like, M plus focused or something like that, it kind of circles back to the heroic only raider of, even though you have the option to get, like, generic Myth 6 out of 6 loot, those people would probably be better served using their bonus rolls on Heroic, Coiled Altar, and Ulatek, because in the long run, they're going to get more value out of that. Which, again, you know, pushes that idea of you should bonus roll those bosses. Now, we've just described 90% of the player base. The category you fall into, because you said you're playing a Warlock on a chill CE guild. So, the moment you get to CE, then it starts to become a lot more difficult. Now, I don't know exactly what rank your guild is. You can say if you want. It doesn't matter that much. Chill CE kind of tells me as much as I really need to know. In that case, on the lower end of the CE spectrum, it depends. Some will want to save bonus rolls and not take it out of the boss. And in some cases, the same metric might apply. I think the main thing that you need to consider is, obviously, I don't know how much your guild values early prog, right? Because when I hear chill CE, that can cover a wide variety of either, like when I was in, like, rank, prior to, like, joining this guild, before I joined, like, an actual Hall of Fame guild, I was in guilds that were, like, World 300 to 400 rank. which is like barely outside of Hall of Fame, which still respectable. Like, though there were good players in those guilds, they still took prog like seriously to an extent. But I think most of those guilds would have called themselves chill CE guilds because they like getting cutting edge and they enjoy playing the game and optimizing. But they are like, there was no overtime. They were not making any like serious push for Hall of Fame. They weren't like trying to like replace people on the roster to like push higher ranks the next year. They were like, we want to have people who play well enough to get cutting edge, and we still care about, you know, not wasting time on prog, but we're going to raid our 9 hours every single week, and then we're going to have fun. And that's all they really cared about. So it was definitely a much more laid-back environment than, like, you know, being in a Hall of Fame guild where prog is, like, extremely, you know, cutthroat, I guess. So in a case like that, right, that is still, like, you know, early prog still matters, and you care about optimizing it. But there is a big difference between, like, World 300, 400 and, like, World 1000. Because I, like, in Undermine, for instance, I raided in 2 guilds at once, and I raided in a World 1000 guild. Obviously, back in the day, when I was first getting into Mythic, I also raided in, like, World 1000 guilds. But even quite recently. And it was really interesting to see, while I was already, like, in a guild that was, I think we got, like, Worlds 290-something, Gallywix, that was, which was technically Hall of Fame at the time, because that was like a fake Hall of Fame tier. But again, I was like in a guild around World 300 because I just found that to be a more chill environment because at the time I wasn't really trying to push. But then also I joined a second guild and I got like World 1100 or something Gallywix again, but on one of my alts. And when I killed Gallywix on my Paladin in the first guild, you know, not everybody was fully upgraded. We were still, like, everybody had to make do with what they had. People were still farming M+ to get, like, the last few items they really needed to, like, min-max. And gear definitely mattered. Like, the damage check, Gallywix was easy, but there still was, you know, a damage and healing check to an extent. Like, that mattered. You couldn't just, like, completely show up and do whatever. By the time that my second guild, the World 1000 guilds, killed Gallywix, Turbo Boost was already out. Every single person in that guild was max mythic item level with the turbo boost item level, and they still struggled to hit damage checks, like on One-Armed Bandit. Like, to give you an idea of how low some of the damage in that guild was, and I don't mean to shit-talk that guild, I think the raid team has since disbanded, but really nice people, right? I did enjoy their playing there, because they were super nice, super chill, right? Fun to play with, but obviously they took things significantly less seriously, and they're just like, we're gonna get cutting edge eventually, but we're in no rush. But when that guild killed One-Armed Bandit, I was the second damage overall in the execute phase. Like, if you go into Warcraft logs and snapshot phase 3, I was the second damage overall as a Prot Warrior. Now, admittedly, Prot Warrior execute damage in Undermine was fucking crazy. And towards the end, like right when the boss was about to one-shot everybody, like, I think the vast majority of people died, like, 10 seconds before. So for the last, like, 5 seconds right before Harldan Rage, I'm, like, one of the last 5 people alive, just sitting there, just slamming execute after execute into the boss. But that is still not normal. So, and this is with people who had, like, full upgraded mythic item level gear. At that point, you know, yes, gear, you know, will help, but presumably if you're killing a boss by that point in time, the item level is not the concern. And then you could, in theory, make an argument for guilds like that, even though that they consistently got cutting edge every single tier. Like, that wasn't a Race the World Last guild by any stretch of the imagination. World 1000 is far from Race the World Last, but it is still solidly in the territory of, like, as long as you show up and press your abilities, you will kill the boss eventually. And it was months into the tier. By that point, we had already, like, the crest cap had been removed. So if you're in a guild like that, then honestly, I don't really think early prog matters that much, and I think the advantage that you would get from having more crests won't matter. By the time that you get to any of the bosses that are even remotely difficult, you will already have all the crests that you need. So at that point, it matters more to just make sure you have your best-in-slot items off the final bosses, so again, it might be worth it to bonus roll Cold Altar or Ul Attack. But there is a little bit more nuance there. And then, basically, as you get higher up in the world rankings, and as your tier gets shorter and shorter, and you're expected to finish within the first month, the second month, etc., then it starts to turn into, okay, this might not actually be a good idea. So I don't know exactly what your situation is, but for instance, my guilds, which we got World 56 Lura, and I mean, we're hoping to push a little bit higher. The goal is, I think, top 50 world this tier. We'll see if we get there. But either way, at this level, I have already, and I've had this debate with multiple people in the guild, so it's not even like it's a clear thing. Multiple people on my raid team think that they should bonus roll the last two bosses, and I have explained to them in detail why for our guild, it does not make sense, and it is a poor decision. And my raid leader has backed me up on this. Like, at first, I was like, in our guild Discord, I had a long debate with a bunch of different people on the raid team about, like, why. And then my raid leader joined in, he's like, the fuck are you guys talking about? And then when he got the conversation, he's like, no, you're not bonus rolling heroic bosses. That's stupid. So, at the very least, I was vindicated here. But I'm probably going to need to do a more involved write-up to explain to everybody why that is the case. One of the biggest reasons, and see, another thing I noticed in what you said, right, is, let's see, no splits, right? So, if your guild does splits, that might be kind of like the breakpoint, where if you have the ability to reliably funnel a lot of these powerful cantrip items, like the necklace is a big one. So if you can get this, even like normal splits, right? If you get this necklace on normal to most of your raid team, that alone is pretty good. And that alone means that you probably don't want to bonus roll this boss on heroic. Because, while yes, this is best in slot for everybody on myth track, if you have this on normal or heroic, ideally on hero track, then this is still more than strong enough to be your best in slot necklace for the remainder of the season. And then you want to be getting more value in your remaining slots, because getting slightly more item level on your necklace is not that impactful for early prog. So it doesn't necessarily make sense if you are able to just repeatedly split the raid on normal and heroic, even if you have to do that over the course of multiple weeks. Like, your entire raid is probably not going to have a Curebane Reliquary on week 1 of the season. But if you commit to doing, like, a normal split run, the first, like, month of the season, until everybody has all of their cantrip stuff on normal and heroic, well, then you don't really need to bonus roll those bosses. And it's better to get more value out of your bonus rolls early on to help with prog, so that people can start getting more myth loot so that you finish the tier faster. But that's obviously something to consider only if you are in a higher end guild that is, you know, that values that is trying to progress as fast as possible. So if your guild is doing no splits, that means that you're going to be getting much lower chances at getting this necklace. I would say the main thing, and the problem is this is also very conditional, right? So you might think to yourself, oh, I should bonus roll Ulatek. But then let's say you're a caster. So I was talking to, like, the evoker in my guild about what he should be doing. And he only has 3 options: Preservation Evoker, Necklace, Chest, and Dagger. And he was saying all 3 of these are bis for me. But these 2 don't really matter that much. If you have them on hero track, like, they're fine. The really important one to get, because obviously weapon item level is really key, so getting this on myth track is not only really important, but also this is very rare, right? So getting this as an actual drop from the boss is going to be extremely unlikely, so bonus rolling it is much more impactful. So let's say you are in a position where you have said to yourself, okay, it makes sense for me to use some of my early bonus rolls on these bosses. But then what if week 1 of the season, right, you do your normal and heroic clear, let's say you get week 1 AOTC, and then on the 18th you open your vault, and in that vault is this dagger, myth 1 out of 6, because that can happen, right? It can show up just as a regular vault reward. Now, what a lot of people are saying is, oh, it is terrible to take this item out of your vaults, because then it doesn't remove it from the bonus roll pool, so then if you later want to bonus roll this boss, then you could theoretically get a duplicate. And that might be true, but then you might also say to yourself, well, what if I just take this dagger now on myth 1 out of 6, because it's by far the most valuable out of these options, and then instead of bonus rolling Ulatek at all, I just accept the fact that I'm going to rock these items on hero track for a while, And then I'm instead going to start using my bonus rolls on Mythic and getting more powerful upgrades early on. And then maybe, if your guild isn't even that serious, you could just start saving bonus rolls for Mythic kills of Coiled Altar and Ulatek and just get the items that way. And then worst case scenario, let's say super late in the season, your guild still hasn't finished Prague, and you have nothing else from the early bosses that you need, nothing else from M+, and you still just want to take a vault and send a bonus roll. I guess at that point you can do that. But that getting lucky in your vault can completely change your decision making. And like I said, up until a certain point, it makes the most sense for people to just take a bonus roll all the time and always use it. But the problem is people have heard that general rule of thumb. Over an extremely long period of time, yes, taking a bonus roll is almost always the best option. When you care about Prague and when you care about rankings and finishing the tier at a certain time, the more condensed your Prague schedule is, the more valuable actually taking an item out of your vaults becomes. The problem is it's still, there's like a million conditionals there. And it's like, it doesn't necessarily switch to you always take something out of vault. And now becomes it depends, it depends, it depends, it depends. And the real thing that I'm going to have to do is, I've already told my raid leader, I said, if you want, I can manually review different people's vaults, because normally he does that, right? Like, we're supposed to, every single week, post our vaults early on in Prague, and then, like, he'll basically, like, post your vaults, post a sim, and then he will look at it and tell you, like, what he thinks the best decision is, and, like, have a conversation, right? But I've already told him, like, you're probably going to get bombarded with, like, a million questions. Because usually, for, like, he does that mostly so people don't, like, really make any stupid mistakes, but, like, for the entirety of this season, the only time that my raid leader ever said anything other than, yep, that seems good, is I told him, like, oh, I should take this weapon, and he said, hold off, don't take the weapon yet, because, it was when I was gearing up my warrior, he said, we're going to bring your warrior in for the reclear bosses, and nobody else needs the weapon that drops off Saladar. So if that weapon drops, we give it to your warrior, and then you can take something else out of your vault. And what do you know? The weapon off Saladar dropped, my warrior got it, and I took, like, I don't know, like boots or something out of my vault. So that was the only time where he ever said, like, don't do this, and it was for something like that, right? Like, we can prio you loot in the raid, that way my warrior got geared up faster. But that is usually, like, the way that he goes about it. But he has already said himself, like, it's going to be a fucking nightmare looking through everybody's vaults, because you're going to have some genuinely ridiculous optimization problems to solve just looking at vaults. And multiple people on my raid team have already, like, said, I have no fucking clue what to do here. Everybody jokingly, like, is saying, I'm just going to ask the raid leader. He's going to pick my vault for me. And I can tell he's already like, oh, fuck my life. So I have said, like, look, if you need me to help with that and look and review other people's vaults and try and, like, see if I can solve that solution for them, I can. But that's the issue, right? A lot of this is going to be case-by-case basis. It's going to be an individual person's vault, their particular situation, that only I know the full context. Well, only people in the guild know the full context. And it's impossible to give a one-size-fits-all recommendation. But let's see, what else did you say? In theory, since from a prog perspective, you want to use your bonus roll to get the most value. But then again, like you said, once we're at Ulatek, gear shouldn't be a big issue, especially with how Blizzard feeds. Our guilds are on rank 1k and Lura. Is the dagger as likely in Vault as anything else? Yeah. So Vault rewards equal opportunity. So there is a better chance that you see the dagger in Vault than you get it from a drop. You're almost never going to see very rare items. It's very hard to see. But yeah, it is equal chance to appear in the Vault. So that is a potential to get it there. But yeah, so if you're around 1k on Lura, like, yeah, by that point in time, you probably won't care too much about item level, in which case you could justify. I think it would probably be worthwhile to bonus roll these bosses early. But another thing to consider, right, is how much are you getting prioed? Like, for instance, if your guild prios you an early hero track, a Kirbane Reliquary, like, if you're the top DPS in your guild and this is really good for you, and, like, you know for a fact that, like, if this drops, you're the one who's going to get this, then maybe it isn't worth using your bonus roll on Ulatek, and it's worth trying to use it on early myth bosses to give yourself even more of an advantage. I don't know. But it is something to consider. Genuine question, how do you get into those less casual CE guilds? What do you mean by less casual? Oh, like higher ranked guilds? I mean, the short answer is you just send an app, right? Like most guilds, as you go higher, like require an application process. If the question is like what sites or whatever should you be using to find where they're recruiting and where to apply, the recruitment Discord is a really good one. Recruitment Discord, Warcraft logs, like obviously I always check the recruitment Discord. That's a no-brainer. But if I'm looking for guilds, usually, like historically, I would check Warcraft logs manually. Especially like the higher up you go, eventually you just need to start. There's only a limited pool of guilds to even apply to. So you just see like, hey, guilds around the rank that I want to apply to, let me just check their individual pages, see if they have contact information, like a link to an application or something like that. Fill it out, send. Raider.io pages too. Some people still use WoW Progress. But generally speaking, yeah, the higher up you go, those are the guilds those are the ways that you want to start applying to guilds. Those types of guilds aren't necessarily a shame, but it does suck that they're fun to be around and good people, but aren't interested in pushing. Yeah, and to be clear, that's why it was like my second guild, right? Now, I still put in effort, like, as I said, by my just absolutely cranking damage on One-Armed Bandit, I busted my ass on Prot Warrior. Like, if I look at my logs, like, I ended the tier with a 95.7 average on my Prot Warrior in Undermine, ranked 113 overall for Prot Warriors. And that was my second character that I was playing, like, in alt guilds. So even though it wasn't my main, and admittedly, like, I did not bother min-maxing my Prot Warrior as much as I would, like, my main guild, I still performed well. I had, solid parses and all bosses, so I was quite happy with that. What's it called? It's a shame the rankings are kind of weird, though, because they're not counting, like, some of my earlier kills, that's whatever. It does at least preserve, yeah, my 98 parson and One-Armed Bandit. That ended up being 98 overall. The guild that you tried applying to is World 19 Lura. You thought it was Realm. Yeah. Very big difference there. What was World's 19 Lura? That's, what was that, like Pop-Tart Corn Dog? I guess I can look at guild rankings. It's probably around there. If I look at, where does it have guilds? Is it race summary? Oh yeah, race summary. That would be, okay, Pop-Tart Corn Dog was 14th. I'm guessing it was probably Project or something. Project is ranked 20. 19 exactly was a Chinese guild. I don't recognize these other guilds. Northern Sky 16. Banhammer. I've never seen this guild before. But apparently they got World 17, which, I mean, that's good. And See Ya Thursday. I don't know that guild either. They're, okay, European guilds, yeah. Yeah, they're both European guilds, which explains why I don't recognize them. But yeah, definitely very big difference. Oh, Ethical. Ethical. Actually, I know some people in Ethical. Yeah, they were active in my Discord for leveling stuff. Yeah, Ethical, definitely very high-end guild. They are what I'm not seeing them in the top 20, but I think they're in 20 to 30, I believe. They did really well this tier. But yeah, Ethical, very, very, very good guilds. That's how you felt with your AOTC Lura kill? Yeah, I will say that, like, I had to, some of my more casual friends, I did try to explain to them that, like, they should not feel bad about AOTC Lura. Like, that boss on Heroic was fucking crazy. One of the harder AOTCs in quite a while. It was kind of weird for my guild, because, like, we had more trouble with Crown of the Cosmos just because we did Crown of the Cosmos with like absolutely dogshit gear, and we also tried to split run it. But by the time that Lura even came out, because it was after Mythic Voidspire, we went in, and it still took us like 10 pulls or something like that, but we completely cheesed the final phase of the fight, because we just had enough damage to just pop Lust and completely burn. So, we kind of bypassed the hardest part, but also, that was like the most inauthentic AOTC experience I've ever had, because like, it came out after we were already partially Mythic geared, so... If AOTC, if Heroic Lura had been out week 1, that would have been fucking brutal. I almost wish I got to prog that. Well, I mean, I say that, but also I got to prog Mythic Lura, which was also an extremely fun fight, so, you know. I did get the Lura experience, just not the AOTC. But, like, a good example is Crown of the Cosmos Heroic actually is, like, a completely different fight than Mythic Crown. In fact, a better fight, in my opinion. I thought AOTC Crown of the Cosmos was a really, really, really fun fight. And then Mythic Crown is, like, kind of a shit show. I do not like Mythic Crown. It's such a janky fight. Like, obviously, people gave Crown shit because of, like, the whole Race to World First. Like, they ended up killing it really quickly. And, like, that's one thing, obviously, Blizzard fucked the tuning on that. But even outside of the Race to World First, Crown of the Cosmos was actually not an easy boss. Like, my guild still took, I think, about 100 pulls to kill it. So, I think we struggled a little bit. Most guilds were around, like, 80 pulls. But, like, the main thing I just hated about Crown is it's one of those fights where it's just so heavily scripted. And you need to do the exact right pattern to do the fight. And if one little thing goes wrong, then the mob spawns in the wrong spot and, like, the entire pull is fucked. It was just such a janky boss, and it didn't really feel like any of the challenges we ran into were, like, you know, an interesting mechanic. Like, you know, like Lura. Even Bellerin. Bellerin, I kind of fucking hate Bellerin, but there are some things about Bellerin that I think are interesting. Like, I think it's at least a neat boss. I just didn't like it. Mostly Bellerin's really fucking annoying to tank. Pretty much every DPS in my raid that I spoke to was like, oh yeah, I really like Bellerin. And then I asked my co-tank, and I'm like, I'm not the only one who hates this boss, right? My co-tank's like, nope, this boss fucking sucks. So, yeah, it's definitely... Bellerin is really, really annoying for tanks, mostly just because there's extreme variance pull to pull, and that can make it very hard to prog. But Lura was a banger boss, so that's what matters. You pugged Heroic Crown. Absolutely no clue how you did it, but it was a one-shot. Damn. The guild you were in fought for it hard, like 150 pulls. Nice, nice. You're reading WoW Progress wrong, and you saw a bunch of them running around with Ashes of Bellerin, and you were jealous. Understandable. It is a pretty cool mount. Lost Explorers does seem like very nice to bonus roll. Yeah, most people in my guilds are saying they're probably planning to bonus roll that boss. That's definitely, for a lot of people, a high-value boss. Mostly because Gebo's bag is good, but, like, the consolation prizes for Gebos, or for Lost Explorers is not bad. Right, so, like, I know the Warlock and Mages, in my guilds were saying that this is an option, a good option for them, because, like, yeah, look at Cloth, right? So I think, Mage has the same options, right? I would imagine. Look at what you're getting if you bonus roll this boss as a caster. You have potential for Shoulder Tier, which is just good. Potential for Helm, which is just good. Like, these are both high-value slots to get 6 out of 6 in. Or Gebos. So if you're a caster, bonus rolling Lost Explorers 3 times, honestly, might just be the play. You really can't go wrong with bonus rolls on here. Now, it gets a little bit tricky, like, so I'm playing Blood DK, right? So, in my case, obviously, you know, this doesn't count because I would go Unholy Loot Spec. Getting these shoulders would be solid. But, like, Gebos is not a bad trinket. I don't particularly want this. And getting wrists would be pretty bad. So, it's like, I don't know. The value on that is not great. I'm still deciding what I want to do. There aren't many great options for me to bonus roll as a Blood DK. I'm trying to think, like, are there... Yeah, and, like, Scissorak is annoying because, like, you can't push a trinket off the loot table. And, like, I'm pretty sure we're not re-killing Twin Fangs, so... And even then, you have the fucking necklace. Yeah, so I'm in a bit of a weird spot where I don't really think I have any great bonus roll option as plate. at least as blood. There might be another spec that has the ability to, like, game it. I don't know. Like, I guess, Paladin on Scissorak, could you go, like, Holy Paladin? Yeah, so that actually might be a good option, right? So for Prop Heli, Scissorak sending 2 bonus rolls here, like, Prot is crit haste, so I suspect this is their best in slot ring. I would have to ask my Koten, because he's planning to play Prop Heli, but I would imagine if you bonus roll this boss twice, as a Prop Heli, then you get really good value out of it. Because you get guaranteed tier and bis ring. And this is early enough that you would reclear. But, by rolling Holy Loot Spec, you can push the other shit off the table. As Death Knight, I can't do that. And, like, as Warrior, I'm pretty sure... Warrior, yeah, you can't push this off the table either, because both Arms and Fury would have this on here, and Prot has this on here. So, shit out of luck there. Yeah, kind of all... The other bosses all have similar issues. We'll see. You hated Bellerin and loved Lura, especially when half your guildmates agreed for logs in Bellerin? Oh god, yeah. Yeah, frankly, you know, my guild, we ran into that issue a lot, of people not being willing to go out of their way and soak balls. Especially, like, on a lot of farm runs, we still had that, where I am running around, like, as a fucking blood DK, gobbling up all the balls that I can, and then there's just a ball that walks past all the melee DPS and none of them sidestep and get it, and I'm just like, oh man, really? So, yeah, Bellerin is a very frustrating boss, especially because, like, I'm doing all of this as a tank, and tanks have by far the most responsibility on Bellerin, and then I'm just trying to pick up the slack for other people who, like, basically just need to kick the ad, and that's it. That's their only job, and they don't do that. Ah! Very frustrating. Okay, so, I think I've caught up on chat, mostly. If I missed a message, I think I read everything. The only message is, I remember earlier Glenzer asked, can you explain what you've done? Which, like I said, I'll give a brief TLDR after we're done with the last step, which is now. So, I'm going to go over here and I'm going to spend my spark. Reminder, do not do this. Do not do this. Do not do this. Do not do this. I am doing this. You know, it's like trained professionals, you know, do not try this at home. I am sacrificing my Bear Druid's early gear so that I can get the veteran discount, so that I can get more gear on my other characters. So, I am using my Spark of Tides right now on wrists. Now, admittedly, crafting wrists is not necessarily a bad option, so the fact that I've gotten enough gear in other slots that I am able to make this choice now, means that I'm not as fucked as I would be in other cases. I don't even remember that I had this. Apparently, I've already prepped, at some point, I must have been planning to craft a pair of bracers, and then I just forgot. So, W past me, already buying all the materials off the auction house, and even an Arcanoe lining and a crit haste missive. So, I'm going to craft this. Now, I need this to be, well, ideally 295. I would like it to be rank 5, but I'm gonna post in. I'm gonna go to personal order, minimum quality, this, and I'm gonna post in trade chat. Look for crafter, and I'll post in services too. Now, here's the thing. I am Alliance on Zul'jin, and it is currently 6:40 a.m. And I'm pretty sure most of the people who usually do, like, the spam craft bots do not expect anybody to be crafting right now, because who the fuck is crafting right now? Nobody, right? It's an insane thing to do. So I don't think I'm going to find somebody. The nice thing, though, is I have 2 accounts. So as I sit here, I'm going to log onto my Horde alt, and I'm going to try to find somebody. And I'm pretty sure, like, everybody in my guild's asleep, right? I'm the only degenerate who's still online. God, my throat is dying. I gotta wrap this up, so my throat doesn't completely give out. Hop onto my warrior. Thanks for the insights on gearing. No problem. I'm glad I could help. Gearing optimization, if you can't tell, is my crack. I love this stuff, so I am more than happy to try and help when I can. All right, I'll post it again in trade chat. Looking for crafter. And I should note, if anybody watching this happens to be on Zul'jin as a leather worker, can you recraft the crest later? You can, which is why, in the end, because I got lucky and because I got enough other items on this druid, in theory, like, imagine a world where I had to craft a chest piece. Initially, I thought I would have to craft shoulders, right? That would have been very bad. Now, because I managed to get the 285 shoulders to drop, and because I got enough champion pieces out of my out of M0s and like delves and stuff that I was able to save enough veteran crests to where I can afford to do this. I now no longer need to craft shoulders, so it worked out. Because what I was initially thinking I might have to do is I might have to wait until I hit Renown 9 with Zul'jin's forces, then I would have to get the champion bracers off Zul'jin's at 292, and then use that as an upgrade, and then the only remaining viable slot would have been shoulders. But I have just enough crest to be able to do this. So, because I'm crafting bracers, you are right that in theory, this is actually not that bad of a craft. The fact that I'm doing this early, though, you don't want to be crafting right now. You should not be crafting right now, because what might happen, right? Let's say I craft bracers right now, and then next week I get bracers out of my Delver's Bounty. Well, now I've effectively wasted that early drop, or I could even get it like off an early boss or something like that. What you should be doing is you do not send crafts at all unless there is one specific piece of gear. Like, I know some rogues are crafting an offhand dagger because they're pretty sure that like they're always going to run an offhand dagger no matter what with like Darkmoon Sigil of the Hunt. But in this case, whether or not I craft bracers, cloak, or boots, pretty much, those three slots really, but which one of those three you choose is kind of completely up in the air and determined by factors that you won't know about until next week. So crafting right now is just a complete waste. You are crafting with less information. I'm just doing this now because it's, at least in this case, yeah, it's not a terrible craft. I can recraft it later with better crests, but mostly I'm doing it so that I can get the discount on my druid ASAP. But there's a reason why I am using my druid, a character that I do not care about for splits. I will not be using it for splits for this, and I am not wasting my crafts on any of my actual split characters. I'm going to wait until, like, basically the day of raid, so Tuesday, right? 3 hours or so before raid, I'm probably going to get all my crafts set up. Whatever I still need by that point in time, I will make my crafting decision by that point. And it also, there's no reason to send your sparks right now, because something else, I will mention this in my gearing video, right? And this is something I do plan on doing on my mains, but if I wanted to have embellished bracers, what I could just do is go down here, leather wrist, I could go to Smuggler's Leather Wrist Guards, I could use 80 Veteran Crests, blah, 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 rank 5, and would you look at that, 292. 292 wrists, you know, you can put, like, Arcana Weave lining and stuff on this. This is better than previous season embellishments, and all you need is a big chunk of Veteran Crest, which everybody can get this week. So every single person this week can get 2 292 embellishments. Right now, I have 2 285 embellishments. Now, technically speaking, you only actually need to have 1 292 embellishment, because next week you will eventually want to craft something. You're going to want to craft at least one of your 2 embellishments with Spark of Tides. And when you do that, that'll cover one of your 2, so you only want the other slot to be an old piece, and you would rather have that, you know, outdated non-Spark piece be either a Season 1 item or a 292 item, and a 292 item is clearly better in that case. So you're going to want to use this, which is why you should not be using your Spark of Tides just yet. Here, what I'll do is... I can whisper my... Can I whisper my warrior? Will it let me cross-faction? Okay, it does. So then I can post in trade chat on my warrior. And since Zul'jin is Horde dominated, I sure love this game. Yep. That I do. Yeah, doing this at 7 in the morning is maybe not the best idea. But so be it. I didn't really even consider how hard it would be to find a crafter now that nobody is monitoring crafts. The thing is, I honestly, just to get this done, since I don't care about this item at all, and I can always just have it recrafted later, I'll give it like another 5-10 minutes, and then I might just pick up leatherworking on my my Druid and just craft the damn thing myself. Because even if it's only rank 2, it's still, it gets the job done. It needs to be at least rank 2. That's it. Let's see. In fact, what I'll do is I'll go grab coffee, and I'll see if by the time that I get back, there's somebody around who can craft my item. I guess it can't hurt, right? I could just throw it up as a public order. Like, in the meantime, I can still post and trade, just like link the tooltip of the item. So maybe somebody gets the craft. And then, yeah, we craft it with nothing. So public order. 420.69. Right, I'll grab coffee, and then fingers crossed that I'm able to find an actual crafter so I can get my Druid done on this stream. We're nearing the point where, like, the YouTube cutoff. I'm in North American servers. We're nearing the point where the YouTube cutoff happens. Let me just double check. I'm pretty sure as long as it's under 12 hours, I'm fine. But I would obviously be very sad if the VOD got wiped. I love when I get fucking comments on videos that are literally explained in the video. Like, man, if you only fucking watch the video. Like, I say that in the first minute of the video. Why are you commenting that? Oh my goodness. But like, what was I had a long stream the other day that went over 10 hours. Like, 10 hours is fine these days. My stream yesterday was 10 hours, 29 minutes. A few weeks ago, I streamed for 10 hours, 39 minutes. Those were the longest ones. I don't think I've had any streams over 11 hours, but I did upload an 11-hour video earlier this season. So I think that's fine, but I don't want to push it much past that because I don't know where the cutoff is. I'm pretty sure 12 hours is the cutoff. I'm not going to take that chance. It's what in the morning? Dear God, the sun is coming up. Yeah. Alright, before I grab coffee, one more for the road, one more post in trade chat. And then my warrior too. And I guess, I'm pretty sure everybody in my guild is asleep, but on the off chance any of them are around, I will ask in guild chat, any leather workers awake? Alright. Oh shit! Wait! Public orders were the play. Alright, never mind. Somebody filled it for me. Fuck yes. Alright. So we equip our fancy new bracers. 305. And then, with my final veteran crests, I upgrade this to 295. Yes. And what am I missing? 297. Do I need to log out and log back in to get the discount? That should be everything, right? Just make sure I'm not fucking crazy here. 298, 298, 295, 295, 305, 305, 298. Gloves, 295, 298. Pants. 95. Boots. 298, 295, 298, 298, 298. Okay. I mean, I'm definitely... That's it. But the achievement has not popped up. Right? I guess I'll try logging out and back in. Maybe that causes it to work. But... I mean, it would be really disappointing if I do all of this, and then the achievement is bugged and doesn't work. Like, I would be the first person, presumably, to discover this bug. I can't imagine, I mean, maybe one of the fucking Race to World first players has also done this degenerate shit. But I'm definitely one of the first people to do this shit. It still hasn't procced. I'm just gonna start upgrading random shit. And maybe, at some point, just like... I have also, like, look, I don't really want to waste crests, but... I don't care about crests in this character. That hasn't caused it to activate? Oh, come on, Blizzard. Come on, Blizzard. Sir, are you still awake? Merc, I'm 298 item level on my Druid. It was worth it up until a minute ago, where apparently the veteran discount is fucking bugged. It doesn't work. Yet another patch bug. Maybe because the season hasn't started? I'm pretty sure it's supposed to work. I don't think it has anything to do with the season not starting. I think, because also, if this wasn't something that, like, has been bugged in the past, I'd say maybe. But this is something that has bugged out before. I have seen stuff like this happen. So I'm gonna upgrade everything I can, and then another time, one of the ways that I fix this bug is just by flying around and loading in. Oh, maybe I have to complete this. Upgrade a veteran track item. Alright, is this good enough for you, Blizzard? Transmute. What is it? I cannot earn 10 adventure on Miss Chris right now. Oh. Blizzard. I'm no hero, Chris, to upgrade this thing. Can upgrade my weapon. 308 champion weapon. Fancy. What's the bug? The bug is that I'm 299 equipped, and yet this stupid game isn't giving me the veteran crest discount. So, like, what the hell? I mean, you know, maybe it just is what it is. I could try logging out, logging onto a different character, then logging back in, and maybe that works. But I mean, worst case scenario, if it is just a bug because the season hasn't started yet, then I just wait until Tuesday to upgrade all my items. At least I've gotten it done. At that point, if I've already done the entire process and I just need to log in and then spend the crests that I farmed on my other characters, like, it would be annoying, but it would be fine. But it's more just like, you know, disappointing that, man, I did all this effort. And the game won't even reward me with the fancy achievement pop-up. Like, you could at least give me that. Hold on, let me Google it. I don't know, is this like a common issue? World of Warcraft, veteran, discounts, not working. Usually fails to apply because the game requires a main character, blah 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 blah. Yeah, it's basically just like... Yeah, well, pretty much every single post I'm seeing about this is people who didn't realize they had to upgrade, like, both trinkets or rings or whatever. Which obviously is not the case for me. So, the only thing that I can think of... Either it's just... There has been bugs in the past where it fails to register properly. And then it'll randomly activate at a different time. Right? So that can happen. Well, also, I should note, by the way, don't do what I just did and spend your champion crest. Do not do that. I only did that because, again, this is a sacrificial lamb character. This is not an actual character I am playing. I will not be spending any of my champion crests on any of my actual characters. Don't do that. I just did that to see if that triggered the achievement pop-up. And also because now I can get a thumbnail of my character at 299 at a level. Which is very funny. I guess it's just not gonna trigger. It might be one of those things of just like log out, log back in, and then like it pops up eventually. But that is just that is very depressing. That it doesn't want to give me the achievement. It doesn't want to give me the satisfaction of seeing that I've done the thing. I guess something I should check, right, is, so if I check one of my other alts, has the discount applied? Like, maybe the achievement has just failed to trigger, but I still get the discounts? That's one way to confirm whether or not it has actually worked at all. Thumbnails of farming W. Yeah, because I am going to make, obviously, a guide on... Dude, there's... Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, I'm just stupid. It's because I logged in on the same account. To switch. But yeah, I am going to make a video probably tomorrow, or, well, by later tonight, covering all of the super degenerate methods that I use to do this. And then I'm going to put a post in Guild Discord about at least some of the more practical things, which, like, I will probably bother Revolt about this a little bit more, but I do genuinely think, like, there is no reason why we shouldn't have everybody craft a 292 veteran piece. Like, it is so easy to do, and it will just tangibly help every single character, even split characters. So, I will probably make the case for why that should be added to the requirements. Very little time investment and very big reward. But a lot of the other stuff I'll recommend is probably like, yeah, most people can probably ignore it. It doesn't matter that much. But that is like a no-brainer one. Let me go on my blood DK. You try switching zones, maybe. At least recraft an existing piece with embellish. So I'm not even talking about, like, recrafting your current items. It's, like, do you remember, like, when, like, very week 1 of Midnight Season 1, like, Revolt had us craft, like, the 240 veteran embellish pieces and stuff? Like, you can do that right now, and it's actually better than our existing embellishments. And it's really easy to do. I'll show you. I'll go back over. Like, you don't even need to use, like, your sparks, right? That's why this is so effective. So I could craft, let's say, like, leather, or let's even go, like, miscellaneous cloak, right? I go to courtly cloak, and then if I put, well, veteran in, okay, yeah, because I don't have enough veteran, the item can, but you can see on the tooltip, the item goes up to 292. So, a regular embellished item from Season 1 obviously caps out at 285, but if you get this up to 292, then that's actually even better than Season 1 embellishments. Now, most people are probably going to craft an embellished item with their sparks next week. So, in that case, you would have one of your embellishments be, like, in this case, what I've crafted, a 305 piece. Because you're probably not going to use crests on it. So you'll craft a 305 item with your sparks, but then you're still going to want to use an embellished item, usually, unless you happen to get a drop in that slot where it's like a massive item level increase. But most likely, like, one of your slots, either cloak, boots, something like that, is going to be lower item level. You may not get an immediate upgrade from M+. So early on for progs, and especially for split characters, it makes sense for their other embellish to just be a 292 piece. That's like, you're not really losing that much item level, and you still get the value out of that. And then especially since it's free, right? You lose nothing by doing it. Okay, let me check DK. Wonder, maybe do I need to, like, unequip and re-equip my gear? I hope it's not that it's, like, just not counting Season 1 items, because that would be incredibly silly. But, like, it does give you a full discount on your upgrades. So, for the purposes of free upgrades, it does count all of these. The only thing that, like, maybe I'll need to do is I'll need to actually farm a veteran item in every single one of those slots, and then just upgrade it to 295 for free. Like, maybe that's the problem? Here, let me swap game capture over to my Blood DK. And immediately faceplant a wall. Okay, so in theory I should have the discount, right? But yeah, no, okay. So I am correct at least that it has not applied. Just the achievement trigger has not fired. The achievement's in the game, right? Like, it should be in the files, it should work. I do think it is just that bug where it doesn't work. Veteran of the... There's if I search on Wowhead, achievements, Veteran of the Dawn, it's a Veteran of the Mist. Reach a high watermark of 295 in every slot during, yeah. But I guess, come to think of it, the Adventurer of the Mist achievement isn't tracking either, and most of us have that. And that, in theory, should be an achievement. So, you know. Yeah, I guess the discount achievements just aren't working currently for some reason. But I can see them on Wowhead, I can see them in the files, and I guess I will write a bug report. Bug report. But considering the Zul'jin's Forces contract is still bugged, Blizzard has wasted everybody's gold and done nothing to fix it. That's, like, so fucking stupid. Veteran of the Mist achievement not working. The character has reached 295 equipped in all slots, which should trigger the Veteran of the Mist's account-wide discounts achievements. It is failing to activate. Please fix. Alright. I've written a post on the WoW Bug Report forums, so, you know. You're following the guide for 12.1 and the quest cutter chain? Yeah. Yeah, the latest patch broke that chain, so, unfortunate. Nightknock said, I'll be heading out, real life is calling. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm stopping here shortly in a bit, yeah. In the meantime, by the way, Zapar, just skip past that step. So if you open up Follow the Arrow, right? You get to a step that's stuck, you can't go past it, just hit next. Just hit next and you're good to go. So, obviously it's unfortunate that that's bugged, Blizzard fucked it up, but you can always manually override. Yeah, no problem. Just got off work, you feel disgusting, you're tired, but you need to go gear up your TH. I feel that. Alright, yeah, so my DK doesn't get the discount. And I guess I'll re-equip literally every piece of gear on my Druid and just see, is that what it is? Do I need to, like, actually wear it? Yeah, no, that doesn't fix shit. Unfortunate. Well, at the very least, you know what? Blizzard may have robbed me of the fancy achievement and the discount, but mission accomplished, right? This is obviously a bug. It will be fixed. So, whenever it gets fixed, I will be able to get discounted stuff. So all I need to do now is I just need to farm all of the veteran crests on my alts. That way, the moment the achievement actually fires, I get the discount. It just means that, unfortunately, I can't actually spend it in the meantime. But I have done everything that I need to do. So, and who knows? Maybe after I make my gearing video, I'll probably put in a little mention of this. Like, I've done super degen stuff on my Druid, and yet Blizzard still won't give me the achievement. Maybe then I'll get the achievement. But okay, so I will stop for here. Like I said, tomorrow the plan is... I'll definitely be streaming tomorrow, but it'll probably be later again. My guild is doing... Or rather, my dungeon team in my guild is doing our final set of M0s, so I'm playing the remaining 4 warrior dungeons, and then my blood DK. Full clear on blood. So hopefully I get some good stuff on blood, because obviously that's my main, that's what I care the most about. And then, what's it called? I'll probably just try to finish farming up as much as I can, and I'll probably get started on my Paladin tomorrow a little bit. But mostly, my Paladin I was really hoping to be able to get the discount, which would save me time. But as long as I get, like, full 285 on my Paladin, then I'll be good to go. And I'll be honest, you know, the summary, the very brief summary, I'll give you a 30-second summary, because I know I said I was going to do that. I did all of M0, so I got a few champion pieces. I did stuff in Vaults of Atalu Tech to get the guaranteed champion piece and the Delver's Bounty, which is covered in my video. And then I looted my Delver's Bounty, I got the Hero Track chess piece. And then I did a lot of farming for Vaults of Atalu Tech for the Cool Attack guy, the final boss, to get 285 veteran pieces in most slots. And then I, I did invasion points to target farm veteran pieces for a few slots that I was still missing. And then I crafted, as you saw, those bracers and then sent my upgrades. So that is the summary of what I did, but I'm going to be, well, I'm very tired, so I'll be sleeping. But the moment I wake up, I'm going to start throwing together a video summarizing all of the different tricks that I use to gear up this Bear Druid, and then also, more importantly, the practical takeaways that you can actually do as a non-degenerate, and why I did this, like what benefit am I hoping to get on my Blood DK and my Prop Paladin, and how that will really help me. But yeah, that is it for me today. I'm hoping that the VOD is... It's over 11 hours, but I think that's still good enough, and YouTube won't nuke it. So yeah, I will stop it there. Thank you for watching. Hopefully I manage to get that video up by tomorrow. We'll see. And I will definitely be streaming at some point later in the night. At the very least for M0s, and probably more after that. Man, I will see you then. Peace.